From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Is everybody back and defrosting their cars? This is the Monday live edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan. RJ Choppy is out for a few more days. Glad you're waking up with us. And I had to sit there in the driveway and defrost this morning.
Yeah, I did too. And we moved units at the apartment recently, the last couple days.
Right
and
across
we're now,
the way?
it's an extra minute, basically. My drive is going to increase by a minute, which doesn't sound like a lot. But I try to time things out really tight. And so when I have to wake up and do 3 minutes of defrosting and there's an extra minute, it created a little bit of internal panic, but I still got here in time.
Man, how many times when you move within the same complex or right down the hall, are you like, what are we doing? What are we doing this for? What a waste.
Yeah, I'd probably say more of that into a microphone if it wasn't my wife who wanted to move so badly.
Because it's a much bigger place?
She thought it was. She thought it was going to be.
How could you misread that?
Because so when we initially moved in, there was a certain square footage that they said our apartment was, and the listed square footage of the new place is bigger. But what she doesn't know is that if you look at our floor plan on the apartment, it's listed as the same square footage as the new place now. And so I think they've gamed it over the years and claimed an extra 100 square feet. And so what it turns out is the space that we gained was room in the kids' room. The kids' rooms are a little bigger now. And so what we've lost, what the whole point was storage. What we've lost is all the extra storage we had at the other place, which was the whole reason she wanted to move in the first place.
So you have both looked at each other and said, this is the same?
Yeah.
And now you're paying more.
It's just laid out a little differently. And now we're paying like $150 more a month. And so, look, you know how they say you got to let your kids fail? Sometimes you got to let your wife fail to let her realize that you should be making all the decisions.
Oh, she's just going to get more angry
at
you that it's not in a house.
No, she's honestly, yeah, that's one of it. But she's, she likes it better. So if she likes it better, that's all I can. Because I told her, I was like, you can make the whole decision here if we're moving. Because this question that faces us of if you wanted to go to this unit or not, I was like, I'm gone, like working so much. You're the one who's going to spend more time in this place. So it's going to matter more to you. I'll adjust. I'll adapt. I won't care after a week.
Yeah.
So you pick. And
how much easier is it to clean? What's your direct line to the kitchen and the laundry room?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
How much does it impact your day-to-day chores?
Well, obviously we are doing everything that we can to avoid talking about this.
Including not playing the cut.
Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. Stop. No.
I was trying to find a drop of Bobby's wife, and so I clicked on it, and then it was just bad time.
So it's my wife's fault.
Are you still on vacation? Like,
No.
you here? You need to take the freaking beanie off your head so you can hear the headphones? All right, obviously, we're doing everything in our power, including not playing the audio, to play this audio.
3 receivers left. Now Swift goes in motion. Hurts on a quarterback draw. He's at the 5. He's in. Touchdown. The Eagles win. Hurts does it again.
Oh, my God.
Hurts does it again.
Are you kidding me?
He's amazing. And the Eagles are 10-1. This team doesn't know how to lose.
Oh, gosh.
You suck, Merrill Reese.
Eagles radio with the call. Legit 15, 20 minutes after this, I was in a really bad mood.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because you tell me going into this game that Philadelphia is going to win at home over Buffalo. I'm like, okay, that's what I expect. But I convinced myself during this game early on Buffalo was going to win. They had control. I convinced myself that 59-yarder was not going to go in. That was, look, there's 2 ways to watch a game. The way you watch by yourself and the way you watch when other people are around. When other people are around, you talk more, you commentate more. You just give like this reaction of, I know what's going on, so, it's a race between guys to go, that's a first, oh, that's not a catch. You don't do that when you're by yourself. I was by myself. Ollie was taking a bath. Amanda was in there with him, and I let out the loudest F-bomb when that idiot, freaking Jake Elliott, hit that damn kick from 59. I dropped the F-bomb real loud, and I was just in a bad, miserable mood. 25 to 30 minutes after this one, I didn't even want to watch Kellen Moore score 3 points in Sunday Night Football.
Well, that's not Kellen Moore. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to have good players, too, so that you can run the damn ball and rest your defense. No, this was, this was pretty brutal.
Because all hope
they got outplayed again. 2 weeks in a row, they get outplayed and they sneak away and win.
All hope of winning the division. I just want the major disappointment for me is not setting up the rematch in Arlington for first place on the line, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because of the last 2 weeks, and this was the gift and the chance you had in Philadelphia's schedule with San Francisco coming up for them next. And it's just not going to mean as much. It's going to be a game of catch-up, which you're probably not going to win to close this thing out in the regular season.
Yeah, because what's the most you can hope for? You can be tied if you win that game against Philly. That's the best hope you have. And then even then, I think they'd have the tiebreaker because their record within the division would be same, but within the conference they're better or something. So
yeah, Philly loses their next two, including us, and the Cowboys win their next two. Then yes, you're tied.
But it's something where they have the tiebreaker, so they'd still be listed in first, and it wouldn't matter much. And then you're about to run into your gauntlet, including Philly, where you've got the Miami, Buffalo, Detroit
And
stretch.
tiebreaker goes down to what first?
Head-to-head. So it's head-to-head, so they would have split that if you win, and then it's within the division, and then they'd have the same record within the division, and then it's conference.
So Cowboys right now are 3-1 in the division. The Eagles are 3-0. But man, that was a freaking I can't believe he made the kick. I was sitting there saying Buffalo's going to lose with this Sean McDermott, Kansas City 13-second defense as they're just dinking and dunking right down the field. And then they have some Dallas Cowboy brain farts with Jason Kelsey and 2 false starts. And he hit the 59-yarder in the rain.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
This is, and I don't care if it sounds like sour grapes, whatever else you want to say. That was one of the worst officiated games I've seen this season. That was awful. You've got
There were some calls that went against Philly later on.
Very few, relatively speaking. The fact that horse collar was missed on Josh Allen.
Oh, my.
And then wasn't that the same
And then
possession
they
where
got him
missed
for
the
grounding.
and then they missed the field goal? Wasn't that the same possession? So they lost points there. I mean,
Diggs got interfered with a couple of different times. But, man, that horse collar, I don't know. He couldn't believe it.
I don't understand how I've seen so many quicker catch fumbles that have been ruled fumbles than the one A.J. Brown had on that last drive. That to me should have been, based on everything else we've seen lately, that should have been ruled a catch fumble.
You thought that was a catch fumble? I thought that was going to be incomplete.
By the definition of the rule, he caught it, he turned, he took his 2 steps. Like it's to me, I don't see how it. But again, this comes down to we don't know what a catch is. No, they still to this day, no one can tell you what a catch is with any sort of accuracy.
He didn't get a second foot down. He didn't get a second step down. But there was a similar play in college football. The game is escaping me right now. Maybe in Michigan. I think it was Michigan, Ohio State, where something pretty similar was called a fumble. Pepe, your reaction to last night?
It just I didn't think the Eagles were going to lose that game at all. I just figured it's how it's been all season. The football gods have made their decision on who their team is this year, and it's the Eagles. Every single game has gone their way except the Jets game, which somehow they lost, and it's just how it's going to be. I mean, they have. It's frustrating, but they just win games. I mean, Hurts was at one point he was like 5 of 15 for 33 yards in the first half, and then he gets away with 5 total touchdowns and 37 fantasy points. I mean, it's ridiculous, but they win games. That's all they do. They just win games.
What are you fist pumping?
Get the MVP chant going. Yeah, that's your MVP. The guy who had a 0.0 passer rating at halftime is 12th in the NFL now in passer rating. It has double-digit interceptions this year.
5 touchdowns. 5 touchdowns.
They are Minnesota. I don't care what anybody says. They are Minnesota from last year with their just ridiculous string of luck. It's not sustainable. They will lose in the playoffs. It's not going to happen.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to sound off here. Monday edition of Sean and Roberto. We are back. Hopefully everyone had a wonderful, safe, fantastic, all the other superlatives Thanksgiving break. Chopper will be back a little bit later on in the week. What did happen with Sunday Night Football? Are the Cowboys going to sign this linebacker? And what's up with the Luka Doncic medical report? Is it broken or not? Glad you're waking up with us. Packed show as always. Appreciate you right here on The Fan.
Is your home's air as clean as
cuts inside the numbers. He's to the 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Ravens! Dezay is in the barn, and the Ravens knock out the Chargers in L.A.
Ravens radio with the call. 20-10 Baltimore on the road with Jason Garrett on the call. Lodatolo saying, am I hearing Jay Jeezy? Is the clapper sitting there in the booth for Collinsworth? Baltimore improves to 9-3, and the great Kellen Moore offense, Bobby Belt, scores 10 points, falls to 4-7. Justin Herbert, my fantasy quarterback, coming up small for me. 217, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, despite 14 catches for Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen had 14 catches, Bobby, at 7.5 a catch. 14 for 106 on the night. And rushing-wise, they couldn't do anything against this Baltimore defense. Chargers score 10. And how fast is Brandon Staley out the door?
Man, he should have been yesterday probably, or last week, or whatever it is. He is. That's a hot seat right now for him.
Woo.
And I don't know what his future prospects are in the league because he's been damaged pretty significantly, I think, with this job. But I mean, look,
go back to being a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but even still,
who gets a coordinator job first next year? McDaniels or Staley?
Staley. McDaniels, I think, is just he's damaged his credibility way too much, and he now has the stench of you're one of these failed Belichick assistants.
But to be a
is tough to.
coordinator.
No, but I know that's considered, like, Weiss had trouble getting a job after. Romeo Crennel has struggled at times to find, like, really good defensive coordinator jobs since then. So I don't think that McDaniels gets another shot. Staley will get probably some sort of a shot to do a coordinator gig again. I just don't know that anybody's going to give him a head coaching job again. Because it's something where people, I think, look at him now and say, all right, this is all you're capable of doing, because it's sort of the Cliff Kingsbury effect of you don't know how to manage. You don't know how to be the CEO. But I will say 10 points from the Kellen Moore offense. That's what happens when you go up against the number one team in my power rankings. You're going to lose at home by double digits.
Or the over 500 monster bit him, just like used to happen around here and may still happen around here. Face a good defense and you get totally shut down like San Francisco all those years. They got his ass run up out of here by Mike. There you go.
I mean, what were they in the red zone? What were they in goal to go? I bet they're still ahead of Mike now, Sean. That's probably where he's at. Look, it's been a struggle for the Chargers all year, but I mean, their offense has, for the most part this season, been good.
Yeah. And does Justin Herbert start catching the heat? Does he get the biggest free pass in the National Football League? They've lost 3 straight, by the way.
I mean, he's a good player, I think. He's ahead of
yeah, but think about what you just said. We're not supposed to be just saying it that way about Justin Herbert. He's a good player, I think. We're talking about him like he's like Trevor Lawrence now.
Well, I think when you watch him play, think back to the game that the Cowboys played against them, and how many different times it was just somebody dropping a wide open pass or whatever. He does get burned pretty frequently by guys on his team, and the defense doesn't do him any favors. I think he's really, really good. I still think he's a top 5 quarterback. I think he's really talented.
5th in QBR.
Yeah, ahead of one spot ahead of who? By 7 points? That would be the MVP of the league, apparently, Jalen Hurts, who trails Justin Herbert and Josh Allen and Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes. But let's throw that guy in his 1-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, the MVP.
We'll go inside the star at 6:00. Bobby, our Cowboys insider, will tell us whether Shaquille, is it Shaq or Shaquille? Shaq. We change it. Darius. Which one is it?
People say Shaq. Yeah, Darius was what he went by initially, but he's now Shaq Leonard.
Are we getting a new linebacker on the Cowboys inside the star at 6:00? What is going on with this Luka Doncic injury report? This is Luka after the game the other night. Listen to what he said about the X-ray.
I hit his knee. I saw the picture. It's not good to see.
You played through it, but what are they saying about your hand now?
I mean, I don't think it's broken. The X-rays wasn't initiate that it's broken, so we'll see further tomorrow in Dallas.
Okay. Did I hear that correctly? The X-ray says it's broken. I don't think it's broken. So the X-ray is wrong. Let me hear the second half of that one more time, just to make sure I'm understanding Luka correctly.
I mean, I don't think it's broken. The X-rays wasn't initiate that it's broken, so we'll see further tomorrow in Dallas.
Wasn't initially, was initially. What did you hear?
I think he said wasn't, but it's really hard. That's
It's uncomeback with a bowl.
It is uncomeback with a bowl. When you listen to it, see, this is what can sometimes get lost when you're dealing with, accents and stuff. Those little nuances can sometimes you can't hear it.
NBA reports are quoting Luka as saying that he indicated the X-rays were negative. So a source told ESPN Luka's hand is quote unquote good. That's according to ESPN, not McMahon. So, as Luka is sometimes prone to do, little dramatic. Remember this calf that just wasn't right all off season? It was going to keep him out, and it was a problem. But he kept playing in the international games, and he was fine to start off the season. I would bet on Luka Doncic playing in the Mavs next game.
Yeah, I would hope so. It's just it comes at a bad time for him to be banged up at all, because it's, Kyrie Irving started to play a lot better recently. But then, you've also had the issue with Derek Lively and his back that caused him to miss the Clippers game. You just don't want things starting to pile up just as Kyrie's starting to play better. You want to try and have everything come together, because, the last 5-6 games or whatever, things have started to look a little more, they've started to hit some bumps in the road.
And I think they got officially eliminated from the in-season tournament. Whatever shall we do?
Oh my gosh, they're gonna win. They can now no longer win that weird NBA version of whatever Messi won that made us think the season was over, and really it wasn't over. And
Mavs have lost 3 out of 4. They dropped their recent one to the Clippers after beating the Lakers. Tomorrow night they start a 3-game home stretch with Houston, Memphis, and Oklahoma City, who's dealing with their own issues right now. With the Josh Giddey report, did you see that out there?
Yeah.
I saw McMahon send out the story. Josh Giddey of Oklahoma City is being investigated for a relationship with a minor.
Yeah, this isn't good how many times this is, not just with Josh Giddey, just recently that we've had, the Wander Franco issue this offseason. You've got this with Josh Giddey now. Like, this is troubling that we keep seeing this sort of thing pop up in the national sports conversation. But
this girl's supposedly a high school junior at the time after stuff came out on social media.
That's not good. That's not good, Josh Giddey. I think there was another one with, I don't want to assign it to any player, but I think another one of these cropped up with an NFL player in the last couple of years that it had come out. I can't recall who, so I don't want to say the name that I think it was. But yeah, this is, and Josh Giddey, when he was asked about it, he's like, I understand the question, I do, but yeah, I'm not gonna talk about this. But this is, Josh Giddey's been a good basketball player. This would not be a good thing for Oklahoma City if they were to lose him.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube today during the Expressway, we're sending you to Cowboys Seahawks. Cowboys Seahawks right here in Arlington, 720 Expressway. We're going to hook you up with those tickets to get you on out there to check out the squad. And of course, we're going to tell you how you can join the Jared Sandler charity auction, because Jared is listening right now. So we have to get in the mentions, as you're going to get a chance to pose with the World Series trophy at the Globe. The event is not at Topgolf. It's being moved on the field, the playing surface of the World Champs.
Yep, and we've got a table. You can come hang out with us and do
Way
that.
to sell it. Well, we got a table. You have 4 legs on it.
There's
$1,500 for the table I can sit at.
Look, I'm going to be there. I think that my presence is enough to sell it, Sean.
Yeah, wait till best and worst of the weekend with your presence.
Oh, yeah. That was...
And where it gets people.
My actual presence, like with a T, or presence with an NCE at the end? Like my physical presence.
ENC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not T. not presence.
I'm a good time. You got to at least say that, Sean. I am a good time.
You are a good time. To some. Maybe not to my wife, but to some. Gosh. All right. Inside the Star.
Ruined my week.
Dak Prescott is going to be a daddy. What else happened around the NFC East? And is Shaq Leonard coming to DFW? Inside the Star with our Cowboys insider. Glad you're waking up with us to start off your week. Next.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh, look out.
Picked up! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
Brad Sham with the call. Bobby Belt was there. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ. Choppy's out for a few days. This is DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you're brand new to the show and the station, our number one audience of the entire program is starting this hour. That's why we want to hook you up with the Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway during the Expressway, starting at 7:20 after everyone wakes up, gets the sleep out of their eyes. Deron Bland set the NFL record, of course. Let's just throw out a few quick things about Thursday's dominant win over Washington. Another pick six, absolute beatdown. All the numbers at home. Dak Prescott's numbers as well. Cowboys roll the Commanders.
The highest, as you know, I always love to lean on PFF and their evaluations. The highest PFF grade in Dak's career. He was fantastic. He was incredible. Yep, my BFF grade had him 98, so I was a little higher. But we were basically in sync, me and PFF on this one. No, this was... It's funny, when you watch this game, the first three quarters, I felt like it was still similar to kind of the Carolina game, where it was like, you know, they should be up by more. This shouldn't be as close as it is. It shouldn't be a 20-10 game. This was the second time all year that the Cowboys hadn't scored in the third quarter. You got to remember, they put up 45 points and they didn't even score in the third quarter of this game because it was just that onslaught, that 25-point fourth quarter. And yeah, the Deron Bland thing was huge, which before that point, he did not have a great game.
I told you this stuff on Saturday. I was like, I'm going to give you a couple of opposite thoughts. I was watching this at a buddy's house, you know, half drunk. But then I woke up and rewatched it half drunk. No, I was sober. I was sober, and I was like, this is a really misleading score. Mm-hmm. This is another one of those games and blowout wins that doesn't affect my opinion on the Cowboys dramatically one way or the other. Although everyone was probably favored towards the better. 20-10 after 3. Dak, you know, had missed like some 3 or 4 throws early on. It's just the protection they had against Washington. With this offensive line and the Commanders trading other pass rushers, he had all day. It was just going to be a matter of time. And I'm like you, and I told you this at dinner the other night, I was like, DaRon Bland was getting picked on. Like, that seemed like part of their game plan to throw at DaRon Bland, and then he finally got the beaten and battered Sam Howell late. But 20-10 after 3, Dak missing some throws, DaRon Bland getting picked on, misleading final score.
Yes, but I will say, even with Dak missing some throws early, there were about 3 or 4 throws in this game that were some of his better throws of the season. And I think it's just because he has complete confidence in what he was doing. So he was taking a lot of shots, and some of them he missed, and some of them he was dead on with. I think when you talk to people at the Cowboys and you say, you just pull them off to the side and you were to say, hey, just shoot me straight away from a camera or away from a recorder. What is it that's different about the offense right now? Like, what's clicked for Dak specifically? I think universally the thing you're hearing right now is people saying the way he's attacking the seam, the way he's willing to attack the middle of the field and take those shots and take those chances, and the confidence he's throwing that with is what makes the offense so dangerous right now. And you're seeing that same throw that he hits the tight ends on consistently right now is one of the more dangerous plays they have in their arsenal, because teams, it doesn't matter how well you defend it, they're able to connect on that.
And, of course, he connected with Kevontae Turpin. The D.C. media was not thrilled with this. It's not like they were that upset. They were pretty depressed that the Cowboys are blowing out D.C., and they had these turkeys planted in the Salvation Army buckets, and Dak was like, no, let's wait for one more. Let's wait for the next touchdown in order to do that. Hits it with Turpin. They all go and celebrate. Dak on the turkey leg idea.
Team effort, team idea. And yeah, we talked about it. It was probably a 2-3 day long process of, whether it be a 15 yards, whether coach would accept it. And I tell you, I actually go talk to coach before every game, and sure enough, I called him as he was talking to Jerry, and so I mentioned it, and of course Jerry liked it. So yeah, at that point my direction was just make sure we're up and the game was in hand.
What's more disrespectful, that they plotted out this idea, or that Jerry calls the Jimmy Presser in Carolina during kickoff, like at another team's stadium, and then just sitting there? I heard Ferguson initially came up with this idea, and then you have Dak Prescott. This is when you go and ask your parents for something in front of your grandparents. Mm-hmm. And the grandparents are going to be like, oh, yeah, good idea. McCarthy's not going to say no in front of Jerry. And Jerry say, oh, yeah, that'll get a lot of eyes. That'll get a lot of attention. And Dak's like, thank you. See ya. Back to the huddle.
Yeah, do you think Dak, when he went over there, he's like, just think about all the good it would do for the Salvation Army and the attention it would bring. Yeah. Like you find the little angle that you can take on it. Yeah, this was
and also, how in the hell was no pen? I was waiting for a penalty, a flag to be thrown. You can't have props. And Dak was serious about that leg. I mean, he wasn't just taking one bite. He was picking that thing apart, sharing it with teammates. He wanted that turkey leg on the sideline the entire time.
Because it's a dream of his. It was a dream to do the turkey leg, and when he won the MVP on Thanksgiving before, they weren't doing turkey legs that day.
Why?
And so because I think it was like a COVID thing or something like that. And so they didn't do it. And so he told Tracy Wolfson during the week, he was like, that is one of the bucket list items for me, is I want to eat the Thanksgiving Day turkey. So he tried to create it on his own. Shout out to morning show listeners Juan and Brent Reeves over at Smokey John's Barbecue. They're the ones who provided the turkey legs. That's the State Fair turkey leg. Oh. And so I saw they were up there saying, yeah, those were our Smokey John's turkey legs right there.
They cooked the State Fair ones.
Yeah, those are the kind of considered the classic ones. But yeah, Smokey John's over on Mockingbird. They're morning show listeners over there, and they provided it for the Salvation Army and Dak and them.
But the turning point in this whole game was Washington going for it on their own 23-yard line. They get stopped. It's a 4th and 1 stop. There's a CD touchdown. The runaway and route is on. 25 points in 8:57. 25 points in 9 minutes. My other star ups, Roberto, before we get to Shaq Leonard, Osa Odigizua. Some people are trying to say he should get some Pro Bowl consideration. He had 7 pressures, 6 hurries, 5 run stops, and 1 quarterback hit, according to PFF.
He's probably the most consistent player on the defensive line at this point. Like, I mean, in terms of Micah Parsons is the best, and, DeMarcus Lawrence makes a lot of plays in the run game and everything else. Osa's not had a bad game this year. He's just been good. Even when you come out of a game where you go, man, the defense didn't play very well, you're very rarely talking about Osa wasn't part of that. He had just motor runs hot. He's disruptive. He's always making plays. He was really impressive in this game. Terrence Steele was really good in this one. The offensive line in general had a nice bounce back. It was a day of sharing the wealth because I think we were at halftime. There were already 8 different guys who had caught passes. So kind of even distribution. And as much as Mike McCarthy wanted to say a couple weeks ago, I'm not into all this fantasy football. I'm not worried about that with Brandon Cooks. Here we are. And this is 3 straight games now where Brandon Cooks has led this team in receiving yards.
Wow. Man. And my major question for the first half of this season offensively, and I keep on trying to hang on to first half. We're well past it. I'm just getting football depressed. So we're like week 12. Was this part of the plan? Like, how did Brandon Cooks all of a sudden get involved? All of a sudden you're going downfield. Mike McCarthy is going to act like this was all part of the progression that was natural.
Is this coaching staff too reactionary at times to loud criticism? Because, and it's in a good way, but there was all this talk about why isn't CD getting the ball more? CD starts getting the ball more. And then it's like, why isn't Cooks getting the ball more? It's like, well, I'm not in fantasy football. All of a sudden, Brandon Cooks is the top receiving guy 3 times. Downfield shots. Well, here come the downfield shots. They do seem to hear things over there and are a little reactionary. Now, it could just be coincidence, and it could be that
common sense.
That's the thing.
You'd hope that if we're saying it on the radio, they're saying it in their meetings.
Right, and that it just appears or comes off like they hear it and they react to it, and maybe it's not that. But the Brandon Cooks one just seems... because Mike McCarthy was annoyed with those questions about Brandon Cooks.
Yes.
And so as soon as the annoyance started, then it's 3 straight games where he's the top guy. But Cooks is playing a lot better recently, which is good timing with CD, looking a little banged up the way he's played the last couple weeks and some of the issues there.
Calvin Watkins reports with Mike McCarthy saying the Cowboys have interest in Shaq Leonard. A source close to the situation says Leonard will visit the Cowboys this week. A specific date has not been finalized. Tell us what you know and what you think about this.
They are definitely interested in him, and they would like to add him. He's still a good player, so he's not...
Yeah, what happened to him?
So
injuries.
The last couple of years, he's dealt with back injuries. He's had a couple different concussions. He has... kind of, there started to be some tension there between him and the coaching staff and the front office.
Got demoted.
Yeah, which is interesting then that he was like just chilling in a suite watching the game yesterday for the Colts. That was kind of interesting that it's like, well, if you have all this tension, why would you hang around after they cut you? And it'd be similar to...
I think he got a tribute. That's what some of the headlines are saying.
It'd be similar to like when they cut Jalen Smith, if Jalen would have hung around for the next game, which would have felt thoroughly Jalen Smith, by the way, to sit in a suite and get his recognition on the stadium. But he's a good player. Shaq Leonard is still a good player. He's really close with Stephon Gilmore, apparently. He's played with Malik Hooker before, so there's some familiarity here. And he's better than any linebacker you have right now, I think. He's better than Damone Clark. Leighton Vander Esch is obviously done for the season. There's questions about whether he'll be done for his career. But I think that he's...
For who? Vander Esch.
For Vander Esch, yeah. And so Leonard is a guy that I think that they would definitely have interest in, and they recognize that he would be an impact player for them and make a difference. And
Has Broadus watched him?
Yeah, Broadus has watched him, and Broadus has talked to people around the league, and the thought is he's not what he once was, but he's still really good. And Brian thinks that it's basically...
Because this was an MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, I should say, candidate. This was the automatic leading tackler in football. Now, all of a sudden, just out there, I mean, he's got to be damaged goods.
I think he was and a lot of it came down to they were taking him off the field in nickel situations, and that was upsetting to him because they thought he had lost the ability in coverage and in nickel settings, and he felt differently and felt like that was offensive to him. That's where the tension really started. But it's interesting. I think he was the 3rd linebacker taken in the 2018 draft. Or basically you had the first couple ones, Edmonds, Roquan Smith that went. But I think the Cowboys have the 3 consecutive linebackers that would have been picked if they take Leonard, because it went Vander Esch, then it was Rashawn Evans, who they recently signed, and then it would be Darius Leonard or Shaq Leonard. And so I think those 3 got picked in a row at linebacker in the draft that year, and so that would be interesting that the Cowboys have all 3 of those now. But Leonard is good.
Only 28. He's 28 years old.
Yeah, and he's good. This is year 6 for him, I think it is.
And now only 6.
2018, 19, 21, 2, 3. Yeah, it's year 6.
Now let's talk about what usually rules deals out here: Stephen Jones and the money.
Money. We asked him about it on Friday, Will Chambers and I, when he came on with G-Bag, and he gave us the pat answer of, well, we don't really discuss guys who aren't here, not going to get into that, which a lot of times I feel like is exactly what it sounds like, a negotiating tactic that kind of indicates their interest when they say, yeah, we're not going to talk about that guy at all. And so I think that the money's going to be a big thing for them. They clearly want him. Philly reportedly wants him. That might be enough to push them right there, is just the fact that Philly wants him. If this one falls through, though, if this one doesn't work out, I would just keep an eye on potentially Anthony Barr, who played with them last year, struggled, was not great, recently signed to the Vikings practice squad, was a game day elevation, but he's on the practice squad. You can go sign him right now. And so if they're looking for a veteran linebacker who knows the system and understands everything, their assignments, what they're supposed to do, Barr would make a lot of sense. So if this doesn't come through, if this falls through, I wouldn't be stunned if they got in on that.
What do you think the money is looking like for Leonard?
I wouldn't be surprised if he just signs for something through the end of the year, something, a few $100,000 the rest of the year, and then just kind of resets into the offseason. Now, does he want a multi-year deal? I guess there's a potential that, but for the rest of the year, I don't think it would cost them very much at all.
So there it is. Shaq Leonard out there and available. The Cowboys have a need. Man, this fan base is going to erupt again if he just ends up going over to Philadelphia. The Eagles get another one, and the Seahawks picked up Kelvin Joseph to the practice squad.
Man, I cannot wait.
He's going to give Seattle the defensive game plan for Dan Quinn for Cowboys Seahawks Thursday night.
Ooh, he would have had to have known the game plan and known his assignments when he was here for him to be able to do that. I can't wait for like the photo of him walking into the stadium that he posts to Instagram 10 minutes before he's inactive that says like, "Mama, I prayed for times like this," and he's got the little prayer hands. And
well, the gun wasn't mine.
Yeah. I cannot wait for that, boss man Gat.
What else? What else happened around the NFL, NFC, and NFC East, including the thing that may have made you throw up the Thanksgiving turkey last night in Filthy? That's next with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But look, make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless. It comes from Diamonds Direct. Lots of amazing gift ideas, a stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new, eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous Swiss timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, they have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. This is your best destination for holiday jewelry. Their experts can help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience and to help make your purchase even more affordable.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Rookie is set from 35 to tie it. Snap is good. Kick on its way. End over end, and it's no good! He missed it wide left! Ryland missed it wide left!
I'll take this. Inside the NFC East here on Sean and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are all over the National Football League and little college football coming up at 6:40 with the Texas A&M disaster that took place over the weekend. We talked about the Eagles to start the show. We're going to get back into them in just a few minutes, but New England misses a 35-yard field goal to tie. People accusing Belichick maybe of the intentional tank. Tommy DeVito, what is it, Tommy?
Tommy
DeVito with the family gesture that they're doing now. Hey, in the end zone with the family. Mac Jones is benched again. Would you say the fourth time this season?
Yep.
And he got trolled on top of it. This was good for us. Get the Giants farther away from a top 3 pick. Get a W. More Belichick misery. The New York Giants beat the Patriots in a pretty unwatchable game.
They are the worst football team to watch in the NFL.
The Giants?
By far, yes. They are the most miserable team to watch. Even when they win or they're playing well, it's just ugly. It is such a drain. Peyton, I know you said you were really sad it didn't go into overtime. You could have had 15 more minutes of that game.
God, I really wanted it.
It was so good. I mean, these are two of the worst teams in football. And the fact, again, I'll go back. I'll make this a Philly hate thing. I'm going to. The fact that I'll go back, that New England team almost beat Philadelphia and gave them problems. And it's one of the many teams that has given Philadelphia problems this year is indicative of why I have no respect for what the Eagles have done. Because the teams that the Giants can beat, apparently, the Patriots, the Commanders twice, those are the ones that give the Eagles fits, apparently. But this is just a bad New York football
lost
team.
to Arizona.
Yeah, but it was Josh Dobbs. I mean, he's going in the Hall of Fame. He's really good. That's what that is. But man, this was a brutal game to watch. But you're right. Yeah, I'll take all these meaningless victories from the Giants that it takes to make sure that they're not up there to pick Caleb Williams.
Mac benched. It's painful to watch the in and out of what they're doing with Mac Jones, and then he got trolled.
Yeah, he was getting just absolutely destroyed everywhere on social media. People were mocking him, making fun of him. This is the fourth time, like you mentioned, that he's been benched this year. There was talk that he was, not even going to start this game. There was discussion about him potentially being, benched for Bailey Zappi before the game started. But Bill Simmons had tweeted out, Mac Jones is the Michael Jordan of tanking. You've got other people on here. Mac Jones is just dad bod Zach Wilson from Sam Monson at PFF, which is, man, that just feels harsh. 2023 Mac Jones is the closest thing we have to a regular guy playing quarterback in the NFL. I mean, he's not very good. And it's 4 times this season. He's been benched 5 times in the last 22. That is just unreal. And, it feels like why even screw around with it anymore? If you're that unhappy with the guy, let Bailey Zappi play the rest of the way.
And Jay Glazer reported, we saw a lot of this during the Cowboy game against the Giants. Things are really bad between Brian Daboll and the DC Wink Martindale. Tension has been rising in the building recently. Things are so bad, we could even see a mutual parting of the ways after the season or even before it ends.
Which, I mean, isn't the biggest problem with the Giants from what we've seen is the fact that they can't score points. They are one of the worst looking offenses of all time. That
13 points a game.
That feels like Daboll trying to just kind of turn things around and just, it's this guy's fault. There's a lot of that in the NFC East right now. You've got Daboll doing that. You have the Jack Del Rio firing in Washington, and then the statement from the new owner saying, "Yeah, Ron Rivera really recommended that we purge these defensive coaches." And I listened to him, and I decided to fire these guys. And Rivera, it's like, well, you are a defensive coach. I imagine you probably have a pretty big hand in what's gone on there.
And then you had what happened last night, the sickening outcome in Philadelphia with the 59-yard made field goal. Jalen Hurts with the walk-off winner in overtime, and Tolos are irate with the officiating. I normally don't like to go to go at that. I normally don't like to sit there and finger point like the Cowboys have done over the years. It's just excuse making. But man, I saw a lot of national people say, is Buffalo going to get a call? Buffalo going to get a call at all in this game? I think it was Maniacho I saw. And then Warren Sharp tweeted this out. Eagles are 4-0 with Sean Hockley as the ref since Nick Sirianni was hired. Also 4-0 against the spread. How's it playing out so far tonight? First half penalties. 10 for 75 on Buffalo. 1 for 5 on Philadelphia. Ooh.
Yeah, that feels a little unbalanced. And I got to say, I'm looking at this right here. Sean, they had 13 third down conversions, Buffalo did. And they had over 500 yards of offense. I gotta think.
And a lot on 3rd and 7, as Nance was pointing out. I think he said like 6 times they converted like 3rd and 7 or longer, like the Dak offense early in the season.
I gotta think this is like the first time. In fact, this would be the first time it looks like that somebody's converted 13 third downs and got 500 yards of offense and lost. So it's pretty bad, because if you're converting third downs, you're moving the ball down the field, you're executing, you're having these big things. But man, they had 10 penalties in the first half. They were absolutely just run by the officiating in this one. They missed the horse collar on Josh Allen. Not only do they miss it, they then call intentional grounding on him. They lose the down. They end up having to kick the 25-yard field goal or whatever it is. Completely shank that, miss that. Meanwhile, Jake Elliott's able to just drill 59 yards in the pouring rain. The benefit of having a great kicker, it can do wonders for you at the end of a game. It puts you in a bad position at times because you get coaches that don't want to go for it in 4th down scenarios where they should. But at the end of a game, man, it's a weapon to have.
Diggs looked like he was interfered with on a couple of plays. Took a shot in the back as well. The A.J. Brown possible fumble that people think should have stood, that would have given Buffalo the win. They had their chance with the Gabe Davis miscommunication in overtime.
Oh.
Allen threw it up. Gabe Davis ran the wrong route. I saw Brady Quinn saying that's on Gabe Davis. He was not looking at the line of scrimmage enough to know what the adjustment should have been. There was a roughing the passer call that Buffalo did get late, depending on how you looked at that. But this is sickening. This is a heartbreaker for the Cowboys with the NFC East home field advantage, because I wanted to see everything on the line for the NFC East rematch in Arlington.
You can always tell what position the former players played whenever they're tweeting about things like this, because Brady Quinn goes, it's on Gabe Davis. Romo goes, man, that's on Gabe Davis. When you went off the line like that, you got to turn your head around. Then you get guys like Jesse Holley on Twitter that are like, that is 100% on Josh Allen. He ran the right route. Everybody knows that's supposed to be a quarter route. And so you get the disagreement
What
there.
was up with that Buffalo defense late? It's that damned if you do, damned if you don't prevent, right? If you bring pressure and A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith hit you deep, we're calling Sean McDermott an idiot. But McDermott already has this prevent D cloud over his head. Game management, 13 seconds. What happened against Kansas City? And, man, both final Eagles drives look like it came with zero resistance against it.
It's
nothing.
The 13-second defense against Kansas City, what happened yesterday, what's happened to Buffalo consistently throughout the playoffs. And
Buffalo has not won an overtime game either this year.
Yeah, Josh Allen's never won an overtime game in his career. He's 0 for 6 now.
He played well, by the way, yesterday.
He did. He was better than Hurts.
I was waiting to come in here and dunk on all the Josh Allen Dak people. I was getting ready. Josh Allen dunk. Did not happen.
You know what he does really well, I think?
Everything, because he has to do everything?
Yes, but I'll tell you what.
Take care of the football.
I'll tell you what he does really well is anticipates when to break the pocket, when to get out of there. Is that because whenever he starts running, it feels early when he first starts running every time, and then you see it and it's like, oh no, if he wouldn't have broke right then, he's probably, wrangled and sacked, and man, he's difficult to bring down. There were a few different times there yesterday where it's like you would think he should have been sacked. He fights through. He, throws the ball. He's so athletic. We underrate him. We underrate Josh Allen, I think. He's a freak. So impressive.
Jalen Hurts, though, 5 total touchdowns.
He's not good.
5 total touchdowns, and he ended up with, 3 touchdowns and 4 passing attempts. Just like bam, 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 there it is with Filthy, as Bobby's wearing his Eagles jersey today.
Oh, is that what that? No, be clear. That is a Dallas Stars jersey, a Miro Heiskanen jersey. That's what that is. As I have the RJ Choppy mic that's flopping on me now. But no, this is just. Do you not agree that when you have seen Philly this year, they are less impressive than they were last year?
This team doesn't know how to lose.
Yes.
And like these last couple weeks, they were not the better football team. Like I think Buffalo and Kansas City were both better than them.
I know,
last
Bobby,
years.
but like not being the better one against Buffalo and Kansas City doesn't mean that you suck.
And I know you I know you disagreed with it, but I didn't think they were the better team that day against Dallas. I thought Dallas played better than them for the most part.
I disagree.
That day.
I felt like Philly was in control of that game. Look, the good news is, yes, Philadelphia is not invincible. They're very, very beatable. The problem is stacking up the little small things that make a difference can cost you, like home field advantage, NFC East drawing and seeding. Philadelphia is not going to have home field advantage over us. So, yes, Dallas can go in there, but, man, I feel a lot better if Philadelphia had to go into Arlington.
You know what's the biggest credit to them?
And it is looking more and more like, the Cowboys are going to get the NFC South winner, which is fantastic.
They are not.
Give me the. What would happen after? Right now, would it be NFC South and then go to Philadelphia? I think that actually works out better for you.
It would depend on who. It would depend on who won behind you. But yeah, it would likely be you'd get NFC South and then you would probably go to Philly, I would guess, because it would be Detroit and San Francisco if they would have lost to their guys. But I mean,
this is actually a better scenario than not getting the NFC South. The worst scenario is not getting the NFC South and then San Fran. Give me the NFC South and then Philly. And then hopefully San Fran gets knocked off before the championship game.
I mean, I'm just so going on the road against these three. Who would you feel the best about? Philly, Detroit, and San Francisco.
Detroit.
You would feel best about Detroit over Philly just because the last couple weeks you start thinking of them as paper tiger.
Yeah, Detroit and then Philly and then San Fran.
Yeah, see, I want to avoid playing San Francisco at all costs.
I'm putting San Francisco last.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm saying I agree. That's the team. I don't think it's even close. I'll give Philadelphia this. This is what Philly deserves a lot of credit for. They are so sharp on details. They don't shoot themselves in the foot. They don't screw up.
Yeah, except for Jason Kelce.
Those two times. The biggest credit to them is that they're not dumb. They're a smart football team. They're very smart. They're very disciplined. But they're not great to me. They don't overwhelm you at all. Like last year they would overwhelm you at times. This year they don't overwhelm you.
Yeah.
And that's what I think makes them vulnerable is that yes, there is
no great team. They're the best of the good. There is no great team in the National Football League.
Do you think they beat San Francisco next week? They're at home and Vegas made them an underdog to San Francisco.
I'm going to pick the Niners. I believe San Francisco is the best team in the National Football League.
Okay, because I mean, I'm waiting for them to. It's hard because to me, they did not play better against Buffalo, and yet they still beat them. They didn't play better against Kansas City. They still beat them. There is something to be said about winning these games and beating good teams. If you want to stack up who has some of the best victories just in a vacuum, they handily beat Miami. They beat Dallas. They beat Kansas City. They beat Buffalo. They deserve all this credit for this. But at the same time, it's like you didn't really look impressive in any of it. You didn't have a victory like the way San Francisco just dominated Dallas. Well, you don't have that.
It's like I said, you either look at it as they're ripe to be picked off, and you can say, I told you so later in the playoffs, like Bobby's waiting for, or, man, they're just a team of destiny with the intangibles, and they know how to win. They're a veteran team. They know how to get it done. You're in one of the two. They will eventually lose, can't keep getting away with this, or somehow, some way, they figure out a way. What the hell happened at College Station, and who is the next head coach of the Aggies? A little college football kegger on a Monday with Sean and Bobby next. But as you know, life is
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced that Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best ones do sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
College football!
Goal from the 31-yard line. Here's the snap. Milroe stands in, lets everybody get downfield. Still standing. He throws into the end zone. He caught it. It's caught! It's caught by Isaiah Bond. Caught by Isaiah Bond in the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. The Crimson Tide with 32 seconds to go in the ball game.
The Milroe Miracle on Bama Radio. Now that is a good play-by-play guy right there. As Matt Meat Church Pittman would want me to tell you, in your effing face, Bobby Belt.
They are college football's Philadelphia Eagles. That is what they are. That they're getting all this credit that they don't deserve.
Milroe can only run.
They're mid as hell. They get lucky. They have these lucky things happen to them like this one. This is, it's so frustrating.
Wow. This was insane.
Yeah, it was an insane weekend in general, but this one, all the videos, did you see it seemed like there were a dozen viral videos of like Auburn fans filming themselves like, we're about to win, here's my reaction. And then they just sit there in stunned silence. Takeo Spikes had the like head in the hands tweet. He posted 2 photos of himself just looking like 1,000-mile stare off in the distance, and it says, please God, make it stop. Like they were just, Auburn fans are hurting today. This has been a brutal year for Auburn. They also lost a really painful one to Georgia. It's just been that's been tough for them this year. And this was the cherry, the icing, the whipped cream. This was everything on top. This was just a brutal loss for them. And Alabama skates by again.
And Joey Galloway and others asking, why aren't you playing zone? Why are you playing man-to-man? I thought it was a good football breakdown, because then you have an opportunity to have your back turned. They only rushed 3. It kind of seemed like it was 2, and a guy just kind of spying around the line of scrimmage. Why are you playing zone? So you can have more awareness. You're playing man-to-man. You turn your back, perfect throw from Milroe.
See, I forgot. This is exactly like Philadelphia. Because you remember that Hurts on Sunday, that touchdown throw to Zacchaeus was the same play that happened in the Alabama game, where Micah Hyde doesn't turn around. Somehow Micah Hyde's right there in position, and then yet all of a sudden he's like, oh crap, ball's here. Like, it looked like he was totally in control. Hurts improvises, throws it. Same sort of thing happens here with Milroe. I have no idea how they continue to get away with this.
Meanwhile, game of the year, Derek Holland was there at the big house.
Marvin Harrison, the wide receiver at the top of your screen. McCord looks, fires, intercepted. Rod Moore, and Michigan will win the game and head to the Big Ten championship.
That was Gus Johnson with the call on Fox. 30-24. Wolverines win again without Jim Harbaugh. Ryan Day with another loss to Michigan. And now how are things going to end up with the college football Final Four? But man, this game ended up living up to the hype.
Boy, there was
I was glued to this one.
There was a ton of just clamoring for get Ryan Day the hell out of here from Ohio State fans. Maurice Claret had said,
good Twitter follow.
Yeah, he is. He's good. He goes, I'm done with him. I love the guy, but I'm done. You can't lose to Michigan 3 years in a row like this. I mean, Jim Harbaugh almost lost his job for failing to beat Ohio State for years. It's the same sort of thing. If you lose this game consistently, they will start. It does not matter what you do. I think the note was Ryan Day against Ohio State is 1-3, and against the rest of the Big Ten, he's 40-0. And so he beats up on the Big Ten, except Michigan. That's the team he can't handle. But the talk going into this one was Michigan can't protect J.J. McCarthy. They can't do it. And, if they can't protect him, then they're going to just, Ohio State's going to swarm them. They're not going to be able to win.
And they lost their left guard.
They did, and they obviously didn't have their head coach. But, man, it's bad when, and I know he's an up-and-coming coach, Sharon Moore, but when Moore can step in there and just out-coach Ryan Day like he did, and went through it, showed serious stones in a couple instances, going for it on fourth down in big moments, and just absolutely came through. Did a great job. And Ryan Day, somewhere Lou Holtz is just cackling.
Yes. Kind of makes RJ Choppy's head coaching theory look a little more legit.
That it doesn't matter? Doesn't it make it look less so that it's Ryan Day just can't beat him?
No, this interim coach has stepped in, winning the biggest games of the year.
Is it like the clutch factor, where there's no such thing as somebody being better, there's just holding and collapsing? So, like, is Ryan Day somebody who collapses rather than, the head coach on the other side is elevating himself?
I don't like Ohio State's quarterback. I mean, watching this guy attempt to throw, I'm like, they have a definite disadvantage at quarterback here. And then the running game. It's something like the last 22 matchups between these two teams. Whoever wins the rushing battle ends up winning the game. So that would make RJ sick. But Michigan wins it. Game of the year in college football with the buildup and the hype. Oregon destroys Oregon State. Other games you need to know. Oklahoma, 69 points on TCU. Did that for you, Bobby. Georgia beats Georgia Tech 31-23. Washington over Washington State, 24-21. Florida State survives with the backup quarterback, 24-15 over the Gators. Are you waiting for? Okay.
I'm waiting for you to say it.
Texas wins.
Oh, the eyes of Texas are upon you.
57-7. Arch Manning getting some game action as we were sitting at the bar watching this.
Boy, he looked like Peyton. And I don't mean like the way he played. I mean when
Peyton
he first
Russell?
when he said when he first stepped up there and he did the quiet down the crowd. He has the same physical mannerisms out there as Peyton. It was kind of funny seeing that.
Really interesting release.
Dude,
I've not watched him throw before.
So he does. That's something where it doesn't look quite as smooth as Peyton and Eli did. It's a little
like
bit
a really
more
quick release, but I got to look at it more.
It's a little unorthodox, but man, I'll tell you what, he is athletic. He can run.
Yes.
Like he
got around the right side, and I was like, oh, I didn't know you had that in your game.
He's got arm talent. That's for sure. The release is funny, but I mean, he's got legit arm talent. So if you can give me the arm talent of Peyton and Eli, give me the brain of just Peyton, and give me the athleticism of whoever, Archie or whoever else, then, man, I'll take that because he does look really impressive as an athlete and didn't seem bugged by anything at all. Didn't seem like anything was too big for him.
All right, we can get into the rankings a little bit later on. We got to talk about what happened at College Station. Billy Lucci was all over this from Tex Ags. We know Jimbo's out the door. They make the decision, it looked like, to hire Mark Stoops from Kentucky. This started spreading on social media. Aggie fans blow up and detonate X, the internet, whatever the heck you want to call it. It seemed like Texas A&M pivots, changes their mind. Stoops puts out the statement, no, I'm a Kentucky Wildcat. Yes, I was contacted by somebody else. They bail on Mark Stoops because of the fan revolt, and it looks like they have turned now to Mike Elko from Duke.
Yeah, who had been their defensive coordinator for a few years before this, before getting the Duke job, and has done a nice job at Duke. Obviously had the victory over Clemson this year. They I think I just saw something up there on ESPN that said it's their highest ranking, or when they were 16th this year, that was their highest ranking. And this is the best 2-year start in the history of Duke's program for a head coach. And so he gets a lot of credit for that, but to me, it's still kind of an uninspiring hire. But I also understand if I was in the position that Aggies fans were in, I would have joined in that revolt on Twitter. And I would have said, please, dear God, do not hire Mark Stoops. I don't want that. And they're used to the Jimbo Fisher type of hires, the big name hires.
Yeah.
Stoops is one that is a little uninspired.
Yes, it is. But Choppy absolutely nailed this tweet in calling out the A&M leadership. You guys are soft. Guys, girls, whoever it is, you are soft. You let Twitter and X completely change your mind. You have no balls. You have no backbone. You have no stones. All these same Aggie fans were celebrating and throwing praise for Jimbo. So what the hell do they know? Nothing. Pick your candidate. Have some resolve. Don't sit there and disintegrate. And then you go and turn. Are you happy now, Aggie fans, with Mike Elko? You happy with Elko compared to Mark Stoops? You thought Jimbo was the big name that was going to save everything and bring you the national championships. Texas A&M leadership, You guys are a disgrace. What a joke you are.
I get it though. Like, it's the most powerful network like out there. The Aggie network does carry some sway.
Oh, they're a cult.
And so if they start their uprising, I could see the Board of Regents going, well, let's back off this a little bit. If they don't want
this.
this.
You know you have the guy. You are in that position of power. You know you have the guy. You make the hire on the guy. Now, if teams don't change their draft picks, when these Philly idiots are booing Donovan McNabb, the Eagles didn't go, you know what? Take it back. Let's rescind the pick. We're going to go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, you get booed. There's going to be unpopular hires. You're supposed to think, I know what I'm doing. I'm in this position for a reason, and not just completely cower and run away from it and reverse course because fan and social media and X.
I'm not just doing the Johnny Manziel sign because it's A&M. I'm doing it because that's what matters to A&M. If you've got boosters, if you've got, A&M money that is telling you, don't do this, you better not do that, and you've already got the money that you have to pay out to Jimbo and everything else.
Was it the boosters or was it Twitter?
I think it was everything.
You tell me the boosters weren't behind or didn't support the Stoops hiring?
I think that it's part of. I think it was just the entire A&M network was pushing back on it, and like I think with good reason. But it is a little cowardly. Like, you're put in that position to make the decisions that you are. But I think it was a bad hire. Now, this is coming from somebody who thought that Sarkisian was an awful hire at Texas, though, and I wouldn't trade Sarkisian right now because he's been good. And so I totally get the uprising, and I think A&M fans are genuinely happier with Elko.
And what did you think of who's that other frat boy y'all had before
Herman?
start? Yeah,
I didn't like Herman. I didn't want Herman.
And Charlie?
I liked the Charlie hire at the time.
So you don't know anything either. Nobody.
Well, I was
knows.
right about Herman. So you can't say I don't know. I'm at least 1 for 3. So, Bama, Eagles, I'll be Aaron Rodgers. I'll be right about one of them.
I want to know what the Aggie fans are thinking. You satisfied now? You traded out Stoops for Elko. And again, I'm not even saying Mike Elko is a bad coach. Choppy knows infinitely more about him than I do. But to just completely change like this, RJ was comparing it to what happened at Tennessee. The fan base forced the leadership, the board, into another decision, and it did not work out.
It's just there's power behind that network at every school, and so if they rise up and they're like, absolutely not, yeah, you do have to have some sort of reaction to it. It is a little awkward though, because if Mark Stoops is telling people, yeah, guys, I'm heading out, I'm leaving. It was nice to know you. And then he has to go right back and go, actually, I'm staying. And I'm going to have to put out a Twitter statement now about how much I'm a Wildcat for life or whatever else. Just puts you in a really weird position and an uncomfortable spot. But look, Mike Elko's done a good job at Duke. Fans like him at A&M. So, I'm sure they're happy with that. But, man, A&M has botched a lot over the last decade.
Is this the reason that Dak Prescott is playing like an MVP the other games that happen around the NFL? And your chance to win Cowboys Seahawks tickets next with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But this is your chance to start that new career again.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Great protection. Throwing it in the right corner of the end zone. Lamb, bobbled, caught, touchdown. There's your turducken.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Shreve, Bobby Bell with you here on your home of America's team. We have a Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway coming up for you. Listening, turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for, starting at 7:20 during the Expressway. The 45-10 win over the Commanders, third most viewed regular season NFL game of all time, peaked at 44 million viewers. Most watched program on any network since Super Bowl. Who wants to do Roman numerals here? Peyton, you have confidence?
Got me.
I know it.
LV11.
That would be 57.
Good job. I think.
That's
Good
right.
job. That is right. Jerry Jones with a weird quote afterwards, Bobby. You were there. I don't know that I've had a day like this, and I'll include them all. I'll put Super Bowls in there. I don't know if I've ever had a better day with the Cowboys than today. When asked if they could win a championship, yes, there are 4 to 5 other teams who could do the same. This team is certainly capable of winning the whole thing. What? What do you mean you put this up there with the Super Bowls?
Look, this is Jerry Poppins, as Mike Fisher has historically called him when he gets
Sipping
like
on
this.
that Jim Irsay juice.
That he is. Look, this is the overly positive. This is the same quote as nobody throws a prettier spiral than Brandon Whedon. This is that quote. This is the same thing from Jerry there. Although maybe he just means because of
that
Dolly.
quote, Whedon makes a lot more sense because of Dolly.
Yeah, maybe it's just Dolly, like her performance and seeing her out there in the Cowboys cheerleader uniform. Maybe
what a great topic that is. I mean, how do you be a hater on that? Props to Dolly.
Yes, Sean. Yes.
Yes, what?
At 77, yes.
I'll take a little sip.
Just saying, even at 77.
My bad.
Yes.
I mean, you got to give her major props for that. I know she was like looking for something to hang on to, they were saying. Jane Slater was some type of breakdown of props that were supposed to be up there, but
they brought her out there in like the Pope Mobile. They brought her out in this little like covered wagon thing that just looked like an extra prop, and so they brought her out to midfield, and we saw her through the smoke like getting ready to come on, and I was like, oh my gosh, she is wearing a Cowboys cheerleader's outfit. And then everybody's like, no, she's not. Where? And then start trying to look down there. We knew Twitter was going to blow up.
Was there a crazy, and Tony Romo too, was there a crazy buzz in the stadium for her? Like of the acts there, where did Dolly rank amongst the hype? And then compare that to the Jack Harlow crushing.
So I
that
didn't
he took.
see the Harlow. Was it bad? Like I heard the chatter about it, but was it really that bad?
You got to go look at the set.
Oh, man.
Oh, gosh. They want him to be Mac Miller so
It
bad.
looked like an igloo with like white paper on the ground or something. It was
Disney
so
on
bad.
Ice is like 50,000 times better than Jack Harlow's halftime set.
It was like 15 yards too. It was like you had this whole field, and it was just Jack Harlow on the right side.
There was a lot of buzz about Dolly. It's funny. JP Finley, who hosts on our sister station 106.7 The Fan in Washington, co-host of your old co-host B Mitch, he was like, hey, is there I remember previous Thanksgiving games, the acoustics aren't great in the press box. Is there a place to like step out and be able to hear Dolly better? So like there was definite interest. Jane was trying her hardest to swing getting like close to Dolly and find her. She was like bribing security people, like, let me know when Dolly's here. And it's like, yeah, we'll help you out. And so
she got shut down.
Yep,
like she does to us when we ask her to come on the show.
She got shut down.
Yeah.
She got shut down there. And so, but no, there was definitely a lot of buzz. And when she stepped out there in that cheerleader uniform, there was a lot of thirsting over Dolly.
And congratulations to new girl dad, Dak Prescott, as his girlfriend announced that they're having a baby together.
Boy,
I thought it was Bobby's at first.
Could you? Oh wait, that I thought you were talking about. I was gonna get a baby, like from my wife. Not that I was carrying Dax.
No, we established you're not getting one.
No, this is it's funny. I'm glad he's playing well. Because if this news would have come out and he was struggling, do you know how much this fan text would have lit up with, well, he's distracted.
Yes.
Baby's coming. He can't focus on football. That's what this is. Instead, we get the reverse. The baby is it has got him locked into dad bod energy, and he's reached another level of consciousness, and that's why he's playing so well. It's because of the baby. So, congratulations to Dak. That's great news.
Dak completed 7 of 12 passes for 189 and 3, targeting vertical routes. He's now thrown 16 touchdowns targeting vertical routes this season, 14 of which have come since week 8, both the most in the National Football League. Mike McCarthy says this current stretch comparable to some of the great stretches Aaron Rodgers had at Lambeau.
Yeah, I mean, these last 6 weeks, it's averaging over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns a game. I mean, he has been fantastic. And so, it's part of it has been that willingness to really hit the seam, really hit the middle of the field. That's where he's become really dangerous right now. And what I'd love to find out, and I don't know that we're going to be able to find this out. I'd love to know, is that Dak saying, I'm going to do this now, or is that just some concerted effort from the team to do? You could definitely tell in this Washington game, we were chatting to some of the Washington beat reporters there during the game. You could tell after the first drive, even though a couple of those throws missed and sailed, it's like they're not scared of this Washington secondary. They are going to throw it in the middle of the field, over the top. They are going to be as aggressive in this game throwing the ball as they've been anywhere. And you can see it on his spray chart, his throw chart. He was taking aggressive shots deep and in the middle of the field. And that's something that we haven't seen a lot of this year. It was something we were asking for earlier, and now they've really leaned into it. And I'd love to know, is that a change? Is that one of the tweaks in the coaching staff? Or is that Dak taking those shots? Steven told us on Friday on G-Bag Nation that it's a little of both, but I don't know which one it actually is.
And Jack Del Rio gets fired afterwards.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people saying, like, well, that seems kind of reactionary. I think they had decided to fire him, I would guess, after the Giants game. But they're on a short week. You can't let somebody go on a 3-day week. You need longer to do that. And so I think that decision was made when you lost that second game and gave up 31 points to an awful Giants team. But
meanwhile, we go around the rest of the NFL as you could kick your feet up, sit back, and enjoy a day of football knowing your team already won. Rest of the league.
From the left hash, from 58 yards away, Matt Amendola. The 58-yard field goal it hits the crossbar and is no good. It hit the crossbar and came back. The field goal is no good.
And I immediately get the text messages from Mike Bassick. Jackson Fraud hangs on to beat the armpit and C.J. Stroud. C.J. almost did it again in the late seconds, but the 58-yarder hits off the middle of the crossbar, bounces backwards. Jags win the big game in the AFC South. They improved to 8-3. 8-3, 5-0 away from Jacksonville. Armpit falls to 6-5. And now look at Jacksonville seeding the AFC right there, stalking Kansas City for the 1 spot.
That 3rd and 10, right before they kicked it with Amendola, Stroud was walking, like kind of running around behind the offensive line for like 10 seconds. He had a ton of time back there. And I'm just surprised, knowing that they were going to kick it, that he didn't just try and scramble, get a few, like get an extra couple yards, either to set up a better 4th down or to get it a little closer. And Matt Amendola now, he's 0 for 5, I think they said, in his career from 50 plus. His career long's 49 yards, and then you have to set it up to where he kicks 58-yarder. He had missed that 50-yarder earlier in the game, and so, just a tough break for Houston. But I'll tell you what, I am definitely, I know we're, however many games in season 11. I think that you would get a sense from a lot of people at this point. Wouldn't you take Stroud right now? As much as that makes Mikey Bassick worked up, would you take Stroud over Lawrence?
Yes.
I think that that's something where we're 11 games into this, and that's a pretty comfortable thing to say.
And my apologies to the Baltimore Ravens. Jacksonville stalking Kansas City and Baltimore, who got the win over, this explosive, dynamic Chargers offense led by Kellen Moore, scoring 10 points last night, losing to Baltimore 20-10.
Look, when you downgrade at quarterback as a play caller, it's hard to to expect a whole hell of a lot more. Look, the Chargers offense has been just fine. They just ran into the buzzsaw that is. I'm glad you gave them the respect. My Baltimore Ravens, the number 1 team in the NFL.
With your guy Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's my guy. I call him LJ.
Other games as we go around the rest of the league. Atlanta over New Orleans. This was a turnover fest from both quarterbacks. The Falcons, Arthur Smith, who you put the hate on, getting it done in the NFC South at 5-6. This is who the Cowboys are looking to play down the road, sitting there with the playoff matchups, the NFC South winner.
Boy, Bijan Sanders, 123 yards from scrimmage, both a rushing and receiving touchdown. As long as Arthur Smith is getting the ball to the prodigy, then we're good.
For the first time in how many games the Pittsburgh Steelers had 400 yards of offense?
I know the answer to this, so I won't cheat. Peyton, how many games do you think it had been since they had 400 yards of offense?
I'm going to go 12.
Way more. 59. 59 games. The Pittsburgh Steelers had not had 400 yards of offense. They fired their offensive coordinator, and they beat the Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals. Joe B, of course, out for the year, and you had a lot of drama surrounding this game. Deontay Johnson and Minkah Fitzpatrick reportedly had to be separated. According to Adam Schefter, Cameron Hayward and TJ Watt had to break up the fight, and then the fumble that Deontay Johnson did not react to yesterday. He said, I didn't see it. I do what I always do. And, man, he's watching this ball. It looked like he was watching this ball just dribble and roll out there on the ground. What is Mike Tomlin going to do about that? All right, let me be RJ. Well, how can you prove he saw it? How can you prove it?
You can't tell.
You can't tell.
You can't tell. I mean, you don't know how good somebody's eyesight is. You don't. Does he have astigmatism? You don't know that. You don't know that he's not able to say. This is, by the way, in that same time frame that the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't gain 400 yards. In that same amount of time, Dak Prescott threw for 400 yards 6 different times.
Wow.
So Dak on his own is just outgained him. One game without Matt Canada, and they pick up that 400 yards, and they outgain a team for the first time this season.
I hate that Pittsburgh is 7-4. I hate them. I cannot stand
these
Pennsylvania teams.
These Pennsylvania frauds,
yes.
The Eagles and the Steelers, both of them should be like 2-9. Both of them.
Meanwhile, is this the hottest team in the NFL? And I say we may have to get our Deshaun Watson apology pads out for this coach.
He brings Mims in motion. He keeps it again, running to the right side. Wilson leaps into the end zone. Touchdown, Denver.
May have to write the apology to Russ and Sean Payton as the Denver Broncos win their 4th straight game. They handle Cleveland. Doesn't have Watson. 29-12. Sean Payton is 6-5, second in the AFC West.
Got a scoregami too. 29-12. We get scoregami here. But look, you know what's funny is this. They've got a better record at this point than the Cincinnati Bengals, which is wild to think about, that Sean Payton has put the Broncos at a higher point than the Bengals. They've got a better record than the Bills right now. That's insane to think about, given that they were, 1-5 or whatever they were a couple weeks back. But see, it's not even that impressive when you watch them. It's not like they look super amazing. It's tough to fathom how they're doing it the way that they're doing it. But Sean Payton, he's going to deserve a lot of credit, and all that smack he talked is deserved if he's able to make this thing come together.
Vegas was up 14-0 on Kansas City, and then the Chiefs exploded. They beat the Raiders 31-17. Chiefs are 8-3. Raiders fall to 5-7, and then tonight, Bears at Vikings, Monday Night Football.
Ugh, yeah, that is gross. That's not a game that. Do we have to watch that one tonight?
Yeah, because we need stuff to talk about tomorrow. What's the line? Pepe, Degenerate.
Oh, let me go Vikings by 4.5.
3.
Damn.
Vikings by 3.
That's what I was gonna guess.
Yeah,
gotta hammer it now.
Yeah. Hammer it. All right, there it is. Recapping your football weekend here on Sean and Bobby. RJ is out for a few more days. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Welcome back to reality after the Thanksgiving break. Even though I'm not seeing a lot of reality out here on 75. How many days are people to get the 8-day break like Choppy? The 8-day work week, just like that. All right, let's hook you up for tuning back in on a Monday, turning it on, leaving it on 105 through the Fan all the time. We want to send you to Cowboys Seahawks, and I have a best and worst of the weekend that started a dinner fight on Saturday, my birthday dinner almost went wrong because of a vacuum. Best and worst of the weekend, and we're sending you to Arlington for Cowboys Seahawks next.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ in just a few minutes. We go commercial.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Go look at this meme that Texas William just made of
don't.
Bobby Doubtfire already put in an interview request to babysit Dak's newborn, and it's got playing the broom here.
Why was I not tagged in this? You trying to hide?
I'm not
Texas
doing it.
William?
Texas William don't hide from nobody. I don't believe. Good morning, Metroplex. Choppy is out for a few days. Sean Shreve, Roberto Belt with you as our Cowboys insider. We got Peyton and Ryan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is going to be a loaded best and worst of the weekend and a Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway. But we need to do the best and the worst of what we missed as well while out for the past few days. Let's start off. My son yesterday was sitting there enduring his father watching 10 straight hours of football, and we thought we had to evacuate the house. Did not know whether his iPad was still on, what was going on. The NFL Red Zone with Scott Hansen with an emergency.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a first in my 20-something year broadcasting career. We have an alarm going off in the studios of NFL Red Zone right now, in our studios here in Inglewood, California. We are being told we need to evacuate the building. We do not know the nature of the emergency. You can probably hear the alarm going right over the top of my right shoulder here, as it is something absolutely unprecedented for us. We have this game.
So what do? They can't skip around. Hansen has to leave as well. Now he comes back, and there needs to be some broadcasting union that goes against these companies, because when we had a fire alarm up here years ago, we still stayed on. It was like, no, it's live and local.
Yeah, it's like we're playing on the Titanic. We're going to go down with the ship.
Yeah, so they're like, all right, we're going to leave on Philadelphia, Buffalo. And I was like, yes, thank goodness, even though I guess I could have just switched on over to CBS. But he eventually came back and he's like, I do not have to leave. Everyone else is evacuating as we follow all these precautions. But there it is, NFL Red Zone for the first time ever put in jeopardy. The first threat, and then the most normal, common threat is the bathroom. Who's got to go pee? As Andrew Siciliano just never did it. And here it was for Scott Hansen with the fire alarm.
Yeah, he was a brave captain there. Now, I will say this. If you're going to just leave on a game, why didn't they two-box it at least? Like, because like you say, I can easily just change the channel. Why don't you multi-box and then go? Is that just too much to ask a guy to press a button?
Dude, I don't like the multi-box. I can't see what's happening. I mean,
on your TV, maybe. your tiny TV.
I know, it doesn't take up half my apartment. I don't like the 3 TVs. I don't like the 4-shot either. I can't tell the 3 different screens. Can you tell when it's split screen? Like, I mean, you can tell, but I'd rather them just kept on Philadelphia. Kansas City Raiders was getting out of hand anyway.
No, I don't like it. It's too much going on. I got to focus on one. Then it's like, it always seems like there's some like play where it's like, oh, I got to see where the ball it is exactly. And it's too much. I don't like it.
Yeah. So that was the fire scare that happened with the NFL Red Zone. All right, Bobby, you get to pick the next best and worst of what we missed. Jim Irsay, oppressed Jim Irsay, or Greg Popovich telling the crowd to stop booing.
Let's go with Irsay.
Oh, I'm surprised you chose the more dangerous topic. This is Jim Irsay.
You think I'm a coward?
Sitting down. I know you are.
You think I'm Sean McDermott?
Yeah, otherwise you talk about the topic I really want you to talk about in best and worst. Jim Irsay sitting down with Andrea Kramer on HBO. Are you kidding me?
The arrest was wrong. I had just had hip surgery and been in the car for 45 minutes. And what, they asked me to walk the line? Are you kidding me? I can barely walk at all. And
so you're saying you couldn't walk because you'd had the hip surgery, not because you were on any kind of painkillers?
I mean, I'm not saying that. It's a fact.
So why did you plead to the misdemeanor?
Just to get it over with. Look, I am prejudiced against because I'm a rich white billionaire. If I'm just the average guy down the block, they're not pulling me in. Of course not.
Do you know what it's going to sound like if people hear you say they're prejudiced against a rich white billionaire?
I don't care what it sounds like. It's the truth. I could give a damn what people think, how anything sounds or sounds like. The truth is the truth, and I know the truth.
Man, he's a hero. Like, standing up for the oppressed like this. Like, Jim Irsay, you are... I have a lot of
Respect for him?
I have a lot of respect for his just willingness to say whatever, and that's where the respect ends.
This is the next Dan Snyder if I'm other NFL owners. And do we dare ask this to Jerry tomorrow?
I mean, planting drugs on him doesn't work, so I don't know what else. Like what are you supposed to do? The guy, he's untouchable. He's in the upper quartile of untouchable owners.
What do you mean planting?
I'm just joking that clearly you couldn't plant anything on him and get him out because he's a rich white billionaire he's overcome so much.
And Chris Russo and them were commenting on this on First Take, and he called out the woman that was on there. He's like, whatever your name was before these other guys talked, and then it came across as a little bit insensitive.
A little, you think?
And he's like, I'm gonna sue the hell out of y'all because they were talking about the alcohol, the substances, the drugs, the pills, all the things that have gone along with Jim Irsay. Look, he was very outspoken in getting Dan Snyder out. And to me, he's the next Dan Snyder. If I'm another NFL owner, I'm viewing him as a gigantic risk.
Is that because you are prejudiced against rich white billionaires and you're trying to get him out?
All right, so let's ask the stupid question. Do we think that, obviously you compare it to people who are actually, oppressed and, deal with prejudice and targeted? Do we think that billionaires will be picked on by a police officer randomly for a traffic stop? Or I'm going to wait for Jim Irsay to leave this restaurant or bar.
I think it's more likely that if somebody's a Colts fan, they were prejudiced against him for ruining that football team is what it's more likely. I don't think anybody...
He sounded like he wasn't fully cognitive during that interview. He sounded like he was off during that. And I think we have to ask Jerry tomorrow at 8:30, what do you think of Jim Irsay's comments?
Oh, yeah. No, we absolutely need to ask him about that. And just ask him, Jerry, when have you experienced this prejudice in your life?
I'll let you handle that.
Do you want me to, maybe we have Peyton ask that question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Throw it to me.
Yeah, Peyton's really good about that.
Man, this guy, imagine him running your football team. He's in charge of this. Now, people are like, oh, you are a hand-me-down kid because you got to remember who his father is. His father was arguably the most hated man in the history of the National Football League.
We got a couple different opinions here. 214, why is the rich white billionaire driving himself after hip surgery to begin with?
Right.
817, he's not lying. He's a high-profile arrest. Any average Joe gets let go or a ride home. Another 817, it is true that a lot of billionaires get hate because they have so much money. So there's some sympathy for Jim Irsay here from some folks on the truckrack.com fan text. I have none.
I think we need to separate. We need. It's very hard. We need to try to separate whether there could be any truth in what he's saying versus people who actually deal with, real life issues like this, especially minorities, especially black people, people who actually deal with it. Pulled over, targeted for absolutely zero reason. We need to try to separate it if we can on, would a billionaire get targeted from someone who wants to make a name for themselves? I don't know.
Do you know the name of the arresting officer?
I do not.
They didn't make a name for themselves. What did they gain from this?
I pulled over Irsay. I got him.
Among the guys, among the fellas, I don't understand what he thinks somebody's gaining from doing this.
I think James Dolan is actually better than Jim Irsay.
Ooh.
I think I'd rather have James Dolan as an owner in my league than having this guy. This guy is...
Dolan uses facial recognition to target people and remove them from the arena. I don't know. That's another level.
I get terrified that Irsay would say something about my league because this guy is a loose cannon.
Here's what I will say is...
his Twitter account, he went on these rants after. I'm like, this is Kanye. This is Kanye-esque what he's doing on social media.
Here's what I could see as being a possibility is that it could be something relatively small, and if you looked at it and you got somebody who's just being super idealistic and going, well, I can't let him go because then that looks like I'm giving him privilege, that then maybe you accidentally get targeted in that sense, like that he gets a harder, like he gets more harshly criticized because somebody wants to make sure they look above reproach,
right?
And that they're not giving him a break. That then maybe but you know what? That's so small in the grand scheme of things, especially relative to everything else Jim Irsay has done throughout his very public life, that I don't think it's worth even mentioning. It's not. If I heard
this was idiotic. It was totally idiotic, and I've been waiting for him to come out with a statement to retract it or clarify it. I have not seen that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. From everything we know about Jim Irsay, he has no apologies within him.
Play it one more time, Peyton. He actually said this on HBO. Andrea Kramer knew. Look, man, sometimes you set up an interview and you're like, this is about to go viral no matter what. It happened.
The arrest was wrong. I had just had hip surgery and been in the car for 45 minutes. And they asked me to walk the line? Are you kidding me? I can barely walk at all.
And so you're saying you couldn't walk because you'd had the hip surgery, not because you were on any kind of painkillers?
I mean, I'm not saying that. It's a fact.
So why did you plead to the misdemeanor?
Just to get it over with. Look, I am prejudiced against because I'm a rich white billionaire. If I'm just the average guy down the block, they're not pulling me in. Of course not.
Do you know what it's going to sound like if people hear you say they're prejudiced against a rich white billionaire?
I don't care what it sounds like. It's the truth. I could give a damn what people think, how anything sounds or sounds like. The truth is the truth, and I know the truth.
Okay, what do you say you're the Colts PR person right after that? Irsay gets up, you're standing there, or you get the phone call like, how'd it go? What do you say? What do you say back to him? What is Tad over at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco saying to Jim Irsay, the Jerry PR guy? I want you to ask Tad when you go out there, be like, what would you have said? What do you say right after that to the guy who's technically your boss, but you're in charge of public relations? That's the worst PR job in sports, I believe, is Jim Irsay's PR guy.
Yeah, you just go like, it went exactly how you'd expect a Jim Irsay interview to go. Like, I mean, they've got to at this point just anticipate when he's sitting down and doing something that something will be said that will not be good, which is why I don't understand why do you even sit him down in front of anybody at this point. I would probably just have some sort of policy, but again, you're limited because that guy's technically your boss.
Yeah.
Is that you would have to recommend strongly that we don't do any more of these sit downs. They're
out to get you, Jim.
Yep. That's what you got to do. You got to sell it as like, buddy, it's the prejudice of being a rich white billionaire. You can't let them twist your words. You're going to need to sit back.
All right. Then you got this audio. I just could not let this go. Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers are in San Antonio, and the crowd is booing Kawhi. The way he left there. The mystery. Was it a medical issue? Well, did he just want to live in California? Did he want to be around his family? And an all-time eye-roll moment with Greg Popovich getting on the mic.
And Kawhi with 8 points tonight, 3 of 5 from the floor.
Excuse me for a second.
Pops on the mic.
Stop all the booing, let these guys play. It's got no class. It's not who we are. Knock off the booing.
Pop telling the fans to lay off Kawhi Leonard, but that's not San Antonio.
Good for you, Spurs. Are you the one who hates Pop?
I think Pop gets a little too much credit.
Okay, good. Then you're the perfect co-host for today. This is
today.
Just today. Just this next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is so soft, and this is so lame, and this may taint my Greg Popovich thinking moving forward, as I've defended and supported him, have some respect for a lot of the things that he said and done. This was so freaking and good for the Spurs fans. Props to you, Spurs fans. First time we've ever said this on the show for booing even louder on the second free throw and immediately after. Get it the hell out of here, Greg. What a freaking lame-o.
Here's the biggest problem with Greg Popovich is that
we're better than this.
That's the thing. He thinks.
Shut up.
He thinks he looks down on everyone, including their fans. Like he is from such a moral high ground with everyone.
Yes.
That it shouldn't surprise any fan that they're getting lectured in the middle of a game by Greg Popovich for this, which is totally fair that the fans wanted to boo him after everything they went through.
And it's different, right? It's different when booing Shaq or Kobe during the Duncan years, right? It wasn't a player who played for you. Steve Kerr is going to create an all-time sports topic for the rest of the week. He said booing should be selective. I think there should be a general rule that if a guy helps your franchise win a championship, he should never be booed in your building. Other people, fair game.
Who are former players in Dallas who you would say Dallas area fans are justified in booing them? Like DeMarco Murray. Was DeMarco Murray a justifiable boo?
No, the Cowboys got rid of him.
And they didn't want to. That's why I think there's like a little bit of difference. I'm trying to think of somebody who just forced their way out.
DeAndre Jordan.
Yeah, DeAndre Jordan was absolutely
But
worth it.
someone who won a championship. Dude, this is part of the magic of sports.
Deion got booed when he returned with Washington. He got booed pretty heavily.
Yeah. Come on, man. Steve Kerr and Greg Popovich, and I know that they're kind of, attached at the hip anyway, socially, but it's too lame, a lame statement and a lame act. You disagree? What do you think?
No, I agree. Yeah, I'm tired of the whole, let Greg Popovich slide. These interviews are the real frustrating thing for me, how he still goes on with the bit with the reporters.
It's not a bit. He's just an ass.
Yeah, he is an ass.
That's what it is. He's an ass, and people let him be an ass.
Yeah.
It's the privilege of being a rich white billionaire.
He's a more charming Bobby Knight like Tony La Russa.
Is he charming? I don't think he's charming.
He can be charming.
I think he's smart. I think he's smart, and then when he wants to be funny, he can be funny. But people have mistaken.
You know what you should worry about, Coach? You should worry about stopping your team's 12-game losing streak, and not fumbling the rookie year of the next LeBron James in Wembanyama.
Boy, we got a lot of texts from people saying who they would boo coming back or who deserved it. Cole Beasley from the 214, Ian Kinsler from the 817, Josh Hamilton from the 214.
But here's the problem. It has to be a player who helped you win a title.
Ken Norton and Emmitt Smith were names that came in. Emmitt got booed coming back.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Emmitt, remember when he left, he said, I felt like I was a diamond surrounded by trash. And Ken Norton got booed because that was viewed as traitorous that he bolted for San Francisco.
Right. And that's fair. It's sports. It's fun.
Jason Kidd gets booed. He won a championship with the Mavericks.
Well, he's their current coach. He is their current coach. So those are some of the things that we miss, best and worst of the week and the weekend here on Sean and RJ.
Did Tyson Chandler get booed when he came back? He got celebrated, didn't he?
Yeah, celebrated.
Okay, yeah.
I don't remember him getting booed.
Yeah, I didn't think you did.
Who did he come back with?
New York. He had won the title, then he bolted for New York the next offseason.
All right, back to Around the NFL at 8 o'clock on your home of America's team. Right now, let's hook up the Tolos. They've waited long enough. Cowboys, Seahawks, ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. Hit it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call on number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Seattle Seahawks at AT&T Stadium on Thursday, November 30th, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, congrats to the Tolo who wins that. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt will be there. Right now, you are here in the Expressway, commercial-free every morning for 40 minutes. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All right, let us know how it went at your Thanksgiving table. Were you throwing yeast at each other like Peyton's family?
Did it give you an infection?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com text line. I'll start off. Had a birthday dinner on Saturday. Thank you for attending, Roberto.
Thank you for inviting me.
With your wife. We had fun. I thought it was a good
What I
time.
remember, yeah.
Yeah. So Bobby was trying to pressure me. It was a final. We had already taken a shot at the bar. Then we came back, and it was a final drink at dinner. And I was like, whatever he has. Whatever he's ordering. What did you order?
Buffalo Trace.
Buffalo Trace. And I could tell in sipping this, I started off with a sip. I'm like, oh, this will get me through the next 30 minutes. I think
I ordered doubles.
They were large. I don't really remember, but I was like, I can slow sip this. I like sipping on some of those liquors anyway. And Bob was like, just shoot it. Just shoot it. Come on, it's your birthday. And we were going to have drinks downstairs afterwards. What happened to you afterwards?
Well, okay, so I think context is needed here. First, I ordered a cocktail when we were sitting there.
As we all had?
I had a couple beers earlier.
Okay, we all had.
Okay, and then I took the shot of tequila, like we all had. Then what happened was I shot the double, and Sandler refused to drink his and was like, you take it.
Oh.
And I went, okay, and I drank it. And then John, the other gentleman there, who apologized to me profusely for his criticism of Dak Prescott over the years, John also didn't want to drink his, and when I tried to give it to you, you were like, "I'm just sipping this. I'm not even going to take that one." And then I couldn't just leave it sitting on the table. I was like, "All right,
wait,
fine."
you took both their extras?
Yes.
No, I had to have been fine with taking one.
You didn't.
You didn't take both.
Or you poured half of it. I think you took half of it. But either way, I drank about 4 times as much Buffalo Trace as you had in your cup, and I drank it all in 2 minutes.
All right, that is important.
And then I went back downstairs. And then you were challenging my manhood and saying, like, this guy, John, he could drink you under the table. And I went, give me a double vodka soda. And I chugged that. And then I quickly realized I've made a massive mistake. And they were like, do you want any more drinks? I was like, no, I don't.
You realized it at the bar?
As soon as I pounded the double vodka soda, I was like, uh-oh, this isn't good. Like, I knew it was going to go sideways because I don't know if you could tell, I was talking slower. I was not
definitely talking louder.
According
to my wife. My wife is not the best sober person to have in those instances. She was my DD.
I had my feelings very hurt by Amanda at this dinner.
Peyton, you got to hear this. You got to hear how Bobby's soul was absolutely crushed while we were sitting down talking.
We were a couple months ago, Peyton. We were several months ago now. We were out at the Adam Sandler thing, and I had mentioned there. We were talking about how the show had been going. It's like, yeah, we're all kind of finding our rhythm, blah 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 blah. And then I was like, Amanda was like, yeah, you guys have been good. Y'all are doing a good job. I was like, look, the only thing that matters is just I want to know that you think I'm funnier than Chop, and that's all I said. And she just we chuckled about it. But she did not chuckle. And I was like, And that has stuck with me for months. And so as soon as I had a couple cocktails, I was like, I'm bringing this back up. I need clarification because I know the answer and I just need to know it. And I said, you know what? A couple months ago, I brought this up. And Sean goes, I'm glad you're bringing this up, which means it seems like you've discussed this before.
No, I had no idea you were hanging on to it.
But but it seems like you knew her opinion already. And you were glad I was bringing it up.
Okay.
I was like, you think I said this and you did not answer, which means you think Chop is funnier than me. And she just goes like, I don't think any of y'all are funny.
Yeah.
I was like, God,
that hurts worse.
I was like, but you do think Chop's funnier. And she's like, just shrugs her shoulders. I'm like, I went home and was drunk texting
me,
Sean, the entire time. I'm going like, I'm never making another joke again.
And if there was a poll question on who's funnier, Choppy would probably he would probably be tops on the show in terms of results.
Probably.
Right? I mean, when you don't
He's
have
been around
any,
longer. I mean,
that has nothing to do with funny.
Started at the same time.
Funny's funny. And so that's just, that hurts to know that. And it, I was drunk and soberly texting Sean the next day. Just like, this is pretty much going to ruin everything.
That crushed him. It crushed him.
It hurt. I sat there the rest of the time drunkenly just like, yeah, I guess, Amanda just doesn't think I'm funny. And she's like, I don't.
She also didn't.
Just cold-blooded assassin about it.
She also didn't enjoy this aspect of the dinner, and I need the Tolos on this. And I feel free to discuss this with the majority of men listening. So I asked Tolos to help me figure out whether Roombas are worth it. All right, we've been talking about this for a while. Roombas have been out. The self-cleaning vacuum. Got a lot of great feedback and advice, so I ordered one. And I was planning on that being one of her Christmas gifts. Well, I'm talking about this with another couple at the table, trying to not let her hear it because this is a surprise Christmas gift. And the other wife at the table looked at me with daggers in her eyes saying, that's not a Christmas gift. You don't give your wife a vacuum as a present. And I'm like, look, I got like a 50% deal off this thing. This was like a $600 gift that ends up getting cut down, and I may have even got more money off of it, but it's a $600 present listed price. And the debate then launched at the table on whether this is a legitimate gift that you can give. I think your wife was against me. The other wife, Taylor, was against me. And I continue to argue. It's like getting guys tools. So if you get me a tool set for Christmas, should I be offended? What, you expect me to fix everything? Why do I have to get the cabinet straight? Why do I have to go ahead and twist this nut and bolt? And I was like, okay, so
twist this nut.
I'm doing something that's helping and easing your weekly and monthly burden. Can that not qualify as a gift?
Why is it her burden? Why isn't it?
Because those are the.
Why isn't it your shared burden?
Because those are the household duties and responsibilities we have. My job is to work and make the money, and her job is to take care of the home and the child when I don't want to deal with it.
I love that I'm rubbing off on
Those
you.
are the gender roles. I mean, sorry, those are our. Sorry, I just joking. Those are our husband-wife roles. That's what it is.
Chancel.
I give her the opportunity all the time. I said, "Do you wanna go back to the workforce? Do you want to go back to 9 to 5?" She's like, "No."
I'll trade Kristen. She can go back to the workforce. I'll be the stay-at-home dad. I'll be the bonbons on the couch. I missed this conversation. I think this was when I was talking about Sandler's fake pickle allergy, and so I had missed this conversation. I heard you guys talking about a Roomba somehow, but I will say this. So
now I have to get like another Christmas gift because the cat's out of the bag because it doesn't qualify as a gift, even though it's this $500 Roomba that I did not pay $500 for. But I got this nice thing that I thought she'd be like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much." I'm alleviating and taking this painstaking task off of her plate, and it doesn't count.
I
didn't get you sponges.
I would have asked you if you would have said like, "Hey, this is what I'm doing." I would have just said, is she going to be cool with that? I would have, I think it's fine. And if she thinks it's fine, that's fine. But I'm saying that I remember the giant controversy, the social argument that it started when you remember Peloton had that commercial.
Yes.
Get your girl a Peloton for Christmas. It's like, my boyfriend got me this and I love it so much. And it became this thing of like, what? So her Christmas present is lose weight?
Right.
Like, look better for me?
Right.
And so just knowing the climate in which that took place, I would just say,
I don't care.
Is Amanda on that? Was Amanda upset about the Peloton commercial? If she was not, then you're probably safe.
I don't
She
care
was upset about it.
I don't care about climate off this show.
Okay. But knowing the climate and knowing how did Amanda think of that commercial?
She did not take offense.
Then you're fine. But I would have said,
well, she clearly doesn't think that this is a great gift.
Did she join in on that? I thought Taylor had taken that side and that Kristen was on that. So Kristen,
no, Amanda is like, it's not a gift. It's for us. It's something for both of us. And I'm like, yeah, but you're normally the one who vacuums and sweeps and keeps our house in pristine condition. So I'm getting this for you, not to have to do. And it does not appear that I'm winning the battle. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. How are the Tolos voting, Pepe?
It's close to 50-50. I think it's more 60-40 on Sean's side, though. 972 Sean right again. 817, I don't see an issue here. The 443 says don't ever buy your wife cleaning supplies, which my thing is it's not
like a Christmas gift.
Right. As a Christmas gift. But it's not like you bought a literal vacuum that she has to push around. It's an automatic one.
Yeah.
You're helping out the household.
Yeah.
It's not like you said, hey, here's a vacuum. Now you can do it better than you did before.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to think of another gift in this category that could be debated like this. Is tools the exact opposite for the guy's side?
I don't know that there is one.
Well, what about a washer and dryer? Is that the same? I mean, it's a little different. If you bought a washer, it's like, oh, go clean my clothes better.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, I mean, if we had the old washboard system, that might be a good comparison. But I mean, the
washer and dryer is a great one.
But the washer and dryer has been the washer and dryer. For Kristen would ask for something like this. I don't think she'd ask for the little Roomba. She didn't she had known somebody who had one, and she thought, I guess, that it didn't. She wasn't impressed with it, was the thing. And so that's why she would be against it. But she would ask for something like this.
If you got her a $300 Roomba,
if I got her
as a gift or as a Christmas gift wrapped up, would she like it or appreciate it?
If she liked the Roomba to begin with, if she liked that, yes.
There you go.
If I bought her a super expensive vacuum, she'd like that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Whereas I would if
what if I got you this magic mop? That just went around the house on its own and you'd have to push it. Isn't that a great gift for you? Or am I setting back?
I mean, yeah, because it's meant to make your life easier, right? Hey, this is something like I got you. I mean, if Kristen were to buy, but see, I guess that's the thing is that it's you're buying me something that's not fun. Right. I want fun for Christmas. I guess that's how you view. Are you somebody who views gifts as you prefer practical or fun?
Alyssa ordered my own for my Christmas gift from my husband because boyfriend deal was, okay, maybe Black Friday deal. Okay, got a husband and a boyfriend thrown in there. I think this is good. So there it is. I get the female support from Alyssa on social media. I appreciate that.
Ooh, 979 says the guy's comparison is a new lawnmower.
Yeah. Okay, so if I
would you like a new lawnmower? If she got you a new lawnmower, would you be like, yes?
Well, if I cut the grass, I would appreciate it. But Pepe
got a service.
But Pepe, best and worst of the weekend.
So I finally showed my girlfriend my gambling addiction.
Oh,
well, okay, come on, we can't talk about that 7:50 in the morning. Yeah, no, I took her up to Choctaw Casino in Oklahoma with some friends. We wanted to go. We want to make a Saturday weekend trip, so we went up there all day Saturday, and once again.
You took her to the casino.
I did, and she was so against it. She did not want to go, and I said, please, my friends really want you to go. And she was like, no, they don't. They don't want me to go. They barely know me. It's like, well, okay, I lied a little bit, but come on, like, go up there. Like, I'll have more fun if you're up there. We can drink and have fun, because she won't gamble. She'll take 20 bucks up there, but she doesn't gamble.
God.
Yeah, so I went up there, and
decision.
I've gone, I think, 3 times to a casino since we've been seeing each other, and I've lost every single time. Have not won. My 3-game losing streak is since we've dated, and so I blamed her. And she said, yeah, okay, you can blame me. I just won't go anymore. I was like, no, you got to go. But yeah, I was down bad.
So she's causing you to lose money by jinxing your gambling, and you're having to spend more money because you're in a relationship now. So this is just a black hole of finances for you.
Yeah, something's got to give.
You haven't even bought a $500 Roomba yet.
Right. Do I give up, the girlfriend, the gambling? That's what we're.
So did she just stand at the table and watch you gamble?
She went because so my other friends, we all brought like our girlfriends or fiancés to some of them. And so they just went and got drinks and she bought me a couple drinks. So I took that as a win. I was fine with it, but yeah, she just stood there. We went and played some slots for a little bit, played $100 so in slots, but
wow,
yeah.
So she didn't have a blast.
Well, when she got drinking, she was more fun after she got the drinks. So, but yeah, she did not. She not gambling. She knew I was miserable because I had lost, but I was done after a couple hours, and I was just having fun, so it was fine.
Will she go back? I told you not to take her.
I know. I don't think she would make the plans to go back. I would have to make the plans and make it like a special occasion.
He doesn't listen to any advice we give him. Ever.
Nope.
That's not.
And Tiffany Gomez came in here last week and told you to listen to us more.
And she said she liked Olive Garden.
She said the Olive Garden thing. But the other stuff, she was like, yeah, you cheap ass. Like, order some queso.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I ordered queso with Mackenzie. She didn't eat it on our first date, and we're together. So
did you? How much did you lose?
Just 300. But I was down.
Just 300.
A Roomba.
I could have
bought a Roomba.
It was her Christmas presents, but
just 300, and she watched all this.
Yes.
See, the other stupid thing you did, you showed her that you could have $300 to lose when that could have been on her person. That could have been a purse. That could have been some shoes. That could have been some clothes. That could have been the gift. So now you've showed her you're a degenerate. Mm-hmm. You had her standing there. She doesn't even gamble. You showed her that you can have disposable income like that. So you've just raised the bar and increased the price amount for what you have to buy her.
Yeah. Well, it was our 1 month yesterday. So congrats to us. And,
what did you do?
Did you just congratulate yourself?
Well, it was funny. We were actually on our way back from the casino at midnight. So it was kind of like, I was like, oh, I took you to the casino for a 1 month, and she was not happy about that.
Yeah. By the way, I just looked it up. Queso at Chili's is $9.79. And you are like, I can't spend on that, but I can get $300 and light it on fire at Choctaw.
2 more reasons to absolutely hate Filthy and that lucky win over Buffalo. That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby. I almost said Sean and Barbie. See,
geez.
I'm not against gender stuff. See, I'm going to call him Barbie. That's next on The Fan.
Say you don't mind if we keep playing this, do you? WSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3 receivers left. Now Swift goes in motion. Hurts on a quarterback draw. He's at the 5. He's in. Touchdown. The Eagles win. Hurts does it again.
Oh my God.
Hurts does it again.
Are you kidding me?
He's amazing. And the Eagles are 10-1. This team doesn't know how to lose.
Oh my goodness. This ruined Sunday Night Football for me. I did not want to watch, even though it was great to see Kellen Moore's offense make Bobby look stupid in scoring 10 points against the Baltimore Ravens. I dropped a massive F-bomb when that 59-yard field goal was freaking kicked. And Jim Nantz had built me up like, oh my gosh, this is tough for Tony Romo. This is nearly impossible. They're just going backwards. I was so happy. Jason Kelsey was making cowboy-like stupid mental mistakes. And Jalen Hurts ends up winning it with the walk-off touchdown, his 5th of the game. The Eagles survive again. Bobby, this was the 4th straight week that they went into halftime trailing and then got the W. 4th straight week.
That's lucky. That is not sustainable. You can't do that consistently. It's going to catch up to them. They are the 2022 Vikings. That was a take that I originated. Yeah, I tagged you in the post. There was somebody, one of the guys from like Football Guys or PFF had said similarly, made the same thing. I'm starting a movement here that this is the 2022 Vikings.
Well, I think Tolo Chris Navarre, which by the way, disagreeing with me on my vacuum take, you traitor. I think you need to make a separation here. The way that the games are ending up is very Viking-like in terms of the comebacks. You're not saying that the Eagles team is the same quality as the Vikings team, because I'm losing football respect.
No. They're better. They're better than Minnesota last year. What I'm saying is they're this year's version in that they're not as impressive as their record says. Yeah. They should have lost like 3 games this year that they haven't, and there's nothing about them that's incredibly impressive.
But
they would whoop on that Vikings team from last year.
Okay. That's
it'd be their only impressive victory of the year if they played that Vikings team, because they don't win. Like, they struggled by against Washington twice. They struggled against New England. They've struggled the last couple of weeks. Like you said, 4 weeks in a row of them trailing at halftime. Dallas, I argue, played better. I don't think Dallas is a better team. I don't think you can say that right now, but they played better against them in Philly than Philly did. And they've got the loss to the Jets. They lost to Zach Wilson. That's pretty brutal.
Okay. The Cowboys also the Arizona Cardinals.
It's Josh Dobbs. It's different. That guy's good. Zach Wilson is not good.
And you think that Philadelphia is a more dangerous playoff threat than the Vikings were last year? Which you have to. If you said Philadelphia would whoop up on Minnesota.
In that sense that they're better, sure. But I think neither one. I would never think either one of them are going to win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
I don't think this team's got a shot to win a Super Bowl. This particular Eagles
team.
They
last
do
year's
have
team
a
could.
Shot
last year's because team of could. The conference. The overriding factor in the National Football League this year, whatever team is good, they're good in part because there's no great team.
Let me see.
Kansas City's not great. San Francisco has shown flaws. Like, who's the second best team in the NFC, Bobby?
Philly.
Okay, so I'm just saying because of the flaws and because of the weakness throughout the league, they do have a chance. Just like the Cowboys do have a better chance to get to the Super Bowl than I thought they had 5 or 6 weeks ago.
Here are the playoff teams right now.
Because the NFL's weak.
Here are the playoff teams, and I'm just curious. We'll go down the list, and I'm not saying that I would pick against Philly and all these because I wouldn't. But I'm just saying I want to go down the list and see which teams you think would. Seattle versus Philly. Who would you pick?
Philly.
Atlanta.
But I don't rule out that Seattle could maybe give them a tough game.
Sure. Yeah. Atlanta.
Philly.
Okay. Minnesota.
Philly.
Dallas. Dallas is playing better football right now.
Yeah, I would probably lean towards coin flip.
Detroit.
I'd pick Philadelphia, but a little bit more of a threat than Seattle would be to the Eagles.
San Francisco.
So
San Francisco is the only one that you'd pick above Philadelphia right now. For sure, for certain. Do you think the other ones could give them a hard time? Or in Dallas's case, it'd be a 50-50 game?
Yes.
All right, and that's last year. I think that if you run down this list, we're probably picking Philly in all of them.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that there's definitely, it is not just the fact that their record is the same or they're the best, record in football or whatever else does not speak to the quality of this team right now, which is they are not as good as they were last year. And I don't think they're the best team in the NFC. I think San Francisco.
Yeah, but they're number 2. If they're number 2,
they're number 2, and like you said, and
you're acting like that's the end of the world.
I think it's number 2 because you can't claim Detroit has struggled in recent weeks. If Detroit didn't have the struggles they did, I'd have Detroit ahead of them. Dallas is a team that right now, as soon as Dallas gets through this stretch, we might be able to say Dallas is better, but we don't know right now through the end of this stretch. I just think that when you look at this, is that I would take several AFC teams and San Francisco for sure over them, whereas last year they were consistently top 3 or whatever. And this year you can't say that about them, I don't think.
And again, it comes down to, intangibles just finds a way to win. They're champions or setting themselves up for an even bigger fall when it happens in the postseason.
By the way, that officiating, which was so awful yesterday, as we've mentioned earlier, I was listening to SiriusXM. I had to go swap out my equipment for my internet since we're moving, which then when I got home and plugged it all in, none of it worked. And they're like, well, we got to send a tech out to you, so I'm going to have to deal with that today. Hopefully my email gets to you on time today, Sean.
Yeah.
But we were...
I missed the days of Choppy's 10:30 a.m. emails before the rest of the sports happened during the day.
Yeah, hey, if you got to pick one. I was driving back, and so the first few minutes of the game I had on...
He's driving to school right now, so I know he's listening.
I had SiriusXM on, and I was listening to it had the Eagles call, was the version of it. So it's generally the home team. So I was listening to it, and they were coming out of the break, and Merrill Reese and whoever else is on that call, I don't remember, was talking about, we saw something interesting coming out of when the defense got on the field. Fletcher Cox went up and shook the hands of each official out there. And they were like, I kind of like that. Maybe the Eagles will actually get some calls now. As if the Eagles are just routinely slighted by officiating.
You know, this makes us all sound whiny, though.
I don't give a damn. It's the truth. Everybody yesterday was on Twitter, like, people who had no rooting interest in the game. People on Twitter go like, geez, the Bills are getting shafted here. This isn't good.
Yeah.
I mean, Romo was, and I get it, Romo's a former Cowboy, so people are going to say that's what it is. But Romo, you could hear a couple times, it's like,
he never does that either.
Yeah.
He never does that. And now Buffalo is 10th in the AFC.
Did you see Romo getting absolutely destroyed, though, for his comment about the field goal?
No.
Peyton, did you tweet about that as well? About Romo and the field goal? I thought you were one of those who did.
I don't think I did.
So somebody else did, is that there were several people tweeting that, I guess Romo had said something like, well, a field goal ties it, and it said something about that while the Bills were up or down 4. And so some people were like, is he saying if the Bills score a touchdown, then the Eagles will be able to tie it? What is it? But I saw Quincy Avery, the quarterbacks coach for several different guys, Deshaun Watson, Josh Dobbs, guys like that. He said pretty directly after that, he tweeted, he said, Romo is probably the worst analyst in the game right now. And I was like, wow, now that's a take.
I don't know if I
people have pivoted on him so hard.
I don't know if I agree with that. Why is he the worst? It seems like he's toned down the
I think it's because just the things like that. Like, he does say occasionally some things that's like, what do you mean a field goal ties it? It does not. What are you talking about?
Well, he
Tony?
doesn't occasionally say things like that. I haven't heard
Not that specific one, but I'm saying there's missteps like that where people are like, that's not right. Why did he just say that?
And I feel like he's probably, it feels like people are putting Olsen number 1. He's new. He gets a little generic sometimes. But I feel like Tony has the clock management stuff figured out the most.
Yes.
Like when he was talking about 7 seconds and this and
he was great yesterday when he was talking about, like, all right, you're good. You don't have to take a timeout yet. Because Romo, as a player, was always great in those situations. Romo, like, knew how to pace a 2-minute drive and knew exactly when to call a timeout, when to get up to the line.
When to tell Garrett, just stop talking.
Exactly.
I'm going to do this.
And so he had mentioned, he was like, when you get down to 45 seconds, that's when you need to use your timeout. And then they weren't, and they were kind of dragging the clock. And he's like, okay, I don't know. I'd have a little bit of urgency here. Then you get the false start. Which, by the way, the Eagles lucked out on what felt like some bad clock management from Sirianni at the end of that fourth quarter. When they were left with no timeouts left, and you're talking about, okay, if you catch a ball and get tackled in the middle of the field, you're doing an emergency rush onto the field to kick a 55-yarder in the rain.
So 2 more reasons to hate Philadelphia. You see that little punk-ass kid before? The video that's gone viral in the parking lot.
Yeah, I saw that. It was clever. I mean, it's a kid, but yeah, no, I mean, it's typical Philly.
He's wearing an Eagles jersey. He goes up to this Bills fan to shake his hand, and the Bills fan sticks his hand out like a gentleman, and then this little punk kid throws him the middle finger. Just pops him with it.
Yeah, that's clearly parent. Go up there. shake his hand. I'll record
I'll
you.
record you from behind.
Go shake it and like then throw him up the middle finger.
Fingers snapped off.
That's great parenting there in Philadelphia. It's a wonder they have the crime rate they do.
And now afterwards, Shaq Lawson confronting Eagles fans. The NFL is investigating whether he shoved one of them.
Somebody shoved somewhat. Now, see, I get like there's a line.
Like 3 Bills players went up to these fans.
There's a line like we can't have malice at the palace, everything else, but fans get a little too comfortable sometimes in these scenarios and think I can just say.
What you're trying to say and what you want to say is that some of them should get popped. Hit.
Some people, some people deserve to realize there's a line, and if you cross it, you need to expect consequences. But that's a tough thing to do because you also can't have, like I said, these malice at the palace instances or full on assaults. But there's got to be security has to step in and start taking people like that out earlier before it gets to that point. Like there's got to be consequences for it.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Chop you out for a few more days. Some other things around the NFL. Aaron Rodgers could return to practice as early as next week and is targeting December 24th as a potential return to the field, according to Ian Rappaport. And you agree with RJ's idol, Mike Francesa.
I do. Because Francesa had said, he's like, if he comes back and he gets hurt, they will be the laughing stock of the NFL. Like that you brought him back behind this offensive line with essentially nothing to play for. And this has reached a point where it's like, the Jets have to learn something that the Packers didn't learn until way too late, and they tried to enforce it too late, and it didn't work out. You got to be able to tell Aaron Rodgers, no, dude. Like, no. And he's got to learn to accept that, because right now, the Jets have kowtowed to everything he's wanted the entire time, and now they're genuflecting at something like this, where it's like, man, this is a serious potential like career risk.
And they're 4-7. I bet that they should be quietly hoping that they lose another game or two.
Gosh, you could throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. Wouldn't Aaron love that?
Yeah. And I'd love if you almost didn't say an SH word that I thought I would have to dump right here. So if the record's 4-9 and you're Robert Saleh, and you already might be on a hot seat, and Rodgers is like, I'm playing, I want to play. What do you do? What do you realistically do? And you're the owner, Woody Johnson. And everything is roses and flowers between everyone right now. He's in love.
We got to give me love and kisses.
I'd be like, dude. And if you're Saleh, right, and Rodgers rips off 4 straight, goes 3-1 to close the season, that might save your job. What do you do? I know the best thing, we all know what it is. What do you tell him? You shut him down?
Yeah, you can't. And because I think Saleh's going to get a pass as quarterback got hurt. What were you supposed to do? Like, I think that's where he's at. And so I think he's getting a pass anyway. I don't think he needs him to save his job. But, man, I don't know why Aaron is so, like this is irrational confidence to believe that he can come back just like, oh yeah, I'm superhuman. I can come back and this won't be a problem. I would think that there's no way a team doctor is actually telling him he can do this. He's got to be blowing people off.
He's got the anti-COVID energy.
That's what it is.
He's out to prove it. Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ, why the Eagle fans may not have been the worst football fans of the weekend after this happened in college. That's next, followed by Below the Belt right here on Sean and RJ. But let me get you set up with DFW Security with their Smart Hub.
Michael and Frank are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Marvin Harrison, the wide receiver at the top of your screen. McCord looks, fires, intercepted. Rod Moore, and Michigan will win the game and head to the Big Ten championship.
Gus Johnson with the call on Fox. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and Choppy's chair for the next few days here on 105.3 The Fan. Below the Belt. Back to the Cowboys at 8:40 this morning. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's it going to look? The world of college football.
1, Georgia, and the CFP, like the actual CFP ranking.
Yes.
Or okay, I didn't know if you're talking about the AP top 25.
Coach's poll would be nice.
I was like the AP top 25.
The one that
sorry,
matters.
Yeah.
And yours in comparison. How will it be? And who do y'all have?
I would still. I don't think you should punish Ohio State for just losing to Michigan. They're one of the 3 best teams in the country. I think just because they played each other, that shouldn't undo it. Georgia, I'm guessing it'll be Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Florida State, Oregon.
Okay, so you're saying Ohio State will not be top 5.
I'm guessing they'll be 6.
Wow.
I would have them still in the top 4. They're one of the 3 best teams in the country.
So what would your order be?
I would go Michigan, Georgia, Ohio State, Washington.
Okay. The question is what to do with Florida State. How much do you ding them and project them having the back? We don't know anything about the backup quarterback, really. So they have the backup quarterback, and how do you project it? I would personally say they're not a top 4 team, but some people have them as number 3 in the country. When you have some of the different analytical sites out there, let's see, I'll give you the ESPN analytics. They have Michigan, Georgia, Florida State, then Ohio State, followed by Oregon, Washington, Texas, and Alabama. I did see one person throw the Longhorns into their top 4. I think it was Matt Berry, DFW NBC 5 ties. What's your feeling on your Longhorns?
That was an impressive victory against Texas Tech. Even though Tech is not very good, you beat the snot out of them. That's good because I was, worried about tight competitive games, but they can too consistently. They've just squeaked by. So Will was actually trying to argue on Friday that they should, he's like, I think they have a path to the CFP. I think they'll get in. He thinks they're actually going to get there somehow. But
was this before his 6th or 7th Coors Light that I see in the fridge over here?
I was.
You see the beers over here in the fridge?
That was early in the day, so it wasn't that. But I don't see the argument for Texas because of just how they've played throughout the year. They have arguably the most impressive victory of the year, winning at Bryant-Denny, beating that Bama team, even if Bama is flawed. It's arguably the best win of the season, and so that's huge, but there have just been too many games this year that they've struggled in.
I would go, my particular top 4, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon.
We'll get the answer on Oregon and Washington here this week.
Heck yeah.
So, which, again, it's tough because I don't like the idea of punishing any, if Washington has a slip up, Oregon manages to beat that. Oregon and Washington are 2 of the best teams in the country.
Yeah.
And it sucks that, that might end up getting you penalized and somebody can get in no offense, I still think they're a good football team. I was talking them up earlier, but it sucks that then maybe they'd get in over a Florida State. An undefeated Florida State, is that more impressive than a 1-loss Ohio State or more impressive than a 1-loss Washington? I don't think so.
Florida State with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Even with Jordan Travis in there, I think it's something where I don't know that it's as impressive as those other ones. But, yeah, with a backup quarterback especially.
Pei, what do you think? What's your top 4 with your Longhorns in the mix somewhere?
So I do not have my Longhorns in the top 5 right now, but I have Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Washington 3, FSU 4, and then Oregon right outside 5. I have Ohio State dropping to 7.
So because of this loss?
Yeah, because it's a loss.
Yeah,
I know, but it's a loss. You got to get. It's how the College Football Playoff Committee does it. You lose, you get dinked a little bit. Because who are you going to have them over? And that's the thing. They might even drop to 8 because you can't have them over Bama. You can't have them over Texas right now.
Why? You lost to
both of them have one loss. Ohio State's loss is to the number 3 team in the country.
Their loss happened after. That's the thing about college football is you can lose a game in September, and then if you just keep winning out, it's better to win early than later.
They beat Penn State a month ago. They beat Notre Dame this year.
You can watch the college football playoff rankings tomorrow night, and then you can come back to me.
Okay, I will bet you whatever that Ohio State's ahead of Alabama. Whatever.
Why don't you show Mackenzie you can bet $300 more on the college football and throw away your Christmas money? Like
what do you want? You want
casino.
20, 30, 40, 50.
Woo! All right, what's the bet?
I'm saying Ohio State's ahead of Alabama.
What are you betting? What would you like the terms to be? Peyton.
I'll go $40.
That what? That what?
Bama is ranked ahead of Ohio State.
I can't bet money on it, but maybe like lunch or something.
That's right, lunch. We'll go lunch.
So Bama, Ohio State, where they are in the rankings.
Yes, Ohio State will be ahead of Bama.
And you're saying Bama will be ahead of Ohio State.
That's right.
All right.
Zero chance.
All right, we're going to come up with something. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line, and of course, the absolute mess at Texas A&M. It looked like they wanted to hire Mark Stoops. The fan base revolted, so now they're going to bring in Mike Elko from the Duke Blue Devils. And by the way, last thing on Michigan, Desmond Howard is in a little bit of hot water because he shamed this reporter. Pete Thamel is a reporter for ESPN, does a nice job. He's been reporting on the sign stealing. So a lot of Michigan fans not happy with him. Well, this was Pete Thamel giving his report on Saturday for the first time all year on game day. He did it inside the stadium because they feared for his safety out amongst the crowd. This was Michigan Wolverine Desmond Howard talking about it.
So we've been doing this 12, 13 weeks. Pete's always been in the crowd giving his reports. I'm like, what the hell is Pete in the stadium for?
I don't know.
That kind of just threw me all off. Like, put your big boy pants on, do it in the crowd like you usually do it.
Hey, come on, man.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah,
I thought he would be out here.
Look, he's gotten from the lunatic friends some threats, and we're just taking care of it. That's
security, we'd be okay. The guys are nice out here. These are nice fans.
Not cool.
Desmond.
Not cool. Not cool from Desmond Howard.
No, that's not good. And Desmond's had a couple.
The Devin Hester of college football.
Desmond's had a couple things here that have been a little sideways during this 3-week stretch over the sign stealing stuff. He's had a couple controversial things that he said, but yeah, this is you can't.
Not cool.
No, you can't basically say like, well, where you at? Come out here and get your ass kicking.
I'm a beloved Michigan player. The fans are cool to me. And don't worry about it. Yeah, you have plus Barstool was in town, so you had Portnoy and all his gang members out there. Who knows what was being said? So that's Pete Thamel being shamed and scared to go inside the stadium for the report. Because I'm sure there were a couple of idiots throwing out threats on social media or in his DMs.
Yeah, but I will flip over to this one, and not the Desmond Howard point. I don't know even if Michigan fans are upset. I don't know that they're going to be able to recognize Pete Thamel as well. That's the other thing. I don't think most of them would spot him.
Yeah, I don't know what he looks like.
I have no clue.
I know Paul Feinbaum's ears, and that's it. Is ear shaming a thing you can't do? Meanwhile, Deion Sanders. What type of fall is this really going to be at the end of the season? Colorado loses again. Deion says, look, we need the credit card getting swiped. All right? Quote, it's unfortunate to say this, but some kids cost. We can sit here and talk about great coaching and this and that all we want, but it's going to have to be a credit card swipe with all these guys going to these playoffs. I understand that. So Deion is asking the donors to spend that cash to get some players.
Yeah, and I wonder if his reference on what it costs is also because he knew they were going to get that decommitment from Antoine Hill, the number 3 ranked quarterback in the 2025 class, because now they're starting to lose commits. And Hill was a guy who actually he just, it was, October 20th? It was a month ago or whatever it was that they got that commitment. He's already decommitted. They lose a big one there, and they have a disappointing finish to the season. They end up going 4-8. I just don't know. This is the reality of being at Colorado, too. Like, this is what you can't, there's not like this huge donor base where it's like, well, come on, empty your pockets, giant, Colorado Buffalo boosters. I don't know. I think that he's just starting to run into the reality of what it's going to be like to coach there. And I think he's done an impressive job so far in a lot of ways, and I think he'll have success there, and I think he'll build a decent program because he's shown the ability to do it so far. But the This is why it was always premature when after 2-3 weeks they had jumped up in the AP rankings and they were like 14. It's like, guys, this isn't what Colorado is. They were impressive and he's done a good job, but the reality is that this is going to be a struggle. And yeah, they're probably going to need some NIL assistance.
Will they be a top 25 program in the next 2 years?
Like to finish the season? Yes.
Okay.
2 years from now.
Hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some could still argue from 1 to 4 wins was a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah, it was. He absolutely, look, he deserves a ton of credit for giving us the most entertaining game of the year when he gave us that Colorado TCU game. And so, no, he deserves a ton of credit, and I just think it's not going to be easy, though. He's not going to, the brash talk that everybody on that team was mirroring after 3 weeks, that's just the thing, is like, you got a little ahead of your skis, pull it back a little. There's a reality here if there's going to be some time.
Is Luka Doncic hurt or not? This is Luka after the Clippers loss, talking about the x-rays on his hand.
I hit his knee. I saw the picture. It's not good to see.
You played through it, but what are they saying about your hand then?
I mean, I don't think it's broken. The x-rays wasn't initiate that it's broken, so we'll see further tomorrow in Dallas.
It sounds like he said the x-ray was initiate? I don't know. Like, I think this is just a lost in like a translation thing.
Play the second half of that again, Peyton.
I mean, I don't think it's broken. The x-rays wasn't initiate that it's broken, so we'll see further tomorrow in
I
Dallas.
don't know what he's saying.
The x-ray wasn't initiate. Is he trying to say initially? I don't know. The reporters, or ESPN at least, is saying Luka indicated the x-rays were negative. A source told him his hand is good. So it sounds like Luka's hand is not broken and he's not going to be missing time.
I'm going to assume he's good then. I'm going to assume that there's nothing wrong, partially because I'm wish casting here. And I'm saying, please don't be hurt, because
when I first
heard
it, I thought he was saying x-ray is saying it's broken. I don't think it's broken. Like he was giving an opposite opinion of the x-ray, but I can't tell.
I'm happy here.
No, that's it. I think that, yeah, he seems like he wasn't super concerned about it. He said it sounded like it hurt and it didn't look great, but it seemed to me like he was saying it's good. I think it's just honestly a translation thing at this point.
The boss just texted that this is perfect with Bobby's outfit today. NFL Films wants to come in this morning to tape. And I'm like, tape what? Are they aware that the Cowboys did not play yesterday? But they want to come in here and tape, and Bobby's got the Philadelphia Eagles
It is
green
not
on.
Eagles. It is Dallas Stars.
That's not going to go over well. It's not going to go over well on NFL Films.
It is Dallas Stars. There's a giant D right here. Do you see the D on the giant D on my chest?
I don't know, but I see the chest hair you have. You have. Oh my!
Oh,
God! Ryan, zoom in on that.
He needs a Roomba on his chest.
It's all those shots I take.
Dang, Bob!
That's a man right there.
That is a man right there. Hairy in the head. Someone screenshot that. That is impressive, bro. And I love that you're wearing that without an undershirt too.
Yeah, I like Peyton was like, "Dude, why did you wear that?" I was like, I don't know. I was walking out. It was like cold. I grabbed something with sleeves and I walked out the door.
NFL Films. We got to get that hair. We got to get that chest hair on NFL Films if they come in and tape. But apparently they want to come in and film the show. All right, we got Below the Belt. What's been the difference for Tony Pollard in recent weeks? That's next in Below the Belt.
RJ Choppy here by good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced that Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best ones do sell fast. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
2nd and 10. Prescott back. Little swing pass on the right side of screen for Dowdle. 2 great blocks. 10, 5, and he streaks in. It's a Thanksgiving Day touchdown for Rico Dowdle.
Why you don't need Rico Dowdle anymore, though. More on that in just a second. Now that old Tony Pollard has bounced back. Okay, couple notes from around the NFL. First, we can make history tonight if the Minnesota Vikings cover against the Chicago Bears. Did you see this, Sean?
No. Why would I? I don't care about this game.
But this is the one thing to
Trying
watch.
to figure out what 90 Day Fiance is on.
This is the one thing to watch and the one thing to care about. The only thing that you should have a concern with, Sean, is that if the Vikings cover tonight, it sets a record for the most favorites covering the spread in a single NFL week in history.
Wow.
12 of the 15 games in week 12, the favorite covered, and that ties a record. So if we get the Vikings to cover the spread, then that will be a new NFL record. They are a 3-point favorite against the Chicago Bears. I believe that the only one who did not cover, or one of the only ones who did not cover, was the Eagles, by the way, who I think were 3.5-point favorites.
I thought that you were going to bring up this quarterback stat this NFL weekend that Schefter tweeted about. Jake Browning off the Bengals becomes the 50th different quarterback to start a game this year. That's actually down from last year. Through 12 games last season, there were 53 different starting quarterbacks. This year through 12, 50. And the NFL yesterday was hoping to avoid becoming the 5th straight week that a starting QB suffered a season-ending injury. Cousins, week 8. Daniel Jones, week 9. Deshaun Watson, week 10. Joe Burrow, week 11. Did not happen, finally, for the NFL with a quarterback going down with all these injuries.
Yeah, it's been a rough year for not just the injuries on the quarterback front. It feels like this has been a bad year for injuries in general. Like, for instance, there was the Myles Garrett issue yesterday. He got hurt. There's questions about that now. Obviously, in recent weeks, the 49ers have been really hampered by injuries. Cooper Kupp getting hurt. It's been a bad year for injuries in the NFL, and that's probably what's contributed to things being like they are.
Breaking news on Don't look.
I'm not going to look.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Have you looked, Pepe?
I just saw the fan text.
All right, don't look. Someone has been fired. They're done.
For an NFL team?
Yes.
A head coach?
Yes.
Brandon Staley?
No.
Mike McCarthy? Bill Belichick?
No.
I'm lost then.
Come on.
Brian Daboll?
No. Don't say anything.
Damn it. How long are you
going
to
Mr.
Ron Rivera?
It's not so easy when you don't cheat and do your little prep for
No,
stuff.
okay.
In the moment, you're getting exposed.
Sean McDermott?
No.
Damn it.
Stop cussing.
Damn it is bad. Joe Gibbs.
Pretty pathetic, Roberto. Cowboys have played this team.
What the hell's his name? Sean
Stop
McVay.
cursing. No, not Sean McVay. Wow.
Kyle Shanahan.
Man, look at this meltdown.
Robert Saleh.
No.
In his own segment, too.
In his own segment. This is your football insider.
This is me.
This is Loving the Star. How they get
Shane Steichen.
Nope.
Or Jonathan Gannon, I mean.
Not him either.
I've literally run through every coach except the last one, I guess, whoever it may be.
NFC South. You want me to tell you the teams in the division?
No, I'm trying to think. Who have they already played? Oh, what's his name? Carolina guy, Frank Reich.
Frank Reich. Ooh, Bobby.
Nailed it.
That's
we got a winner.
That's all-time bad right
Walk it
there.
off, baby.
Dude, they did Frank Reich first season. After this many games, he has gone, according to Ian Rappaport.
Well, I mean, that's an obvious one. That's how I was able to guess it, was because he's definitely at the top of the list. No, honestly, that's why that should speak to why he needs to be fired. He's that forgettable, and that team's that forgettable this year. I'm like, I don't even realize who that was.
Yeah, he tries to justify it.
I mean,
I thought I had a lesser spin artist than Choppy. You're the exact same thing.
Look, I'm covering for RJ today. I got to do it in all facets. Another headline really quick before we go over to the Tony Pollard stuff. Russell Wilson, this is why Russell Wilson is just insufferable. Why can't you give us a little bit of authenticity? Just a little bit.
I thought he wasn't allowed to speak this year.
Oh, he spoke. But he spoke in...
It's Mr. Unlimited.
He spoke very much like that. The headline from NFL.com, Russell Wilson, quote, never doubted midseason turnaround for resilient Broncos team. You get an opportunity whenever they stand in front of you and go like, Russ, did you see this coming? Did you ever have this? It's a great chance to sit there and give us some authenticity and like still praise your team and be like, look, I'll be honest, like there were some times that, it was a struggle early on in this season, but the way these guys have rallied, it's incredibly impressive. I've learned things about this team I didn't even know were possible, and it's inspired me, whatever else. But no, instead I've never doubted our football team and where we could go. I think the biggest thing is just understanding that we've lost some close games. We lost some tough games early, but that helps you prepare and understand that it's a long journey. We have a lot more ahead of us, a lot more football, a lot more great games ahead of us. We have to stay focused. The biggest thing that Broncos country is feeling is as players organizationally inside that building, and most importantly inside the locker room, is a relentless belief in each other. Why can't you just be a real person? Be a real human.
We have to look at his season. 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 2,200 yards. He's 16th in the NFL in QBRs. QBRs are 54.4.
Jalen Hurts like.
But look, if you look at just 20 and 4, the counting numbers, I know a lot of years, like Choppy would dismiss this with Aaron Rodgers, the crazy touchdown to interception ratio, and he would dismiss that. I mean, this is a nice year from Russell Wilson, better than what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, and look, I still don't think he's anywhere back to where he once was. Like, he's clearly not peak Russell Wilson anymore, but he's better than I anticipated that he could be. I mean, honestly, if I would have told you, like, yeah, he's tied for 5th in the NFL in touchdowns, he's one behind Patrick Mahomes, then I would have been like, no way.
Shocking.
I mean, that also just speaks to how down everything is this year. Dak was, actually, he still technically has the lead in per game. Josh Allen's played one more game than anybody else, so he's got one more touchdown than Dak. But Dak is on pace to lead the NFL in touchdown passes with 35, which feels really low this year. Which, I mean, again, speaks to kind of that shell coverage that everybody's been running and taking away a lot of the passing attack. Okay, Tony Pollard has started to play a little bit better. And I know Chop was trying to dump on that a little bit last week and say, well, if he didn't break that one run, then things would have been different. But, of course, that is how you make plays in the NFL, is by breaking runs. And so when you look at things, he had 61 yards against Carolina with their recently fired head coach, Frank Reich, 79 yards against Washington, and a touchdown, had 6 receptions, played a lot better. When you see Tony Pollard on the field, you're a big eye test guy, Sean. When you see the eye test, does he look like he's turning things around to you the last couple weeks? Or do you think there's a little bit of fool's gold in the numbers?
It seems like he's running more physical, like breaking a few more tackles, but I'm not seeing this, oh my gosh, every time he touches it, he could take it to the house with the burst and the speed like I used to think about him.
You are very perceptive, Sean. Because you're right. When you turn on the tape, that's the biggest thing you're seeing right now, is that what Tony Pollard deserves a lot of credit for is not that he's back to his old self. He's not back to the old Tony Pollard. The old Tony Pollard was,
Why do you say that?
Tossed around. Because what you see is he's adapting and he's adjusting and he's evolving and he's saying, I need to be a more punishing runner. Because I'm not breaking away from guys. I need to be a more physical runner than I've been in years past.
Over the last 3 games, Tony Pollard has forced 15 missed tackles. He forced just 8 over the first 8 games. So first 8 games, he broke 8. Last 3 games, he's forced 15.
Yeah, and he's somebody that when you watch him, he's really trying to dole out punishment. And there's a little bit of, I don't know where this came from. The idea, and it's something that people talked about a lot when it's like, can you afford to have him as the lead back? Can he withstand that punishment? I don't know where the idea that he's a small running back came from. He's not. Like, he's a pretty, well-built guy. He's not. I mean,
he looks really
We stood next to him at training camp. You thought he looked small?
I don't even remember.
Well, I mean, that speaks more about his 2-word answers than anything else, I think, Sean. But no, when you stand next to him, he's actually like a pretty well-built guy. When you look at the fact that Zach pointed this out on the postgame show when we talked about it, he is the same size as Debo Samuel. They're both 6 feet tall, 215.
There's just no way.
I'm telling you,
there's just no way. It's not possible. There's no way that he's as thick as Debo. Period. The stats and whatever they lie about with the height, weight.
This isn't stats. This isn't like
I mean the way they're listed.
Yeah, I'm not reading QBR to you. I'm reading the
No, the way
scale.
they're listed. He's not as heavy as Debo Samuel.
He's somebody you got to remember. This is a guy who was a receiver in college to start out, transitioned over to running back, plays physical in his pass protection. He has become, I'll say this right now, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Oh, Lord.
He is a better pass protector now than Zeke ever was.
Oh!
And Zeke was really good at it. But Pollard has become an elite pass blocker, and he was awful. It used to be terrifying, the idea of putting him in there, because he would get Dak killed. And that was absolutely the case early on. But people can't hold on to what they once saw with him. He has now become a physical, high IQ pass blocker. And I think what you've seen in recent weeks is you're seeing, all right, I've got to adjust my game. I don't have the speed right now. At least maybe it comes back in the future. I don't know. But I don't have the long speed to be able to just take a toss and outrun everybody. And so he's recognizing, I'm not going to try to outrun this person. I'm going to try to dole out a little bit of punishment.
But why can't he outrun them at age 26?
I don't think it's a 26 thing. I think it's an injury thing. I think it's coming, we'll see how much he's been permanently robbed, potentially, of that explosiveness versus he's less than 12 months outside of that injury, and it takes some time to build that back. I think that's probably more what it is. But he's been really impressive the last couple weeks, I think, in adjusting the way that he's running and adjusting the way that he's playing. And a big credit that he deserves in terms of seeing things improving for Pollard is Terrence Steele is, at least these last couple of weeks, has been back in the run game. He is blocking really well. He's moving really well, getting to the second level. He's playing with a really high IQ, spotting guys that he needs to pick off. He's sealing the edge. He's winning his reps. Terrence Steele has been really impressive the last couple weeks. And I think that right there has had as much to do with Pollard's improvement as what Pollard has been doing.
And we need to talk about the offensive line, period. McCarthy, love that we pointed out the gelling. We just expected best 5 out there, bam. But it feels like it is actually improving and gelling in the, 3 weeks that they've all 5 been together.
Yeah.
And people are talking about Tyron Smith out of this world. We need to write possible apology letters to Tyron Smith.
He's still missed 3 games this year, Sean. So we got to
but
make
how
sure
is
that
he
he's
playing?
healthy. He's played well.
Is he playing out of his mind?
Yeah,
well?
okay. The Eagles game a couple weeks ago, he was incredible. And he's been good most of this season.
Okay.
He's bounced back.
So the top 3 linemen in order the last 3 weeks with the way they've been playing. Last 3 weeks.
So you could argue
Tyler,
one or
Tyron.
two. Yeah, you could argue that Tyler, Tyron, flip him any way you want, and then probably Zach. Although I don't know, Zach struggled against these last 2 weeks. Steele's maybe been better than Zach because Zach struggled a lot against Carolina.
Is Tom Brady right that the football we're watching just isn't that good? Final hour, Monday edition with Sean and Roberto next on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rookie is set from 35 to tie it. Snap is good. Kick on its way. End over end, and it's no good! He missed it wide left! Ryland missed it wide left!
Good. Fantastic win for the New York Football Giants. Move away from a better pick, more misery for Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots, missing the 35-yarder on Giants Radio. New York with Tommy DeVito gets the W with Mac Jones benched again. Of course, you know what happened with Filthy in Buffalo. That was the rest of the NFC East. And this is Sean and RJ. Choppy out for a few more days. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, taking over final hour. Glad everyone is back with us. Hopefully you had a fantastic, safe, and happy Thanksgiving break. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, 9:20 as we start getting you ready for the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday. And a couple of Tolos did text. I checked in the commercial break. They said, wait, NFL Films is coming in? That must be for the Thursday Amazon game. I thought you banned Amazon, Sharif. I did ask the very nice gentleman, are you Amazon? Because you got to go. You got to go film KNC. I banned Amazon after they filmed us for nothing, did not show us. He goes, well, I'm from NFL Films. We're doing it for Amazon. So I said, okay, that's fine. That's cool. So
you get to get by on a technicality.
Yeah.
Your hypocrisy gets to be technical.
When they show Bobby's Dallas Stars jersey on Thursday night, don't call me a hypocrite. It's not the Amazon people. Because I said, then you can go film KMC's pre-show meeting.
Boy, it is very Kelly Green. They're throwing up the highlights up there, but it is
and
a
I
Dallas
hate that
Stars
I do
jersey.
really like their jerseys, those Eagle jerseys.
I do like I like the throwbacks on anybody generally. The throwbacks are just so nostalgic. I think that's what it, because honestly, back in the day, I used to hate those Kelly Green Eagles jerseys, and so it's just it's the nostalgia of it all.
All right, we've been talking about the mid play this year in the NFL. Some people think it's the same exact thing in college. You call it Alabama the Eagles of college football.
Yep.
You know. Ohio State, Peyton thinks they're going to drop the number 8 with the college football playoff rankings. It basically just feels like we have some mid football. Who is the Heisman Trophy winner? Who's the MVP? It all feels pretty watered down. And the GOAT, Tom Brady, went on the Stephen A. Smith show and called out the play.
I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. Yeah. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past.
Why not? Why not?
I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. Mm-hmm. So I just think the product, in my opinion, is less than what it's been. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way. And every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. You hear coaches complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily – why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to a defensive player to protect the offensive player. A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out. Mm-hmm. That's the reality. Wow. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player.
Wow. Hot takes.
This feels really rich coming from one of the guys who
totally agree.
Who helped usher in, whether he did it himself or not, but he was the poster child for ushering in the don't hit the quarterback at all.
Yes.
Can't touch the guy.
And now he's Mr. These defensive players get screwed.
Like, my goodness, let him rip the guys to the ground. Let him slam them down. It just feels a little hollow coming through. But I did think it was interesting the first thing he jumped on.
Yes.
Where he says the thing that's caused play to take a step down is he went coaching. He's like, coaches aren't as good anymore. Wow, okay.
Well,
the
thing I wrote down was the rules, and what I thought of was offensive line play. Now you just have a lot of people talk about how crappy the offensive line play is because, again, the gelling and the the non-practicing. And it takes a while, and you're just not getting high-quality O-line play.
Yeah, I mean, and look, they collectively bargained for that. That's what they wanted. They wanted the reduced practice time. They didn't want as many padded practices. And in theory, that all sounds great until you got to step out there and you got to play the games. And then it starts to take its toll. And I think, honestly, the anecdotal evidence we have, because obviously I'm not a doctor. I just play one on the radio. But the anecdotal evidence we have says that the reduced practice time, I think, leads to greater injury risk for the most part. Like, if you do that, your body's got to be able to take some of that wear and tear. Not everybody's Tyron Smith, where it's like you're just trying to reduce as much practice time as possible. You're trying to reduce the number of times that he has the opportunity to get hurt, because not everybody's, got that sort of injury history that he does. And so I think it's actually more detrimental to most players, other than the unique cases of a guy like Tyron or Sean Lee or somebody like that we've seen over time.
Alex Smith, the former quarterback, went trending yesterday. These were Brady's comments last week. Well, Alex Smith responded to them yesterday on ESPN and went viral.
First off, he hasn't been retired that long.
By the way, let me
just
stop it
playing.
real quick. Let me also point out Teddy Bruschi, Randy Moss, and Rex Ryan were all on set, all spending a lot of their football careers in the AFC East.
First off, he hasn't been retired that long. He was just playing. Like, he just won a Super Bowl in the current game. Like, is he discounting that one? And then my biggest complaint with this, and no offense to you guys, well, all three of you guys, he played in the most uncompetitive division, I think, in NFL history. I mean, you come out of training camp, the biggest cupcake division, you got a ticket to the playoffs right away. Like, talk about mediocre. Like, I completely disagree with this. I know he's referencing the rule changes over the middle to the receiver, but in my opinion, I think the game's gotten better. There's more parity across the league. Quarterback play is at an all-time high, I think, across the league. Like, the best, you've got the best athletes playing the position. We didn't have this 30, 40 years ago. And then I also, listen, he's referencing also that offense is down, right? Like, the numbers this year. To me, I kind of think we're in a golden age of D linemen.
You look physically ill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thrown off by that. I'm thrown off by the headline I'm seeing on ESPN right now. Shannon Sharp says Hurts is Brady-like at the end of games. That's off-putting to me.
True.
It is not true. Not at all. Let's have him win one effing Super Bowl first. The issue here from Alex Smith, that almost, the tone he took there, doesn't that almost sound bitter? Like, towards Brady? That almost sounds like he just went on a laundry list of like, well, he was just in the game. He just won a Super Bowl in this era. What does he care about? He was in an uncompetitive division. Quarterbacks are better than they've ever been. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It just feels almost like sour grapes a little bit.
Scoring is down for the fourth straight year. Teams are averaging 21.7 points per game this year. Last year's average was 21.9. That's a decline from when teams averaged 25 in 2020. And in 2021, they were averaging 23 points a game. Well, the scoring continues to drop. NFL teams are scoring a combined average of 43 points per game before week 12.
They got long COVID, the offenses. That's what it is.
Maybe it's the shell 2, the cover 2 stuff.
That's more likely what it is, probably. But also, I think that, yeah, you're seeing an evolution in the way the game is being played. I've told you before how there's a belief around the league that
as running backs get phased out,
things are going to become more cyclical, and eventually the running game is going to come back. And that's going to be the thing, is that you're going to get all these super fast, lean linebackers, and eventually offenses are just going to come back around the other side, load up on offensive line, and go that direction. And you may see this may be the first signs of it, what you're seeing here with that shell coverage and everything else. And so I think that, look, the offensive output, unless it's the Cowboys at home, has been disappointing for the entire league. The passing game just is not what it has once been. But I think that a lot of that would be related to the way rules are enforced and the way rules are called, like Brady has talked about. It seems odd to me. It felt, like I said, the tone of that from Alex Smith, and I don't know what history those two have, Alex Smith and Tom Brady. They may have none. I may be completely misreading it.
Alex was in Kansas City for a little bit.
The tone sounds bitter, almost, towards Brady.
Frank Reich, the breaking news this morning, fired before he completes his first season.
Nailed it.
In Carolina. That was an all-time bad trivia session that we had with you trying to guess. Holy crap.
I did it for the radio audience. I knew the answer, and I was just trying to play along.
11 games. The Panthers are 1-10, and yesterday they lost to Will Levis and the Titans 17-10, and people are speculating that Frank Reich is paying the price for advocating and choosing the wrong quarterback. That he wanted Bryce Young, as basically everyone did, Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud. Did David Tepper, the owner, really favor C.J. Stroud? That was the offseason buzz, and that's what people are bringing back up. Chose the wrong quarterback. Tepper's furious over it. You're not even going to get to finish year one.
Yeah, this is bad because, I mean, you look at the fact that they've regressed. They were, 7-10 last year? Something like that. I mean, they were a good team, and they traded up for that first, or not a good team. They were not a bad team. They traded up to get that spot, and you thought, okay, if you've added a quarterback, you should be at least that good or a little better, especially in the NFC South. What I wonder if they're regretting just as much is the rumor was that Chicago wanted either Brian Burns or DJ Moore, and that Carolina did not want to give up Brian Burns. They preferred to give up DJ Moore. I wonder if they could have gone back and done that if they would have said, you know what, it probably would have been better if we would have had a legitimate weapon like DJ Moore to throw to.
Guess.
Oh, gosh.
Let's plan the rest of the hour for this.
I've got it.
Guess Bryce Young's QBR or where it is in the league.
He is third to last with a 42.
He is third to last.
Woohoo! Yes.
But you're 10 points off. He's got a 32 QBR.
I meant to say 32. That was a mouth type.
32, 29th in the NFL. 9 touchdowns, 8 picks. 9 touchdowns for Bryce Young. And you could argue, like C.J. Stroud's play got Frank Reich fired. Like if C.J. just had your average rookie year, would this be happening? Because I could see Choppy, he'd be furious right now. Because, again, RJ loves to always defend mediocrity to below average performance. And he would say, you don't fire a guy to work with the quarterback 11 games in.
This feels like Chip Kelly in San Francisco, where he has that run in Philly and he gets fired and everybody's like, well, will he bounce back? And he gets a gig and then he's gone in a year. Not even a year. The fact that he doesn't even make it a full year is just, that's pretty bad. But I mean, look, they've been in a bad spot. Frank Reich was calling the plays, then he turns it over to Thomas Brown, then he goes, nope, wait, I'm taking it back. Things have been really bad for Carolina. It should not look as bad as it does. Like, we saw that team. They're not as bad as the Giants. That team should not be just unable to win a game.
Diana Rossini reports that the Titans will not fire or trade Mike Vrabel.
She would know.
Based on multiple conversations with high-ranking Titans officials, they strongly and collectively believe he is the right guy for long-term success. So this would lead you to believe he's not replacing Belichick when Bill is gone after this season.
Or they're trying to publicly leverage, how much are you going to trade us? We're not going to fire him. He's going to be here. So how much are you willing to give up? Diana would know about Tennessee. Like, that's one of the teams that she is really on top of. And
she would also know about being an NBA insider because she doesn't call us back either. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Sean Sharif, our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Other NFL games yesterday. Saints lose to the Falcons. Steelers with another ugly game, even though they got 400 yards finally against Cincinnati. Colts over Tampa. That's the game we didn't talk about. The Colts are 6-5 with Gardner Minshew taking over for Richardson. Bucks fall to 4-7.
Yeah, what if I told you at the beginning of the year that through 11 games, the Broncos and the Colts would have better records than the Bills and the Bengals? I don't think anybody would have seen that coming.
All right, Nick Eatman. You can see him coming every single Monday at 9:20. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Did he think the Bills got cheated by the referees? And we start getting you ready for Seattle on Thursday night. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is next. But what is next for you with that vehicle that you're looking to get rid of? Maybe you got that.
Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it
Oh,
left.
look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
NFL record, 5 pick sixes in a single season, and he did it before 13 NFL teams recorded their first. Darius Slay and others, Bobby Bell, saying DPOY right now. It's not even a debate as Deron Bland does it again on Thanksgiving against the Commanders.
He has been as critical as anybody else on this football team, just in terms of when you weight it with the fact that they lost Trayvon Diggs for the season and asking him to go outside and move from that nickel position, and then just what he's contributed to the team. It's as important as anything that they've gotten. And you mentioned there the 5 pick sixes now. That not only is an NFL record, there have been 10 teams in the history of the NFL that still have not gotten 5 pick sixes in a season.
There's only 13 receivers in the league that currently have more touchdowns than him. 13.
He has more touchdowns right now, I think, than at least it had been heading into Sunday, more than the entire Jets receiving core.
And he seems like a great kid.
He is absolutely fantastic. And they've talked a lot about how he really impressed them during the pre-draft process. That was one that, Will McClay was on top of early. Ross Winchie, their national scout from the West Coast area, he was on top of it. The coaches worked really hard on that. Al Harris was a big fan of his through the draft process after the scouts brought him to him. And so he's somebody who they absolutely nailed. And, he was, when he got here for his pre-draft visit, which the Cowboys were trying to be kind of quiet about, he had, along the way, had lost his luggage. So, he didn't have any clothes when he got here to change into or anything else. And they were really impressed because he just took it all in stride, didn't complain once while he was here. The character was something that really stood out to them when they got him on the pre-draft visit.
And now you start the stretch. Thursday night against the Seahawks, Bobby, a lot of people saying this is the gauntlet. This is what will determine what this Dallas Cowboys team ends up being. Seattle in Arlington, Philly in Arlington, at Buffalo, at Miami, Detroit in Arlington, at the Commanders. That is freaking vicious with 5 straight. Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit.
Yeah, because, this is the first real test that the Cowboys have gotten when they've been able to play it at home. The first couple times this year that they've really been tested, it was obviously San Francisco. That was a brutal outing. Then you get the Philadelphia game where you felt like you played competitive football. It was the little details that messed you up. Philly wins that game. But this is their first chance to get one of these serious games and get it at home, where this is just a different football team at home. They play different at home. They've got the longest win streak in the NFL at home right now. And so this is a big one for them that starts a really critical stretch. It was huge that they got out of that 3-game stretch with the Giants, Panthers, and Commanders. They had to get out of that undefeated because this is the stretch that's going to be really crucial. This is the first domino to say, are the Cowboys contenders or not?
I've been waiting to make a strong opinion about them. I've been waiting to be like, this is what they are. Let's try to figure something out. It's hard against these scrubs that you're destroying, especially at home. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, what's up with Shaq Leonard?
Well, it looks like the Cowboys are bringing him in. I know as of yesterday they were working on it. There's been some talk, I guess, I've heard some reports, but from what the last I heard is they're still kind of ironing out the details. But yeah, they sounds like they were doing their due diligence to see what it was going to cost to bring him in and what does he look like and how healthy is he and all that kind of stuff. And apparently they liked what they saw enough to say, hey, let's bring him in.
How much of the desire or the push to, investigate Shaq Leonard is intensified just by the fact that there's reports that the Eagles would be interested in him too? Do you think that moves them at all?
Maybe. Maybe a little. This is. The Cowboys. I think here we are, past Thanksgiving. We kind of know who the teams are, and I think the Eagles are the best team in the league, and the Cowboys are right there. And so, do you want to get better? Do you want to watch them get better? And so, but not only that, but I do think it's a move that would, it has to make sense past this year. And I think that's what they're looking at. Is it worth paying money to go get this guy? Is the linebacker going to be a priority in free agency and the draft? Maybe both. So, I think it's one of those things like, hey, Jerry's always trying to steal value, and this might be a chance to do that. But, yeah, the fact that the Eagles, of course the Eagles are looking. Eagles want everybody. That's just kind of the way they operate. They go big names, and then they fill the rest with other players, and it's working for them.
So you don't think this is another Odell Beckham Jr. replay from last year where it felt like almost that was a little bit more – almost as much it seemed like about the national conversation rather than actually trying to find a way to improve the football team right now. You think this is different?
I do. I mean, maybe I'm wrong with that, but it makes more sense based off of a position of need. And just think about where they are. They've got really good secondary guys. They've got some really good pass rushers. And this is, this would be a move that, that they can solidify their linebacker spot as well.
Health or ability a bigger question mark for him?
I think it's health. I mean, I think health is the issue, but it's also health versus the ability versus what he thinks his ability is still. And that's always the case when you get to this point. It sounded like, and I know the Odell thing was sort of the same way. It's like, all right, this is what it's going to cost to bring me here. And then the teams have to figure out are we paying you for what you've done or what you're going to do? And that's always kind of the dilemma anytime you get with aging players, up there in their career.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline here on Sean and Bobby. Your headline for the Commanders' win was what?
Oh, what was it here? Cowboys went back for seconds and thirds. I'm glad that I have the website pulled up right here because it's almost down off the page because that's so long ago. But just the fact that it really was the when you look up early in the game, you just think about early, Dak's overthrowing a couple of players here and there, and Deron Bland's getting picked on. They were making catches on him, not down the field, but they were making plays over. They weren't afraid of him, throwing at him and all that stuff. And Dak didn't look the best, and CD didn't really have a whole lot going on. Then the game ends, and you're like 4 touchdowns for Dak, and history for Bland, another touchdown for CD, and that's just kind of the way it is. And I wrote about this. It reminded me of the game the Cowboys played against the Patriots back in 2007 when they both were undefeated. And it was like this showdown game. And the Cowboys were in it. They took the lead in the third quarter. But by the end of the game, they got blown out. One team just kind of keeps scoring. The other team really doesn't. And then you're like, that's what a sign of a really good team is. You just kind of keep pouring it on. And the next thing you know, it's a blowout. It's what happened in Carolina. It's what happened here.
Nick, we talk about Bland there and getting picked on a little bit, but he did have that big record-breaking pick six, and he's had a great year this year. And I remember we were back in training camp where you had told us on the morning show that there are people within the Cowboys who think Bland is the best cornerback on the team, like even while Diggs was healthy.
Yes.
Is that becoming an increasingly popular opinion, you think, within the team?
I think so. I mean, obviously he's doing nothing to change that. But, I just think that when you look at what he's doing and what, it's more than just the interceptions. I know that they're not getting, he's not getting beat down the field. He's making plays. He's keeping everything in front, and he's doing a nice job of picking and choosing when it's time to jump. Usually guys that get a lot of interceptions like that, they're giving up a lot of plays as well. We've seen that a little bit with Diggs a couple years ago, but that's the most impressive thing is the discipline that he's showing and also being aggressive at the same time.
Thumbs up or thumbs down for Dolly?
Oh, thumbs up. I was surprised. I was really surprised that she was wearing that. But
I think any 77-year-old who's wearing the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders outfit gonna be a little surprising.
Yeah, but she had it. She rocked it. It was great. And Dolly's Dolly's Dolly. I mean, anytime you can go on first name, you know what I mean? Kind of like Sean. If you can just be a first name basis, I mean, you've hit a different level.
What did you think of the Eagles win last night?
Oh man, they're so good. They are. They're really good, and I know that they're lucky at times.
Yes,
but
they
you
are.
Can't look into. Yeah, they are lucky. They are lucky, but that they're 10-1. I mean, it's not just luck, but they figured out a way to do things differently than others, and they always feel like they're going to go score. They just feel like I feel like they're always going to go down, score a touchdown, whenever they need to. They've got it figured out, though, too. They know, they figured out the tush push. They figured out how to horse collar and not get called. They figured out how to false start and not get called. I mean, I'm not throwing shade. I think they're really good. I don't think the MVP conversation is even a conversation at this point. But I just think that the thing about them is that they're definitely beatable. I mean, they are a 10-1 football team that's not dominating anyone. And the thing is we see it in this team with this league. It's not 4 out of 7. I mean, they definitely can be beat. And so, usually what comes up comes down. So if you're going to be this lucky and this fortunate at times, I think the luck will run out for them at some point, whether that's in the playoffs or not. But I don't think they're head and shoulders above everyone, even though their record shows that. I think they definitely can be beat.
You mentioned there that you don't think the MVP conversation's even a conversation at this point. Do you really think Dak separated himself that much?
I don't. I think, and you know what I'm saying, and it hurts me to say that.
Oh gosh, why'd you have to go there?
I'm sorry, but I mean, I think he carries them. I really do. Well, hold on. They actually carry him sometimes on 4th and 1, but I think he's really good. I mean, he's a really good player. And I have to give them credit because they play to his strengths. They play to what he is, and it's really good. I mean, but that's where we are right now. At the last 3 times I've been on this station, I have to defend myself about P.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah. You got attacked during Peace-a-thon. Yes,
and then another time as well. I mean, hey, good player, but they have an award for him, and I think, and he honestly, I watched him yesterday. He is good. I mean, that guy is good. I really like watching him, Stroud.
Yeah, that's why Frank Wright got fired.
Yeah, true. But he's a good player because of the way he does keep things. His mobility is really good. He's going to be a great player, and he already is. Seems like, but no, I think, and Dak's having a phenomenal year. It's going to be interesting. I mean, what happens here? I mean, what player of the month? I don't know when they end the month in the NFL because the Cowboys have one more game in this month. But I think the Cowboys have a legitimate chance for player of the month on offense, defense, and special teams. When you think about the records, think about the stats, and what they've done in the month of November, I mean, I think all 3 of those sides of the ball, the Cowboys have a shot to win that.
And special teams is who? Aubrey?
Well, I mean, Aubrey.
All these extra points. I mean, I don't know.
Well. Yeah, true. But I mean, he still have never missed a field goal in his life, and no one has ever said they could do that. I mean, I don't know who else it would be. I don't think the Cowboys would give him I don't think NFL would give him a clean sweep, but I do think Dak has a chance to win the player of the month. And I know that stuff doesn't matter, in the big picture here, but that's how I always try to keep it. I keep it here because everything can change, a little bit. But I watched that Eagle game like you guys did, and it was like, it's just. You got to hand it to them at times. I mean, but they are fortunate. But I just, what? If the Cowboys want to do something about it, just go beat them. Just go beat them and beat them in a couple of weeks, and they may have to go to Philly and beat them. But I don't think anyone's afraid for the Cowboys' sake to go up there and do it.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk Seattle Wednesday. Appreciate you.
Okay. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. A record-setting day for the KMC Masterpiece. Will they agree with me that you can give your wife a vacuum cleaner as a Christmas present? And Bassick tortures Bobby over Kellen Moore last night. Crosstalk with the fellas is next.
Just a quick for Beck.
offload, a limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best ones do sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Marvin Harrison, the wide receiver at the top of your screen. McCord looks, fires, intercepted. Rod Moore, and Michigan will win the game and head to the Big Ten championship.
No. That was supposed to be Sunday Night Football to set up Mike Bassick to attack Bobby. Ravens over the Chargers 20-10.
I would like to say I am a Kellen Moore, not fan, but I thought he did a good job as the offensive coordinator.
And he continues to do a good job.
I do think Mike McCarthy is doing a good job as the offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. I get they have subtle differences, but to me, not much. It's a very good offense. I think that Mike McCarthy's calling good games. I think he's made adjustments throughout the season to become better and better and better. But Kellen Moore has to be a disappointment to Chargers fans, right?
1,000%.
He has to. Like, they have to be going, I thought Kellen Moore was this genius who had this good offense that could take Justin Herbert to another level. And you could argue, you could argue that Herbert has gotten worse under Kellen Moore.
Ooh. It's an interesting take there, Mike.
Okay.
And you're entitled to your opinion, just like any of us are. I mean, when you look at the numbers, everything's gotten better for the Chargers from last year. Like, offensively, they are better, and like every peripheral statistic says that Herbert's better.
How many
this year.
points did they score last year a game?
They were 11th in the NFL last year. They're 8th this year.
Okay, they averaged 24.5 this year.
Okay, I mean, I'm not following the Chargers that closely. I watched obviously against the Cowboys.
Their record's worse. Like, and I mean, if you want to blame that on the defense,
I mean, they have the last ranked defense in the NFL in yards allowed.
Yeah,
so I mean, they do give up
yards
a ton.
aren't points, but even still, like they still lose games and they don't score as many points as they should to win games. To win the games, you have to score more than your opponents.
I mean, you gotta have a quarterback like Dak Prescott. I think that's the biggest factor. One, not only just who can perform on the field, but has the stones to be able to stand up and say, "Hey, we're not doing the right thing through the first 5 weeks of the season. Let's actually do things that worked for us."
Yeah, he's not gonna give McCarthy
I understand what he's saying, but wouldn't you say that that's great? I'm going to ask Kevin. Wouldn't you say that's great coaching? If I don't know, I'm using an example here. If Kyrie Irving comes to Jason Kidd and says, "Hey, I don't really like playing this slow, and I don't think it's best for us." Yeah. And Jason Kidd says, "You know what? I'm going to change the offense up in the offseason." Mike McCarthy, in the middle of the season, let's just say Dak went to him. I don't know if he did or didn't. And Dak said, "Hey, this isn't working. We're not at our best doing this." And Mike McCarthy says, "You know what? I'm going to work my tail off, and I'm going to look at what you're saying, and I'm going to make adjustments." And in the middle of the season, he made adjustments, which is being brought up right now. I think that's really good coaching.
Mike, here's the thing. If I said, if let's say like Hagee said to you, he was like, "We're making the rundown here. Mike, I want to get rid of Mike's baseball nuggets. I don't think this is helping things out. So we're going to get rid of Mike's baseball nuggets."
Okay.
And you're like, "What the F?" And you're like, "We're going to have you talk about cricket at that segment from now on."
Yes.
And then after 2 months, you went to Hagee and you're like, "This doesn't work.
Right.
I should be," and then Hagee would go, "You know what? You're right. I got an idea. Let's do a segment called Mike's Baseball Nuggets. I'm going to listen to you. I'm a good leader. Let's do this." And then you go,
"We didn't
what
change
credit?"
any of that.
Hagee gets a ton of
we
credit.
brought back, actually. We brought
Hagee
back
gets a
Mike
ton
Likes
of credit for bringing back the segment that was already working.
But I don't think a ton of credit, but I do think some credit goes to being able to pivot back. Not to me, in the scenario of Mike McCarthy. We didn't change any of that.
I want to run the damn
thing.
ball. I want to rest my defense.
But
well, that didn't work, and neither did your 1992 ass offense, bro. And they had to tell you this doesn't work.
How many coaches, though, would be stubborn and say, "I'm going to die on my ship. I'm not going to make an adjustment." And I am not an offensive guru watching NFL football. I can't say, they've gone exactly back to the system they ran under Jason Garrett and Shlomo Glickstein, who came from Detroit and who, I forget his name, whatever his name was, that Kellen Moore kind of had studied
Linehan?
under. Yeah, Scott Linehan. And
I was going to say,
and so if we've gone back to, let's say, Kellen Moore's offense, I have no problem with that. But wouldn't most coaches, I'm just throwing this out as a question, wouldn't most coaches, if their job is on the line, go, I'm not going down with your offense. I'm going down with my offense. And he made an adjustment.
I don't understand. Like, if you had, like, Mike, if you would have had a pitching coach that was, like, helping you,
right,
and then you had a manager who said, this pitching coach doesn't know what he's talking about, and he started weighing in on stuff that you're like, this makes no sense, but I guess we'll do it your way, and you fired the coach that I like.
You would kill him for making the initial change.
After several weeks, if you went, this doesn't work, we need to go back to what I was doing. He's like, you know what, you're right. Let's go back to what you were doing, and I'm going to oversee. Now, wouldn't you be like, well, we just wasted a ton of time then. What were you doing? You don't deserve credit for going back to what I told you never to change.
I hear you, and you make a good point. I also think that I'm making good. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here.
Yeah. Would you want to give that manager credit if you experienced that yourself? Like, I told you not to fire the pitching coach. I told you what he did worked. I told you your mechanical tweaks were stupid. And 5 weeks later, we're going back to what I told you never to change.
Well, in a way, yes, I agree with you. But I didn't win the championship last year. In fact, I didn't get close to winning the championship last year. I didn't get close to winning the championship the year before. So I thought, let's make an extreme change here and see if this can get us closer to the goal that we're not getting close to in this system.
Right.
So then you tried it for 5 or 6 weeks. It didn't work out as well as you'd hope. And you said, okay, the backup plan, I'm going to go to it. I'm not going to be stubborn and stick with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, Bobby, but then I would also think that Kellen Moore would be getting more out of Justin. In my opinion, watching Justin Herbert, I want to get rid of my Justin Herbert cards. I'm just going to be honest. It's not the best way to sell is to say I want to get rid of these things. I think Justin Herbert's going to go down as a nobody in the NFL. I don't think he's 20 years from now, when you bring up the name Justin Herbert, it's going to be bringing up like the name Jeff George for kids today. People are going to be like, who the hell is Jeff George? I have no clue who he is. Anyway, no, he was the number 1 pick in 1990. He was with the Colts. He was supposed to be great. And then he moved around to 7 zillion teams. He was only good with Randy Moss and Chris Carter. And you're going to have to explain all these things. I don't care. He's not in the Hall of Fame. Nobody considered him for the Hall of Fame. That's Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert is somewhat Jeff George.
Would you rather have Dak or Herbert right now?
Dak. And I'm not saying it's not super. I'm not saying it's not close. I do think that they're close to the same tier, but I do think Herbert has more talent in a way. He has more arm talent. He can throw the ball harder, but it doesn't seem to correlate into wins. It doesn't correlate into outstanding numbers. Like, it just, when you watch Herbert, you're always wanting more.
Corey, congratulations. What was the record-setting Peace-a-thon number?
$88,399.
Wow.
It went up because our friend Flula donated late, so that was nice of him. We also had the most ever participants in Peace-a-thon that we've ever had. So that number was in like the 90s a couple of years ago, and it jumped up to nearly 400 this year.
Wow.
So that's amazing to see all the Tolos take part in it. Be part of it and say, look, even if I can donate something, I'm going to help you guys out. So I really appreciate all the Tolos and Twolos for that. And Kevin, I thought the really cool thing was all day long seeing the Twolos in that chat. Like, they never left. You could see them all day long. And yeah, you guys do need to sign the chair. We got to autograph the chair before we give it over.
Did that go for $800?
I think so, yeah. So
$800 for that chair autographed by all of the people up here who participated in
Peace-a-thon.
I see RJ's number 23 on it.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted to alpha
and he signed it. He
sign
signed it in kind of the copper gold signature too, to really make it stand out.
Sean, you should below your signature trace your hand on the seat.
If you want copper,
that'd be awesome.
I have kind of the copper bronze pen too, whichever one you guys want to use. Did you sign it, Bobby?
I did not, but I will.
Okay.
All right, Kevin, I need your ruling on this. I'm catching heat, especially for my wife. I got her a Roomba-type device as a Christmas gift.
Roombas are great.
How does she know that already?
Yeah, it got blown up. I was like having a private conversation with someone else at the dinner table, and the other person was like, "You can't get her.
Oh dear.
You can't get her a cleaning device as a Christmas
But
gift."
it makes her life a little bit easier.
A lot of bit easier.
She doesn't. I mean,
we have a
Roomba, or whatever they're called. Like, there's a zillion different brands, but it does its job in a way. It's not great, but
what's wrong with it?
I don't think it vacuums like a real vacuum, if that makes sense. Like, when you
need it to be smarter.
Yeah, like the path.
It's doing its thing. It's vacuuming, but I feel like it's not really getting everything, but it's getting surface level stuff. Unless they make, though, I'm not paying $2,000 for a circular.
Well, that's where the
vacuum.
good one is, Mike. Like that's where you get the really good
But
stuff.
if you pay $300, $400, it does a decent job.
Was that on her list?
We've been talking about one, and I was like, I'm going to go ahead and order this really nice, expensive thing as one of her Christmas gifts. And it is being rejected by some of the Lady Tolos saying that that is not that's not acceptable as a present, a cleaning device.
I will just say this. There might be an initial what? Moment, but after 2 years, she'll go, that was a damn good investment right there. Now you got to keep it up.
But
you
she thinks it should be a separate investment. It's not a Christmas gift investment.
If it's not specifically on her list, I bet it was kind of hey, this would be a nice purchase if we could just make on a Tuesday,
right?
Not for a gift. So,
all right. What if your wife got you a lawnmower for Christmas? Is that the same thing, or
is it a ride-on lawnmower?
It depends on if you ask for it. Like a couple of years ago, my wife desperately wanted like a Dyson cordless vacuum cleaner and everything like that. But like she told me again and again, she was like, hey, for Christmas, they're going to have a Black Friday sale. But like she made sure to let me know that that's like a Christmas present that she wanted.
Yeah. I'm not buying a $300 Black Friday gift and then giving
just for fun.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
I have a tough
Christmas
time
gifts.
when people ask or whenever I'm coming, because I'm an adult and I buy stuff throughout the entire year.
Yep.
If I need something, I get it, and that's about it. So like that's how
you're
I have
so
a tough
difficult
time
to
with
buy
presents.
a gift for. God, you're so impossible. It's like, no, I order it.
If I see something I want, I get it because I need it and I want it right then.
Don't ever say it's because I know you better than you know me, because I don't ever have trouble buying gifts for you. Don't say that.
I'm struggling with purses right now. My wife would kind of like a purse.
Yeah.
And I like
that's another thing. Don't ever pick out her purse. You go to the store,
right. Wouldn't you?
I'm good at that.
In a way, I know we're talking Roomba, which is different. But okay, I really want like a really nice purse.
Yeah.
All right.
If those are the only specifications I get,
I
I'm in
don't
trouble.
know.
But
like,
your
I'm
daughter
like,
should be able
what's
to do
the
that for
brand?
you.
What's the color?
Coach.
What, like,
You
just
can never
give me
fail
the
getting a Coach
picture of
purse.
it.
Your daughter can't help you with this?
She can. I'm going to text her today because I think I was just watching.
FaceTimer from the store.
I was watching. I guess Target's having a big Cyber Monday sale. I mean, everybody's having a big Cyber Monday sale, but my wife really likes.
I saw that
and this is
video.
good.
Yeah, if you get her a Target purse, she'll be winning.
She likes bragging on having cheap
Dr.
stuff
Money? Oh.
that people think is expensive. Does that make sense?
Oh, God, you hit a
So
home
she,
run.
so she,
you get
so
her
she
like a
likes
porch
if somebody's
bag.
like, I really like that purse, and she's like, yeah, I got it from Target for $40. Like
She's a
she
deal grabber.
loves,
She gets a high off
she
of that.
loves that more than. Yes, this is $1,000 purse. By the way, when I was looking at purses on Nordstrom
made
and
me
Neiman
sick.
Marcus and stuff,
well,
I was
there
like,
you go.
oh my God, I had no purses are $5,000. Did you know they're
At those stores, sure.
Yes. They make $5,000 purses.
Is Target the place where they were sliding in the exact same deal that said Black Friday over the regular sale thing?
What? I didn't see that.
I saw
I think
that
so.
video.
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
they had like a TV was $250 sale, and then they slid in a new placard that said Black Friday $250, but it was the same deal they had going before.
That's part of the reason you boycotted Target to begin with.
No,
So
I did not.
There was another reason?
boycott
You
Target.
boycotted Target?
No,
it's a really cool fake purse.
No,
So
well,
it's
she
an awesome
doesn't.
fake purse.
She just want, but she likes. I just know when we go out, if somebody compliments her on what she's wearing or something, like earrings, whatever it is, she honestly, in a way, likes
Wants them to
bragging
kind of knock off.
more
That's her
about
out.
them. Like, yeah, that makes her very excited when she's like, yeah, I got it for $30 or $50
And
instead of the $300 or $500 people
Yeah.
think it probably is.
So what are you going to spend price range on this purse? Are you going to get her the fake one or the real one?
Well, I'm going to tell my daughter, MG, today, I'm going to say, hey, go on Target. They're having Cyber Monday sales and see if there's a purse that you think mom would really like.
Okay.
and if that doesn't work, he'll just get her a vacuum. You know what I'm saying?
Actually,
you can have mine.
I think we did do that like a few years ago. a Roomba for Christmas. She liked it.
This person's
Your
called
wife-
the Swinger, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Dear.
Yeah.
There you go. Does that have a pineapple?
Why does that get that reaction?
We're back tomorrow with Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones and another Cowboys Seahawks ticket giveaway. KMC back together again is next on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You've got Corey Majors returning, Mike Bassick. And Mike,
yes,
I believe in you.
Okay.
Who is running our board today?
Ross.
That's why you're the best. That is why you are the best.
Ross, welcome to the show, brother.
He's been with us before. He's
No, I
actually
know.
okay.
Several times.
Yeah.
But this is the first time I've been with y'all in studio, so yeah. It's good to be with y'all.
He did the show Friday.
That's what you think. But now you
Now
can
you're
see
just
all my
closer to get
reactions
yelled at more.
directly if you piss me off.
Now,
So
hey, let's get this straight. Me not getting the producers' names right. Let's be honest here. On the KNC Masterpiece, this is like y'all 35th producer, and we have a different one almost every day.
just for the record, in the first 4 days of this week, we will in fact have 4 different producers.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not.
You are kidding, dude.
Kidding.
So it's not like, oh, look at Mike. He doesn't know the people up here. Well, every day there's a different producer.
So if you Tolos and Twolos out there thought you were going to get one, don't be caught off guard tomorrow.
I mean, let me throw out our laundry list of people. Obviously Reggie, but he's doing the get right a lot more now, and good for him. I'm glad for that.
7 to 11 right here, weekdays on the Fan.
We have Rigo Suave. We have Ross. We have Alec, who I think does it the most.
And he will also be doing the get right, 7 to 11 right here on the Fan.
And I honestly now am drawing a blank on the other people who might produce our show. So
we have a kid named Chris.
Chris, he's going to do the
Have I
show
met
He's
him?
very new. He's very new, so that's
Have I
okay.
met him?
He created a Twitter handle called Texas Rangers Updates, and he created it a while back, and he's a pretty good kid, so he works pretty hard.
Okay.
He was here, Mike, on the night of the World Series victory. I think everybody was, all the guys that run the boards and produce the shows were here that night. It was awesome.
Okay.
So, Corey, if people missed it, we talked about it some on Friday, and if you missed it in the crosstalk, because I want to go into something else specifically about the Mavs in just a minute, but can you give everybody all the Peace-a-thon updates that we need to know? Because I believe starting today, you can come pick your stuff up.
We're at right around $89,000, Kevin. And you should, if you were a winner, you should have gotten an email or will get an email this morning. That Mike, did you get your email?
I got to check and see.
Okay, you'll get your
He's
email.
probably the wrong person.
I did
to
pay.
ask.
I did pay though.
Okay.
I paid my bill.
By the way, I too have paid Mike his $20 for the CeeDee Lamb bet. So that is all.
Oh, you did?
I did. I sent
Yeah.
you some Venmo this morning. So
It was such a good first half. It wasn't a great first half, but it was a decent first half for the Cowboys. But I ticked you off right at halftime.
my father, I told him, and my father-in-law and I were sitting there watching it, and at one point I was just like, "Son of a bee! Why can't you just connect with CeeDee Lamb?" And he goes, "But wouldn't you pay $20 for what's happening today?" And I was like, "Absolutely." The way things went.
I was upset for you when I was in that text. It's like, hey, Corey, CeeDee Lamb's doing really good. He's got 26 yards. I was like, God, Mike, you're going to win. Give it a rest.
He only needs 176.
Yeah. You won.
It was fine.
Congratulations.
It was fine. It was like I said, I would take that win any time of day. But yeah, we're at around $89,000, which
That's awesome.
surpassed our goal by almost $40,000. There was what we made last year about 40,000. We wanted to make about 60. I told the boss, I said, based on everything that Kevin's done, I think we can make about 75. And Kevin, I also don't know if you knew that we were going to implement some of the other things that I was able to add to it too. So that helped us add more numbers as we went along the way. And so thank you so much to Dirk Nowitzki for last minute signing those shoes. And there were 2 different people that got individual shoes at the same price. That's pretty awesome. But here's the one thing that I loved the most, Kevin, because at training camp, we talked to Trayvon Diggs, and he said, man, Micah Parsons raised $8,000 for his helmet and the suite package and everything. And he goes, maybe I can raise lucky number 7. And he raised over $9,000. So thank you very much to Trayvon Diggs for helping out with that, and Odyssey for helping, donate that package and everything. But Kevin, as you heard Charlotte say, she said they were having a battle in the locker room over Peace-a-thon and who could raise the most money. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen again at training camp.
Advantage Trayvon Diggs. So Micah, you're up next. Or if another Cowboy would like to enter the fray, That would be fantastic.
And I do know that personally, Charlotte said that she just would love taking part in it, and she is happy to be part of this thing as we move along. So we really appreciate the relationships Kevin, as I've said, the friends we've made along the way are the most important part, right, Mike?
Just don't say on air what my response was to that.
It's about money, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was like, "Hey, that's great." Now I
loves
can't.
friends.
You know his goal's $100,000 now.
$105,000 and $300 is what our next goal is to the 682. Yeah,
that would be cool.
I got it,
100,000 is my goal, and I've already started collecting things for next year. All right, now let's go ahead and fire off. If we can, let's see if we get positive or negative, Ross, today. Give me cut number 17 for the Mavs.
Tice tries to keep it alive. Westbrook had it for a moment. Irving brings it back. He's going to try to beat the buzzer. He does. Kyrie Irving now with 19.
And at that point, that cut their deficit from 20 to 17 points.
There we go.
The Mavericks...
Well, I guess they showed up. I guess the great thing is it's not called Staples Center anymore, but I guess... Crypto. I guess they showed up to Crypto and walked out there and watched the Clippers play basketball. But that's the NBA today. It's really weird as you start getting into a season on how motivated NBA teams are to play the basketball game.
I will say it hasn't been as much of an issue for the Mavericks as maybe the last 2 years thus far.
100%. I agree with you. And maybe not. It was kind of the last year of Rick Carlisle. Then they had pretty darn good effort that first year. Jason Kidd made it to the Western Conference Finals. Last year was just pathetic. And this year has been good. It's just that game Saturday, you're just watching it going, hey, so there's an NBA game going on and you're going to have to try kind of hard. I don't know about this just jogging up and down the court thing, but it's probably not going to work. And they're like, let's just jog up and down the court.
Now, my question for y'all was going to be, what's scarier to Mavs fans right now, the team's rebounding or Luka's hand?
It's the hand.
Hopefully trending in the right direction for the hand, though.
It has to be the hand concern, because then, how much can he be the same dude if it is actually broken? I know he said it initiates as it's broken. I think he was saying initially the X-ray showed that it was broken, and he doesn't think it is. But man,
but the X-rays did say not broken.
Okay, all right. Well, good. Let's hope that that's the case. Mike, that's a big concern for me, is his hand, because he's that important to this team.
I hear you. I'd like to say I love Luka. He's awesome. I don't know how much he fakes an injury or not. The problem is he's the boy who cried wolf on every possession in the NBA. So when he's hurt, I don't know if he's hurt, because he fakes being hurt so much in his career.
What do you mean by that? Like over-exaggerating?
Yeah, he gets up, let's say he gets knocked down. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the rest of my life. My life might be over, my hip. And then they give him the basketball again. He's like, right by you. I made the bucket. And then after he makes the bucket, he walks back. He's like, I don't know, man. My hip hurts so much. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play basketball. And, it's just... That's the way he plays basketball. Am I right or wrong?
No, I hear you. But I just wanted to say, I think there's this soccer style over exaggeration versus fake getting hurt. That's how I would like to distinguish that.
I feel like every time the ball gets stolen from him, it's because he got hurt, not because the other player played good defense and stole the basketball from him.
That makes sense. Okay. I see it.
So I am worried about his hand. But God, I could worry about something of his body every game, the way that there's something that bugs him every game in some situation. I know that this is bigger. To me, it's rebounding, because I don't know how to solve this problem.
Yeah, so the Clippers game, obviously the Clippers game is a standout. You got out-rebounded by 20 on a night where it just wasn't your night for whatever reason we want to go with. You've been out-rebounded in the last 3 games. If you want to take the bigger sample size for the season, 23rd in the league in rebounding. And I think that is also Corey, you're right. If Luka's hand was really broken, then we would just be like, well, crap. I guess it doesn't really matter what we talk about.
How do you feel about our rebounding whenever Derek Lively is healthy?
And able
it's still
to
below
stay,
average.
Yeah.
It's below average in the NBA, which it's very tough to.
Against the Kings, he had 9, and then against the Lakers, he had 10.
But he's still saying as a team.
Not Derek Lively. Gotcha. as a team, look at the team rebounding. They're one of the 5 worst rebounding teams in the NBA.
They're 23rd.
Sorry, it is good.
Only one of the. No, I didn't say that.
That's better than 5 worst.
They're one of the
Mike
8th
just
worst.
pointed out something
You're
good
right.
a moment
That's
ago.
true.
So.
They're one of the 8th worst. They're the 8th
But,
worst.
All right.
And I'm assuming this. I don't know this. There's probably a team better than the Mavericks who's below them. But most of those teams are going to be lower seeded playoff teams and out of the playoffs, not even make the playoffs. It's just really tough to win basketball games when you give good teams second and third opportunities. And I just look at this Mavs team, and I like Derek Lively. Derek Lively has been awesome. For what he is, right? If Derek Lively was getting paid $25 million a year, we'd say Derek Lively sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Sagana Diop. I remember telling Mark Follow, I was like, Sagana Diop is going to suck next year. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, he's going to do the same thing that he's done on $1 million contract for now, I can't remember, $8 million. And we're going to be like, this sucks for $8 million, but it's really good for $1 million. And so I look at Derek Lively and I go, he is really good as a rookie, and he's going to keep improving and getting better throughout his career. But when you look at team rebounding, right, Grant Williams, I seen him dunk before, so I'm going to exaggerate here so people don't think I'm being dead serious. Like, it seems like he can't even touch rim. Like, that's your power forward trying to get like, he's not a rebounding power forward at all or a rebounding wing at all, but he plays his role. You look at Derek Jones Jr., he kind of plays his role. You're starting a guy who's not really a starter in the NBA, but I mean, you just start looking at it going, how is this going? Dwight Powell, we've seen him for a decade. He can't rebound to save his life at the position he plays. Maxi Kleber is one of the worst rebounders in the NBA for a bigger guy. That's statistically factual. So it's just really tough to look at it and go, how is this team supposed to get good at rebounding?
And the interesting thing about it is, you were talking about the teams that are worse than the Mavs. It's not as much of a direct correlation as I would have I would have thought. Now, there are some awful teams down there. Memphis, San Antonio, Washington, like they're all down in the bottom of the rebounding mix. But even below the Mavs is Miami, OKC, Indiana. Indiana's second to worst, and they've had a solid little season thus far. So,
and they're horrible at defense too. It's really weird that Rick Carlisle's team is horrible at defense in Indiana.
They might be the worst defensive team in the league. I know Washington might argue about that, but you do kind of see a correlation between struggles with rebounding and struggles with your overall defensive presentation.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily a death sentence when it comes to record. But Corey, to your point, I remain concerned about the Mavericks team rebounding, even when Lively's up there, because Lively brings you up into the, hey, I think maybe they could be average mix, but that's my apex.
Is it for you guys? Is it just talent at rebounding versus size that we actually need? Like, because that's the thing is they can still add. But is that a piece that they can find?
Yeah, I think it is.
And is it another power forward type, or is it another center type to spell Lively?
So I actually think it's somebody who can like kind of swing between both of those, but he doesn't solve your other problem. As we've talked about Vooch a lot on this show, he does not play defense. He can rebound like a son of a gun, because we said, hey, the Mavericks are trying a little bit more with Rashawn Holmes, and I'll give that a little bit more time. Early on, it hasn't looked as great as one would hope, but that's a potential for more rebounding. But if that doesn't work, what's left on your roster is probably not a lot of upward rebounding mobility.
I'm not blaming Dwight Powell for the comeback of the Lakers, right? You beat the Lakers. Thank God you beat the Lakers. We talked about it on Friday. But when Derek Lively got hurt and Dwight Powell now had to go back into the rotation, that's when the Lakers started making their run. Is they're like, oh, this is great. He has no offensive prowess, and he has no defensive prowess. This is great. And I'm not saying Rashawn Holmes is like a lot better than Dwight Powell, but it was amazing how when Dwight Powell had to go into the rotation, how everything changed for the Lakers and they started making the comeback. And obviously Jason Kidd did the right thing. He got him out as soon as he could. Against the Clippers, when you're trying to make a comeback because you couldn't score and you couldn't rebound, the lineup was Luka Doncic at center, because that's what he was, our biggest guy on the court. You had Tim Hardaway Jr., you had Dante Exum, you had Kyrie Irving, and you had one other guy. It might have been Grant Williams. So you could have said Grant Williams at 6'6" was your center, but you had 6'7", 6'6", 6'5", 6'4", 6'3". That was your team on the court. You you couldn't do anything else because you were limited with your big guys. Kleba being hurt isn't helping because he's a guy who is 6'10", who is in kind of a big man rotation. But it's going to be interesting as you get to more of trade questions, how the Mavs pull this off. Because if they don't, they're going to make the playoffs, I think.
Sure.
But I don't know how you win if you're going to get out-rebounded by 10 on a nightly basis in the playoffs. It goes to the Jason Kidd quote, you have to score 130 to kind of beat these good teams.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk about that Eagles-Bills game, and we will also check in with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk.
to 105.3 The Fan on the KNC Masterpiece. And this upcoming segment is brought to you by Franco & Franco. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franco & Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franco & Franco for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
So, in the regular world, it's a Monday.
Right.
What day is it where you're at?
Thursday.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense to me. How?
He's going to watch Seinfeld.
Well, you know what?
and
I saw
Friends tonight.
there was a big wire story from Seattle saying they're confused about their schedule. And it's like, well, what's confusing? You know, you played on Thursday last week, right? Now you're playing on Thursday again. It's no big deal. It's still a week. I guess they're not used to it the way we are here, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. But, you know, these last couple of weeks watching Seattle, they're not used to a lot of quality things. So,
Kevin, I just realized that the Cowboys play Seattle on Thursday.
What?
Yeah, my brain just turned off after the Thanksgiving game. And when y'all were talking about this, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. What are they talking about? So everybody get ready, because Thursday, Cowboys and Seattle are getting after it.
Well, I'm glad you caught up.
Man, so tomorrow, when you need all the Seahawks perspective, Corey's going to be here and be like, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. I know we need to talk about Seattle, but I wanted to take a couple of quick steps back. And what have you thought about keeping Dak clean and relatively pressure-free, whether it's this last game, whether you thought it was the game before as well? What have you seen pass protection-wise from this offensive line?
Yeah, I thought it was about time, right? I mean, that's kind of what we've been expecting from that group once they got together and started playing together. And I think it certainly makes a huge difference in his performance also. I thought the offensive line the past 2 games has played pretty darn well, and well enough that if there was pressure, Dak had the ability to use his feet, to move, to get out, throw on the run, and basically keep him clean. Yeah, you're exactly right. And I thought one of the biggest indications of where this offensive line is right now and playing not only the protection for Dak, but how they blocked that screen pass for Rico Dowdle, where you had Biotish and Zach Martin pulling, and both of them got their blocks, and then Ferguson got the last block, and that's why Dowdle was able to score on that play. So, yeah, I think it's been much better. And I think it's also shown in the running game, too. I actually see holes that Tony Pollard can pop through, unlike having to plow in to nothing and try to create 2 yards, out of nothing. So, yeah, I think the offensive line has kind of had a resurgence and back to what we thought it would be from the start of the season before they had to go through all the injuries they did.
In the next week to week and a half, who do you think will get fired from Seattle? Because the Cowboys played the Panthers, Frank Reich gets fired. The Cowboys play the Commanders, Jack Del Rio gets fired. Who, if you had to guess, who do you think it will be for Seattle?
Maybe Geno Smith gets benched.
Oh, man, I could see that.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, right? That when things go bad, somebody has to pay. Yeah, I understand the head coach, but then the coordinators, getting fired. Yeah, I think that's, especially when you got a head coach that's kind of defensive oriented, right?
Right.
And it's like, well, why weren't you overseeing the defense more in the first place? Where else did that happen? Somebody else recently got fired a coordinator, and it's like, well, why didn't you take care of it?
Buffalo.
Oh, no. Was it Baylor? Did they fire their defensive coordinator? And Aranda said, well, I'm going to start. Well, the reason you got that job at Baylor in the first place was because the defensive work you did at LSU, right? So why didn't you keep doing it when you got the head coaching job?
Facts. I like that. I am kind of concerned about something, Mickey.
Okay.
And
Is it the games on Thursday?
Well, no. Well, that's news to me. I did want to point that out.
It's in Arlington too.
He hadn't moved up
awesome.
that far yet.
All
Take your
right.
time.
Cowboys are favored by 8.
Brett Maher, we weren't concerned about his field goal kicking, right? It was the extra point kicking. And are we concerned about Brandon Aubrey's extra point kicking?
Calling out Brandon
I'm just
Aubrey?
asking a question.
Well, he did end up missing 2 of 4 before he made his final. Who did he make his final 2 in the game after the miss?
Yeah, I look, the field goal kicking's great.
No,
but I don't want
I'm
to see
saying
Dak
that
throw his helmet on the ground and say, just go for 2.
Yeah, the extra point, and you're not sure what happened there. The first extra point and the second extra point he missed was after a how do you say it? A real quick change, like there was a touchdown that you weren't expecting to be scored, and you had to go out maybe a defensive one, and a quick change extra point. And so I think he rushed himself on a couple of those. That last one, I'm not sure what happened on that one. Other than maybe he got caught up in the excitement of everything that was going on with all the, kind of the joyous play in that game. But yeah, he's just got to settle down because he made his field goal, right? And he made the next 2 extra points. So, no one's perfect the whole season, and he's been pretty perfect, right? Except for that first extra point that he missed in the first game.
Man, look at Corey trying to run people.
I think it's valid.
Thank you.
It's valid, especially since we see how close shaves these games are.
Yes.
Getting a chance to watch everybody else kind of suffer on Sunday. And so, yeah, think about this. This dawned on me watching the Eagles eke through another game.
But they won.
Right? But think about this. They were within 2 very catchable game-winning touchdown passes from being tied with the Cowboys right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the miss in Kansas City, that's a game-winning touchdown, right? And the guy can't catch it at the goal line. And then
happens all the time for Kansas City,
right?
For Kansas City this year has been rough, but no, I definitely get your point.
And then yesterday, the touchdown pass, the guy that was playing so well, Davis, he looks the wrong way. All he had to do was look to his right, and they're going to win the game.
So that's an interesting point, Mickey, because I guess I'm just not smart enough to know this. That was Gabe Davis's fault, not Josh Allen's. Like, I didn't know who to put the blame on because he beats his guy and then he goes to more of the outside or the corner,
right?
And
but
the
all
ball's
he had
thrown
to
to the
do,
inside.
all he had to do was turn around and look. And he, because he never looked, and he just kind of went to his left, right?
Okay.
He was so wide open. If he just finds the ball, it's wide open to the inside, not the outside. And it's like, my God! But they continue to find ways to win.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to talk about those ways to win in just a minute. We will catch up with you tomorrow as we move into Friday in the game week, but still just Tuesday in our regular week.
Great news.
And remember,
if you
Corey,
ask him to predict, Mickey, if you predict on Friday what the Cowboys score is going to be, you're going to get it right.
yeah, right. And then Wednesday, remember, that's kind of almost the day off from a media standpoint, right?
Well, you still don't get the day off, maybe.
No.
We're still going to
I didn't get yesterday
He was
off.
pitching it
That's
out
a good
there.
point.
He really was pitching it out there, though. I like that, Mickey.
Thanks,
I'm with
Mick.
you guys. Don't worry.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Corey, I'm a little bit with you on forgetting that they play on Thursdays.
What?
I remembered, but I forgot. Like when I was like, oh yeah, because I'm just remembering this. My son is playing in a 9th grade basketball tournament Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, kind of out in, I think, the Keller area. And luckily, Thursday, their game's at 3:15 because Friday, their game is at 7:15 in the tournament. And if their game was 7:15 on Thursday, I would miss part of the Cowboy game. I just watch it on, whatever you call it, TiVo or whatever it is. But
did you just say TiVo?
Yeah.
Does that even exist
No,
anymore?
100% it doesn't exist, but that's what it started off as.
It does exist.
Oh.
So, anyways, I was just thinking, wow,
Like
that's
that M&M Santa Claus commercial.
good news.
Right now.
The Keller 9th grade basketball tournament worked out well for Bishop Lynch's drawing on when they play and what time.
Because I know that was the big concern that everyone had.
For me, it was.
If we could go ahead and fire off cut number.
And Grapevine 9th grade basketball team. That's who they play in the first round.
They have Children in the Corn. It's like $25 a month.
If we could fire off cut number 9, the Eagles figure out a way to get it done shut up. Yet again.
Elliott puts the toe on it, and the kick is good! Oh, what a kick it is by Elliott. He drilled it.
All right, so the Eagles are beatable, but they can't be beat.
Yep. Yes. That's dead on. They don't look good. They don't look like the best team. They don't look like they've dominated anybody, yet for some reason,
can't beat them.
The best teams that have these shots that are that close right at the end just can't pull it over on them. And that makes me think they're going to win the Super Bowl. Like that's when you have those types of things happen throughout the season where you can get by with those things, but you also beat the best teams.
All right.
That's when I'm like, crap.
I don't want to go to this too quickly, but you know what's funny is Philadelphia is hosting San Francisco, and because I was just on the page for the games coming up this week, San Francisco's on the road at Philadelphia. San Francisco's favored by 3.
Wow.
Now, Kevin, you can just stick on this game, but I just thought that was interesting that Vegas even sees this Philadelphia team as very beatable, yet they can't be beat.
I understand the logic of that, and I know a lot of people think San Francisco is better, but I mean, they were going to lose against Kansas City. Maybe they were going to lose against Buffalo. Like, they were going to lose all these games along the way, and yet they don't, regardless of what it looks like. That's pretty impressive.
17 points in the fourth quarter. Like that.
The Cowboys looked like they were going to beat them, honestly. They got it down to the 6-yard line with, I can't remember, 30 seconds to go. And then you had 2 major, mistakes where you had a penalty and you had a sack and then I think another penalty. So I guess you had 3 major mistakes to push you back to the 30-yard line or whatever. So it's like this Philadelphia team has been very beatable the last month of the season, yet they haven't lost any of the games.
I'm glad that you said that because I wanted to focus in on that for a specific reason. The Eagles, now 10-1, have trailed at halftime of their last 4 games, and they've won them all, which ties an NFL record. If you want to go even further, Jalen Hurts has a .450 win percentage when his team trails by 10 points or more. That is second only to Patrick Mahomes since 1950.
So pretty much the history of the NFL.
Exactly. And so when you have them at a 10-point or more deficit, he's still dangerously close to being it being a coin flip game, which is wild. And the fact that, you just saw it again from Mahomes yesterday. They were losing that game 14-0, I do believe. And then they came back and won. So Mahomes and Hurts put them in a big deficit. They'll win half of the time.
Yeah, here's the thing I think about them when I watch them play. They're just so adaptable. This reminds me, Mike, I go back to the Spurs all the time. They could play with you to score 130 or they could hold you to 80. Whatever the game dictated, they did it at that point in that moment. Yeah. And now they might be chasing, Kevin, that Super Bowl from last year still, where they're still in that mode of the adrenaline isn't there until it's all on the line. And maybe that's what it is with this team, but they just seem to have, the opponent seems to have this mindset of we got to do this to beat the Eagles. And the Eagles have this mindset of we can get this done because we know we can rely on certain things and we can be adaptable to the game.
To your point, they're 10-1. They've scored 310 points. They've given up 246. That's a plus 64. The Cowboys are 8-3 and have 347 points scored. That's 37 more and only given up 185. That's a plus 162. Wow. The Cowboys are a plus 162 this year, and the Eagles are a plus 64, yet they're 10-1. And at this point, I hate saying this because there's season left, but the Cowboys do have to win out. And we'll talk about that later. If the Cowboys want to win this division at this point, they do have to win out.
Even then, I don't know if that's going to be good enough.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
We'll talk baseball.
I like it.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra?
Rangers have won the World
One more time.
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Whether it's hot stove or spring training 2024,
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
you know this is the proud home of the Rangers. We are the Fan.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. You're listening to the KNC Masterpiece, but the upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we'll have a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets to give away. But right now, you get this content given away to you every single day. It's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
All right. Well, thank you, Diamond Factory, for sponsoring Baseball Nuggets of your World Championship Texas Rangers. So there was a pretty major signing today in baseball. Sonny Gray of the Minnesota Twins is now a St. Louis Cardinal. Now, this is a much better signing. Nothing against Lance Lynn. Nothing against Kyle Gibson. They have both also signed with the Cardinals this offseason. So the Cardinals have now signed 3 starting pitchers.
Are you surprised? Because I feel like we talked a lot about this team building back up, but they're like, let's cut to the chase.
Obviously, they traded Jordan Montgomery to the Texas Rangers. They made some moves during the deadline going, we're not good enough. And I thought they were going to really rebuild.
Yeah.
I heard that at the deadline that they were thinking about moving Nolan Arenado, moving Paul Goldschmidt. And then if they didn't move him at the deadline, which they didn't, that there were indications that they might move them in the offseason and kind of reconstruct the Cardinals around, if you don't know their organization well, Jordan Waller is a big-time prospect for them, who's a very 21-year-old rookie this last year, who had his ups and downs. Guys like Nolan Gorman, who's kind of a repeat version, maybe a little bit better of Joey Gallo, but a big home run or nothing type of hitter. But I thought they were going to kind of go in that direction. They're obviously not, but 3 years, $75 million for Sonny Gray. He's a little bit older. He's 34 years old. So that's why it's a 3-year deal and not maybe a longer deal. So I had my buddy ask me this. This is based off of Sonny Gray signing. And he texted me this during the weekend. So before Sonny Gray signed today with the Cardinals is, hey, Mike, what do you think the Rangers are going to do this offseason? Your best guess. And I was like, it's a great question. And, you know, I understand why he's asking me because I work at times, not for the Texas Rangers, but I guess I do. I mean, Bally's also. But I honestly don't know. I guess I would say I'm still optimistic on Shohei Ohtani being a Texas Ranger. It's not close to a done deal. In fact, we had the report days or weeks ago, but just to reiterate, Shohei Ohtani is saying if you talk about me talking to your team, meeting with your team, talking about money with your team, you're out. Yeah. Almost like you're out. So if the Rangers and Ray Davis really doesn't talk much, but if Chris Young comes out and says, yeah, we met with Shohei, it was a great meeting, we think we have a chance, you're out. Shohei wants this to be like super private and does not want any of it to get out. If it gets out, he's saying you could be totally off the list of my teams that I'm choosing from.
How much of that is respectful that you think that he's asking for there? Respect of my own privacy as well as everybody else's that's involved.
And honestly, I think it's a test for him being with your franchise, right? Because, like, let's say something happens with Ohtani or something like that, he doesn't want that all over the place.
You're going to have that kind of same respect for me even whenever I'm under contract with you.
So anyways, it's a great question from Heath, who's a Tolo, is what do the Rangers do this offseason? I'm not saying the championship is wearing off at all. In fact, this Sunday, we're going to be out at Globe Life Field with Jared Sandler for his charity, the Sandlot Charity, and it's going to be an unbelievable experience. You're going to be able to, if you do this, you're going to be on the field. There's going to be all types of games out there to play. You can play catch on the field. We're going to be on the field. We will be there. We're going to be on the field
where the World Series
and there
was
could be
played.
some current Rangers there.
The World Series trophy is going to be there, too.
Oh, my God. I'm taking a picture with
There could be some, World Series trophy is going to be there. There could be some former Dallas Cowboys there, possibly even former Hall of Fame Dallas Cowboy, current Hall of Famer. He is alive, so that would be good. If he was, I'm not going to mention everybody who is supposed to be there because Jared said, look, just in case something happens, if I'm doing this right, if I read his email correctly, but it's going to be spectacular. But
I'll be there.
I'll be there too. I just don't.
Adrian will be there.
I'll be there.
I just don't. The championship, what I'm saying is it's wearing off a little bit in this. I think Ranger fans are starting to go, okay, now we're past Thanksgiving. Now it's time to go Christmas shopping.
Yep.
And the Rangers have gone Christmas shopping the last 2 years tremendously. I remember around this time, the winter meetings start December 3rd. So the winter meetings start Sunday. That's when everybody starts arriving to, I believe it's in Nashville this year. As everybody starts arriving, that's when the Rangers signed Jacob deGrom. And that started the domino effect of Nathan Eovaldi. Obviously, the year before, you had a strike looming. So the Rangers, right before the strike, sign, if I have my timing right, I know they signed Simeon and Seager right before then, but they might have also signed Jonathan Gray before then, too. So you knew you had John Gray, you knew you had Simeon, you knew you had Seager, and that was right about the winter meetings time, right
December
before.
2nd was, I think the first was when they signed, and December 2nd it blew up. So
Yeah.
that's the time right there. I'm going to go look for the Simeon Seager one.
So
real quick.
Ranger fans have been really excited the last 2 years around this time. After Thanksgiving, before Christmas, the Rangers have done a lot. And we obviously know
December 1st for Simeon.
we know the story of on Christmas Eve. It's a public story now, is that obviously Chris Young's wife is like, hey, it's Christmas Eve. Can you please drop your phone for today? And he's like, I would love to, but I'm really close to signing this guy, Nate Eovaldi, and I think he's going to make a major difference in our organization. I have to get this done. I love you. I'm sorry. I have to get this done.
Good decision.
And obviously his wife said, hey, I forgive him. They won the World Series, and a lot of it was due to Nate Eovaldi being on the team.
So you're saying the day after the Cowboys play Thursday night football, which is Thursday, Kevin, against the Seattle Seahawks.
That's a good point, because they play a lot of Thursday night football,
Thank
not
you.
on Thursday.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mike. But you're saying that the next
It
day,
is true.
which is December 1st,
Yeah.
the Rangers are going to steal the spotlight back and say the World Series champions have just signed their first free agent, because, Kevin, that's what they've done the last at least 2 years now. So that's what I'm hearing from Mike right now, is wait till Friday.
Or they pull off a big trade. And I'm not saying they do this. We've talked about it earlier, but it says now the Braves are among clubs in trade talks for Dylan Cease, who is I don't want to say stud pitcher for the White Sox, but a very likable pitcher amongst all the contenders is Dylan Cease. And I'm not going to put it past the Rangers to make a trade for Dylan Cease. I do think they're in that conversation, along with the Dodgers and the Braves and a whole bunch of other teams that think that they are maybe a starting pitcher away from taking over Major League Baseball. But here's the deal about Shohei Ohtani. If Shohei keeps waiting, and I don't know, like Shohei could sign today. I don't know. I don't think he is. But I don't think the Rangers can just wait for the Shohei thing to drop, because if Shohei waits till January 1st or right around Christmas time, I don't know. This is going to sound weird. I don't know this. How much does Japan celebrate Christmas?
I don't know.
Is that a big what I'm being serious here. This is because for a lot of Americans, I'm just going to say Americans, or let's just say North Americans.
Yeah.
Christmas is a big deal, and a lot of times you're like, hey, I don't want to. Now, Nate Eovaldi obviously negotiated a deal on Christmas Eve. Sometimes guys that are, let's say, from North America, or even, I guess, the islands in Central America, I know Christmas is celebrated there. So, like, hey, this is a big family time. I really don't have time to talk to my agent, plus talk to a team, plus do a meeting. I'm just wondering if, like, Shohei's like, Christmas isn't a big deal in Japan.
And Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is the most romantic day of the year, and Christmas Day is like when you have parties like we would for New Year's.
Japan does that
too. And then New Year's is more of the Christmassy the religious celebration, it looks like.
Okay. So anyways, I don't know if you can wait on Shohei to make his decision, because Jordan Montgomery might have signed by then, and then you're looking at a couple other things might have happened. You're like, oh no, we're left out in the cold. I don't know if the Rangers were that interested in Sonny Gray. I don't think they were. I know they're interested in bringing back Jordan Montgomery. So my first thing to tell a Ranger fan is, if they don't get Shohei Ohtani, I do think they really want to bring back Jordan Montgomery. What are y'all's thoughts on right now? Do you think Jordan Montgomery is going to be a Texas Ranger in 2024 and beyond?
No. Here's why.
Disagree.
And I just started like really digging in on this, and I just felt like there was a little bit of a disconnect whenever he was interviewed, because he would say they so often. They did this, they did that, they this. And maybe that is part of the Rangers, my team. Maybe that's that part of that mindset. But it never sounded like we. And that was something that I was like, man, he is pitching for it. I think him and his agent were like, dude, these opportunities, you're pitching for your life. Go pitch the best games of your life in the playoffs and World Series.
Good job.
He earned it all.
Yeah.
And now if the Rangers want to pay for it, then they know what they got. But I just feel like he was like, I can't wait to hit the market where everything's coming my way.
Everybody thinks, go ahead, sir.
I think he will. I think he will be back.
All right, so 50-50. That means I have to break the tie?
Yes.
I'm 50-50 on it.
Shut up. That is not helpful at all.
So hold on. Does that mean it's 100% both ways?
True.
No, no.
You're 100%
What?
he's going to be back. You're 100% he's not going to be back. I'm 50-50.
Yeah, so that's 50. That's
150%.
Yeah, 150%.
You just do that math.
Which is max. That's the max percentage you can get.
What?
So-
have you ever heard somebody say more than
Next one.
150%?
Yeah, I always discount that opinion.
A lot of people bring up Hader, the great reliever was with the Brewers and Padres, is that he makes too much sense for the Rangers. But I just don't know. I don't know if the Rangers want to spend $100 million on a closer. John Daniels would never do that. Chris Young's mentor, like it or not, is John Daniels. I'm not saying it's good or bad, because I know some people hate John Daniels, some people love John Daniels. I mean, that's who he kind of somewhat studied under, has kept a relationship for a long time with John Daniels. John Daniels always felt like bullpen pieces were so easy to find at the trade deadline. You don't want to spend any money on it. You don't want to give long-term deals. So if you went out and signed Hader to a big contract, that would be definitely against what John Daniels' beliefs are, but I'll see. John Daniels isn't here, so I don't know what Chris Young thinks about long-term contracts with relief pitchers. But it's an interesting question. Sunday starts the winter meetings. At least that's when people get to Nashville, so the conversations heat up with other teams and trades, with agents. So I do expect next week the Rangers to make some major moves.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Texas A&M has a new football coach after they didn't want their other new coach. Plus, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy in just a little bit, but Texas A&M has a new coach. It's just not the first new coach that they were going to get because everybody got super mad.
Gig 'em.
Yes, that is. I guess that is correct.
Whoop. If you don't like them,
that is correct.
I went to Midnight Yell this year versus Louisiana Monroe.
Let's go to screen practice.
I appreciate that you called it that.
Was he a coordinator for y'all at some point?
Yes, just a couple of years ago.
This one will work out.
Yeah. Everything A&M does works out
I have
great.
complete failure in Texas A&M as a football program. They've tried everything.
Hold on. Did you just say you have complete failure?
Yeah.
I think the term is complete faith, Mike, right?
Nope.
He said
all right.
he's the opposite
It's
of
the
that.
opposite. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Whatever
I'm
they
with you
do,
here.
they went and got a national champion in Jimbo Fisher. Horrible. They went and got a guy that had made his mark somewhat in Texas. And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. He had the big Adidas commercial, the black guy who was
Kevin Sumlin?
Kevin Sumlin. Sucked. Like, it just...
I mean, they had their moments, but I'm with you.
I understand. He was... I thought that was the best that program had been in a while, but then they fell apart. They did fall apart.
And they lost every quarterback, right? Every quarterback committed to A&M while he was there because they also had in Coach Bro. And that all fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
It just, they've tried every which way. Let's bring in a guy who really knows the state of Texas, who's going to recruit well in the state of Texas, and Kevin Sumlin, and because he was at Houston right before, and did great there, and went to Central Florida. Is that right? Or maybe afterwards. I can't remember. But anyway, they've done everything. They've tried everything since, who is the old guy, the white-haired guy in the 80s and 90s who was good at it? Why are you looking at me? You know
RC
A&M.
Slocum?
RC
don't
Slocum.
tell him.
Okay, my bad.
You know I'm never going to come up with it.
I wanted to see what his name was
We'll
going to be.
just sit here till McCarthy comes on to do his stupid press conference. It's
Oh my gosh,
It's a great press conference. It's going to be amazing.
Press conference.
And I was just like, ever since RC Slocum, because he would lose 2 to 3 games a year, but every year he'd win about 10 games.
Yeah.
And they're like, this isn't good enough. Ever since he left, they can't even get the next RC Slocum.
So Mark Stoops was going to take the job. And depending on who you believe,
Stoop-a-loop.
Now, he said he was never going to take the job. His actual tweet that he sent out at midnight. I know there's been much speculation about me and my job situation the last couple days. It's true, I was contacted about a potential opportunity this weekend, but after celebrating a big win against our rivals with players I love like family, I knew in my heart I couldn't leave the University of Kentucky right now. That's great. Now, the other part of the story is people will tell you that he was telling everybody that he was leaving for Texas A&M until the Texas A&M booster and fan base got super mad about it in the span of 3 hours.
Because he was talking about it?
No, because they were like, he's not good enough.
Well, I mean, like Mike said, they've done a really good job so far.
Yeah, look.
Who knows if this is the right guy or wrong guy?
Yeah, he's making $9 million a year.
Probably going to be wrong.
At Kentucky.
Yeah.
And maybe he would have wanted to make
paid way more than that
million.
for failure.
But I think this is interesting with Mike Elko because Duke was okay. Right, like they're not in the playoff.
Sure,
but
I mean for Duke,
it's good. Like I think they were 9-4. They're 9-4 right now. 7-4 or something along those lines, and they're fine. I think it's interesting because this dude does have a really interesting background of really good places that are underdog football teams.
He got the job because, by the way, before he got there, Duke was 5-18 in the previous 2 seasons, and then they followed it up with 9-4, and right now they're 7-5.
Okay, there you go. That's what I thought. Yeah.
So they went from 5-18 to 16-9 in those 2 years, and that's great. Make no mistake about it. That's not why Texas A&M hired him. They hired him because everybody loved the job that he did with the defense. Because when he came in, he was the defensive coordinator, I believe, for 4 years from 2018 to 2021. He turned that defense around. Ooh, right now, we got Mike McCarthy. Maybe he'll talk about the defense on 105.3 The Fan.
Do they post you? Well, I think just like anything, you start the personnel. So, it's a little bit of an uncommon opponent, but, their play style has been pretty consistent.
through Pete's tenure up there. So, the way they play, it starts up front, and they're a little different scheme than they've been in the past. So it's an excellent defense.
Comparable to anyone you faced this year as far as their approach?
A little bit like ours. I mean, there's a lot of characteristics that carry over to really training camp for us.
Clarence Fort was talking Telegram. The challenge of DK Metcalf, what does he present for your corners?
I mean, he's got it all. He's got the size, the strength, the vertical presence, speed to finish it. Super competitive. He's top notch.
Mike Toddarts with ESPN. Damone Clark, since he's moved into the Leighton's role, how do you feel that he's done, and what room does he have left to grow?
I think just like anything, I mean, you look at the added responsibility. I think the communication between Dan and himself has been, been very good throughout the week, and how it applies, on game day, So I think anything like not having J.K. in there, he's worked in some different scenarios. I think the opportunities to to play outside if Micah goes down inside. So I think he's done a really nice job. Not adjusting, but with the added responsibility. So Damone's just a young player that he's just going to get better and better every time he lines up.
John Machota, The Athletic. With Pete Carroll, you guys have obviously faced off several times in your head coaching career. Is there anything that, like every time that you face him, that you're going to get this thing? Does anything stand out to you?
I respect with their play style, how they play. I think that's consistent. I think when you look at coaches that have coached a long time, your teams, have an identity that is pretty consistent in your time there, and with Pete's background being a defensive, coach, as far as the way they play, the importance of the run game, I think they're definitely doing some unusual things from a formation standpoint, that'll challenge you during the course of the week in the prep. But it's going to start with running the football, stopping the run. I think those are things that have been consistent throughout his career.
Garrett.
Here at Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, your team hasn't allowed a 100-yard rusher this year. What are the challenges of facing Kenneth Walker and their run games?
Well, their run game, I think, too, not just with Kenneth. I mean, it's they're going to roll some backs through there, and what I will say is they all run with the same temperament. I think even some of the courses that they use, the downhill approach, just whether it's out of the tight inside zone and the gun. But yeah, they will challenge our run defense. So it's definitely a focal point for us.
Hey, Bluffberg, Cowboys Radio. The league is kind of trending the younger coaches, and obviously Pete Carroll 72. You just had a milestone birthday. We'll just call it a milestone. Would you like to see older coaches like this? I mean, Jim Schwartz is having great success.
Yeah. Here we go, old guys. Hell yeah. I mean, what do you want me to say? Yeah. I think it's just a testament to Pete, and he's done it for a long time. He's done it at a high level. So yeah, I guess I never thought much about it, but I'll root for the old guys. So yeah, definitely.
Do you envision yourself at 72 still coaching?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm hopeful with grandkids by then will temper my enthusiasm to be here every day with you wonderful people. So.
Calvin.
Alvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How much will Curtis do today?
Well, I look for him to do the majority of it. So yeah, he took half the reps yesterday. So I think we'll increase his reps.
To Damone, it seems to be a really mature kid. How about impact you when you
Absolutely. Yeah, very mature, very professional, very hard worker, very diligent. I think if anything, once anything new, just he's going to attack it 100%. But no, he's definitely wired the right way and has a skill set that he has a lot of growth in front of him too.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. With Deron Bland and all that, it's easy to get caught up with the interceptions and the records and all that. He still seems like he plays within the scheme. He doesn't try to get too greedy with things. Is that something that you've noticed? Is that something easy?
Yes, I think the best thing I could say about Deron, a number of things you can say, but he has been extremely consistent and mature since he arrived here. He's on top of it. His preparation for a young guy has always been top notch. Yeah, so he's the same person every day, very humble personality. So, yeah, he's definitely going to do it the right way.
Piggybacking on Gladys a minute, what he's done is amazing in return for touchdown. He's also a third leading tackler. Can you talk about his physicality, how important that is with a guy like that, Metcalf?
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's just an illustration too. What Dan and the defensive staff have made such a priority. Tackling was a huge priority for us, coming out of run defense and tackling, and was a major emphasis, and we cranked it up, the best we could there in training camp, and Duran's an excellent example of that. No, he's very detailed, plays the leverage. I think he does a really good job of playing to the help. So yeah, he's definitely an excellent tackler.
Is that unique for a lot of corners to intercept the ball or cover corners, and not necessarily guys who are physical and impressive? Is that unique for guys?
You're stereotyping, so you can pick that battle if you want with all the great corners that cover in the National Football League. No, but I mean, hey, I think it's like a lot of things. It's how defenses fit together. You get what you emphasize, and I think as a team, the players have really done a great job buying into the fundamentals and things like that. But we know people are going to try to attack us, run defense first, and tackling is an important part of that.
Hey.
Mike Edwarder, ESPN. You guys lead the NFL in scoring offense, Dak's playing at an extremely high level. What role has the offensive line and the consistency you've created there? What kind of factor has that been in this whole?
Well, I think we all understand it starts up front, and I think these are questions that really this conversation has been going on since training camp. I think just our guys really didn't have the opportunity. It happens, it happens every year at some position, and it's just part of this game. But they really didn't have the opportunity to get the the reps together, and I think once they were able to get those reps, I think you're now starting to see the consistency and the efficiency. But it all starts up front, whether you're throwing it or running it. So, and the importance of running it to set up the action pass game is something I think is it has improved here in the last month. But yes, they deserve a lot of credit for our offensive success.
Jacob Denmore, the ticket. Now that you've done it both ways, do you prefer having this Thursday night football appearance happen right after Thanksgiving, or would you prefer it to happen at a different time during the year?
Well, you're referring to last year's schedule, correct? I'd prefer to have Thursday night early in the season and Thanksgiving. Because you remember last year we had Thanksgiving, and then 2 weeks later we were on Thursday night, and that was a challenge. So it's it's really you're really stressed at two spots, as opposed to just one. So I mean, it's a challenge, but hey, the other teams are going through it too, so it's all part of it.
Jess.
Jess Mars, Pro Football Network. Coach, can you talk about Tony Pollard's pass pro and specifically the emphasis he's put in that aspect of his game starting from early this season?
Yeah, Tony's been awesome, and I think Rico and the younger guys have followed his lead there. Number one, the responsibility of what we ask our backs to do in pass protection is increased, and those guys have knocked it out of the park. I mean, the recognition, anticipation, but the technique of it, I think he's done a great job. So very impressed with our pass pro so far.
Todd.
Mike, was there a moment last year or during this offseason with Jake where you said, okay, this guy can be a hand in the dirt tight end as well as a guy who can get down the seams?
Oh, I think Jake is, I think you saw that early. I mean, his instinct, I think his instinct and awareness as a rookie was probably his best attribute. He just, he had like a lot of these guys that come in the league, it's, some guys have a pro body before others. He was, in the 240s last year, and I think that weighed on him, near the end of the year. So I just think you're seeing a natural, maturation of, his strength, his conditioning. But I've always been impressed with his instinct to play, on the ball, off the ball, and particularly in the inside routes.
And is that the instinct they talk about? Is that being from a football family?
Oh, yeah, it's Barry. It's Coach Alvarez, of course. But no, I think Jake's definitely high in football IQ and instinct and awareness. I think he definitely can contribute that to his upbringing.
Mike, when you guys identify a free agent player like Shaq Leonard that you're interested in and decide to bring him in, what's your role in the middle of the season as the head coach in recruiting that player and trying to close a deal?
Well, I think just like, everything, timing is part of it. But, we definitely have a process and and that's in place. And, anytime we come across these type of opportunities. So
What do you do specifically to try to convince that player?
I'm part of the process that's in place that when we deal with these things at this time of year.
All righty, thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst? Tell us. We'll tell you next on The Fan.
Well, I want to tell you about some.
becoming partly to mostly cloudy with a high 54.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, which is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss or soda and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Andrew Mangiapane in there on the forecheck. Can't get to the puck. And now it bounces by Nikita Zadorov. Here comes Jamie Benn in. He drops it. And Wyatt Johnston shoots and scores. One shot, one goal. And Wyatt Johnston makes it 1-0 Stars.
Positive Ross rocking with us today as the Stars got trounced. But
that's happening to everything right now, Kevin.
They gave up 4 goals in the third period loss to the Flames. It is time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend is Wyatt Johnston had 2 goals for the Stars, but as we referenced, they gave up 4 goals in the third period, including one to Blake Coleman from Plano, and they lost 7-4.
Will the Stars ever win a game again is the question.
I'll say yes.
And also,
I know this is amazing to me, and it shouldn't be. When you say from Plano, it's amazing to me that there are people that end up being NHL hockey players from this area.
Because you feel like they grow up playing a sport, they become that. And if Kevin and I covered a lot of high school hockey,
it just doesn't feel like Hockey Town, USA. I know that's Detroit,
Plano area, Mike, where the palatial estates are.
Yep. Sounds like it.
There is a group of
where
hockey
the nannies go for work,
that
right?
They invest in. Au pairs is what we like to call them. But yeah, they invested a lot up there with the Dr. Pepper centers, the Star centers, and those areas are all around there, and that's where a lot of that growth happened from. So that is a good thing to see. But Kevin, 3 teams that you consider pretty decent teams, and the Stars come away meh with it. So that was kind of rough. This is rough. Out of the last 4, I guess you had 4 teams that you're like, okay, there's some toughies here, and they come away losing 3 of those 4.
Now, Corey, you weren't here on Friday.
Yeah,
but
thanks a lot, man.
Oh
yeah, I did nothing.
What?
I did nothing.
Who would have ever thought sitting in a chair for 12 to 13 hours
is exhausting?
Would be so exhausting. Like, you're just physically tired. I'm still getting over that Wednesday. So thanks a lot, guys.
You're welcome.
At the Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, we were tracking the Iowa-Nebraska game. Because at 25.5 points, it was the lowest over-under in college football history. By the way, the lowest 4, all via this Iowa team this year. They still hit the under with Iowa winning 13-10. That's a stupid number. So they hit the under on the lowest over-under in the history of college football. Do both of those teams need to go in for Wanker of the Weekend? By the way,
one's in the championship game of their conference.
I know. Like 8 people.
Doesn't mean this weekend it was good.
8 people stayed at the Buffalo Wild Wings so we could watch the end of that game.
I love those moments,
because
dude.
we just wanted to see what was going to happen.
I love whenever you find some stupid reason to be in on a game like that, or any kind of game. Where it's like nobody can get up from their seats because they are glued to it. Even if it's a look, these 2 teams are scoring the most points ever, or who will they ever break the lowest points ever? I like that. That's
for
fun.
a conference championship game. I'm looking at the highest spread besides the Michigan game. Texas is favored by 14 over Oklahoma State. Iowa.
You hear that game on KRLD.
They must expect Iowa to lose 24-0 because the spread is 23. Against Michigan.
You can hear that game right here on the Fan. And you can also
it's
hear
kind
the
of,
SEC championship game.
It's
here on
kind
the
of
Fan.
fun to follow. If I had to make you guys guess, because I do have it pulled up, what do you think the guess is of the over-under in the Michigan-Iowa championship game, 7 p.m. here on 105.3 The Fan?
36 points.
I was going to say 35.
Yeah, you guys are right.
I'll go 35.5.
Yeah, 35 and a half.
Wow.
That seems like an easy bet.
Look at us go.
They're not gonna score. Iowa's not gonna score. So now I would bet this multiple ways. I'm not a gambler. I don't have a bookie or anything like that. I would parlay.
Why'd you look at me like that, Kevin?
You're kind of his book.
I would parlay Michigan minus 23 and the under.
Okay.
I don't think I was going to score. So now
that
now the
team's
over
offense
under is
rough.
really Michigan scoring over 35. But if they score 35 and win 35-0, I still win everything.
That is true. Now, believe it or not even close to the worst thing that happened in college football. Well, I guess this weekend, depending on your perspective, right? Some people probably thought this was amazing. If we can fire off cut number 16 right here, wanker of the weekend surely has to be the Auburn defense. They had a 99.9% probability to win this game. It's 4th and 31, essentially, for Alabama on this play.
But there's a lot of airspace to cover for Milroe. Still looking. Firing. Near corner. It's caught! Touchdown, Alabama! Isaiah Bond! On a 4th and a mile!
So do you know what they were celebrating there for that game? Did you watch that game?
Yes.
Did you see what they were celebrating the 10-year anniversary of?
Oh, the kick six?
The field goal. Yeah, the field goal that was short
Yes.
that Auburn returned 109 yards approximately, or
Yeah.
108 yards. And
What
I'm
is
like,
more amazing to you, that or giving up a 4th and goal from the 31?
I think 4th and goal from the 31 because of this. You have 11 defensive players out there. When you miss a field goal and they have in somewhat of a punt return team, you don't have your special teams players. You don't have gunners. You literally have a punter, a kicker out there, because I'm assuming the person holding the extra point or the field goal is the punter. So you have a punter and kicker who can't tackle. You have 7 offensive linemen who can't really run and tackle. And then that leaves you with 2 guys that are maybe athletic enough and fast enough, maybe 4 at best, to chase a guy down. And so when you miss a approximately 60-yarder and the dude catches it and they have more of a punt return team than a field goal block team, I think you can be in big trouble in that situation. You shouldn't be in big trouble with your real defense out there, your kind of prevent defensive guys out there to make sure they do not catch a ball in the end zone or catch a ball, let's say 8 yards away from the end zone and run it in for a touchdown.
I've never seen my Twitter timeline explode the way that it did whenever Auburn screwed that game up. That was the best moment. Was I just pulled up Twitter and everybody's going, "Oh no, Auburn!" And I was just like, "Oh my gosh, I love it."
It was.
I mean, I hate it for them.
Oh, so you're rooting for Alabama?
I'm not rooting for Alabama by any means.
I like it in this sense. It makes the Georgia-Alabama game mean a whole bunch.
Yep. Yeah.
If Auburn upsets Alabama, I'm not an Alabama fan. I don't hate Alabama. I don't love Alabama.
They can't get in either way.
Right. I just think that it makes it really cool. So that game now becomes almost a play-in game. Maybe Georgia's in no matter what, but it does feel like that is a playoff play-in game where if Georgia loses, they're in big trouble to stick around. Maybe they're in, but Alabama still has a legitimate chance if they win that game. If they beat Georgia, I think they're in the Final Four.
And then I know that's going to infuriate Texas people who are like, hold on just a minute. We beat Alabama. Why are we not in the college football championship then, or the playoff then? I don't know. Do you want to go to another kind of fun story or a very not fun, very serious wanker of the weekend?
Oh, let's go with another fun story.
Okay.
I will always choose fun stories.
The North Carolina State head coach has, man, he's been on a bit of a roll. He said after they beat North Carolina State, North Carolina, it's been several years, I think maybe 7, since they beat those pieces of S, which I get, it's a rivalry and everything like that. But what's really caught people's attention is he has asked for 5,000 fans to donate $1,000 a piece so they can recruit, retain, and develop. So he's like, we need $5 million. And then he says the coming week is maybe the worst week in college football with the portal opening. Here's where I'm conflicted, though, Corey.
Send your tithe.
because I don't want to dump on this person because he and his wife also donated $1.25 million a couple years ago for a special needs program at NC State. So on the one hand, I don't like him going, all right, fans, I need you to give me $5 million so we can go get some players. But on the other hand, he has put a lot of money into the special needs community. So I don't know. I'm very conflicted.
It's interesting because he's asking fans to donate $1,000 when you usually ask a bunch of your donors that have a lot of that money that they're likely to spend.
Yes.
Right? Like they are likely to spend, and you're asking fans now to be part of that. And wouldn't you ask a company that's going to benefit from that because they have a lot of money to work with? So that is because he's kind of trying to put some of the fans on the spot. Will he try and blame them for losses in the future? Look, y'all didn't give us the $1,000.
Money.
I asked for it, and y'all didn't give it to us, and so we can't get these players. And I think a lot of fans are probably sitting there going, hey, man, just because we give you the $1,000 doesn't mean we're going to get the product that you guarantee. Look what happened at A&M with Jimbo Fisher.
Did we not win multiple national championships?
No.
But we just got one, right?
0.
We were at least in the playoff, right?
No.
That part we did get ripped off.
There was 1 year there where you probably could have.
Yes.
But a more deserving team, I bet, got in.
Probably better they didn't get in.
No, it was not better that they didn't get in, Mike. It was definitely not.
It's the system.
Now we have to get to the other thing that...
Can I throw one out real quick, Kevin?
Yeah.
There was on the Ohio State Michigan broadcast. Wanker of the weekend is graphics department because they said Marvin Harrison Jr. was 258 pounds.
Oh, goodness.
At 6'4", and I'm like, that's linebacker, baby.
Yeah.
But 258 pounds, I don't believe that is how much he weighs.
It feels like it's probably about like 40 pounds less than that, give
yeah,
or take.
somewhere in that range.
Maybe,
so,
man.
Yeah.
It took over social media, and it is actively being investigated. Have you seen the stuff about Josh Giddey?
Oh, yeah.
You let me see it Friday.
I saw it Thanksgiving
I pulled
morning,
out.
yeah.
I opened up some more cards from
RJ Dukes.
RJ Dukes. I was like, yeah, I got a Josh Giddey base card. That's pretty good. And you're like, hey, might not be pretty good. And I'm like, I think he's a pretty good player. Like he's he's not awesome. He's probably not an all-star, but he's a good player. You're like, no. And then that's when you inform me of the story.
Yeah, so per multiple sources, the NBA is looking into allegations that Josh Giddey had an inappropriate relationship with a minor that has emerged via social media. So there's all kinds of videos and stuff of them together. And there's a video of him in the background and this gal with the tag, I just effed Josh Giddey. And if she is, 20, 22, like whatever, then you don't want your personal business probably out in the world like that. But other than that, he'll be okay. But the accusation that's been floating around social media that the NBA is currently investigating is that girl was a junior in high school when that went down. And if that's the case, and we've seen, any number is alarming. But with Wander Franco, with Josh Giddey, these are like pretty high-profile athletes that are in the midst of these investigations.
Josh Giddey's a max-out guy. When he becomes a free agent, he's going to get the max contract in the NBA. A lot of guys do. When you're that good, he will. I'm not saying he's one of the 20 best players in the NBA, but he's a max-out player. This is going to be – he's still playing.
Yeah.
He is not suspended at all. He's still playing. And then I was watching a YouTube on this, so I don't want to state this is factual. It sounded like he didn't break any Oklahoma state law.
Okay, I have to admit, I'm not
either, but for some reason I was watching a YouTube, and so this
they're
is
saying,
a
like,
this is a
the
weird
age of consent.
This is the age of consent is different in Oklahoma than what we would think, and so
and then what does the NBA do if that's the case?
It is 16.
And then they looked at Australia. That's where he's from?
Yes.
And in Australia, it's similar. Now, it doesn't matter. It didn't happen in Australia, but what they're trying to say is the person that I was watching on YouTube is these were the rules that he knew of in Australia. I don't know if he knows the rules in Oklahoma or not.
And so that's the thing is, like, let's just say she was 16 and the NBA was like, well, it doesn't violate laws, but you're like, hey, our 21-year-old superstar was hooking up with a 16-year-old. I feel like you'll definitely get some backlash from that. So I am curious to see how the investigation goes. And then there are some allegations that this was a prior relationship that wasn't even happening like right now when she's a junior in high school. So there is a lot that the NBA has to sift through. And I know people are going to say, no, this is the fact. This is the fact is hopefully we will learn the facts because I don't think a lot of people know.
I want to make it clear. I am not defending Josh Giddey at all. I'm just bringing up, as Corey's looking up rules and laws, this could get really weird with the NBA on what they do because he might have not violated any Oklahoma State laws.
Yeah. It's no matter how you slice it, it's a bad deal. Bad deal all around. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy and the doink that undoubtedly made Mike's weekend better. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
RJ Chop, your good friends over at K-Post Roofing and Water.
And it's back now to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And let's start with that very game right there, Mike. What was your level of nerves when the 58-yard field goal went up and doinked off the crossbar?
I was like, this is right down the middle. And he missed one earlier because I was watching that game. It was like from a little outside of 50 yards because I think the guy who was kicking hasn't made a field goal over 50 yards in his career because their real kickers hurt. So they're using a backup in Houston. And I just thought to myself, man, Jacksonville, you guys play okay or good. I have no clue how they were 7-3 going into that game, watching them play. And now they're 8-3. They are tied for the second best record. The only record that's better than them is Baltimore at 9-3, and they play Cincinnati on Monday Night Football without Joe Burrow, so they're probably going to get to 9-3. And I watch that game, and I just go, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is playing as well as I'd like for him to play. He's good, not great, and I thought he would be great this year. He's not part of an MVP conversation at all. Yet they are 8-3. And they got a good chance to win 12 or 13 games this year in his third year. And his first year almost didn't count because they had Fingers Magoo coaching him, who's a horrible NFL coach.
That would be Urban Meyer.
And so it's just like,
oh my God. It took me a minute and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Like his rookie year almost doesn't count on how bad of an organization they had. So in his second year with real NFL coaching, he has a good chance to win 12 or 13 games, yet I don't watch Trevor Lawrence and go, he's great. He's just good. I watch CJ Stroud. He's not great yet, but I see the potential. The potential is so good. Right now, he's good. He's not great. His rookie year is great.
Yes.
But his overall ranking him as a quarterback in the NFL, you're like, good, and looks like he's going to be great. And you're like, Trevor Lawrence, good, but I thought by now he would be great. But they won.
They did.
I have a friend who is a huge Texans fan, and he came away from that game, Kevin, saying that the refs screwed them over on about 10 different plays.
Oh, the fans were getting all upset. By the way, did they even sell out that building? Sell out, Houston.
I will say this, though. I'm still like, they are going to be a very good team. As they continue to add to what they are doing, they have the quarterback. Now, if they can just add a couple more things defensively, they are going to be a very good football team, the Houston Texans. And I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, here's where I am, Mike. They are a one playoff win team, and that's probably where it'll stall.
I'm not gonna comment on that because I want to put that tomorrow and ask all the football questions just to give you a little bit of a preview. How weak now is the possible quarterback playoff scenario in the AFC?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's kind of just a preview of where I'd want to go with this conversation, but I think it's a better conversation for Mike Ask All the Football Questions.
All right, to answer that question right now, though. No, I'm just joking. Back to you, Kevin.
All right.
That's how we tick off Kevin. Because if you would have done that, if you would have had a 5-minute conversation on that, I'd be like, well, I can mark that off the list for tomorrow.
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's go from that. If you missed it earlier, Frank Reich was, in fact, fired. I guess not that surprising, especially since their owner was stomping around after the game, yelling the F word and stuff like that. So
okay, so
which is fine.
Here are a number of things I think are at play here.
The good news is the Bears get the pick.
Yeah, the Panthers are a miserable football team. All right, like that's a simple fact.
And it probably hurts that CJ Stroud is doing so great.
I do believe Ben Johnson was a name that they wanted, and that was
Olympian.
The coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
Oh, yeah, he's actually doing really well.
And he's doing great. He decided to stay back, right? And I wonder if there was a conversation of, I don't think your team's built for it yet. You don't even have a quarterback, in that offseason. And I do wonder if there is some allure to the future of that. Frank Reich's offense is miserable. All right. Like that was a reality. We talked about that going into the game, how bad, like just watching the way that they didn't do motion. They were slow. What they designed for that was bad. And Frank Reich up in Indianapolis, they weren't great anyway. They were always a quarterback away. And Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers didn't help that either. I think he got a lot of shine from them winning the Super Bowl with Doug Peterson, and it hasn't panned out since he has left the Philadelphia Eagles. But I do think that there is some promise for that job, but the GM and the head coach have to get on the same page very fast and start adding the elements that are going to make that a better team. Otherwise, it's going to be stuck where it is.
Now, let's go from that to the Denver-Cleveland game. Denver was victorious 29-12, which, by the way, I might have to sign that apology form when Denver was just the drizzling S. And now they've been rolling up there. But, Corey, do you care more about that? Or do you care more about the fact that 29-12, for the 1,081st time in NFL history, that, my friends, is scoregami.
Look at that, man. I like
There's been too many
scoregami.
scoregamis.
Hey,
I feel like every week there's a scoregami.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson and Russell Wilson both had 134 yards and 1 touchdown. Whew, what a beating of a game.
Yeah.
I know it's 29-12, but that is a beating. But yes, you're right. Denver wins. They add scoregami to our world.
They did.
I did see the ESPN headline this morning that said, are the Denver Broncos the hottest team in the NFL right now? And they have won football games. I'm not going to say they're the hottest right now, but they're starting to believe that they can be.
They've won 5 in a row, right?
They're starting to believe that they can be a good football team. And it took Sean Payton a minute to get everything that he wanted installed. But, I mean, beating the Chiefs and the Bills and the Browns is pretty good feather to put in the hat.
I think I was wrong Sean Payton's doing a much better job than I thought. They're still limited on what they have future-wise because of the Russell Wilson contract/trade, because of the Sean Payton trade. So it's tough to see how much better they can get with limited assets in the draft and limited assets in kind of salary cap. But Sean Payton is doing a hell of a job. Congratulations to him. I was wrong on Sean Payton coming back with Russell Wilson. I thought it was going to be kind of a 5-12 year, and it's not.
And props to them for swinging around a season in which it looked like they were ready to sell. And everyone, like myself included, was like, see, I told you this wasn't going to work.
Well, and I guess, Kevin, is that one of those things where, look at the Cowboys right now. Their offense did not look, whether you want to say that Dak went and said, we're changing it back to this old offense, which I'd completely disagree with. But
you need to tell Bobby.
And that's fine. But like if maybe we just need a little more patience with some of these things whenever the NFL has a very little preseason reality to it. And B, the amount of practices and practice time they actually spend is dissipated. It's not there anymore. It doesn't start at the beginning of the season anymore like it used to. Now you kind of have to wait for gradually middle of season before the good teams start to change. And again, you go back to a couple of these different teams that have taken on these new lives. Sometimes it takes a little time. Maybe be patient sometimes. But I know patience doesn't always work out.
Did you get a chance to see...
Like for the Jets, it's not going to work out.
That is true. Did you see Ludacris celebrating 50 years of hip-hop by coming down from the ceiling at the Atlanta Falcons game?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. Did you really not see
I did not see this.
It makes sense. He's in that Fast and Furious stuff, right?
Well, I mean, he's also an Atlanta guy.
Come down with
he's
him.
also an Atlanta guy, so...
And, does some of that hip-hop stuff. But it was at the end of the third quarter. I'm almost positive that would have scared the crap out of me. It's not your halftime performance, but just all of a sudden at the end of the third quarter, whoop, here comes Ludacris. And I would have thought, why is somebody dropping down from the ceiling? Are we all in danger? And it's just Ludacris spitting his rhymes.
This is awesome.
He does that song.
Love it.
Dun, 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 dun. That's him, right?
Roll out.
Roll out. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa, dude! I just like the GoPro camera, the GoPro camera, and it's like in some corner of the stadium. It's not like they dropped out in the middle of the stadium either. It's like over off, like you said, right above some fans.
So you'd be alarmed, right? If all of a sudden it's like, if I was standing next to you at the game and you go, "Holy crap, it's ludicrous," and you just point it up in the air, you would think.
It kind of reminds me. Remember that night in Carolina, Kevin, where they had that cat that was stuck from it was hanging on for dear life. This is kind of what this video is reminding me of right now.
I could see that, but yeah, so he rolled out. They got a big win.
Roll out.
And 24-15 over the Saints. So congratulations, Ludacris.
I watched some of that game because that was the Fox game for noon.
Getting ready for the Cowboys playoff game.
Honestly, yes.
Yeah?
And I'm like, these teams are horrible. Like the Cowboys will Tampa Bay them. Remember last year?
Yes.
I can't remember the final score. It felt like 40-0 against Tom Brady as he ducked his head and threw it in the end zone for an interception. I was like, it's over. That's a horrible division. And the Cowboys most likely are going to be the 5 seed, most likely play the South Division winner. And those were 2 teams competing for it. And I'm like, they both stink.
Kevin, I know, and I don't know how, like CJ Stroud, we look at him and we go, the trajectory is far for him, right? Like there's going to be so much good for CJ Stroud later down the road. For Bijan Robinson, this is where you said this about Luka.
Yeah.
For right now, I look at Bijan and I'm going, these are Pro Bowl caliber numbers he's putting up week in, week out. And maybe he was the most ready to be like just insert into the NFL.
True.
I don't know how much further he can go up. I don't know what his ceiling is going to be.
Because the interesting thing with that analogy, right, is I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure Bijan and I'm sure the Falcons are like, no. You just wait. He'll hit like about 1,000 yards this year, give or take. And then they're like, but watch. He'll hit 15, 17.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see the future because right now you're just like, wow, he walked into the NFL like I'm here and I've been here for a while.
Yeah, no, and 5 yards a carry, I think something along those lines. Pretty darn impressive. Did you see NFL Red Zone had to evacuate because of a fire alarm in the midst of, the things? Scott Hansen stayed on air in studio and said, thankfully, there was no fire. But we've been on air in the past when the fire alarm has gone off, and we've all kind of looked at each other and been like, I don't see people running. Do we need to go?
Well, usually there was nobody here, Kevin, because it was at night
true.
And nobody else is in the building except for our friend Rachel down the hallway. Like, that was about it. But I think the most important thing is the Tolos and the Twolos out there. At the time, there were no Twolos.
Right.
Because it just had to be Tolos. They rely on us for important information, right, in this world. And so I think that was kind of our whole point was we'll stay in this building as long as it takes to make sure the Tolos get their information.
Why'd the fire alarm go off?
I don't know. I don't know if we ever got those questions answered.
Nobody knows.
That's a little concerning, right?
If we hadn't been in the building, would the fire alarm have actually been going off?
Who sings that song? Now it's just somebody that I used to know.
Go TA.
Yeah.
Used to know. That's a good song. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Maybe Corey will ask him what's his favorite song. That's what I hope happens. Next, right here on The Fan.
Thanks.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Stephen Jones in just
Imminently.
Imminently, that is right. Imminently. Do you feel bad for Mac Jones at all? Is this the fourth time he's got benched this season and second game in a row? And do you think they should just quit starting him? Right?
Man, yeah, I do. I do think they should just move on from that project altogether. That it's, I mean, for his benefit. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see what's expected of him to see. And it's bad. It's a bad look to put him out there every game when you're trying to win.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Is it the quarterback? And I know it is, but it's also the coaching, right?
Yes. Oh, I absolutely agree with that. Right now, brought to you by Ford in your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President, Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic. How much better did Thanksgiving turn out to be because you guys won versus you lost? Not that you don't want to be with your family and everything like that, but I get in a bad mood when my teams lose.
Well, there's no doubt about it, and it makes the win on that Thanksgiving than the alternative. So it was really really enjoyed being with our family and being obviously thankful and grateful for all the blessings we have, and certainly fired up about the team in the meantime, about one, what we've done up to this point, but two, that we can continue to get better and really, have a chance to do something special this year.
That game, I was just telling Kevin a few moments ago, I feel like that's my favorite Thanksgiving game that I've watched, and I've been a Cowboys fan my whole life, Steven. So that one, where does that rank for you, and the way that just wrapped up real fast with a lot of offensive points and then the DeRon Bland interception to add on to that?
Well, it was a really close game, as you know. I mean, it was, right there tight through the almost the end of the third quarter. I think it was the end of the third quarter before we finally, broke it open. And so it really made for a great television, great game for fans across the country to watch. I think we one of the most highly watched non-Super Bowl games ever, maybe the third most watched. And, people really enjoyed watching the game. And then when we did break it open, I think, the festivities and seeing DeRon Bland break an all-time NFL record, which is so rare. And then, of course, just seeing some of the guys out there, whether it's the long pass to Turpin or see some of the great plays that were being made out there by C.D. Lamb. And, of course, Dak leading the way was, certainly enjoyable for fans around the country, much less Cowboy fans to watch.
Yeah, Stephen, Kevin and Mike and I, we get that opportunity at training camp to see these coaches interact. We get chances to see that at practice. But can you talk a little bit about what Al Harris has done with this secondary group? Because, A, he's getting love from his cornerbacks, but B, to see, Diggs do what he's done, and now Bland. Like, this is exceptional to see the work that he's worked with those guys.
Well, Al's played the game. He's played at a high level. One of the great cornerbacks played there for Mike at Green Bay. And so he understands what these guys go through day in and day out. And certainly, in terms of coaching them up, knows what these guys need. Certainly, being out there, being a cornerback, you're on an island. And, you got to have a unique personality and unique confidence to go out there and play. It's not always going to be perfect. You're going to give up some plays. You just hope it's not many, but when you do, you got to have a short memory and get right back out there and get after it. Obviously, between Diggs, between Bland, certainly bringing a guy like Stephon Gilmore into the room, a former defensive player of the year who's had a ton of ball production. He's a pro's pro. It's just a great room to be in right now. And then Jordan Lewis is a leader in himself, coming off a major injury and certainly doing a lot of good things, stepping up in a big way when Diggs got hurt. And that way we were able to move Bland outside and and let Jordan Lewis step on up, and he's done a great job for us.
You have told us time and again that talent acquisition is a 24/7, 365 job. Can you tell us anything about y'all's inquiries into Shaq Leonard? Will he be at the Star tomorrow? And what kind of stuff do you want to learn at meetings like that?
Well, the biggest thing is, like you said, we're always trying to get better. And, when you're in a competitive situation, you don't like to talk a lot about it. We're not the only team involved, as he's a free agent and can go where he wants to go. So we've got to be, a little guarded and close to the vest. But, Shaq's a guy who's had a lot of production and, certainly Will and his staff over there with Alex and that group, really do a good job of keeping up with these guys as they come free and know where to get the information. So we'll just kind of see, how this thing ebbs and flows and see ultimately if it's a good fit, one, for us, having him, and two, in his mind, are the Cowboys the right fit for him?
This doesn't have to necessarily be about Leonard, because I know what you're saying about being guarded and everything like that. But whenever you do have a player like that in the building and there's competition, is there ever a discussion of, hey, let's make sure he does not leave this building without being a Dallas Cowboy?
Well, you can always try that. Sometimes they're very upfront and transparent, which we respect. And we've been able to change their mind a few times. We did it with Lyle Collins when he was going to go take some more visits, and we were able to get him signed up. But, sometimes they're pretty adamant about wanting to, make sure they know all their options and alternatives. And so we'll just have to see where this goes. And, we certainly have a lot of confidence in what the Cowboys bring to the table, and certainly have a great environment out there at the Star, and a lot of great players on our team that have come from other teams that, know what it's like, other places versus what it's like here. So, we always like our situation in a competitive type of environment, but we'll see how it works out.
Steven, how frustrating has it been? I know yesterday you didn't have a Cowboys game, paying attention to the Eagles-Buffalo game. Great NFL football game, but the Eagles come on top again. The other day, Kansas City has a touchdown pass drop to beat Philadelphia. How frustrating has it been that the Cowboys do need a little bit of help from these other teams that they haven't been able to provide it?
Well, it's a big enough duty in the NFL to worry about, your team and what you can do something about. And certainly that's our number one focus. You can become miserable and get your eye off the target if you get too focused in on what's going on around you. Don't get me wrong. We all pay attention. I know our fans do. Certainly we do too. We watch those games with great interest. But at the end of the day, we can only control what we can control, and that's going out week in and week out, executing, being the very best team we can be, and certainly, building and getting better each week. And it'll give us every opportunity to take care of our business when we get to the postseason. So, like I said, it's just a lot to worry about if you start worrying about a whole lot more than the task at hand, which in our case right now are the Seahawks. And got our work cut out for us, our hands full, and need to have a really good next couple of days of practice and get ready to play a big game on Thursday.
What do you think the biggest factor for Seattle against your Cowboys team right now? What do you think the biggest factor is for them? The thing that they're going to try and take advantage of?
Well, I think the biggest thing we have to do is to control what we can control, and that's go out and execute. I mean, they've got some really good players. Geno Smith, since he's taken over that job out there, has done a great job. He's got great weapons. Pete Carroll always has that group playing good defense, and I'm certain they'll have a great game plan for us. And he's always done a great job there with the Seahawks. So we just got to go out and execute and do what we can do about it. And I know Dan's going to have a great game plan for him, as will Mike, and hopefully play good in all three phases, execute, and good things will happen.
Now, as we're talking about Mike McCarthy's game plan, the Cowboys use shift or motion on 76% of their snaps against Washington. That's a season high. We've had a lot of discussion. How much do you think this offense has changed as the year has gone along, or do you think it is a matter of just better execution?
I think it's all the above. I think you evolve. I think the bye week was big for us when we did a lot of I've seen this thing evolve, since the bye week. And I think you get in there and you have our defensive coaches look at what we're doing offensively and vice versa. And I think that's paid off. At the same time, I think it's just execution and evolving into what Mike and Coach Schottenheimer want to do, and Dak getting his hands around it and then going out and executing. But I think it's all the above.
And with that in mind, how much credit does, and I know credit's split up equally, but how much credit does Mike McCarthy get for evolving with this offense?
Well, I think a tremendous amount. He's calling the plays. He's a big proponent. If you're going to call it, you got to install it. And he's evolving with this offense. And when we played the 49ers, they're a big motion team, and had a lot of success against us. And you have to look at where how other people are moving the ball, and that's just part of the NFL. It's a copycat league. You look at some things that other teams do and have success with, and you see where it might be easy to incorporate into what you're doing. And, like you mentioned, the motion, then, if that's something that as you really start to scout and see that it gives not only other teams, but even our defense challenges, then you certainly want to look at it.
Yeah, just before we let you go, Stephen, I did want to tip the cap also to the analytics department for some of those adjustments. And is it one of those things where they turn in a huge book of stuff to McCarthy each week? Or is it like, here's the sheet, this stuff's going to come see us whenever you're ready?
Yeah, I think it's, you can have too much information, as we all know, and it'll swallow you up. But if you can, really get in there, and Mike's, I don't sit in there with Mike and go through just exactly how he dissects those analytics, other than I do know he's a big proponent of analytics and certainly respects, the data that comes his way. And I know he has them organized it in a way that is the most helpful for him. But obviously we're doing, we're doing a lot of good things on offense right now. And my bet is that's going to continue to evolve, and we're going to continue to execute. It's great to have all 5 of those offensive linemen playing together week in and week out. I think that's made a huge difference with Coach Solari. And, we just, still got a lot of football left. We're past the halfway point, and we all know this is always a grinder when we play these 2 Thursdays back-to-back. And, we play Seattle, and then we'll get a little, 10 days there to take a deep breath and see kind of where we need to go from there. But it all starts with, doing what we have to do and doing what we need to do in terms of a really solid game plan and executing against Seahawks.
Appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next Monday.
Sounds great, guys. Take care.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, we were talking about the Cowboys. I wonder if we could do something like a little bit extra to help people out.
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of party passes to the game, courtesy of Miller Lite. 877-881-1053, Cowboys Seahawks, caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, which NFL team needs a Jim Kelly style letter to motivate and fire them up? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey everyone, Jane Slater from the NFL Network, and I'm here with Jeremy from Kissable Dental. You know the saying, use it or lose it. It's November, and that means your benefits are about to expire.
That's right, Jane. Your insurance company has been taking your money all year. Get something back. Teeth cleanings, whitenings, we do it all.
And the best part, Jeremy, they walk in and out without an extensive bill as they walk out the door, happy with what you didn't pay.
That's because we do all the work before you sit down. Let us handle the insurance company and the headaches, while we also help you avoid the toothaches.
And with 3 locations in the Metroplex, there is sure to be one close to you. With the holidays coming, things get busy, so you're going to want to get your appointment soon. I know I already got mine.
Book online at kissabledental.com. That's kissabledental.com. Or you can call 972-779-KISS, 972-779-KISS. The Kissable journey starts today.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, where the upcoming segment, The Expressway, is sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment.
Falcons coming after Carr. Picked off! Jesse Bates! He's got a shot! Bates to midfield, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. No question, pick 6, no flags!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, last week, Jim Kelly wrote a letter, and it's always nice to get mail. But this was an open letter urging the Bills and Josh Allen to keep fighting. He said, we'll get through this together. It's the only way. Josh, you're a hell of an athlete, football player, and leader. Even better than I was. I don't know about all that. And his letter went on, and it clearly did not inspire Buffalo because they beefed it yesterday. And I know people think it's because of the refs. And if you tweeted at Brian Broaddus, he has some thoughts to respond to you that were straight to the point, which I always appreciate.
The refs are what the refs are, man.
True. You know what you shouldn't do?
You should scout the refs.
Well, if you're going to go at Brian Broaddus, you probably shouldn't tell him a story about how you know better because you've been a Cowboys fan for a really long time.
Yeah.
Because he'll make sure to let you know how long he and his family have cared about the Cowboys, and rightfully so.
And been involved with all of the NFL.
Yes.
Like every aspect of it.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So it didn't work for the Bills and Jim Kelly. He wrote them that letter. And so you know what? We're going to change it. We're going to send it to another team. Who is the NFL team that you think needs to hear this letter and maybe it will fire them up? Because I specifically chose that because it's the New Orleans Saints. I hope that person who cursed me a blue streak in the preseason about how I didn't know what I was talking about because the Saints were probably one of the favorites to make it to the Super Bowl, and you just watch, they suck.
Mm-hmm.
And they paid Derek Carr all of the money, and it's been a disaster for them.
But Derek Carr is going to fix it all. It was always Oakland that was the problem, Kevin.
Well, yet here we are, is that Andy Dalton 2.0 is doing what he does here, except he's not going to make the playoffs. I think the New Orleans Saints need this letter.
You don't think he's going to make the playoffs?
Hey, they had their game yesterday.
Kevin.
They lost to Atlanta.
The NFC South. And who did I predict would win the NFC
you say
South?
Atlanta?
I said Atlanta, yeah. The NFC
I was
South
kind of with them, even though they all are average
is
teams.
currently led by the Falcons at 5-6.
Wow.
Followed by the Saints at 5-6. So there's still a shot that they can do some damage and make some noise.
Yeah, and get destroyed by the Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs because it feels like that's all kind of locked in.
You're writing a letter to the Saints to say you can do it.
Yeah.
You still got.
They need a hype up letter.
Okay.
It doesn't work on me, but some of these teams need a hype up letter. But my first choice would obviously be the Baltimore Ravens. Look, I know they won yesterday, but I would just remind them, hey, doesn't matter, Lamar Jackson, if you do win your second MVP. Does that kind of fly in Bobby Belt's face? A little bit. But how are you going to do in the playoffs? Now, the Saints need the hype up level right now. They need that letter in the mail as we speak. The Ravens, they can get that letter in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And be like, hey, you're doing great.
Because the Ravens, they do have that tendency to be, look, you're going to be in the mix. You will win enough regular season games to be there. But the playoffs is when everything just kind of, maybe that model that they have doesn't quite work out.
Yeah.
But their defense is still stout. I'll give them that, man. Their defense is still stout.
In all three of the games they've lost, they've either been tied or ahead in the final 2 minutes. So that probably makes you nervous for the playoffs as well, right?
Only 3 teams have given up less points, I believe, than the Ravens.
Good for them.
That would be the Cowboys have given up less points. The Niners have given up less points. And I do believe the Chiefs are in that.
You don't have to think about that.
Because they have no wide receivers.
And keep in mind, the Ravens have played one game more than I believe all of those teams.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, this goes into a little bit of tomorrow, but if it is, let's say, Ravens Chiefs, I think whoever scores 20 points is going to win the game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike.
To your point of what you're making is you're going to look at Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and go, oh my gosh. And then you're going to go, no, this is going to be a game where maybe 17 wins it. And if you get to 20, you probably outscored the other team and you're good there.
And if you're lucky, it snows on that day. So everybody will just be like, it was just a gritty performance. Like that's what instead of being like, that was just an ugly game. And by the way, I did watch, I can't remember, it was one of the college games where it was snowing. And I was just like, you'll never be able to convince me that snow football games aren't the coolest looking on TV.
Oh, for sure.
You can talk about how crappy it is and whatever. Like, oh, they didn't score 40 points. Don't care. Whenever you see snow just sitting on somebody's helmet, I'm in.
That's what I predict is the next iteration of Mac Jones. Instead of throwing 3 times in a game, Belichick starts him in another snow game and is like, but you can't throw the ball at all, no matter what the circumstance is.
Yes.
Is there an NFL team that you think needs this letter to urge them to get it going? I almost said something not safe for radio.
Get it over that
I don't know if it would help, but Kansas City was losing 14-0 to the Raiders. They're 8-3. They're the Super Bowl champs. Maybe they'll turn it on to another level come playoff time, but I just look at them. It's weird this year. I know that there's Tom Brady clips on This Is a Mediocre League. I think I love Tom Brady.
Alex Smith kind of smacked him down about that.
I'm not crazy about that. I think there's a lot of talent in this league, but in a weird way, watching Philadelphia and they're winning all these games, and I don't look at this league right now and go, there's a lot of great teams. Like I don't think there's anything great in the AFC. I do really like San Francisco the most in the NFL right now. And we'll see this week as they play at Philadelphia how great of a team they are at 3:25 on Sunday. But I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm watching this year in the NFL. There's nothing that excites me.
By the way, it was thanks to Reginald Atatula and from the 254, the Farmageddon game.
Oh, yeah.
Iowa State and Kansas State.
And if you're going to have Farmageddon, I pretty much need it to have snow or be played in a cornfield.
Yeah.
Snow ruins farms.
Man.
Actually,
does it help?
I believe it helps with the soil. It enriches the soil.
Okay.
But you don't want your freeze to happen too soon. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want you to lose your crop.
Early freezes or long freezes.
Let us know. Farmers of DFW in Texas.
We probably have several farmers listening.
There's no way that snow helps out in Dallas, Fort Worth. Well, there's no farms.
Yeah, I mean, because once it snows, Mike, we can't get to the schools.
In Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yes. No, I agree with you.
There's a farmer's market.
Having a farm in DFW might not be my number one selection for
that. We have 2 farms in Plano, I believe.
That's true. This would still not be my number one area where I would have my farm.
Why?
Just because of the weather conditions. I don't know what grows at 110 degrees every single day. Maybe they're like, no. This vegetable really thrives on excess amounts of heat.
I mean, am I wrong?
And sun.
Is cotton the thing that grows the most in this area?
I guess that would make sense.
877-881-1053, farmers of Texas, please let us know.
Now,
I think it's beef. I feel like it's beef.
We
grow beef.
Yeah,
I would like to send my note, Kevin, to the Lions.
Ooh.
After that Thanksgiving Day loss.
What's their deal?
Yeah. We talked about this on Friday.
Their defense is bad. Like, that's just a reality.
They almost lost to the Bears the week before.
And Green Bay, like, they exposed that. And Christian Watson had a really big game. All the receivers, that secondary's poor. That's what drives me nuts. And I talked about this last Wednesday, was their secondary being as poor as it is a surprise to me, considering Aaron Glenn was a really good cornerback in the league. Yet his defensive secondary can't keep up with what's going on. So the Lions, I think this is one of those moments where Dan Campbell has to be like, look, guys, or get a letter to go pump them up. That was a game that happened, but what we've done this season and what we've accomplished this season is so much more.
Is it possible to put that letter to the Detroit Lions and then put care of Jared Goff? Because he has turned into a turnover machine the last 2 games. After the rest of the season, he had taken care of the ball really well.
That I need to go look and see if there's been an injury on their offensive line that I don't know about, because that offensive line was miserable against the Packers. He would drop back and somebody was all over him, and they knew it's almost as if they built some dummy for practice that said, hey, go right at this spot because this is where his arm angle is going to be, and you're going to be able to knock the ball out real easy. Because during that game against Green Bay, it looked like every time he dropped back, ball's in his hand, and then some defensive lineman was swatting it out.
Now, Mike, I'm going to allow you to answer this question. Do you want to hear the mystery cut or Travis Kelce?
Mystery cut.
All right, I knew that you would pick that. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 12. Please tell me you heard this yesterday.
It's not sexy like you, Jim, but it's the game at its
Jim.
Because he said Jim? Is that what we're... Because I heard that too.
He's always speaking to Jim. On Thursday, he was speaking to Jim a lot, and I'm like, Tony, man.
But you heard the other part, right?
Yeah, it's not sexy like you.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, Tony at times...
What's wrong with that?
I don't mind Tony Romo. I just, in a way, I think that it would help him out if he only got 3 Jims a show.
Okay.
3 times you can talk to Jim. Mm-hmm. The rest of the time you have to talk to Mike's and Corey's and Kevin's. Like, just don't say our name. Just know that you're talking to millions of us, not just one person or all the Jims watching.
Everybody knows that it's Tony Romo talking with that gravelly voice. Everybody knows that. But they don't know that he's talking to Jim. Nobody knows Jim.
They don't know who Jim Nance is?
Not a single person.
Here's what I thought was interesting during the show. And look, Tony Romo is a very good analyst. I don't want to take anything away from him. And he's analyzing the game the way it is. I just thought he could bring his career up as a point here. And I get he doesn't do that. And I think that he's not going to. And in a way that's good. He's like, Josh Allen just needs to give what is taken to him by the defense. He goes on kind of a rant, and he's talking about it for like kind of a whole drive. This is in the first half. And I thought to myself, what if Tony listened to Tony during his career?
Yeah, like you'd get the 2014 season.
What Tony Romo was saying Josh Allen isn't doing, there was a point where they have the ball about at the 42-yard line, so they're out of field goal range, and there's a kind of a slant or an in, more of an in than a slant. And he's like, if he just takes this 6 to 8 yard gain, they're back in field goal range, and 3 points right now is valuable early in the game. And I'm thinking to myself, what if Tony Romo would have spoken to Tony Romo in 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12? Because Tony would never do that. Tony was a risk taker, a major. So Josh Allen actually plays the game in a way like Tony Romo played the game, to your point, Corey, until like 2014, where Tony started becoming more of like, hey, I got to do this and do that. And there's a lot of complaints on why didn't you just hit Cole Beasley instead of going deep to Des Bryant in the 2014
because that was the season,
game.
Mike. That was the season where Tony Romo decided to play within himself and within the best interest of the team.
Right.
And in that moment, Kevin, we talked about, and I do this a lot. I say Kevin and Mike a lot on this show. That's how we were trained to do. But
that's because you want us to respond. Jim's the only person that can respond to Tony. There's not another person.
But that was one of our complaints, Kevin, was that Tony Romo, I always felt he didn't belong because he was an undrafted free agent. He always had to prove himself, and he felt every single play that he was having to prove that he could win the world. Yeah. And I feel like Josh Allen was kind of in the same vein. Yet in this game, he did all the things that it took to win. yet they didn't win because the Eagles are unbeatable and beatable all at the same time. Which is, Mike, when you brought that up this morning, I was like, that's exactly right. They
look very
so
beatable, but they can't be beat.
Yeah.
Man. And you know what's weird? I know exactly what you mean by that. And I'm going to bring that back up in a few minutes, and Mike likes it, because there's a particular wrestler that comes to mind with this in mind.
All right.
And it's Ric Flair. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But I wanted to ask you guys one other football-based question, if I can, real quick. If we can fire off cut number 15, please and thank you.
Raider 30. It's Pacheco. He gets it off to James. The flea flicker. Mahomes. Got him. Kelsey to the 8. Oh, that was a beautiful play. Palomar brings him down. 23-yard reception. Pinpoint throw. Mahomes. First and goal, Chiefs.
Travis Kelsey, the first and only Chiefs player ever with 1,100.
You can do it.
We're going to try this one more
You're
time.
the best,
11,000.
I trust you.
Travis Kelsey, the first and only Chiefs player with 11,000 yards receiving. He was already fourth all-time in tight end yards. He's behind Antonio Gates, Jason Witten, and Tony Gonzalez. He has 8 Pro Bowls, 4 All-Pros. Where does he sit in your hierarchy of all-time tight ends, and could he still move to the top?
That's interesting that you asked that.
Is it impossible
that way
to beat Tony Gonzalez?
Well, I mean, Tony Gonzalez played for the Chiefs too. And
the Falcons.
Yeah, I know he and he also, yes, did play for the Falcons, but you would suspect that all those numbers would be Tony Gonzalez. But I guess because he ended up leaving and going to the Atlanta, that changes things.
And he got over that threshold with the Falcons.
So you're asking if Tony Gonzalez and Travis Kelsey are better than David LaFleur?
That's a tough ask, Mike.
Is it?
I think Travis Kelsey's
There's
already
plenty of
made
people
his...
listening that weren't even born when David LaFleur was drafted in the first round by the Cowboys in 1997.
Tony Gonzalez.
He was the second tight end in that draft.
In 12 years with the Chiefs, had 10,940 yards.
So Travis Kelsey's better.
And 76 touchdowns. How many touchdowns does Kelsey have right now?
Do you know the
As
answer?
my internet is slowly trying to bleed me out here.
You didn't bring up,
I think that Kelsey's the better one.
You didn't bring up a person, maybe his stats aren't as high because of injury, but his
74.
rings are. Is Rob Gronkowski?
Gronk's touchdown numbers are
insane.
Wild. Would he end the championships to go along with it? Like that connection between he and Tom Brady was the best.
Does Gronkowski have 4 championships?
4 championships, he does.
Okay.
And so like that, like Gronk it's like Tom Brady, where you just can't kind of believe that those exist on the same plane as the rest of the league.
And if Gronk would have had a healthy career,
yes,
I felt like he missed like 4 to 6 games every year. I know he probably didn't. I don't have his stats pulled up in games played per year, but I feel like he missed a lot of stats based off of just not being healthy all the time.
Which is part of his own problem for being that dude that they said would need an IV just to wake up.
And that is true, and that might factor in your discussion, because I know Travis Kelsey and Gronk have played in the same era, but their greatness kind of touched for maybe 1 or 2 seasons, because Gronk was the man, and right when he was finishing up being the man, it was because there was Travis Kelsey, who for 7 straight years has been first or second team All-Pro.
And Gronk has 9,200 yards, I believe. So like in his entire career. So the yards are unmatched.
Jason
Kelsey.
Witten has to be considered a top 5 tight
I think
end
he's
of
a top
all
5.
time. I agree.
I do think he's a top 5.
Kelsey does
I
have
wouldn't put him 1.
Kelsey does have the opportunity and chance to be the greatest tight end of all time.
And that's where what I think is interesting is I think Witten's a top 5, but I don't think you would get anyone who would vote him 1. Whereas I do think you get plenty of people who vote Tony Gonzalez, maybe Travis Kelsey, and Gronk number 1, even though they're maybe all in that same top 5 group.
I'm with you. The other thing too is, we don't really, when we look at this, they don't give the stats on, hey, how good of a run blocker were you?
Right.
Hey, were you pretty good on like screen situations when you had to maybe line up as a lead blocker on a wide receiver screen or a running back screen? And we know that Jason Witten was great at that, but a lot of times during Jason Witten's career, a lot of people would be like, well, I kind of like Antonio Gates better for fantasy football purposes because Antonio Gates was like a wide receiver playing tight end, was never really asked to do a lot of tight end situations. He was just a bigger basketball player who played tight end.
He was a red zone machine too.
Right.
Like that was it was a huge factor because he could do so many things downfield.
I think tight end is a tough position to rate because of the other parts of the position where a wide receiver, you're not going to, well, how good of a blocker was the wide receiver?
Do you think
nobody cares?
Do you think run blocking gets brought up appropriately then for running backs?
No.
You mean like pass blocking?
Yeah, sorry, pass blocking. I'm sorry, yes, pass blocking. Yeah, Barry Sanders so good he blocked for himself. No, yes, I meant pass blocking. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
No, I don't think it gets brought up enough. But at the same time, I get it. Like Barry Sanders is the greatest person that you handed the ball off to.
So this is the kind of that wild place where trying to figure out what is more important because Gates had 11,841 yards, 116 touchdowns. Tony Gonzalez had 15,000 receiving yards and 111 touchdowns. So does the yards make him better because he had 4,000 more than Antonio Gates? And Gates only had 5 more touchdowns than him. I would say it's Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, Kelsey, and I still have Gronkowski as you want that on your team. That connection he had with Tom Brady, but again, it's a plane that I just don't think exists in any other place. But the health of Travis Kelce's been a big factor too.
Yeah, the position just keeps getting bigger and better.
Evolving with the way that they utilize these guys so much, and that era of Gonzalez, Gates, Jimmy Graham's as that
Would
was
even
going
bring
on.
up the combination of Jerry Rice and
Dwight
Tony
Clark?
Gonzalez. That's Kyle Pitts in Atlanta.
Oh yeah, the same guy. Well,
you're going to be salty about that forever.
I just thought he was built up so much in the draft as the greatest thing we've ever seen in our lifetime and before our lifetime at the tight end position. And I'm like, I think that we're building, like they were pretty much saying he's the Jerry Rice of tight ends.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he's just on a bad team. Maybe he is the Jerry Rice of tight ends and Kyle Pitts. He's just on the wrong team. But I just feel like Kyle Pitts was built up, and I'm just like, you guys are building him up too much. And he was built up too much.
Shannon Sharp was a pretty great one too.
Yeah.
I mean, like big numbers and the titles to go along with it. The ones that.
And look, I don't know. Like, I weren't alive for Mike Ditka. But, I mean, you hear Mike Ditka stories from my dad or from people that are in their 60s and 70s, and they'll tell you Mike Ditka was an unbelievable tight end. But I don't know. Like, all we can do is look at stats, in that situation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so I want to stick with football for just a second, and I hope you guys don't have stats pulled up. I don't want you to pull up stats.
Oh, okay.
If you had to guess right now who's leading the league in yards for passing yards in the NFL, do you guys know who it is?
I think I do.
Is it Stroud?
No, he's second.
Okay.
And he's second to Washington's QB, right?
Oh, is it Howell still?
Yeah, Sam Howell is lead. This is how weird this year's NFL is now. Sam Howell doesn't have a bye yet. So if
that helps.
So obviously,
he has to
like
throw a lot too,
Stroud has played in 11 games, but listen to your top 5 passing yards leaders in the NFL, and this is why this year is such a weird year. Sam Howell is number 1 in the NFL with 3,339 yards passing. C.J. Stroud is second. He's a rookie. Josh Allen is third. Josh Allen makes a lot of sense. We would assume Josh Allen would be up there. This one makes some sense too, to a T, because he's been healthy.
Yeah.
Number 4. And number 5 is Jared Goff. So you take your top 5 passing leaders in the NFL, Sam Howell, C.J. Stroud, Josh Allen, Tua T, and Jared Goff. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's just a weird year in the NFL when we come to court. I don't want to talk too much about it. I do want you guys to talk about these, but I want to discuss more of that in Mike Ask All the Football Questions tomorrow.
Does that make you think that quarterback play is down because it's not the marquee people that are taking up most of that space?
Yes, a little bit. And I do think it's down in a way that defensive coordinators over the last few years have figured out ways to make the game more difficult on quarterbacks. Or maybe we just have to do this. There is no real Aaron Rodgers in this NFL. Now, I do think Patrick Mahomes is, or Tom Brady, or Peyton Manning, or Drew Brees, right? Maybe we just had an era about 5 years ago and before that of just unbelievably great quarterbacks. And is there a possibility? I'm throwing it out there. Is there a possibility? There's just, besides Patrick Mahomes, there is a lull in our quarterbacks. We like them all when they get drafted and we think they're going to be great. I'll take a shot at me. Trevor Lawrence is just a good quarterback. He's not great. Now, it's only year 3.
Yeah.
He can still keep getting better, but he's disappointing me in year 3. By the way, he's 10th right now in passing yards. But it's one of those things that right now, quarterbacks, even though we know all their names and we know how high they were drafted and everything, I do think we're going through a little bit of a lull where just 5 years and then before we had a plethora of really great quarterbacks. And maybe if I go back and look at yards per game or yards total, maybe Tom Brady's not way up there. Maybe Drew Brees isn't way up there, or Peyton Manning, but I believe they probably
last
are.
year, Mahomes had 5,250 yards, and that led the league.
That makes sense.
He was followed by Herbert, then Tom Brady.
That makes those three names make sense to me.
Yeah.
Sam Howell.
So you don't anticipate Sam Howell becoming the next guy. But if CJ Stroud becomes the next guy, you'll look back on this and be like, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was really fun to watch, by the way, on Sunday. Like I haven't really watched him play a lot of football. Yes, I am. And in fact, in a weird way, Trevor Lawrence needs to get better because CJ Stroud's going to be in his division for a long time.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, that looks like a division where you have T-Law and Stroud. And just a few years ago, you're like, this has nothing. And now, and I don't know how Anthony Richardson's going to play. He got hurt so quick. You just don't know. But all of a sudden, you look and go, hey, man, there's some pretty good quarterback play in that division. All right, guys, so let me get to this. Mike likes it here. Please stick with me. Look, I'm not the biggest wrestling fan, but I was a big Sportatorium Von Erich fan.
Yep.
My favorite Von Erich by far was Kerry Von Erich. David Von Erich was kind of the first one to come on the scene. He was a little bit, in a way, like I wasn't into wrestling until, let's say, like 83, 84 is where my dad got me into it. So at that point, David Von Erich was, I can't remember what year he passed away. It might have been 84.
84.
Okay, so by then, like David, I didn't get to so Kerry was my favorite Von Erich.
People will tell you David was the best.
Right. I've been going back on YouTube and watching a lot of world-class championship wrestling from the Sportatorium or from Texas Stadium or from Reunion Arena. I didn't know they did so many big events at Reunion Arena. But I've been having a lot of fun. I'm like getting ready for the Iron Claw. I'm so pumped up. I showed my dad the trailer.
Trailer's great.
He didn't even know that this movie was coming out.
Okay.
And he was the one who got me into wrestling and took me to, obviously, the Sportatorium with some of my friends and stuff. And I remember, guys, did you get to go to the Sportatorium?
Yes, but only like one time.
I think I only went once or twice. I think I might have gone twice with my father and friends. I remember being scared to death being there.
And
was it just pure excitement and adrenaline being there? Because as like a 6, 7, 8-year-old, right around that age is when I went, I was scared to death being in there because I thought it was real and it seemed to be uncontrolled chaos.
I felt like it was just a barn out in the middle of nowhere in my mind.
Pretty much. And I wasn't scared, but watching all this stuff that I have over the years, I should have been. Because they tell stories about people like getting stabbed and people taking shots out in the parking lot. And I don't mean like alcohol shots, because of things that happened like in the matches and everything like that, or people's taunts. And I think I was too young to know I should be scared, because some of the stories you hear from the Sportatorium or territories from that day are crazy.
It is fun watching because I forgot how much I knew about it, whether it was the Freebirds were the big tag team, 3-man tag team, usually against the Von Erichs. Usually, I guess, obviously it was the most awesome when it was David, Kerry, and Kevin.
Yep.
Obviously, they lose David pretty quickly in that kind of rivalry, and then they're having to use whether it was Michael or somebody else in the tag team matchups. But the Freebirds, I do think the blonde-headed Freebird was great on the microphone, going back and watching I'm sorry, I'm forgetting.
Michael P.S. Hayes?
Yes, Michael Hayes was awesome on the microphone. And then I'm watching I watched a Ric Flair interview on the Von Erichs getting ready for this movie, The Iron Claw, which comes out, I believe, December 22nd. Is that
I think so.
It's December.
I've
I know
seen
it's
it.
December.
It's the main issue.
You've seen the movie. You
I've
saw
seen
the whole
the movie.
You got
yes.
to meet all the players
yes.
in it.
The main issue I have with the movie is they play around with the timeline a whole lot. But if you're not like a diehard, hardcore wrestling fan who remembers, like, hold on, wasn't that in 84, not 87? I don't think it'll bother you a lick.
So I was watching this interview with Ric Flair. Hopefully this is entertaining to people. I really hope it is. It's Mike likes it, so deal with it. Is Ric Flair wrestles Kerry Von Erich in Fort Worth. Kerry Von Erich is so either high or drunk, and it might be both, that they're trying to Ric Flair's in the ring for more than 10 minutes waiting on Kerry Von Erich, because I think the story is that he is passed out in his car from either drugs or alcohol or both, and they wake him up and they're like, you have to wrestle, it's your time. And it's Ric Flair versus Kerry Von Erich. It's a huge deal. And Ric Flair tells the story on how his boots aren't even laced up. So I go back and watch. It's really dark. The footage is dark, but it's really fun to go back and watch Ric Flair versus Kerry Von Erich, who I was in love with as a kid. And you can see Kerry Von Erich's boots aren't even laced up. He just came to the ring drunk/high. I don't know which one, but he is. Because they asked Ric Flair, they said, what do you do in that situation where you know that the person is not really ready to wrestle? And he just looked at the ref and said, this is going to be a long night. And he just said it was horrible. He said, I loved Kerry. He said, I obviously flew around the country with Kerry at times wrestling. And he said, Kerry was the only person who could stay up all night with Rowdy Roddy Piper and drink and do drugs. He said, pretty much all the other ones would pass out from the drugs and the alcohol that they were doing. And Rick said he never messed with the drugs, but he was obviously drinking a ton, and he could stay with anybody drinking, but he couldn't stay with Rowdy on the drinking and the drugs. But he said Kerry was one of the only ones that could do the drinking and the drugs that Rowdy Roddy Piper could do.
You know, somebody brought up an interesting point. I don't know if this will bother people or not, is the two main actors, Efron and Jeremy
Very
Allen
little guys,
White,
right?
is they are about half a foot shorter than the Von Erichs. That part was kind of jarring to me. But once you get into the movie, like
it's tough to find tall actors, Kevin.
Yeah. That's true.
And they make Tom Cruise. He's
Tom
not like
Cruise is
5,
short.
He's
Yeah.
5'4", but they don't make him 5'4".
A lot of actors are short. I'm
So-
just saying that, like, you can't find Army Hammer everywhere, and he's got his own stuff.
And it was weird because Kevin Von Erich was on stage with the rest of the guys, and he's way bigger than them. But like once the movie starts, I don't think that will bother people as much because of the movie magic and everything like that.
I'll tell you what, if you're looking for something to do on YouTube and you're of our age, or maybe you're not and you're just younger, going back and typing in World Class Championship Wrestling, or typing in Von Erich matches, or typing in the one that I watched this morning was Kabuki. I was so scared of Kabuki, but it is so fun watching him wrestle because of his kicks. He was an unbelievable kicker. So anyways.
And the stories that they tell you,
yeah,
you're like, oh my goodness.
Anyways, and he's like, I think they made, I'm not making this up, maybe I'm wrong, but they made him out to be maybe a cannibal.
You're going to one of the things you're going to love about the movie, with the exception of Ric Flair, they did a terrible job casting Ric Flair in the movie.
Okay.
All the rest of the people are cast very, very well. You'll be like,
Okay.
holy crap, that does look like Bruiser Brody.
Okay, so
and all
I'm
kinds
ready
of
for
stuff.
the movie, and I've been going back and watching hours upon hours of Von Erich footage
You wanna
at
go
the
watch it together?
Sportatorium. Yeah, I'd love to.
All right. When's it comes? December 22nd, right?
I think so. I think that's the date it comes out.
All right. Let's see what I can book here, Mike.
Okay. Hey,
I come back,
think that'd be
the
a great.
23rd from
If we can get a
skiing.
personal viewing.
That would be
I'll
a
probably have
great.
2 broken legs when I come back.
What?
I'm skiing like December 16th through the 23rd.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
I don't know
on
if skiing
105.3
is the right
The
word
Fan.
to
We've
use.
seen your skiing.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We got a lot to get to. I had a fantastic story from the treadmill, and also I got some questions about these Cowboys. Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Guys, I just want to point out, anybody that keeps posting the Corey Seager home run video or any of these Texas Rangers videos that are celebrating the fact that they won the world championship, keep doing it. Keep doing it. It just makes it every morning when I wake up, when I look at Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and I see Instagram or Snapchat or LinkedIn, any of the places where you have social medias. That's where, Kevin, I see somebody has posted something. And that's where this morning I was just like, I woke up and the Rangers are still world champions. And that makes me everything better. I'm going through life right now with a Rangers world championship.
And you can hang out on the field with us on Sunday.
And that leads me directly to, you can hang out in the biggest baseball room in Texas. By the way, if you want to look that up, the Rangers stadium, square footage wise and height, is bigger than the Minute Maid box they have down there. So it is the biggest baseball room. And I call it a room, Kevin, because it's closed on all sides, unless they open the roof. If they open the roof, then it's just an outdoor venue. But whenever the roof is closed, it is a room.
I had no idea you had such strong conviction.
I think I heard Bob Costas say that the night the first game at AT&T Stadium. He said, "Welcome to the biggest room in the world," and I was like, stealing that. So I've used that ever since then. But yeah, man, if you're looking forward to having a very fun time, it is that's Sunday, isn't it? This Sunday, dude, we get to be on the field. I will say this, Mike: we need to win a championship here because I'm tired of, we can't say, hey, go hang out on the field where the Rangers won the World Series, because they didn't. We can't say go hang out on the ice
where they won the divisional round.
They did win that's a fact. That is a fact. So I would like for them to win a championship in DFW, because that would be kind of dope. But yes, we will be there this Sunday.
You're so picky.
And, yeah. I mean, at this point now,
Cowboys will never win the championship.
All my teams have a championship now. Yeah, that's one.
I don't think they'll ever have the Super Bowl here.
You don't think it's ever coming back here?
I don't. It's not even considered. Isn't that amazing about the Super Bowl?
I wonder if they're going to try to change.
Everybody's like, this is the best stadium. And then literally they had the Super Bowl a year after it was built, and they're like, never again.
Because the ice thing or because of the seating thing? Which one do you think, Kevin? Which one is more likely?
I'm going to say ice.
Wow. Do you go to ice at the Gaylord?
Yes.
You do?
It's nice.
When was the last time you went, Mike? Have you ever been?
To ice?
You've never been to the ice exhibit at the Gaylord Texan?
Nope.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing to do. Yearly, my mom will get tickets and we'll go. It's fun.
It's very cold.
Yeah, you have to wear a big old coat and maybe even some gloves.
So you're saying that if I go with my mother-in-law, I love her to death, but she gets cold even if it's 100 degrees outside.
She'll be cold.
She would ask for them to turn the heat on. They're not going to do it.
I don't think that, as those coats are thick, dude. They are polar coats, but they're tough.
I always wonder at what age am I going to be like, everything's cold.
That's a good question.
We're getting closer.
Now, are we auctioning off our table?
Yes, we
are,
Kevin.
Is that the business that we need to get done
Yes, we are, and I don't know exactly what that number is at. But Kevin, you have all the rules and information on that right now.
So minimum bid for a table of 11. So it's me, you, Mike, Reggie, Alec, and then you get 6 of your own people.
I like that we couldn't decide between our producers.
I didn't set this up. $1,500 is the minimum bid if you want to call in and bid for that, because I think otherwise the event is sold out unless you get one of these tables. But 877-881-1053 if you want to put in a bid for our table, because we want to have the highest.
There might be an MVP candidate there too. I'm just saying.
You can say that. Marcus Simeon's going to be there. Drew Pearson, Darren Woodson, John Gray.
Yeah, that's some big names, plus us. And my wife, because Sandlot Charities and MP work together for Special Olympics. So they have done a lot of work together, and so Adrian will be there. That's going to be weird for me, as she will be at another table across the place, across the venue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's not
I guess
sitting at
that's
our
true.
table, so that's going to be a weird thing for me.
Oh, I just thought about that too with my wife. Whoops.
So if I just lean over and hug you at some point, Kevin, understand what's going on.
Okay.
By the way, speaking of something like that, so yeah, if you want to call in and make that bid, get that action rocking right now. Over the weekend, Kevin and Mike, I was on the treadmill and I was doing my thing.
What a brag.
Watching some Righteous Gemstones as I'm trying to finish that season up. And there is and I don't say this too often, a complete smoke show on the treadmill next to me, to my right. I mean, like just a knockout girl.
Oh, girl.
Yes. And there is a dude.
Could have been Ravishing Rick Rude.
That's
a
good point.
He's
ravishing.
Had a
It's in his
beautiful
name.
Good point. He's dead, though.
And I see this guy walking by.
Maybe laying on the treadmill.
And checking her out. And then I see him over on the squat machine, and he doesn't squat towards the mirror. No, he squats towards us.
Oh.
And he is just like, dude, you're going to break your neck at some point trying to check this chick out. Like, I'm on the treadmill next to her, and I saw, but now I'm focused on me. This guy is just like, looking all the time. Then he packs up his stuff, and as he walks by, he goes, Tolo. And
So he was
wasn't
checking
out
you
the hot
out.
chick. He was
The
checking me
squatter.
out. Yeah.
Oh, my
Wait,
God.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
This is a yucky question. You're on a treadmill.
Uh-huh.
Do you wear underwear on a treadmill?
I do wear like slides to keep it all bunched up.
Yeah, I just assume if you're going on a long walk or a jog,
Yeah, it's gonna
I
be.
would feel like you want your stuff tighter.
I
than
don't need
just
a hernia.
flopping around. It's not like NBA basketball players don't wear jocks or underwear. Or something.
Yeah. I don't
You
need
can't play
that.
basketball free flowing.
Uh-huh.
You do want free flowing basketball, but just not underneath your shorts.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And so, what was the point of that question, Mike?
Well, if this guy's checking you out, you're checking out a smoke show woman, hopefully woman, and he's checking you out, he might be checking out your crack. I've seen your crack.
You've seen a lot. Yeah.
of times.
My son has seen my crack. Yeah.
And I'm just making sure that this guy, if he's checking you out, he's not checking you out because you're flopping everywhere.
He was checking to see, because I didn't have a 105.3 The Fan shirt on like I do right now, because I do represent 105.3 The Fan. But he was just like, is that guy? And so by the end of it, he said Tolo. And when I reacted and turned around, he knew it was me. And Adrian thinks that's funny because a lot of times we'll be walking somewhere like at Home Depot or Lowe's or something, and somebody will just yell out my name or Tolo or something.
They say, Kevin!
They don't even want to talk. They just want to make sure that that's me. And then there it is. And now the person at the register is like, why did they do that? And you have to explain. You're a big-time radio host. You know,
You say it like that?
How else would you say it?
I don't know if I would say big time.
What do you say whenever people are like recognize you or are trying to ask you like what you do for a living?
I would say that I host a radio show, and when they say, "Oh, you're a DJ," then I know that I don't want to be friends with that person.
Deron Bland.
That's a fun fact about me.
No, I don't have a son named Eric. Is that what you're saying?
Eric?
This is from Sam Monson at PFF Pro Football Focus.
Mm-hmm.
Deron Bland has been targeted 59 times this season. Do you know the stat, Kevin?
I do not.
Those passes have yielded a passer rating 3 points worse than just throwing the ball into the ground 59 times instead, and a net negative of 4 touchdowns to the offense.
Well, that makes sense given all the pick sixes.
So he's given up 2 touchdowns, but he's also scored 6, so that gives him a net negative of 4. But Kevin,
5, I think.
5,
right?
yeah. So I guess he's given up 1 to 4. Those passes have yielded a rating 3 points worse than just throwing the ball into the ground 59 times. That's the Nathan Peterman stat right there.
Yes.
Which was that if he had just thrown the ball into the ground every time, he still would have had a better rating than poor or something like that.
Then the worst you could have if you just threw the ball into the ground. That's crazy. At what point
That's
do you
amazing.
look at the tape and you're like, hey, don't throw it that way.
Yeah, but then what's the option?
Throw it into the ground. You just told me I would be better off throwing the ball into the turf.
So don't even show up and try to throw the ball.
Deron Bland.
Just don't even try to.
Just if you get worried and you start to look in that direction, be like, no, spike it, turf it, throw it out of bounds, whatever you want to do.
From the 817, I used that DJ joke over the weekend on my wife, and she just looked at me like I was crazy and stupid. From the 214,
She had the proper reaction.
From the 214, if I ever see y'all out in public, I'm gonna make a huge scene and make you look real famous. I'm down. Listen, man. I want everybody to know about our show and our station. I want everybody to know. So I I want all the Tolos out there to make sure they're doing their part by telling everybody
it's
they
DJ
can.
Kevin Hagelin.
Do you need me to tell you a different joke, Mike?
It sounds like you have one teed up.
I don't want to cut into your
Did Corey give you this one too? And then Corey's going to lay out.
I don't know. We'll see.
I can't remember if I told Jess this one and she thinks it's the best.
Does Jess ever think you have a bad joke?
Not a lot. Those
Okay.
jokes that you hate, she thinks are pretty great. What did the janitor say when he popped out of the closet?
Yeah, don't do this one. Don't do this one. Don't do it.
What
Don't
did
do
the
it.
janitor say? When who? What did the
When he pops out of the closet. Supplies!
'Cause it was the supply closet.
Yep.
My wife thinks that joke is hilarious.
Because that's where you keep the supplies.
She likes one-liners.
She does. She really does.
Go find Andrew Dice Clay's best
Oh
one.
my God. No.
That is going to be.
She's an innocent lady.
I know, but just see like how it like and be like that wasn't mine.
The first Cowboys question I have, and I think I'm only going to be able to get to this one, so we'll have some more tomorrow. Has Kevontae Turpin turned into the threat you thought he would be last year?
Man, that is a great question. I really think that he has. It feels like everything we were told last year, right? Like, I know he's not going to be like, oh, he's undoubtedly your second wide receiver.
I give Mike McCarthy credit and Kellen Moore. He stunk it up. They're both good.
They have been using him in actual offensive plays, and you have seen it pay off. So, yes, I do think that.
4 offensive touchdowns through 11 weeks.
Wow.
Last year, he was targeted twice, according to Patrick Walker. He was targeted 2 times in the receiving game last year, and he's been able to do it from many different places on the field. He's been able to do it from the backfield. He can do it as a wide receiver. He has a lot of different ways, and the return game in addition to all of that. That's where I'm just looking at this thing going, dude, like, and I do credit McCarthy, Mike, I really do, because I think that he's like, hey, how can I draw up and utilize his speed? But the big factor is the guy went there, and we saw him during training camp. He was very motivated. There were some things that were on his plate that motivated him a lot to make sure that he fed a lot of people.
Do we need to tell that story again, or
this is good.
Just move on?
I think the Tolos know, the ones that were listening that day. But yeah, man, like that, he had a lot of motivation to say, you know what? Not only am I good and fast, but I'm not coming off a year where I'm also doing USFL football or whatever it was, Kevin, where he was.
Yeah.
So I have a little break. I have an off season, and I can study a playbook. I can learn it. I can be involved. I can be a better route runner. And he's doing all those little things that make him an asset to this team. And that was the one thing when I was watching that game. I was like, there it is. And you see, I mean, if you're watching the sideline sounds and you're seeing some of these other things, you're seeing that he's involved with the guys. Like, they love him. They love having him around. So I did have that question, Kevin, also, and I don't know if y'all discussed this Friday, but when they scored that touchdown and jumped into the Salvation Army kit, y'all probably, I don't know, maybe y'all brought the audio back, but I was like, this plan has been going on for a while.
Jake Ferguson told us that.
We knew what was going on whenever that went down, so it was very exciting to see that happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East. Is the division already over? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
holiday season, spread the joy to family and friends by filling your hopper with Kingsford Hardwood Pellets. Kingsford Hardwood Pellets delivers excellent performance in any pellet grill and adds an authentic wood-fired flavor to your holiday meals. From favorites like prime rib to mac and cheese, your family will crown you grilling royalty. Trust Kingsford, America's grilling expert with over 100 years of expertise in flavor and quality. Make Kingsford Hardwood Pellets your grilling holiday go-to. Visit kingsford.com.
Pedigree of championship teams. Hurts to the end zone, and the Eagles have won it in overtime.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we go around the NFC East. Now, we did play an Eagles highlight to come back, and I know sometimes people don't like that. It's always choose your own adventure. Would you like to start with the Eagles, or do you want to go in a different direction?
I'll leave that up to Mike, who has decided this on many occasions, and I think has done a very good job.
Let's start off with the Cowboys because they have more points scored and more points or less points against than the Eagles.
I think that's an important factor there too, Mike, because we have started with the Eagles most of this season, and look at what their record is.
Yeah.
So has it been because we keep choosing the Eagles first?
I need to go back and see how in the world they lost to the Jets.
Inspired.
Did they not show up? Did they forfeit? Did they have a forfeit game that I don't know about? They just forfeited?
We'll see what we can figure out there. The Dallas Cowboys are the first team in NFL history to win each of their first 5 home games by 20-plus points.
Really?
How likely is it that they will win by 20-plus points again on Thursday?
When they play against the Seahawks, as we all know.
50-50.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, why not? Seahawks are horrible. I watched them on Thursday night. Did you watch any of that? It scared me about San Francisco, by the way. That scares me about them, but also watching Seattle, I'm like, oh, man, this should be another. I'm going to predict right now, 38-17, 21-point victory for the Cowboys. So they do it. So now it's 100%.
You know, somebody on the
how that works?
Somebody on the Twitch earlier was like, when Steven was talking, was like 20-10 is not close. But I did feel like the Cowboys hadn't opened the can the way that they typically should have. But Kevin, you pointed out third quarter is not necessarily their
not good
place.
in the third quarter.
But whenever the fourth quarter hit, they were like, "Hey, all right, now let's let it loose." And they did. They found the ways to, once Washington thought they were going to shell up a little bit, they said, we can take advantage of some stuff deep now.
You know what they say, don't think, meat.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see this. I see the next few teams in the next few weeks being close to the Cowboys. And so I think that there are going to be some closer games along the way. I do think Thursday night might be one of those. But if Geno Smith's shoulder's still bugging him, the Cowboys could probably really take advantage of that.
He said it definitely didn't get any worse, and the time might have allowed it to get a little bit better.
Okay, whatever.
You don't believe?
I don't know, man. Like, if it didn't get any worse, then that's fine. I guess after the game, it wasn't that great going into it. I get you.
All right. So for the Cowboys, they've scored 6 defensive touchdowns this season, with Deron Bland obviously getting the vast majority of them. That ties the 2021 Cowboys for the most defensive touchdowns in a season in franchise history. Do you have any doubt they will break that record?
They should, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I forgot. They're playing Josh Allen. That dude's going to throw 3 picks in that game.
Yeah, first play of this game, Kevin.
They get to play Washington. We've only played Washington once, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sam Howell.
Oh, yeah, dude.
He'll poop his pants again and throw it to us.
For real.
And
Get pressure, get touchdowns.
Dak Prescott on Thursday threw for 331 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's his 10th career game with 4+ passing touchdowns. Tied with Romo for the most in franchise history in a career. Will he break that record this season? He already has 10 for his career. Will he get one more 4+ passing touchdown game?
Yes. I think he might have to do it against Miami. I think they're going to have to score. I don't think that the Miami game is going to be a 10-9 football game. I think it's going to be one of those where it's a track meet and they have to score a bunch of points. So yes, Kevin, I think that's the one. That's when they'll do it. I just predicted that. There you go.
Yes, but Corey's wrong.
Oh, Detroit?
He's doing it Thursday night. Yeah, you know what? Detroit, too. Hell, he's going to blow past this record.
4 touchdown passes in a game is a lot.
Uh-huh. But you saying Dak can't do it? What are you trying to do
No,
right now?
What's the
No.
record for most 4 touchdown pass games in a season, then / career?
I will have to get
In the
back
history
to
of the
you in the
footballs.
history of football.
Uh-huh.
I will have to get back to you.
Who would you
on
guess
that.
did it? Would you guess Peyton Manning?
Yeah, Peyton Manning makes a lot of sense.
Marino.
Maybe Dan Marino. Patrick Mahomes will probably
Would
break
Favre
that
make
record.
sense?
Well, yeah, Favre makes sense too.
All right, those are our 3 guesses.
Okay.
Drew Brees.
I'll get back to you
Brady.
on that. All right.
Aaron Rodgers isn't a bad guess.
You want
That's
to
a
go
good guess.
Giants, Commanders,
Oh, my God.
way.
Who,
or
let's just
Eagles?
quit them. Is there other teams to talk about besides those 2?
Yeah,
Well, hold on.
They are no longer in the NFC
hold on.
East.
Are we talking about the Iowa Hawkeyes of the NFL?
Let's just do Gridiron Gravy 2.0.
We need to play cut number 14 so you can hear the exciting conclusion of the Giants-Patriots game. Now, the Giants are up 10-7. The Patriots have a 35-yard field goal to tie this game. It played out like this.
Will attempt to tie the game. Rollins' kick is no good. Wide to the left.
And that's how the Giants were victorious 10-7. Good for them.
MRI in Dallas indicates left thumb sprain for Luka, Kevin.
Yes.
He practiced today and will play on Tuesday.
Yes.
We'll
All
see
right.
on Derek Lively.
So the answer to the question at the beginning of the show, the rebounding.
Look at that,
is
man.
what we need
Here
to
we
be
are,
more
full
concerned
circle
with.
at the end of the show.
Are they still doing Derek Lively just has a back contusion?
I believe that is what they're still going.
We talked about that, Corey, on Friday. It's amazing. He couldn't put any pressure on his left leg at all when he got carried off the court. Like 0 pressure. And I get, man, he fell on his back hard, and it might stem from his back. There's something going on with either his left hip, his left knee, his left shin, his left fibula. Fibula.
Fibia.
Ankle.
Tibia and fibula.
Something is happening to his left side, and there's back issue. I'm like, well, but how come his right side was working fine after the back issue, but his left side wasn't working? We all saw him taken off of the court, not putting any pressure, 0 pressure on his left leg, like nothing wrong with his left leg.
You guys done with the Giants? Sounds
Yes,
like.
totally.
Okay.
We're done with the Commandos too, but we got to talk about them.
Ooh, I got to tell you a commander stat that's going to blow your mind. Sam Howell has 3,500 yards passing through 13 games.
Mike did that, and Mike likes it earlier.
Oh, really? Were my stats like not up to date?
What is you?
Oh, you're giving last year's game
Yes.
too, because I'm like, wait, he only had 12 games played this year.
Through 13 games in his history. He joins a club that includes Patrick Mahomes.
Oh my God.
Andrew Luck.
He's ruined this club.
Oh, let me know if you think that at the end. Justin Herbert, Cam Newton, and Mark Bulger as the only quarterback. Do you remember Mark Bulger?
I
The
do.
bulge.
That's what they called him.
Yep. The
Is
big
that-
bulge.
Is that what they called him?
Do you
He
know?
played for the Rams.
Yeah.
Was he the one that got hurt and then Kurt Warner took over?
I thought that was Trent Green.
You're right.
But yeah, Bulger.
The bulge came later.
He was the one that had his name was spelled with a C instead of a K. Mark, M-A-R.
It is with a C.
Always
That
hated
is-
that.
that is
It was
correct.
weird. I don't hate you, Marks out there that have your name spelled that
I think
way.
that's how. I think if you're Canadian, you do it that way.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
There's no K in Canada.
So what you're saying is that
Sure,
that
that's
group
true.
right there that predicts nothing. It really does. The top 2 names you threw out there, wow, and then
Yeah.
everything else just fell apart after that.
Yeah.
So Sam Howell, coin flip. We'll see, 50-50 on his future.
He has these moments where you're like, ooh, that was good.
Yes.
Then you put together all the moments, you go, ooh, he's ooh.
And I don't know
He's
how
not
much
horrible. It's just like he's just there. Like I get that they're going to have to roll with him for the next 2 to 3 years, but yuck.
I don't know how much of it is the fact that the Washington Commanders are bad. Like they're
Yeah.
a bad team. He has good receivers. They're a bad team though.
For the Philadelphia Eagles, I thought this was really interesting. This is not who I would have guessed. Is Brandon Graham, with the game yesterday, has now played more games for the Eagles in the regular season than any player in history.
Wow, he's been there longer than Fletcher Cox and him seem to be there the long
So it's interesting that you brought that up. 3 of the top 5 are active on the team right now. Fletcher Cox at 182, Jason Kelsey at 186, and Brandon Graham at 189. So you're seeing a golden age of longevity for the Eagles, which is probably why they've been pretty darn good for quite a while.
Yeah, no, that's a huge. I mean, what does Jerry always tell us? Best availability is
availability.
Did I just say that twice? Best ability. Is availability.
I somewhat agree with that. Man, I only went on the injured list one time in my whole 13-year career, in 1999 in AA. Nobody cared about my availability in the major leagues.
But you're ready to go.
It's like they hated I was available.
But
They're like, can you get hurt, please?
How productive was Jacob deGrom this year?
He was effective in that 1 month.
But then
then the rest of the month, availability first. Then the rest of the talent comes
Talent
along.
first.
Yeah, talent.
I mean, our buddy Jesse Hawley was available for the Cowboys. They didn't seem to want to put him at wide receiver much.
Golly, Mike.
Well, I'm just giving an example. Guess what? We don't care if the 5th wide receiver is available.
Okay, but sometimes your examples just go out of their way to hurt people's
I like
feelings.
Jesse. Jesse knows.
Derek was about to get all the great opportunities, right?
Yeah.
Because of the talent. Then availability became an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I can give other people's names.
Yeah.
That we don't know. I don't know who I don't know Spencer Howard. I know who he is. But, I don't remember him getting hurt after trading for him from Philadelphia. But we didn't care how available he was.
True.
Next time Jerry says that, I want you to start rattling off
Ask
really
him.
terrible
All right.
players that were
Were
always
you upset
ready to go.
David LaFleur was who cares if he's available? He stinks. Or what about those defensive tackles we've drafted recently that have barely played? Who cares if oh no, Mozzie Smith, the best available? Who cares? It doesn't matter.
He's healthy.
Oh no, Mozzie Smith is going to miss this Thursday, which I don't think he is. But who cares?
I do, Mike.
Why?
Well, I guess Derek Lively.
Why? Gosh.
Because I want him out there. Although Jonathan Hankins had a 2-sack game, so
For Jalen Hurts, he has now won 14 straight games against teams with a winning record.
Dang.
That's
because
he's Cowboys
available. Because he's available for those
nobody
games. Yeah.
with a winning record
They just
this year.
win, man. They just win every freaking game.
Yeah,
Does
it's
that
weird.
change your opinion about the San Francisco game?
Coming up.
Yeah.
I think San Francisco's better. But once again, it goes to Philadelphia looks very beatable, but they can't be beat.
And that was the example I was going to use with you in wrestling is that was why people like Ric Flair so much. Every time you watched him, you're like, I know we can beat him. And then you never would for the title. And you're like, dang it.
Yeah, you'd always walk out there. I'll tell you what, back in the 80s, there's a lot of disqualifications.
Yes. Yeah, you gotta keep it going, get them ready for the return match and everything like that. But yeah, that's why the Philadelphia Eagles feel like is anyone's like, oh, they're not that great. They're 10-1. And Jalen Hurts has won 14 games in a row against teams with a winning record. They're pretty damn good. I don't care how they win these games. They win these games.
Yeah, man, it doesn't make sense to me on a lot of different scales. It
And they
really
lost
does
to the
not.
Jets.
Yeah.
The Jets.
Yeah, that part I still can't really wrap my head around. And then my other question, we talked about this. Do you think the division is over? Are the Cowboys penciled in at number 5?
Yes. I hate it, right? I mean, because let's just, I know, Corey, I'll throw it to you. San Francisco's favored by 3. Let's just say San Francisco beats Philadelphia. Let's say Dallas beats Philadelphia. That gives them 3 losses. But then their last 3 games are the Giants, the Panthers, and the Giants. I don't know. So the Cowboys have to win out. The Cowboys have to win out to even have a chance.
Yes.
And
even then, I don't
you
know.
lose. If they lose to San Francisco and Dallas wins out, Philadelphia is still the division champ because they lost to the Jets and you lost to the Cardinals.
Oh, hey, but the Eagles still have the Cardinals and the Seahawks to square off with.
Cardinals could really help us out.
I will say this, the back part of their
Cardinals
schedule
aren't
does
horrible anymore because of Kyler Murray, but they're still bad.
the back part of their schedule does 0 favors for the Cowboys. It really doesn't. Aside from this Niners game and the Cowboys, but
you have to believe the Cowboys are going to win out. And how many are we on a 4-game winning streak?
3.
Still 3. Okay, you're on a 3-game winning streak, and you have 6 games left.
Yep.
So you have to win your last 9 games to have a possibility of winning the division.
Look, I will tell you this. Even if you didn't get the number 1 seed, if you close out with 9 straight wins and you're 14-3, I think I'm going to feel like this time's different.
I am also fascinated. I'm very interested to
I feel
see
like
how.
if you win 14 games, they should change the rule. Like, hey, you don't have to go to Atlanta.
I'm very interested to see how the Cowboys play that game against Washington to close the season, if there's a chance. Like if there's a chance, will they go all out, or will they say, you know what, it's probably better for us just to do the best we can? And
you know what? To your point, I bet that Washington game means nothing.
Yeah, and that's what kind of stinks. But maybe, Kevin, an inspired Carolina Panthers team, after losing their coach, goes on a run or wins one more game, and it's against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Maybe.
We literally just saw them play.
Maybe that could happen.
Look, man, I've watched a movie once called Angels in the Outfield, and this kid said anything can happen, and I will always buy into
as
that.
long as fiction happens.
Uh-huh.
And that means not real.
Very good.
Which is weird because nonfiction
I know.
sounds, yeah.
I know.
Just say real and not real.
Yeah.
We're the KNC
I
Masterpiece.
think we should go to every library and change all the signs. Real, not real.
Can we just call?
When's the last time you went to a library?
Years ago.
This summer?
My wife goes all the time to the Dallas Library.
Can we just call the libraries, the organization, and be like, can we change this?
Yeah, let's call it Barnes
I think
and
you
Noble.
should. I think the library gave up when they're like, now carrying DVDs. I just feel like...
Hey, that's a library of DVDs. But that's a good point.
Coming up next,
What
let's
are DVDs?
chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 The Fan.
Shane again with Mullen.
It's time for Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing, but the upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I love your hoodie.
Thank you.
And so I was doing well anyway, but that's a fantastic hoodie you're rocking right there.
Little Phi Slamma Jamma. Back in about 2008, I got word that at the Houston airport, there was a Clyde Drexler store. Okay.
Oh.
So it was my mission there for a while. I was like, how do I get there? And I guess I didn't think of ordering off the internet or it wasn't available.
And that's your childhood hero, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That was my favorite player growing up as a Trailblazers fan. So my parents happened to be on a flight going somewhere that was routed through Houston a few months after I became aware of it. And I was like, hey, maybe help me out.
Yeah.
They brought me back a lot of stuff. It was cool.
That is very, very cool. We were just talking about this when we were watching the Eagles game yesterday. You just have to come to the acceptance that the division is over. Yes or no?
Yeah, I came to that acceptance, I think, Monday night when they beat the Chiefs. I think to me
I
it
can
was...
see that.
You lost to the Cardinals. And the Eagles right now, I just don't see dropping some games that they shouldn't drop. And now they're beating the teams that we were hoping maybe they'd take some L's to.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I really thought Buffalo should have had that game. They didn't. And it sucks for Cowboy fans to hear, and I hate the Eagles more than anyone, but Jalen Hurts right now is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL. That dude, when the game is there and hanging in the balance and he has a chance to go win it, there's no doubt that he's going to win it. And it sucks, but yeah, that's the reality of the situation is unless the Cowboys win out and you get a little bit lucky, you're not winning that division.
No, the bottom line now is to make sure you maintain that level where you're hanging in that fifth spot.
So you can kind of replicate, beat up on the South in the first round.
Absolutely. You could go to a game and you could go win in Atlanta or you could go win in New Orleans with those teams the way they currently are. So that whatever you have to do, maintain that fifth spot if you can, and then you could figure out, you get the victory there. Then you figure out, okay, now how do I navigate Detroit or navigate San Francisco?
Now, I want to talk specifically about the game last night. Is obviously a lot of people you saw on social media, I know you know this, Broadus, thought that the refs jobbed the Bills. I'm hoping for people who missed the back and forth, you could reset your general opinion on that game and maybe the refs in general.
Well, no, the officiating has been poor really for 100 years. If you want to make, I made the point that, when I was working in the league, guys and gals and people I knew got fired because we didn't win enough games. And there was a lot of times where officiating calls went one way or another. And, you could sit there and complain about it and go on and on about it, but this hasn't changed. And so I'm not sit there, you say you have to accept, but I don't sit there and now just totally lose my mind about it, because I think that, to me, yes, there were a lot of bad calls in that game. Yes, did Philadelphia get a lot of calls? Yes. Did Buffalo get a roughing the passer penalty late in that game that gave them a first down? To go beat Philadelphia, you have to go finish. The teams that haven't beaten them have not finished. And, officiating, to me, I've been studying it, ever since I came in the league in 1992. They until they start to talk about suspending officials or putting them aside or putting them on public display of, hey, Sean Hockley will not referee this week because there were 7 calls that were not correct, and the league is not going to do that. And, we could sit here as fans and continually bitch about the officiating. It's not going to change things. It's just not. The league, it's one of the strongest unions it is, and the league is scared to death of the officials. And so they're always going to protect each other. And it is, what we're dealing with right now. But it's been this way ever since I've been in the league in 1992.
How deep do teams take scouting officials? Like when we talk about...
I learned way back. I learned way back when I used to deal with Bill Parcells. And this is even when he was at New England in 92. I worked for a guy, Ron Wolf, in Green Bay, that we studied the officials
every single week. And we do a segment on when I do Krusty's Corner on Friday. What do I talk about? The officials. When Eric and I do the pregame show, we talk about the officials, what calls you might see. Because to me, it's important. Mike McCarthy thinks it's important enough. You know, you scout the officials. You're trying to say, hey, they're going to call this or they're going to call this. And you have to be ready for that. But the officiating, to me, is not going to change. It's not going to change. The problem is they even have more rules that they have to deal with now. So as a fan base, you know, you should understand that you're probably going to get worked in games. But Buffalo had a chance to overcome it last night in that football game. They couldn't get it done. That's the bigger issue right there to me.
Now, the Nichols State college football team got stranded at an airport for 22 hours.
Thibodaux, Louisiana.
I'm curious, what's the longest y'all have ever been at an airport? And if it's disproportionately long, what you did to pass the time?
6 hours was the delay for Adrian, our honeymoon. So we got up early. We're going to Cabo. Mike's been there, and we decided we thought we were right on time, like walking in, getting on an airplane, taking off. We ended up like sitting around, was it Brookstones they had, and sitting in their vibrating chairs, eating a bucket of like Popeye's chicken. That was our, but it was about 6 hours. We were just waiting for weather to clear up and get out of the way.
At least you had that. I mean, when you're in AA, Akron to Portland, Maine is a 16-hour bus ride. So that's always a fun. I know you're talking about airport, but that's always a fun. Just sitting on a bus with
your time?
Smelling each other's farts, it felt like.
Gross, like on purpose.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's 30 guys on there in between the ages of 19 and 30 on a 16-hour bus ride, eating Wendy's and whatever else, just farting along, hoping nobody craps on the bus because that really makes it a longer trip.
Didn't you say you would get fined for that?
Yeah, it's $50. If you need to poop on the bus, it's $50, which is a lot of money in the minor leagues.
About 10 years ago, we boarded the plane and then we sat there and they turned over the crews and they were trying to do the de-icing and then the crews ran out of time and we ended up being like from the gate to just sitting in the airport and then the airplane itself. We sat in the airplane itself for 5 or 6 hours. We'd been there for 12 hours and then they just let everybody off and said, sorry, we can't help you. And we went home. I was so PO'd at the airport. I canceled the whole trip. I said, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm not coming home. I can't be in an airport for at least 5 months.
You know what? There is a way to get around all this, though. If you spend like $600 a year, you can become an Admirals Club member.
Oh yeah, like Mike.
Yeah.
And so the Admirals Club.
So what you do is
that's American Express. I have the American Express.
Yeah, I was in an airport for 10 hours. All of it's spent in the Admirals Club. And it's one of the best experiences you could ever have in your life sitting in an airport.
Yeah, do people call you Admiral?
Oh, they should. Me and David Robinson, both walking in at the same time. Admiral.
That's nice. Corey, you got the American Express treatment,
it
right?
It was so nice. Mike,
Yeah.
we were like, we got stuck behind Kevin somehow. He slipped through and we were stuck. And then all of a sudden, Mike's like, you want to go? Hey, follow me. And we go into the American Express Club, and it was like free food. It was all this great Indian food and free drinks.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you can
in LA.
You can make if you're a traveler, you can make your situation better. If you can figure things out to be parts of these things, or you can fly business class and stuff like that. They automatically put you up there. So or use your miles.
That
use
that
your
is
miles.
a good idea.
Yeah,
Use your
never suffer in an airport when you don't have to.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hey, thanks for asking. We will talk to the future Hall of Famer Zach Martin about 5 o'clock.
All right, looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sports. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, as we are rocking and rolling here on what is technically a Cowboys Victory Monday. Don't forget about that. Let's do this. Over the next 5 hours, we have sports content for you. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, the number one influencer on Cowboys social media. He is at Brian Broaddus there on the Twitter X machine. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Zach Wolchuk. He is in the house. His nosebleed brother, Eric Chiafalo, he is on assignment this week. So send Eric some love over there on social media. And college football, Carter Freeman. He's coordinating that video for you at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Read a hell of an email summary of the college football weekend and the look ahead here to conference championship weekend from Carter in the email earlier. So you can probably read that at 105thethefan.com. Am I right about that, Carter? No? You can't read that at 105?
We should get that up there, Carter.
That should be up there.
Because if people missed any of their college football rivalry weekend, you have pretty much filled the gaps.
What the hell's going on here?
You're doing great work, Carter. Great work.
There's good content in there. There's personality. Yeah, we need to get that published. We can monetize that. Of course, pay you a very small percentage of that revenue, Carter. It's the Odyssey way, okay? But you will be recognized, and your byline will be up there. Brian, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great, General. Thank you very much for asking. I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving holiday, and your football and your turkey all turned out well.
Oh, it did. It did, boy. I tell you, I opened up that bird on Thursday, and it was like it was like a volcano.
Yeah.
It was oozing butter and liquid. I mean, that thing was so dang tender. What I did is I pulled it at 152 internal, Brian, and then I let it sit there for about 10 minutes, and it just, if you Google it, it's going to give you the over-conservative warning temperature at 165. You're done. You're done at 165.
Yeah, you can't. What you do is the really good ones at this will tell you to pull that thing right at maybe 160. But you get that carryover, and especially when it's sitting in that oven as long as it is, and you got that hot butter in it and stuff like that. Absolutely.
Well, I saw
the right way.
I saw one story that said if it sits for 3.5 minutes at 150, you're good.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. I got it up to 150. I let it sit for 3.5 minutes. It was at 152. I yanked it. Nobody got sick.
Nope. Sound like you did the right thing.
Thanksgiving was a big win for me.
How'd the Friday turkey turn out, Brian? Because I know you were trying to do you talked about getting a little too crazy with this. You're overthinking it a little bit.
My mom and dad, who both my dad 84, mom 80. My mom gave me, it's like, Brian, how did you do this? And so everybody was super happy. Bennett was in town and all that. We had a good old time. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I do a lot of research now on this cooking stuff. I really, really do. I know with, Dawson with temperatures and, and the thermopens and stuff like that. I mean, people talk about cooking for time, cook the temperature. That's the thing to do, you know, and make sure that if you're cooking to temperature, you won't screw your meals up that way. But the turkey turned out very, very well.
I got one of those probes in my Memphis pellet grill where you plug it into the actual grill, and up there on the LED screen is telling you what the inside temperature of that breast was. It's a huge edge.
If I can recommend anything you could get somebody for the holidays coming up, Christmas gifts or Hanukkah gifts, whatever you got, go get them a thermopen.
Yes.
Or go get them some type of device where if they're cooking, they can figure out, you know, they can probe that thing for the temperature. It saves you so much guesswork.
100%.
Yep.
Okay, the truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Hope you're having a great day. The Cowboys locker room is open right now, and I imagine we're going to start getting some quotes and audio here before too long as they're back to work now, getting ready for the Seahawks, and we'll keep you updated on that. It appears we're going to have Shaq Leonard in to visit with the Cowboys, and they might be getting a little bit of a veteran help here at linebacker. Brian, would you like that?
No, you absolutely would, and it would. Nothing against what Marquise Bell and Clark and those guys have done. You're going to play some games where some teams are going to try and run the football on you or be a little bit more physical, and Bell has done a great job of hanging in there. But having a guy like Shaq Leonard in there playing as that inside linebacker with the length, the speed, the ability to play downhill, it gives you a veteran presence in that inside linebacker spot. And the guy his career he's made a ton of plays throughout his career. So having a guy like that down the stretch, I give the Cowboys a great shot here. When Jerry Jones gets involved with recruiting, when they usually get somebody in the building, Adam Pacifica and the agent will find a way to work on a deal. They'll recruit the heck out of this guy. Probably won't let him leave. I expect this thing to turn out pretty good for the Cowboys.
That's exciting. Because he's perfect for what they need and what they're lacking, to your point, right? They need some size there at linebacker. They need somebody that can really stop the run. He can be a two-down player for it, and you've got several guys that are kind of that hybrid safety linebacker role. Take him off the field on third down. You put Marquise Bell back out there. Damone Clark did have a great game, but we've seen that, right? The consistency is kind of an issue a little bit with Damone Clark right now. Shaq Leonard is a veteran, fills a major need, but you said, hey, don't let him leave the building.
No,
you got other teams like the Eagles that are eyeing this. You need to get him in. If he checks off medically, you're happy with what you see. You need to make sure you get this deal done.
Well, there were some questions about potentially some nerve stuff that he was dealing with, and the Cowboys are very comfortable with playing with a player when you look at Jalen Smith. They played with a player that had some nerve issues. So if that's the case, then I always like Dallas's chances when they get somebody in the building. I just do. I've been with that group the way they've operated before. If they really want to make this happen, they will find a way to make it happen.
Ed Denton says he's been screwing up turkeys in prime rib for 50-plus years. I think he could very much use that meat thermometer there, Brian, that Insta-read, digital readout.
I bought one. I bought one last week. I found a good deal on Amazon.
Nice.
And I've got it
it's a great day to do it here today.
You know what? Like I said, to me, time has always been one of those things I was cooking by, and it's really not time. It's just
not reliable.
It's not reliable. It's
Unless
the eternal temp. Yeah, it's the eternal temperatures is what you're doing. And like you said, you pulled yours early enough where the carryover then got it to the temperature it needed to be.
Yeah.
So those are all things that if you don't have that ability to read that, then you're going to struggle with that.
Okay, another Thursday night football game coming up as we open up here, and I do love the matchup. I think Seattle's just the kind of step up that the Cowboys need to play against. Kind of like Philly in that their stats aren't going to tell you how good they are. I think at executing and playing situational football, a Pete Carroll team is what you're looking at, and that's going to be tough to beat. Historically, you've dominated Seattle at AT&T, which is where this game is as well. I mean, the problem with the Seahawks season, and this might be sounding crazy, but the Rams have their number, and somehow they lost to the Rams twice. And they've also, lost to Baltimore and San Francisco. So, I don't think that Seattle are contenders, but I think they're much better than 6-5. And I'm interested to see what Brian has to say as he starts to look at the film here over the next couple of days.
Yeah, we'll catch Seattle's offense tomorrow in Krusty's corner at 2:40, and then we'll hit the defense on Wednesday. We'll get you ready before the game and give you an idea what I'm seeing on the tape.
Cowboys are an 8-point favorite, though. Seattle 2-3 on the road. So it's a good opportunity to get a win against what might be a playoff team, Zach.
Yeah, look, their secondary is going to be interesting. That's going to be a fun test. Devin Witherspoon's been fantastic. We know about Tariq Woolen, who was a UTSA product that came out a year ago. He's super long. This is going to be one of those secondaries that the Cowboys have not had to face yet. To your point, this is a good test for Dak. People want to say the Cowboys' offense is just beating up on bad opponents.
Yeah.
Well, Seattle's got a solid defense. They're
do.
very respectable. It might be the best secondary. Cowboys are going to have to play the rest of the season, in my opinion.
Wow.
Other than Miami. Miami's got Jalen Ramsey. Now you got Xavier Howard. But they've got a good secondary. You added Leonard Williams inside. They've got 3 good receivers, though, as well, offensively. So I think the Cowboys should win. They've been so damn good at home. And Brian will break that all down. But yeah, roster-wise, Seattle's got some things that might make you a little nervous.
Well, they traded for Leonard Williams, too. We didn't mention that from the Giants. That was something they went out and tried to do. So, yeah, it'll be a little bit of I think of a difficult test. Cowboys at home, though, have been outstanding on offense.
It's crazy the numbers they're putting up at home.
At 240 today, I'm going to go again, get into some Krusty's Corner, breaking down the film for you. There's some things scheme-wise that they did design-wise on offense I think I need to point out to you.
Right on. What a game on Thanksgiving, though. We got to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
It was just awesome with the turkey legs and the Deron Bland pick six and, another 20-point win. These 3 games, they win by a combined 90 points. It was just an absolute party for Cowboys fans and the players, and it was great to see them living it up to that extent. Now, the question of the week, and really the question for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be talking about this for 12, 13 days, is can they keep this up when the schedule gets more difficult? But, man, can't wait to talk to Zach Martin coming up at 5 o'clock about how amazing that Thanksgiving was. That was one of the best times I've had watching a game with all the big plays and the hooting and hollering to be had.
It was. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you the things, though, the thing with Bland, interesting because the Commanders attacked him in this game. Did you guys notice how many times they
were picking on him?
Yeah,
Sam Howell had no fear about going to Deron Bland.
No, he was. He had 8 targets thrown his way. 11 targets thrown his way. 8 were completed for 120 yards in this game. He did have the pick 6. He didn't give up any touchdowns. Let me ask you this, though. The question I have for you, though, you take those kind of games if you know you're going to get 1 interception a game from him like that.
Yeah, it's the same thing about like Trayvon Diggs 2 years ago when people wanted to gripe about all the yards and the big plays he'd given up, but he led the league with 11 interceptions, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to take that. It's feast or famine to an extent, and I'll take that from Deron Bland.
He's not going to get the full respect until he turns those games off and has the picks, and
Right.
I don't know if you can have both. I think
he's played really, really well. It was surprising me though that how Samuel really took it to him on tape. He really
Well,
did.
he effed around and found out, didn't he?
Yeah.
He sure did.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
When you keep testing him, eventually he's going to come up with a play. But that's why you look at Jackson Smith and Jigba, who can play out of the slot. Do you move him inside, or do you like that matchup with Jordan Lewis? But DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, who's an outstanding route runner.
Yeah.
That similar type of player to Curtis Samuel, a little bit smaller, quick. That matchup against Bland. I mean, these are things that going into this, as we'll talk about on Thursday, Seattle can cause some problems for you.
Yeah.
So cool to watch him finish that play, though, to make the one guy miss and then make the next 2 run into each other.
The sideline.
He made 3 guys miss inside 15 yards.
Yes. I mean, what he does with the ball in his hands is special, but that sideline went berserk when it happened.
He's one of the most beloved players on that team.
You could
right
tell.
now. Yeah,
Everyone
absolutely.
was happy for him.
The big NFL story of the day, though, the Bills, the latest to have Philly on the ropes and end up losing, and Buffalo fans crying foul on the refs. I think the refs do have a tough job, and in all sports, it's very tough to get it right. And Buffalo still had chances to win the game. You're going to have games where they help you, and they're going to have games where they don't help you. And inside those games they don't help you, you're going to have chances to win. Okay, I think this division was over, though, when you lost to Arizona and San Francisco in the course of 3 weeks and then didn't make a move at the trade deadline. The Philadelphia has had a couple of recent wins where they're going to end up taking the division, but it's partially because of them and the luck that they've had, along with being very good. They're good and lucky right now, and we'll see if both those things continue on. But the Cowboys just are not on that level. They can't get a play when they need it against really good teams. And that's what I think we're about to find out. And that's what makes the next 4 or 5 weeks very exciting. I hope in my heart of hearts that I'm dead balls wrong about this. Okay. But I just don't see how the Cowboys go through these next 4 or 5 games and don't end up losing at least 2, maybe 3. Right. So you talk about chasing down the Eagles. Forget that. I'm with Brian.
Yeah.
Stay out of the 6 and 7.
Yeah.
That's what we're battling our balls off for here to have a great chance to win the wild card.
If you're going to lose games, then lose 1 game, but don't lose 2 or 3 games. You do not need to if you end up in, obviously, Philadelphia's likely going to end up with the 1 overall seed, which means they get the bye. Then now it's a determination of who gets number 2. Is that going to be Detroit? Is that going to be potentially, or is it San Francisco? So if you're 6 or 7, you're looking at going to either one of those places. You got to hang in that 5 hole if you can, because that buys you an opportunity to go win a game against a team you can absolutely beat. I think you could beat Philadelphia on the road myself.
Sure, I do too.
I think you can beat Philadelphia. I don't think you could beat San Francisco on the road right now.
No.
Not the way. Not now. We'll see if they in fact add Leonard and all that, and maybe the defense. We'll see. Offense is playing really, really well. When you look at the combinations, the routes, the play calling, all these things have been super positive. But you haven't proven to me that you could beat San Francisco. You haven't. You played well against them for a couple of games, but that game you played early in the season against them didn't make me feel any better about that. But I do think you could beat the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I think they match up well.
They match up well against the
They were
Eagles.
a play away from beating them earlier.
But going to Detroit or going to San Francisco in the 6 hole or the 7 hole, I don't think is something you want to go do.
I mean, you see those balls Jalen Hurts is throwing. You see how dominant their defensive line is. You see the tush push. They're not beating Philadelphia on the road in the playoffs. Not how the teams are constructed right now. There could be injuries. Philly had an injury late in the year last year to Hurts, and it totally changed who
They didn't have Lane Johnson yesterday. They found a way to win.
Well, they played without Fletcher Cox yesterday too. He was dealing with they're a banged up football team right now. All the things that went against Buffalo, if they just would have found a way to get a field goal home. And by the way, making a 59-yard field goal there in those conditions, that was impressive right there. That's the ball game. I mean, you miss that, that's over. Buffalo gets the win.
Yeah.
So that just shows you that team is resilient. You have to give them credit for that.
Congrats to A&M for finding their coach. I think he's got a shot. We'll discuss that more at length a little bit later on in the show. College football super segment coming up at 6 o'clock. Stars and Mavs are off tonight. They'll both be in action tomorrow. Coming up next, Woolchuck, I believe we have NFL True or Fart, right? Where are you going?
Yeah, do you agree with this statement about Jalen Hurts? And can the Jags do this? That's next.
Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the day coming up in 7.5 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. It is time for Jared Sandler's annual Swinging for the Cause. Now, this year it's at the Globe. The World Series trophy is going to be there. You can go to 105thethefan.com/sandlot to get tickets for that. And you can call in right here to bid to be at our table. The minimum bid's $1,500. If you bid $4K, you get VIP status. And that might come in real handy on that like that. Real handy.
You get to warm up in the bullpen out there. You seen that?
Yes. There's some cool perks for the VIP.
Some batting cages, bro.
Lifetime experience.
I was reading. I was like, wait a minute. We get to go.
I know,
Can we do this too? Can we do VIPs?
Lucius, are you showing up in full uniform?
Yeah, I might, man.
Full powder blue?
Yeah. Well, depending on how that gut looking. I got a few days to get it together.
Go see a tailor, let it out a little bit. There we go.
Looking like Press Fielder out there, bro.
It's time now for Wolchuk to give you that NFL true or fart.
All right, so we got some overreactions and reality checks to go through here. I'm going to give you these questions. One of these I was thinking watching the game yesterday, and I hate it, right? Because as a diehard Cowboy fan, you don't want to give any praise to Philadelphia. But I think that Jalen Hurts is a Texas kid, and he deserves some credit here. And I said it during Crosstalk. I think Jalen Hurts is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL right now. He has 8 straight victories when trailing by double digits at any point in the game, which is an NFL record. He's got 14 consecutive wins against teams with a winning record. That's an NFL record. He was 14 of 20 for 167 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 7 rushes, 43 yards and a score in the second half yesterday. I mean, the dude was unbelievable. So true or fart, Jalen Hurts is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL right now.
I'd say that's true. I mean, to me, when you just watch the games and you watch, there's times where he will struggle, but when he absolutely has to make a play,
it's annoying.
The guy will find a way to run, or he'll find a way to manipulate the pocket, throw the bomb. Yeah, he will find the open receiver. You know, there's a lot of things. I mean, his record, if you look at the only blemish he would really have in a game that you would think about was that fumble in the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Other than that,
need him to fumble a little more.
Can
you fumble more, Jalen?
Yeah. But early in the season, they had a game against New England on opening day where they tried. He had a fumble. They tried to give the game away. They tried to give the game away, but nobody's taken these games from him. But yeah, to your point, that's true. He is the most clutch quarterback there is in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. The only thing I could say is he's getting a whole heck of a lot of help.
Yeah,
it's really great to have weapons like that and great protection and a good defense. But he's making the plays to win these games. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I don't think you could put him in a lot of other situations and have this recreated. So when you say this guy is the most clutch in football, everything is kind of a product of your environment.
And sure, and he's making the most of that. I mean, there's no question about it. But right now, it's hard to argue that he's not. I mean, I get it if you want to go with Patrick Mahomes, but the quarterback position also. I mean, how about Josh Allen's game yesterday?
Yeah.
Was that not just him? Like, you have the highs of being a Josh Allen, amazing plays, and then a bonehead interception.
Well, with both players and both teams, you can see how they're perfectly managing in which situations are we going to run our quarterback a lot.
Yeah.
And in which situations are we going to risk injury? And, yesterday you had maybe the most impressive offensive performance from either one of those guys.
The reason why I absolutely loved Josh Allen coming out was just because of the conditions that they played in yesterday.
Sure.
When it's bad and nasty and windy and raining and all that, somehow, some way, the guy finds ways to make plays. I get it. He throws an interception every week. He throws interceptions every single week. But it's games like that you realize, the talent that he really has.
Yesterday was pretty nuts in the AFC. You had like 4 different teams at one point own the number 1 overall seed. The Chiefs and the Jags win, and they get it. At the end of the day, the Ravens are the team with it right now because they haven't had a bye week. But Jacksonville's sitting at 8-3. You look at their football power index according to ESPN. they've got a very good chance to end up with the number 1 overall seed based on their remaining schedule compared to some of the other teams. True or fart, Gavin, the Jags have a chance to end up with that 1 seed in the AFC.
Oh, they absolutely do have a chance. I think it's true. Baltimore's schedule just gets vicious here in the next month. And Kansas City's is no stroll in the park either with their offensive struggles. I don't expect them to keep piling up wins. I think the league is slowly figured out now here how to really slow that thing down. They need an offseason to fix it. And yes, I think Jacksonville's the smart money for number 1 seed.
Crazy.
I think that's fart. I think on December 17th, and I love Doug Peterson more than anybody. I really do. He's one of my favorite coaches that, that I've ever been around. Well, favorite people I've ever been around football. On December 17th, Baltimore travels to Jacksonville, and they're going to put a beat down on Jacksonville.
Ooh, putting in the call.
And that's going to be the game that gets everybody like, whoa, okay, number 1 seed talk. Here we go. They got a game. They got a bye week. Then they got the Rams, Jacksonville, 49ers, Dolphins. It's going to be tough. No bones about it. But they've played a tough schedule all year.
They have.
They're 9-3 for
yesterday's game was fun against Houston.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence, it's going to be a fun matchup of quarterbacks twice a year every year now.
I think the Jags might have the defense that it takes to get the best of Lamar Jackson. I think you put up the Ravens against great defenses, and you start to see the cracks a little bit.
All right, last one here. I'll start with you, Brian. Let's go Cowboys.
Yeah.
Where they're starting their gauntlet. It's Seattle. It's Philly at home. Then you go to Buffalo. You go to Miami, and you end with Detroit at home. That 5 games. Cowboys win 4 of those 5. True or fart?
That's fart. That's fart. They're going to find the game I would worry about is, even though the Buffalo is 6-6 right now, you don't know what the weather conditions are going to be. And then, the game that I would also worry about is the Miami game. Those being back-to-back games. If defensively, as everything's set, or you still have your pass rush. The pass rush has been great all year, but you're going to have to find a way to get pressure on Tua. You cannot hold up on the back end against these guys as long as you need to sometimes. So I think that the games that I absolutely worry about are the 2 road games. Those are the ones I worry about the most.
Yeah, as I look at the text here, 903, Gavin, don't you dare start raining on my parade again. I'll give you Miami, but that's it. That's from Pappy out there in East Texas, and I salute you, Tim.
Yep.
But you know how I feel about this team? I would take 2 right now. Give me 2 of those 5, and I'd be happy to just have 3 more losses by the time we get through this.
I love what you said there, Brian, because I agree. I think they can go 3-2, but I think the Buffalo game's a loss. I just don't think that's a game the Cowboys win in the cold weather. That's a tough matchup, and I'm terrified about the way Miami plays as well. The speed on offense and their running scheme there, similar to what San Francisco does.
Right.
So
you're banking Seattle and Philly here these next 2 weeks.
I think they find a way to get Seattle and Philly.
You guys got drunk on the Cowboys by watching them beat the Giants, Panthers, and Commanders.
Maybe
I tell you what,
that's just like the Giants and Jets to start the season.
Seattle, Philly.
Yeah.
I thought they would split with Philly coming into the year.
Fun.
There's something offensively about this team at home that makes them different.
At home cooking, they're good
than anybody
else.
Okay,
I definitely see that. I could see them winning the next 2. I just can't bank them.
Philadelphia's secondary.
Not going to be easy.
Philadelphia's secondary is a problem. For
Time now for the G bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Here we go! I got lightheaded doing that one. Yeah. All right, G bag of the day. You guys have a good Indigenous Peoples holiday?
Yeah.
Yes,
it was good.
I did too. I had a great time.
Yeah,
Seen a whole lot of family. It was one for the record books. We should have took more photos. It was a great time.
Yeah, it was really good.
We drank a whole lot of coquito. A lot of coquitos, like an eggnog type of situation.
Okay.
We had a good fiery political debate where everybody was sweating and in each other's faces. Well, let me tell you something, millennial. It was fantastic, man. What a great time.
And the only person that wanted to talk politics I saw eye to eye with. It was great. He just dropped knowledge on
Yeah, oh, you used to drop.
Yeah. I was like, cool, dude. Keep talking.
Yeah, don't do it over no boomer's house. They love to talk politics. I say that respectfully. I do. And then there was fireworks at the golf course right next to us at the end of the night. Yeah, it was fantastic, bro. Even in the rain, they were popping them fireworks. It was great. Somebody paid for that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right, looks like our winner is still Jimmy in Plano. Had that smoke for Bobby. You know, as Bobby had the cape on for Dak, apparently. Let's see.
VP.
Jimmy in Plano. Jimmy, you are next up on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Bobby, not only are you soft, you don't know what you're talking about. My star down is for Bobby for
Too much.
putting the letters MV and P together when it comes to Rain Dakota Prescott.
Oh, yeah.
He beat the Giants' third-string defense, and suddenly he's an MVP because he could throw 75% against literally nobody.
I mean, it's more.
Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. He's fine. He doesn't deserve any more than he already gets. He is a good quarterback. No more, no less. And the idea that you would put MVP together is laughable, and one of the reasons why I say you ruined the morning show.
Okay, well, he is second. No, hold on. Oh, he hung up because he's P-word, I guess.
Well, the ratings do show that nobody ruined the morning show. I do want to state that fact.
No, nobody did.
And I do believe Dak can win the MVP at some point in his career, for sure. Just not this year, because the MVP goes to a number one seed from either conference. And that's probably going to be Jalen Hurts.
Let's see what it is.
Heisman Trophy might go to a 3-loss quarterback this year.
Really?
Which one? The
boy?
Huskies guy?
LSU?
LSU
My
quarterback?
guy, my LSU guy.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen people campaigning for that one. I seen that. All right, we got an Italian family that went viral over their Thanksgiving dinner spread.
DeVito's from New York?
They were showing it off a little bit right here, and they did it with the most sauce. Most sauce right here.
We got the big plate already. We got fresh mozzarella. Mozzarella with prosciutto. We have prosciutto, bread, of course.
Bread, of
sausage. Dos ensalada. We have, of course, lasagna. Take it over, Dominic. Let's go.
Dominic.
Stuffed turkey. We have buffalo chicken wings. We got spare ribs. We got cornbread. We got roast beef. We have shrimp, breaded shrimps, regular shrimps, cauliflower, stuffing, asparagus with bacon, macaroni and cheese, chicken cordon bleu, stuffed mushrooms. Get the out of the way, you're too damn slow. This is Chinese rice from my sister over here. And then we got candy yams over here. We got potatoes, cauliflower. We got, I don't know what the this is. And we got the fish. We got
we don't have any mashed potatoes?
No mashed potatoes? What the hell? Who forgot the mashed potatoes? We don't eat the mashed potatoes.
What's up with the pretzels? Who brought this?
They forgot the mashed potatoes and they decided to bring the pretzel. Happy Thanksgiving, you motherfuckers!
Wow.
Whoa, Teresa, take it easy.
Teresa, what are you doing over
hey.
here? I'd say she was into the wine early in the game.
Take it easy, huh? Yeah. You kiss your mother with that mouth. Yeah. Come on, my man.
With that mouth.
Yeah, I got rip roaring drunk on Thanksgiving, bro. I was like, I'm gonna get towed up there, eat food. And we was having a political argument. My dad looked over, was like, "How that liquor going for you? How's it going? Huh? You holding up?" Let's go to the Colorado-Utah game. I think we had a crack back block situation.
Be an illegal crack block or crack back block on the safety.
Yeah. What was it, bro?
Be an illegal crack block or crack back block on the safety.
Block. That's got to be illegal.
Yeah, that's got to be illegal.
It's got to be illegal.
Yeah.
Can't do that to me.
At least 15
safety,
yards.
bro. Come on, man. What are we doing?
That's more than a personal.
Yeah, it's 15, 20 yards right there.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta relax, bro. Let's see what else we got right here. Hope you guys having a fantastic Monday.
Yeah.
Good old Betty Wright coming right at you. All right, let's see what else. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessings. My pastors, Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. Shout out to my brother that called me yesterday. He wanted to have a religious debate on the phone for some reason.
Nice.
It's football, man. I don't want to hear any of this.
Oh, wow.
I'm watching the game.
What was his angle?
Well, I told him there was a particular preacher. Matter of fact, the preacher he was watching, we played here on G-Bag of the Day. I think it was Thursday.
Okay.
The sissies out here having revivals, and they got the long hair down there.
Yeah.
That guy?
Yeah.
My brother's like, he's preaching facts. I was like, bro, he's trolling.
He's preaching facts.
He's preaching facts, man. He got excited.
Long hairs for the devil.
Oh, man. All right, let's see. What book of the Bible is this?
For those of you who have your Bible, if you would, Ecclesiasticals chapter 9.
What?
Ecclesiastical chapter 9. That's the Old Testament.
It's No Testament.
Ecclesiastical.
Yep.
God's been
good to me.
With the voice, though. It was not one of your blessings, sir. You got lots of them.
Oh, no.
Ecclesiasticals.
Ecclesiasticals, bro.
Even Woolchuck knew that one was off.
Yeah, that's off.
I mean, it's the Old Testament, bro.
Yeah.
The same books, you know?
Old book. Oh, man.
Let's go ahead and vote, because I got more on deck. I want to make sure Broadus gets in his bag properly.
All right.
Yeah, I know he looked at the all-22 for a reason.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it Jimmy in Plano? Probably looking for 3 or 4. Somewhere like that. Italian family goes viral for showing their spread.
Hey, mozzarella.
And Teresa was having a good time.
going too
Colorado
slow.
and Utah, the crock block and other stuff, or the ecclesiasticals there on your Sunday. I'm a big fan of Bobby Belt. I can't continue to support that, so I'm gonna go with the Italian family going viral there for their explanation of their spread there, Lucius. How about you?
Me too. Piggyback that one right there.
It's 2-0 Woolchuck.
Oh, it's gold. It's the Italian family.
3-0 Brian.
We've all been Dominic.
Shut up, you're too slow.
It's
You're too
unanimous.
slow.
If you ever missed the G-Bag of the day and you're wondering who is the champion, tune into LA Live every night, 5:40. Lucius replays that inside of his evening segment here in the nation. Okay, as he mentioned, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I will. Lucius, just for you, I'll look at that all 22, and we'll talk about it next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox model will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. I'm still counting this as the Cowboys' victory Monday, and here's Broadus with the corner.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a few days to kind of pour over this tape and stuff, so I'm really glad I got to take care of it. So we'll talk about it. I feel like that you're I don't know what was said or what was done. I would love for somebody to tell me from the Cowboys when, after that 49ers game, what was said by the quarterback or what was said by the receiver or what was said by the coordinator to the head coach or maybe a coach to another coach. Something changed with this team when it came to, we like to talk about the motion stuff, which is great and fine. I always like the combinations of how the routes are run. And and the one thing that I never felt like was done well enough was the combinations when it came to trying to get receivers open.
Yes.
And I feel like that they're on to something here. And there's a few plays here I want to point out where I felt like that they creatively came up with an idea. They said, okay, if we try this is going to get our guy open, or this is going to give Dak an easier throw.
Do you feel like you're seeing more of them throwing to guys running towards the end zone too?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I noticed that.
Yeah. The ball is, instead of going horizontal, it's going vertical. More vertical.
Yeah.
And you could, if you're one of these guys and gals that believes in next gen stats or those metrics and things, I always say that. You know, some people don't believe in it, some people do. But Dak Prescott is on fire when it comes to throwing the vertical pass and the number of touchdowns he has on the vertical pass.
Yeah, he sure is.
And so but the thing that I've noticed even more was, like I say, these route combinations in order to get somebody open. And I'll start with this one, the pass to Ferguson. By the way, I can't wait to ask. I got a question for Zach Martin about this Ferguson play. The one that Ferguson caught for
when they were in the basically shadow of their own end zone.
35,
that seam throw,
35 yards.
He couldn't have handed it to Ferguson any better. It was a gorgeous throw by Dak.
I have a question for Zach that I can't wait to ask him about it. So tune in for that at 5:00 today, and I'll see if I can make him laugh with my question. But they go empty on this. When we go empty formation, it's no backs. 3 receivers. So now they've got 3 receivers and Ferguson all on one side of the field, like in a bunch, almost in a bunch formation. So you've got 3 wide receivers and a tight end.
Yeah.
So you got four possible receivers of the football standing right there. So you're thinking like, wow, that seems like a little much, you know. But what happens is Ferguson, when he goes vertical, the safety gets held because of Turpin. And Turpin, this is where these routes work. And you're like, okay, how are we going to complete this? It's a 2-deep look. How are we going to complete this ball? We got to get this safety right here on the hash not to move, because the way that Ferguson's route is. So all of a sudden you got Turpin runs the route where he's going up the field and then breaks outside. Now Percy Butler, the safety, is committed to, there's just that 1 or 2 steps that he takes that direction to the out that gives Ferguson even more space to get the ball to let Dak fit that in there. So Butler's got no choice but to stay with Turpin because he has to honor the out. But it was just a perfect pass. Now, I will say this about this pass. According to Next Gen Stats, there was only a 36% chance of Dak completing that pass. And he couldn't have put it in a better spot.
Right over the linebacker.
It was one of the most difficult passes he threw in that football game. But it was a lot because of Dak's accuracy, the route by Ferguson, but even more importantly, what Turpin was able to do to keep the safety in check.
I love the team trusts Dak, and Dak trusts himself to make that throw.
Oh, no question. No question. How about this for a little creativity? The 3rd and 6 running play, the flip to Pollard. Okay? This is I love what they did here because they go tight trips this time. So now, once again, it's 3 receivers to the right side, all near the tackle, right next to Steele. And so with Lamb as the tight slot, they put him in motion, going outside.
Okay. Yeah.
They put him going away instead of going back inside. They take him in to go him outside. So what happens is he now becomes the lead blocker. And so he's able to gets the edge, and then you get Cooks and Ferguson double team Barton, the linebacker. And so now you've got that, and then you get Steele to pull inside, and he kicks the nickel out. So now you've got 2 inside sealed, you got 1 kicked and a second kicked, and on 3rd and 6, you gain 14 yards. But here's the creativity part of it. Bringing Lamb in motion away to let him have a running start to be able to widen that corner and then seal him off with a block. Ball goes right inside there. Beautiful play, beautiful design. The screen pass that they throw for the touchdown.
Oh, the Rico touchdown.
This is another pretty well-designed play and executed. The key block on this play is by Zach Martin because he's going to kick the linebacker Hudson to the outside. Dowdle couldn't have timed this thing any more perfect than he did. The way that he checked and then slides out, outside, that allows Ferguson and Biotish to get blocks. It gives Dowdle that path right to the end zone 15-yard touchdown right there. Beautiful play, beautiful design. They finally create a play or a screen pass in the red zone that ends up in the end zone. The Turpin vertical touchdown, the one that went for 34 yards. Here's another one. Bunch formation. We're seeing a lot of this. The bunch formation, hard to double receivers when they're in bunch formation.
Used to be begging for bunch formations.
Yeah, tight receivers all together. Ferguson, Cooks, and Turpin are all lined up to the right side of Prescott in this thing. At the snap, Cooks and Ferguson both run out routes. They both go up and run to the out. What happens? The defense goes with them. The secondary stretches with them. Now, the Commanders are trying to show Prescott that they're going to blitz, but they back out. Curl, the safety, he's responsible for Turpin. Well, Turpin's just running a 40-yard dash.
Bye-bye.
Because there's curls up on the line of scrimmage, and Jack Del Rio is trying to drop him into coverage on Turpin, who's running that 40-yard dash.
He can't keep up.
He can't keep up with that.
No chance.
So Prescott sees middle of the field open. He sees, okay, what happens? The out by Ferguson, the out by Cooks. All of a sudden, the defense stretches, and there's the vertical route up the seam right there for the easy touchdown. So that kind of design, when you get the bunch, you run outs, you create space, you get the touchdown, like I said. Great job by Prescott. Put the ball right between the 2 defenders, right there, right up the field, and then they get the touchdown. Okay, the 2-point play. This is a play where we've seen maybe Dak Prescott throw an interception here before. I think he wants to go inside to Ferguson. They run a pick where Cooks and Ferguson cross in the middle, but it gets covered. Give Lamb a ton of credit for not quitting on the route and Prescott taking the chance on the throw. Lamb did a great job of selling what he thought he was going to break to the outside, then exploded to the inside. He completely loses St. Juice in coverage right there. Prescott puts the ball between 3 defenders for the 2 points right there. There you go. Pick plays. They try and run it. They try and get Ferguson free. It doesn't work. Prescott has the presence of mind. He's going to hold the ball. He waits. He steps up in the pocket. Lamb breaking all the way across and then throws it in between all the defenders.
That's good patience. It was
pressure.
It was the Schoonmaker pick play that went wrong against Philadelphia that cost them.
There you go. There you go. But we've seen a pick play go the wrong when it was Gallup and Ferguson. So now in the games you're starting to see Cooks, and so they've said, okay, we're not going to mess around here anymore.
Okay,
we're going to put somebody else in there that we feel like could potentially get the pick rubs and the rubs that you need right there. But this offense has done some really, really, really creative things with their formations, with their motions, and then with the able to finish. They're putting a lot of stress on these secondaries to have to adjust to them the way that they're playing.
Terrific report as always, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian brought us Krusty's Corner most afternoons at 2:40 right here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's take a look league-wide at what went down yesterday. Woolchuck, what do you say?
Got another big name getting cut. We've got Panthers coaching options and Alex Smith firing back at Tom Brady. That's next.
We will Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Zach Wolchuk's about to deliver the NFL news of the day here on a Victory Cowboys Monday. Couple of things to let you know about. Tomorrow we're going to be at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony off of 121, and we would love to see you up there. You get in, get out, get back to being you. Get that edge back at Men's Tea Clinic. You can bid now for Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause.
You want to do this?
Which is coming up Saturday. Give Lucius a ring at 877-881-1053. If you would like to bid, the minimum bid's $1,500. A $4,000 bid would earn you VIP status. And there's some incredible perks that are coming up on Saturday for this. So we'd love to see you there, and we'd love to get your bid. It is it's time now though for Zach Wolchuk to deliver that NFL news of the day. Here he is.
Big news in the NFL today was the firing of Frank Reich by the Carolina Panthers, as he's done. It's a one and done. Didn't even finish a full regular season there in Carolina. And he joins a list of the latest, like Urban Meyer, to be a one and done type of coach with the team. Saw last year Lovie Smith got to coach the season out with Houston, but he was one and done.
I'll tell you what, Lovie Smith might have done the Houston Texans a favor.
He might have.
By winning that last game, he got him the second overall pick, and they had to take... They took the kid from...
And you're right, they did. They had to take C.J. Stroud because
took
they're all
C.J.
lying.
Stroud.
They're all lying and saying, "Oh, we'd have taken." No, you weren't.
Nope.
Everybody that had the number one pick was going to take Bryce Young, and now Stroud's balling out. So it's sexy to be like, "Oh no, no, you wouldn't have." Houston, you'd have taken Bryce Young.
John McClain, who longtime writer of the Houston paper down there, right? The Houston Chronicle.
Yeah,
is
I don't know what
Cron.com
it is.
And he
Trusty.
he said
Chronicle.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, don't let anybody fool you. If Houston had the number one pick, they were taking that kid from Alabama."
But C.J. Stroud's been balling.
He has been.
And now I don't know what they're going to do in Carolina. Some of the sexy choices right now.
This is the third coach that this guy's fired, right? This is a new owner? And
Tepper's
4 years?
not very patient. And apparently he's got to meet with the head coach after every game. He's one of these guys that likes to be super hands-on. So he's fired now another coach in season. Then the interim coach comes in. I mean, this happened with Matt Rule just last year.
Yeah.
And the interim coach, I believe, was Steve Wilkes. He leaves. I mean, you could have gone ahead and hired him.
Right.
Now he's doing a great job in San Francisco. They also went ahead and fired McCown and Deuce Staley. So McCown was their quarterbacks coach.
Right.
Deuce Staley, the running backs coach. They're gone too. And now you look at some of the names: Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. Just some of the top options. Maybe Jared Mayo from the Patriots. Kellen Moore is now on one of these short lists as well. I don't know
Kellen
what's gonna
better
happen with
take that
Carolina.
job if he gets offered it. He better jump on that.
You were talking about him going back to Boise State.
I
Now
talked
they're
about
looking
him.
for a coach.
Exactly. I will say this. You guys are going to hate me for this one.
Oh, we already do.
Come on, man.
Commander's job is better than the Carolina Panthers job right now.
Their roster's better. You're right. I don't hate you for that. You're speaking the truth.
The ownership's better now in Washington.
Oh gosh, how bad is it in Carolina if we're saying that?
Yeah, he's doing some
They don't have any
Jerry
picks.
stuff.
They don't have picks.
They can't. We saw that. We saw their roster 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We saw what they're all about.
Yeah, the roster's bad.
Roster's bad, and they're in a situation right now. That's a bad job.
It can be very unsettling for an organization with a new owner. You know, a lot of these new owners come in, they have ideas, they want to get involved, they're excited. And you got to know what you don't know. And those guys haven't had enough experience yet. So significant mistakes can be made. You're trying to get there quickly. You get impatient. And the next thing you know, they're talking about David Tepper like he might be, the new worst owner in the NFL.
Dude, the numbers for it. So when he took over in 2018, they're 30-63. That's the second worst record in the league under his new ownership. The only team that has been worse is the Jets, who are 28-65.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're thinking very highly of the Jets front office either.
No.
My gosh. Yeah, it's bad there in Carolina.
You know what I'd do is I'd figure out who Howie Roseman's right-hand man is. This guy clearly has figured out how to use analytics and economics.
Well, wasn't Howie's right-hand guy the guy who's the GM at the Jets?
Was he? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he was. God, why am I blanking on the guy's name? But I'll figure it out. Here,
Joe Douglas?
Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas was right-hand.
I don't know why I thought he'd been there for a little while.
No, he was Howie's right-hand guy.
Wow.
And left it.
Well, hey, I mean, they did finally just have a good draft 2 years ago. They had those 3 first-round picks. They turned it into Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and the defensive end, Jermaine Johnson, who's pretty good.
They might be the best team in the AFC right now if Rodgers had stayed healthy.
That's Could be very factual. The Bills are down.
Joe drafted Zach Wilson, though.
Hey, do you guys know? Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, please.
No, you're good.
Well, it's kind of off, but yes.
Yeah, I like it off.
Sauce Gardner. Why does he get to call himself Sauce? That's his nickname, but everybody else doesn't get to call themselves their nickname. This was something my mother-in-law asked me, and I was stumbled. I was like, I don't know.
I think he's just kind of trademarked.
Were you making a drink when she asked you?
Yeah, I was like, come on, lady.
What's his real name?
Use my little alcohol finger to stir up the stuff.
Is it Ahmad?
Ahmad Sauce Gardner. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah, you're right about that. There you go.
Yeah, it's Ahmad.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe because he debuted in college with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was starting. He did it at Cincinnati, and then when he was drafted, it was already popular. He didn't allow a single touchdown his entire career there at Cincinnati until maybe when they made it to the playoff against Bama, and then it just kind of rolled with him. And now I think that he's gone ahead and trademarked it, which is what you should do. Now it's his.
He has a Tabasco bottle around his neck, right?
He does have some type of
Like a
sauce around his neck. And then, of course, Buffalo Wild Wings has got him, and he's doing stuff with them, promoting sauces. He's crushing it. Did you guys watch the Red Zone channel yesterday?
For a while.
I mean, it's fun because we got a Sunday Cowboy free. It was stress-free.
But did something go off the alarm?
Yeah, something happened.
Yeah, I heard this.
So if you missed it, and Scott Hansen, all right, so listen to this audio and the professionalism of Scott Hansen thing right here. While there's a fire alarm going off, he's not sure what the hell he's supposed to do. Do I stay here? Do I just leave it on one game? We leave the building. I come back in. We've got craziness happening live. Football, free, commercials, non-existent. Here it is, Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a first in my 20-something year broadcasting career. We have an alarm going off in the studios of NFL Red Zone right now, in our studios here in Inglewood, California. We are being told we need to evacuate the building. We do not know the nature of the emergency. You can probably hear the alarm going right over the top of my right shoulder here, as it is something absolutely unprecedented for us. We have this game on the closest game, the Philadelphia and Buffalo game. Our control room needs to evacuate at this time. The studio in which I'm standing needs to evacuate at this time. We are all good right now. We're remaining calm, but we are following protocols, as I'm sure you all would at your places of work. So to be continued, hopefully, although this game is in the fourth quarter, I will come back and give you a live update if and when I am able to. Thank you for your understanding and your patience. And here is 3rd and 13 for the Buffalo Bills.
So they just left it on the Eagles and Bills game. He comes back eventually. The network says, it was a false fire alarm. Across the street, they're getting ready for Chargers and Ravens. They were not impacted by this whatsoever. But Hansen walks back in. He says, quote, "As we come back into the studio right now, I'm reminded of an old Chinese proverb. May you live to see interesting times." And they didn't have any other issues since then, but how about that for Red Zone?
It's happened to us. We continue to broadcast, mind you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we
if
soldier
it burns
on.
down, we just say bleep it, we're dying.
Yeah.
Well,
we die on air.
I think if we had actually seen smoke or flames at some point, we would have probably tried to evacuate if it wasn't too late at that point. But yeah, we had it under fairly good authority that the actual fire was in the parking garage.
Okay, so it wasn't really going to affect us.
Yeah, we were probably good.
It could have if it snuck
You
over
never know.
a little further.
Absolutely, it could have, but it didn't.
By the way, it is the NFL news of the day. I mean, Laura Rutledge has taken her costume, and that's what it is. It's to the next level.
What's wrong with Laura today?
Man, what channel is that, bro?
ESPN.
It's ESPN.
Usually, I love what Laura's rocking with.
It looks like a costume. She's dressed up to play the part of somebody in a movie. It's just.
Is she Marilyn Monroeing right now?
I don't even know what to tell you. I want you guys to get a close-up so you can tell me if you have the same reaction.
It looks just like a black dress, but I haven't seen her stand up. Does she need to stand up?
No, she doesn't need to stand up. You just need to get a close-up on her makeup. It's just it's overdone. It looks I don't know. I don't want to get canceled.
Well, I'm a big fan of hers, and I love everything she's doing.
Look like she's wearing the makeup that the Joker was hawking on the first Batman.
Yeah.
I thought Tony was dangerously close after the Dolly Parton halftime. He seemed like he was a little horned up.
Jerry was licking his chops. I know he was. Got that cheerleading all fell down.
Holy moly.
Boy, you can't say anything negative about that performance. I'll tell you that much.
Dolly.
Oh, you did? You tried it?
No.
Okay.
I did not. Definitely didn't. But I noticed somebody else
took
did.
that reaction to the dinner table.
I noticed somebody else did. I was a little put off when I Googled her age, and I was like, this isn't too old to be able to effectively lip sync. That's what I thought. But then I was like, that's right. She's an American icon, and it doesn't matter that she's not singing with the
they
song.
had a malfunction. They were going to bring her up to the center of that star.
Yes, we were waiting.
Yeah,
Brian and I are like, okay, we've set up Christy.
By
to
the
do
way,
halftime,
Christy did
and
a
she
great
crushed
job
it,
of
as she always does.
Yeah, vamping.
Was there an audio complication for her?
No, well, she couldn't get through the star. She was going to elevate through the star,
through
the star, and then they had to they couldn't. So they had to get stairs to get her around the other side.
Should have had her go full Ludacris and just dropped her from the roof. See what Ludacris did yesterday?
I did see that. It was ludicrous.
It was ludicrous.
They had every rapper and producer Atlanta's ever had on that field that
That was
day.
amazing.
That was crazy.
It was, and he's singing on the way down. It was. If you missed it, go ahead and Google that. So last week you had Tom Brady on Stephen A. Smith's show say that he thinks that there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. Yesterday, Sunday NFL Countdown, Alex Smith is on the show, and he's sitting there. It's funny because he's with Teddy Bruschi, who, of course, played with Tom Brady.
Well, Rex Ryan
and
was
then
there.
Rex Ryan, who was the coach of the Jets for many, many years, spent some time with Buffalo as well. And Alex Smith just goes ahead and rips into Brady while kind of sideswiping some of his other coworkers here. Here's Alex.
First off, he hasn't been retired that long. He was just playing. Like, he just won a Super Bowl in the current game. Like, is he discounting that one? And then my biggest complaint with this, and no offense to you guys, well, all three of you guys, he played in the most uncompetitive division, I think, in NFL history. I mean, you come out of training camp, the biggest cupcake division, you got a ticket to the playoffs right away. Like, talk about mediocre. Like, I completely disagree with this. I know he's referencing the rule changes over the middle to the receiver, but in my opinion, I think the game's gotten better. There's more parity across the league. Quarterback play is at an all-time high, I think, across the league. Like, the best, you've got the best athletes playing the position. We didn't have this 30, 40 years ago. And then I also, listen, he's referencing also that offense is down, right? Like the numbers this year. To me, I kind of think we're in a golden age of D linemen.
Yeah, that's a great take. I'm surprised Alex Smith has it like this.
Alex Smith is good.
He's turned himself. When he was in the game, he always got really quiet and boring. So it's hard to tell, but now that check's coming and he's like, I'll show you some personality. Here we go.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know that I agree with him on the quarterback play is better now. I think it's so inconsistent. He's right about the athletes. The athletes are better than they've ever been before. But I mean, we were talking about this with offensive numbers being down like a month ago. I don't think that you have the 5 to 10 group of just stud quarterbacks like you did even 10 to 20 years ago.
Who's your 12th quarterback?
I mean, hell, could I name my top 5? I think that's going to change every single week. 12, I mean, I feel like Derek Carr is always kind of like the number 12 guy.
I think Derek Carr's probably worse than that.
Maybe he is now.
Yeah.
It used to be like a Ryan Tannehill would be a 12, a Derek Carr. I think Kirk Cousins used to be in that 12 range. He's probably considered top 10
It's
now.
like Baker Mayfield.
Maybe Baker. Could be Baker.
Somebody like that.
Yeah.
I just wonder. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I kind of feel like the thing that I appreciate, I think these defensive coordinators are catching up.
They are. Well, and to his point there, it could be the golden age of defensive linemen, and there are a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah, Max Crosby. I mean, you've got some great defensive linemen playing now.
Absolutely.
You really, really do.
And that makes it very tough, because they're cleaning up the run and pressuring the quarterback, allowing you to play coverage. Wolchuk brought us, I believe the NFL Rules Committee is going to move to make it easier on the offense coming up this offseason. Yeah.
In what way? How? Just give me one. Just give me one thought there, because they're already helping them with the contact rules. They're already helping them they're already helping them with targeting. They're already helping them the quarterback being protected in the pocket. What else can they do?
Oh my gosh, the non-call on Josh Allen yesterday was pretty terrible.
They don't call holding anymore. I mean, I you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure they can come up with something to get the scoring back up.
I just kind of wonder what's the next rule change that's going to help offense. I think the offense is completely being helped.
The offense has been. Historically, yes, it sure has.
I mean, you could get extreme with even less contact. Let's make it 3 yards. You could allow the wide receivers to get a start.
No blitzing on first down.
Oh, we're playing CFL now, huh?
Well,
with Pro Bowl rules, baby.
So the defense has forced the passing game inside 5 yards. A lot. So that's where the receivers are open. We need to stop hitting them so much. We need to take the handcuffs off these quarterbacks and wide receivers, get the scoring back in the game. I could see the presentation being made. We're allowing wide receivers to get mugged in an era where passing short has become the go-to. we got to, protect.
You want to open the vertical game back up? That'd be a good way to do it. As we wrapped up with the Patriots there, talking about Brady and his thoughts, well, Patriots are now 2-9. New England is the first team in 30 years since the 1993 Patriots, Drew Bledsoe's rookie season, to lose back-to-back games while allowing 10 or fewer points. Belichick's only lost 2 games while allowing fewer than 10 points in his first 28 seasons, and he's now lost 2 in the last 2 weeks. It is really bad there in New England.
Great stuff, Wolchuk. Always look forward to the NFL news of the day every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Michael Irvin weighed in on people calling the Cowboys pretenders. What do you think? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Zach Martin's coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news.
Our skilled electricians will make sure your home is well powered all season long. Call Bacon for a brighter home.
Everyone loves bacon.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. Segment here of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. You can go to 105thethefan.com/sandlot to see the items Jared Sandler's going to be auctioning off for charity. And you want to call into the show if you would like to bid on our table coming up for the Swinging for a Cause event at the Globe on Saturday. You're looking at an opportunity to take a picture with the World Series trophy, among other things. Shaq Leonard's in town tomorrow. Brian, tell me about it. The Cowboys going to get him?
Yeah, I tell you what, I always like the opportunity when Dallas brings players in and they're recruiting them, and Jerry has a chance to sit down with them and you get to see the facility and all and meet with the coaches. I'm sure there's going to be a full court press on him. Philadelphia might be a team that you also have to worry about, but Dallas, anytime they get somebody in the building, they're usually pretty good at closing these things. So hopefully Adam Pacifica, who does the contracts for the Cowboys, can work with his guys, get this thing kind of ironed out, and then the visit goes well. And then, probably not going to have him this Thursday, but when you line up against the Eagles maybe 10 days later, you'd have him in the lineup.
Do you think he's good enough that he just steps right in and starts and plays like 95% of the snaps?
He could absolutely come in here and plug and play on this guy. Yes, he's that type of player. I know there's some people out there that, to me, there's people in Indianapolis that say, well, he's this, that, and the other. The fans, like, oh, good riddance, that kind of thing. But you watch him play, he's still a very capable NFL linebacker. When you watch the downhill, the way he plays downhill, he could tackle. He's long, he's rangy. He's had a great history as a player, but he also does a really good job too with his awareness and not getting fooled on plays. So, yeah, having a guy like this for that stretch run and into the playoffs, I don't think you can go wrong here.
Michael Irvin has gone viral. That is our next subject here in Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team.
Yo, Mike.
We have doubters on this football team. People are crazy enough to think that watching the Cowboys win 3 games in a row by a combined 90 points is not convincing. And I'm included in those crazy people. But here's Michael Irvin. The only question that matters right now on these Cowboys is after mowing down opponents like that, are they up there with Philly and San Francisco, who are on impressive runs themselves? Here's the playmaker.
That says the Cowboys can't get there. And we always started. Last year was the interceptions. Can the interceptions, are they true contenders with the interceptions? And now they haven't beat any winning teams. The Cowboys are one of the only teams that won back-to-back 12-game seasons, all right, the last couple of years with Kansas City Chiefs. Now they'll win at least 12 this year. That'll be, what, 12? That's 36 games over the last year, and we'll still be sitting here saying they hadn't played anybody. They only got 32 teams in the whole damn NFL. We got to stop this stuff, please. Let's please move on. Absolutely, they're contenders. The question is not, are they winning a Super Bowl? We'll find that out in the playoffs. They're definitely getting to the playoffs. I gotta have this. This is supposed to be a different kind of show. We're not supposed to debate here. But can we please stop this? Are they contender stuff? Yes, they are contenders. We'll see what happens when they get to the playoffs. That's what you really want to say. Just say that. But don't say they're not contenders. Come on, people.
What's a contender?
Somebody that's going to definitely get to the playoffs and have a chance to get to the Super Bowl.
All right.
That's not. That's
well, then I'm with you.
Contender.
Then I'm with you.
That's a contender.
No.
They are contending.
Okay.
That was a fire rant from Michael Irvin with some comedy.
Boy, am I impressive.
Let him know, playmaker.
Yeah, you can clearly tell he's a preacher's kid right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, clearly.
Dude, if he did not want to play football, he would have been an amazing preacher. There's no doubt about that. They have one. They'll end up winning 36 games over a 3-year period. I think that Michael Irvin didn't have anything to go to. And in the absence of actual content and substance, he went with bluster, and he's damn good at it. What do you got, Wolchuk?
It's a tough position right now when we're talking about the Cowboys because, we did the post-game show, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
the margin of victory, right? They're plus minus. They're beating bad teams, and that's the knock on them. They haven't beaten a team with more than 5 wins this year. They've lost their 2 games against the teams that are the contenders in the NFC. They got completely wrecked by the 49ers. I don't think that's going to change, personally. I think that's a terrible matchup. 49ers think they can beat, but you can only play who's on your schedule, and it's rare that you see a team demolish the lesser level competition like the Cowboys have. That's rare. So you got to give them credit for that. The problem is, like I got asked on Thanksgiving Day, I was on that BetQL Daily Show on the BetQL Network, and one of the guys was from Dallas. He said, why should we have any hope that this postseason will be different? I said, I can't give you anything. We don't know. Most likely they're going to get that 5 seed. They're going to go play a bum team from the NFC South just like they did last year in Tampa Bay. They're going to smack them. They're going to move on. And then who are they going to play? San Francisco? They're going to get killed again? Philadelphia? I can't tell you with confidence that the end result will be any different. But you got a 5-game streak here against teams that are good. Seattle, you can say what you want. They're a winning team. They're going to be a playoff team, right? You get Philadelphia at home again. You're going to get Detroit later on. You're going to get Buffalo, and that's a tough game on the road. Miami, that's a playoff team as well. So we'll see how good they are. They are a contender, but am I taking them seriously as a Super Bowl threat? No.
All the offense they had before the San Francisco game cannot beat any one of these teams we're talking about. The team that's currently the way they're playing, the way they're trending on offense, they can compete with anybody in the league with the way they're playing offensively right now. They're figuring out something a little bit with the running game. It looks like Tony Pollard's coming back a little bit.
Steele
playing
better.
The offensive line, yes, offensively they can compete with anybody in the league from what I've seen here post San Francisco 49ers game. If the offense was similar to what we saw pre-San Francisco, absolutely not.
What about coming out of weeks 1 and 2, though, where you smacked those bad teams around and then you came out and the truth got told about you in 2 of the next 3 games? To me, I see a repeating pattern.
They lost to the team that the most disappointing loss to me was not the San Francisco one, because I understand why that happened. It's the one against Arizona.
Yeah.
And when the more I studied Arizona, the more I was thinking, okay, there's problems that Dallas can have in this game with the pin and pull offense, the way they run the football, a running quarterback. The Arizona Cardinals deserved to win that football game. You didn't play very well that day. I'm just saying, since post 49ers, the way that they're playing on offense, the one thing that's traveled pretty well for them is their ability to rush the passer. That's something that has not gone away. But their offense has gotten better since the San Francisco. And and I watch the tape and I see it, and I mentioned the combination routes. I mentioned how the play calling's been. To me, that gives me some positivity. But they could absolutely go and fall apart. But I think they're better prepared for this run than they were the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
972 says, hot dog, Mike fires me up. He does. He's good at that.
Sure does.
469 loves the playmakers rants. 214, are you guys confident that we don't have everything unlocked in the offense? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that question, but I would phrase it like this. How can you trust what we've seen in the last 3 games? That it's going to play against better defenses.
I trust it because I feel like, though, to me, they're not just playing down to the defense or they're playing against. They're going out there and like, you're not good enough at safety. This offense now gives me hope.
Yeah.
That they will find the weakest player out there. There was a time when the Kellen Moore administration, I felt like they just ran plays. Here, I feel like that they will attack you on the perimeter. They'll attack you in the secondary. If you can't cover or you don't play good enough run defense on the edge by the Commanders getting rid of all their guys, I just see this offense at least looking at making game plans around. Now, you're going to play better players. But the Philadelphia Eagles, their front's really good. I think their front's good.
Their front's really
good.
good.
Their secondary is a liability.
You can throw on them.
You will now find ways.
No, I'm not.
You will find ways to attack that secondary is what you will do.
And to me, San Francisco, the biggest thing that causes them issues is their linebacker play. I think Fred Warner lives rent-free in Dak's head, personally. I think he makes him so nervous the way he can cover ground, plays the run, also covers well. Greenlaw's the same way. No other team in the NFC has that caliber of linebacker right now. So that's why I think San Francisco is a bad matchup. Detroit can't answer that either, but they can run on you.
Yeah.
Now, that's the one thing the Cowboys have to do. Can we stop the run against a good running team? The other thing that we need answered, can they win a close game in the fourth quarter with the game on the line against a good team? Philly can.
Yeah,
we know they can.
Yeah,
we don't know the Cowboys can.
That's absolutely. Because they, when you look at their running game, it hasn't had to be tested in a 4-minute offense. I mean, a 4-minute offense, the end of a game, like, can you hand the ball to Pollard and Dowdle, all these times in a row and burn the clock? But I do what I'm seeing on offense. I have confidence that they can go and move the ball on teams they have to move the ball.
682 brings up something I want to hit on here. He says the 2 losses to Arizona and San Fran humbled them. They look far more focused than earlier in the year.
They're different offense. They're different.
They are.
They're much different offense than they were. And Mike was terrified that your quarterback was going to throw 16 interceptions.
But you can look like a better offense when the other team can't resist.
That you have no choice. You go out there and you run plays and you win games and you move on.
But you don't have to take that like that's who they are. We can't stop just rejecting who they are when they lose. See, what happens is
I haven't done that at all.
Okay,
to me,
they're still who they are. They still lost to Arizona.
They moved the ball. They were when you look at what happened in the Philadelphia game, I believe the game management.
Don't do this to these Cowboys fans, Brian. They need honesty.
No, I give them damn honesty every damn day. I fight with people on Twitter about you fans like you can't give Philadelphia any credit for how they're playing right now.
You're setting them up to take a big fall.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to say this. They are different on offense right now. They are much different with what you're seeing with these receivers and Pollard and Dowdle and the way your quarterback's playing. That gives you hope. That's the hope you have.
No, I hear you, but I can't say for sure that they're going to be able to execute. I
you
think
can't say they can either. I mean that's I understand where you're going here. But to me, if this offense was like it was the first 3-4 weeks of the season, I'd say you're absolutely right. This team ain't going anywhere.
Well, in weeks 1 and 2, they dominated piss poor competition because that's what this organization does. That is what they do.
If you want to get on the organization.
And everybody is going to be saying that on the text and phone calls when they lose again. And for 48 hours, they will acknowledge the truth about this football team. And then the next game's going to come up, and it'll be a bad team, and we'll win, and they'll say they fixed it. Because they were overconfident, and then they lost, and that made them who they really are.
You admitted they're throwing the ball with your own eyes.
Yeah,
with your own eyes, you admitted they're throwing the ball down the field. They're playing more vertical football, which they weren't the first 3 or 4 weeks.
But what's going to happen, and why Mike and the offensive brain power decided to go away from this, Brian, is what happens when they try to do that against good teams.
They have to. They have no choice. You can't play football on the phone.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't play.
But 3 coaches in a row have decided if we do that with Dak, it's not going to end well. Ball going down the field with the receiver facing the end zone we're going to is a recipe for turnovers against good teams.
The only chance you have of winning these games is play the way they're playing right now.
They have to.
Absolutely.
That's the only way.
Agree. You got to go for it.
You got to live and die by it. Yeah. Maybe Dak does turn it over, but at least, hey, we played our best way to win.
If you can't execute with this playbook, then you need a new quarterback. You don't go to a conservative game plan.
New quarterback, new head coach. If you want to, you know what, the one thing we know is ownership and general manager, and none of that's going to change over there. So if you can't win against good teams with the way you're playing right now, then you need to change everything over there, including the quarterback.
Salute to Dak Prescott, who is now a dad-to-be.
Hashtag girl dad.
Quote from practice, I know what my mom means to me, and to be able to, in a sense, have that feeling in a different role is something I look forward to. My family is looking forward to, and I am blessed. And salute to Dak. As a girl dad myself, it gives me goosebumps to hear Dak reflect on that. That was the most unexpected thing for me. If anybody out there is expecting a child, you realize how much your parents loved you. And that is very humbling because you're like, oh, crap, I should have been a better kid. You know what I'm saying? But like having the kid brings so many things full circle. I mean, Dak's already a hell of a human, so it's not like he's got much to learn. But
that's why he's playing so damn well, man. You know he's got a kid on the way.
Yeah, salute to Dak. It's an amazing time as an expectant father.
Crazy.
Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, what do you got for us, Wolchuk?
Well, we got a sports feud we didn't know we needed, but we have. Airport Hell. Go ahead and text in your worst airport stories, 877-881-1053. And I don't think NFL fans ever wished for Chris Collinsworth as much as they did last night. That's next.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Found new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 469 says, Gavin, you're starting to sound like a hater. I'm sorry for that. I'm just trying to make my points objective and clear and stand my ground a little bit. I'm not sold on the Cowboys. So if I do come off a little bit strong, I'm sorry, but that's kind of what we do here in sports radio. We make strong points. Here's Woolchuck with your best O of the weekend.
Keeping it real. That's what you're doing there, General. Now, yesterday, I think Jason Garrett was keeping it real as well, but fans just didn't like what he was doing. It was a little awkward.
Keeping it real dorky.
It was cringy. It certainly was. And Mike Tirico was without Chris Collinsworth.
That's my guy, too.
People like to, I know it's your guy. People like to go at Chris Collinsworth quite a bit. But last night, I think social media realized just how much we missed him alongside Mike Tirico for a Sunday night game.
He is smooth.
He is. And then the chair slide, which I think they've gotten rid of. I'm sad about that, but it was just awkward watching the cringy grin of Jason Garrett to start that game. And then you have Tirico try and throw things to break, and he's doing it so subtly. And then here comes Garrett. He just got to chime in with something. And it's not funny, and then he gives a little bit of a giggle. So
it was like a bad fan phenom audition.
Yeah, it was bad. And shout out to Blake Elliott. He's doing a great job on Sunday nights. But here were some of the comments regarding Jason Garrett. Quote, Jason Garrett is determined to break the Sunday night cliche record tonight. Jason Garrett does this uncomfortable laugh anytime he says anything. Why does Jason Garrett giggle after every comment? I didn't know how much I needed Chris Collinsworth in my life until they stuck Jason Garrett into the booth. Nothing kills the big game vibe like Jason Garrett. It's like watching Boogie Nights with your parents.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be uncomfortable.
Awkward.
Yes.
Shout out to Dirk Diggler. Yeah.
I'd say just let Mike do it by himself next time.
Maybe. Because I wouldn't want to put Rodney Harrison up there either. I don't think that would go very well. We know the Drew Brees experiment didn't go well. Hell, Garrett was better. But the reports weren't good on Jason Garrett. And earlier in the day, it was a tough act to follow because his quarterback, Tony Romo, was giving us dimes like this kind of back and forth, this analysis with his buddy Jim.
It's not sexy like you, Jim, but it's the game at its core.
It's not sexy like you, Jim.
I love that.
Just a love affair.
Have a little fun.
Because Tony will have fun. And then you have kind of just a tight book that is Jason Garrett.
You know, this is the kind of broadcasting from Tony that I've been waiting for. Where now he's getting really relaxed.
He just doesn't care.
And he's getting a little edgy. Now he's letting that smart ass personality side of him show a little bit more.
It's not sexy like
He's
you,
still
Jim.
doing that prediction thing a lot. He's leaning on that. He'll give you like 5 different predictions. And one of them going to be right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just throw enough darts at the board. I'll hit one.
He's become a volume shooter. in that department.
That's what he is. Now, we've got a feud brewing, and this is a fine bomb.
But wait a minute. The thing with the reason Chris was out,
he was spending Thanksgiving with his fam.
Okay, but didn't his son work the game?
Maybe he doesn't like his son anymore.
When his son,
I don't know if his son was there on Sunday night. I didn't watch the pregame show.
I think his son was working the game, so he was out for family.
They said he was out for
Maybe
family.
he's got a new hot wife. You're like, son, I don't like your mom anymore. Have fun at the game.
I was just curious though.
Maybe that
you can't take a day off in football for Thanksgiving. Or a Thanksgiving weekend. That's ridiculous.
He worked the Thanksgiving night game, but then he didn't work the Sunday game.
You commit to football broadcasting.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You do this 6 months out of the year?
This guy gets paid a lot of money to broadcast. He had to take. There's only like 17 of these, 18 of these things. He does.
Jason Garrett.
Come
Who the
on,
hell
man.
do you think you
but
are?
see, Garrett.
Come on, Chris. We needed you.
I think Garrett and Tirico worked together some Notre Dame games, so there should have been better.
And I haven't watched a second of those.
There should have been better chemistry there. Then
yeah,
should have been better.
Those are a mute off game. You know, you put a better game with the TV on, sound on, and then you put the Notre Dame game on the side where I can just look up and see what's going on without listening. Who's actually
okay? 704. I thought Jason did great. Maybe I don't know as much as you guys. I think the information from Garrett was okay, but from a game level broadcaster, you expect a sort of grace or
there's just not
poise,
an entertainment value, at
composure.
all.
Yes, there's.
Did he?
It was cringy.
Did Kellen not help him at all in the game? I mean, did Kellen not give him any idea what he was trying to do in that game?
I'm sure he did. I think that the level to Gavin Gavin's point of football knowledge was there. It's just the awkwardness that he kind of.
Well, he's an awkward dude to begin with,
and the delivery I think is what was off-putting.
Yeah.
Probably didn't want to give anything away because his buddy Kellen might get mad at him.
He gets the hate smile. Yeah,
that's probably a good point.
Yeah, I took care of you tonight on the telecast, Kellen.
No. All right, so Feinbaum has a feud going with Ric Flair, the Nature Boy. Woo!
What?
Yeah, so I guess, did you know that Ric Flair and Jim Harbaugh are kind of buddies? They struck up a friendship back in the 80s, apparently. And
looking at Jim a little different now.
Yeah, well, maybe there's something there. But Feinbaum's been very outspoken about Michigan and in the Harbaugh situation. Like, they shouldn't be allowed in the playoff. And I guess, Ric Flair's kind of gone back and forth and taken some shots at him. So he was recently on the Matt Berry show. Matt Berry, who used to work here with NBC5, now works for ESPN.
Matt Berry show.
Feinbaum decided to take another shot at Ric Flair.
Radio. Yeah.
What happened between you and Ric Flair? What am I hearing about this?
Well, I'll spare you the long buildup, but Ric Flair, let's be honest, is done. I mean, the guy used to be at the epicenter of his sport, and now he's in his 70s and washed up and basically scraping for dollars. And he was a friend of our show. He'd call in occasionally. He was a Georgia fan, Matt. I mean, we like that. He had a son that went to Auburn. He was a Florida fan for a while. He had a daughter. So 2 years ago, we have him on, and he's Ric Flair. And he's a personality.
Right. He's an entertainer.
And he's on the sidelines 2 years ago in Athens. Herschel Walker's. I don't know exactly what happened, but he tries to shake hands with Kirby Smart, and he blows him off.
Who the is that guy?
So Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, took to X, formerly known as Twitter, said, "Hey, Feinbaum, I spent more money on my split liquor from one side of the world to another than you made last year. Stop kissing Georgia's ass. I'll see you on January 6th in Charlotte. That's Flair country for a collision, and I'll reserve you 2 front row tickets because God knows you can't afford to buy them. When you had me on your show, I was the great Ric Flair. I still am, and I'm bigger and better than ever at 74. Let's compare W2, sir. And also, your 800K followers is nothing compared to my 10 million. Woo! Drop it.
Hey, salute to Ric Flair, man. He's back. And maybe more popular than ever.
We never knew that this Flair-Feinbaum feud is what we really needed in college sports. This is what's getting the people going.
I mean, I guess America just has an appreciation for people that are still famous, that have abused their bodies since we do more drugs and alcohol than anybody in the world. He's like our champion.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And then we talked about...
He's got the heart of a champion. The nose of a cartel boss.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. He still does at 74, man. Him and Dolly, they're crushing. And then we had an FCS playoff game between Nicholls State and Southern Illinois. We talked a little bit about this during Crosstalk. So it was 35-0 on Saturday. Nicholls State lost. And not only do they lose, but they get stuck in the airport for 24 hours as they had cancellation after cancellation after cancellation. The airport then runs out of food and water because it's closed there. So they're stuck basically in the terminal, sleeping on the floor, sleeping on the stairs. And we got a lot of good texts in of people that have had terrible airport stories. I've never had anything quite like this, where you're stuck there for 24 hours. I've been there at the time when I was trying to come back from Orlando, where the airport's completely closed, and now I don't have the opportunity to buy anything. But they've got, water fountains. I guess at least I have water, but it can be a nightmare situation, dude. When you're with cancellation after cancellation, you don't know when you're getting home.
The only thing that's going to save you is having some years on you, so you have like a savings account or a credit card, so you can just leave. I'm going to leave, get a hotel, get a nice meal, and I'll be back tomorrow for my flight. But in a lot of these situations, the airline can basically take you hostage and not cancel the flight, but give you no promise that it will actually leave the ground. It's brutal out there.
Horrible.
They got to be profitable, apparently, so we have stacked the deck in their favor. I mean, it's worse than Wall Street, how the airlines have the deck stacked in their favor so they can be assured of profit, and to hell with the little people. Name of the game here, apparently.
What airport are they flying out of that they get stuck for 24 hours? Because now you're talking about traveling an entire football team.
Veterans Airport in Marion, Illinois.
Okay.
They got there around 6:15 p.m. after the loss.
And
then the pilot that was scheduled to fly them home made too sharp of a turn upon descent and went off the runway. So that bleeped that plane.
Ooh.
So that was a 12-hour
They might have
delay.
caught a break then.
I don't want to get back on the next
That's
plane.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean,
we're good.
first off, it's a scary situation. Then the
This
next
is
plane
Denzel Washington flying the plane.
flight just took a little bit of a shot of vodka.
Yeah.
Then they were trying to get a flight to get them back to New Orleans around 1:40 a.m. That one wasn't able to make it. And then
So they're flying a charter.
they were flying a charter.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it basically just
So the charter company's the one that
every
let
next
them
plane they were trying to get
Yeah.
ended up getting delayed or canceled due to various other elements.
Yeah.
And then finally they got one, but it took a full 24 hours. Just a crappy situation for them. Plus they lost and got shut out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Jared Sandler on the very latest Shohei Ohtani news, baseball offseason, and where the World Series champion Rangers go from here. We're talking baseball with Sands once again next in the G-Bag Nation. I got to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you before we do anything else. Man, I tell you, I love Men's Tea Clinic and everything they've done for myself.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have Jared Sandler set to join us here. Brian, you good?
Yeah, Gustin, you want a week of my vacation? Could I give you my vacation? Would you like a week?
I would love it.
I was told I have to take vacation sometimes, so if you want to take my week of vacation, I'll give it to you.
I'll take it.
Because I gave you a bet payoff immunity.
You're very generous.
What are you doing? You got a double bet payoff you still got to do.
I know. I was supposed to drink 15 beers.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
We got beers coming up for Brian Broaddus probably end of the week, something like
Friday?
that. Maybe soon.
Yeah. Well, I got a game Thursday. Can we do it next week? Because I'm going to be exhausted from that.
I think that makes
game.
it even better.
Yeah. Oh.
Tired, drunk,
Tired and intoxicated.
Oh,
Could get
God,
rid of
sounds
it.
like a mess.
Just play it by ear. Maybe it'll sound good Friday morning.
I might.
Your choice.
You never know.
Just show up with an 18-pack one of these days.
I just start the
Yeah.
show
with an 18
Like, hey, it's
pack.
payoff time, guys.
All of a sudden, you just see me like just drinking away, and then it's the 3 o'clock hour, and I'm just like yelling into the mic like I was that, that
it's going to
day.
be glorious. And speaking of that day,
Yes.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host, and play-by-play man, joins us now here to talk off-season baseball and more here on your home of the World Series champs. Jared, how the hell you been?
Guys, I am great. How are y'all?
We're doing outstanding, and we're getting excited. A couple of bigger names are starting to get signed. Could we see a Rangers piece of roster news here before too long?
Yeah, the baseball off season is I don't know. This is probably like the worst description ever, but I gave this to someone yesterday. In the NBA, because we have the dead period, and then everyone just kind of rushes to the front of the line. It's kind of like you got the gray clouds, rain's like 100% of the forecast, and you just wait for it to hit. Whereas like baseball free agency, it's an active volcano that you're just waiting for it to erupt. You just don't know when it's going to happen. And that could happen. I mean, 2 years ago, it happened right around this time when the Rangers signed within a 2-3 day stretch Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. But there are other years in which things don't really get going until after the winter meetings. The winter meetings start on Sunday and in earnest on Monday. How much are teams and players waiting for Shohei Ohtani? Obviously, Aaron Nola didn't wait. Sonny Gray didn't wait.
Gray, yeah.
And maybe maybe Scott Boras is like, to heck with that. I mean, I'm going to get my guys going. And Jordan Montgomery, I know he's a name of interest. He's a Scott Boras guy. So it's tough to say, Dawson. I mean, if you told me that Shohei Ohtani signed in 5 minutes or 5 weeks, I wouldn't be surprised by either one. But I do think that you're going to start to see some of the non-headline stealing type moves, but the ones that could be incredibly important when you get into a season. I think you're going to start to see some of those happening in the next week or so.
How much was Max Scherzer's pitch to Shohei Ohtani get you freaking pumped up?
Yeah, it's great, and I'd love for someone to do a study on the value of winning, and you can't guarantee it, right? So that's one of the other risks is that you can't guarantee a championship in any of these sports, but there is a financial component that's incredibly lucrative to these guys, whether it's directly through bonuses or indirectly through exposure and endorsements and stuff like that. And I think at the end of the day, like with Charles Barkley, and I know this is not a fair comparison, but he's obviously one of the names people think about when you think of great players who don't win. Would Charles Barkley have taken a percentage of money less to win a championship? I'm sure he would have, not significantly less, but a little bit less. And not that anyone's asking Shohei Ohtani to take less money, but the one challenge in Max Scherzer's pitch is it's not like the Rangers are competing with the A's and the Angels and the Pittsburgh Pirates for Shohei Ohtani. I mean, the Dodgers, they're pretty good as well. And so, if you want to win, you're not going to necessarily hurt your chances significantly by going to the Dodgers. And, the rumors that the Blue Jays are in the mix, I mean, that's a really good roster and organization as well. So I love Max Scherzer's pitch. I love that he's been with the Rangers for 2-3 months, and he feels compelled to go on and say those sorts of things. But I don't know how much Shohei Ohtani's camp is hearing that and thinking, you know what, that Max Scherzer guy, he's right. I'm gonna go to the Rangers.
Jared, as we're sweeping the confetti up off the floor, what's the toughest decision that the Rangers are going to have to make in this offseason?
Well, I think from a free agency standpoint, it might be Jordan Montgomery. I said this on air the other day, and a texter texted in, and he or she is not wrong. I said, if Jordan Montgomery is going to end up getting north of $25 million, 25, 26, 27, maybe the Rangers pass on that. If they can get him at 22, 23 million, maybe they sign him. And the texter said, well, are you really going to make a decision? Is a decision going to be made or broken on $2 million, if it's 23 to 25? And, at the end of the day, at some point, yes, those decisions do get made or they get broken by small amounts like that, or what we believe to be small amounts. But I think the market's going to be interesting for a guy like Jordan Montgomery, because it's not a deep free agency class in some areas. It's a pretty deep pitching class. And then also you got guys like Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, who's a top of the rotation pitcher. Obviously Nola's off the board and Ohtani's not pitching next year, but it's not just you got good middle rotation guys. You've got, good top of the rotation guys. And Glasnow, I mentioned, not a free agent, but could be traded. Corbin Burns could be traded. Dylan Cease could be traded. So I'm curious how that impacts the market, but I do think that's going to be a tough decision. And I just think in general, the idea of moving some prospects to get a big name, I think the Rangers are going to be faced with some opportunities. Tyler Glasnow is a name that I really would pay attention to. I do think they'll be in on Corbin Burns. I think they'll be in on Dylan Cease. And I'm sure their names we're not even thinking about. The Rangers have some moves that they probably need to make, guys who are on the 40. They got to, Justin Foscue, for instance. If the Rangers don't sign a DH, maybe Justin Foscue's role is that when opening day rolls around, or someone who can fill that role. They don't need to sign a full-time DH, obviously, but if not, this might be the best time to make a move involving Justin Foscue. So I think they're going to have some interesting opportunities presented to them in the trade market, and I think those might end up being some of the toughest decisions they have to make.
We're talking Rangers offseason here with Jared Sandler. I was wondering if they're in on the new Japanese guy who's going to come over and make his decision here in the next 5 weeks or so. But looking at the reports, I didn't see the Rangers tied into him as being a confirmed team of interest. What do you know?
Yeah, so the Rangers have always been pretty good with, Pacific Rim operations. Obviously, Yu Darvish, signing him was a huge boon towards that. Obviously, the posting fee system played a role in that, but they've always done a really good job. To what degree they were close on Ohtani, I don't know, but I do know that Ohtani liked the Rangers. He enjoyed his opportunities to meet with them. It wasn't his number one choice, obviously. So I'd be shocked if the Rangers weren't in some way in on Yamamoto. But I don't think that it would be fair to say that at this point they're a favorite for him. Now, things change really quickly, if someone falls off the board or a move that you're hoping to make goes in a different direction, then all of a sudden things can change. But with the posting setup and whatnot, I don't get the sense that the Rangers are going to be hyper aggressive with Yamamoto. I just wouldn't ever rule them out on anyone coming over from the Pacific Rim.
With the news of Sonny Gray, as we mentioned earlier, does that help the Jordan Montgomery decision fall into place? Is that even a contract structure? Are there any out there yet that they can look at and make comparable?
Yeah, that's a great question, Zach, because obviously these things all tie together within the course of a single off season. So Sonny Gray, what was it, 3 years, $75 million? You're getting $25 a year. I would think Jordan Montgomery would maybe look for more years. I would think if the right deal was there, 5 years, he would jump at that. Sonny Gray, a little bit older, a little more mileage, a little bit of an injury history. So maybe, that contributed to him taking a 3-year deal. But I've thought all along that 25 is probably a good number. Maybe because of the depth of names that, I referenced earlier, maybe you could get it a little bit below that. And, then there's the life component, right? Jordan Montgomery's wife is a doctor. I think she's still got a year or two left of residency. So maybe he wants to find a place where, she could maybe practice or they could settle in, or maybe because of that, it doesn't matter as much 25 versus $24 million a year. Maybe, hey, they're happy here. They like it here. we'll take, if the Rangers' best offer is 24 and we can get 25, well, who cares? Is that $1 million going to make a difference, going to make a difference for him in that decision? I don't know, but I do think 25 is a good number, and you sort of work off of that. So not super surprised Sonny Gray got 25, and he was the runner-up in the Cy Young voting in the American League. People might not realize that. So maybe you look at that and say, well, Jordan Montgomery maybe just a touch below, but Jordan Montgomery, he showed up on a big stage, and I think there's always a little extra money to be made when you pitch as well as he did in the postseason.
Jared, the one thing that you always worry about is when you win a championship is losing front office members or coaches or anything like that. Is there anything that we haven't heard about of staff changes or guys or gals leaving the organization and going elsewhere?
Yeah, I think you're going to hear maybe a front office name or two go elsewhere, and I think that stuff will maybe become more public over the next week, especially once the winter meetings roll around. A lot of times that's when that stuff maybe gets executed before the winter meetings, but it becomes public during, because organizations are doing all sorts of reshuffling, and it's just a good time for them to present all that stuff at once. From a coaching standpoint, as far as I know, no changes have been made. But again, that's something that I think will unfold more so over the next couple of weeks. You're right, though, Broadus. I mean, there are so many challenges to having sustained success. And, in baseball, one area is, well, you just played an extra month longer than everyone else, and that wears on you over time. The distractions of winning, all the bells and whistles that come with winning that take away from, that one-track mind. But I think a big part of it is the personnel, and it's not just, obviously the football equivalent is you think of the coordinators, they're the first to go. But, in baseball, it might not be the hitting coach or the pitching coach, but maybe it's an analyst. Maybe it's a sharp front office mind. A lot of people always talked about when the Rangers lost Thad Levine, the impact that had. When they lost A.J. Preller, the impact that had. I think there are a lot of names that become a lot more appealing when you win like this. And so I think that's something the Rangers are going to have to weather. And I would not be surprised. I do think you're probably going to see a couple changes in the front office, and I think you're also going to see a change or two in the coaching staff. But I think that stuff will become public here in the next week or so.
As we're getting close here to the winter meetings, Jared, I'm hungry for more Shohei Ohtani news. I guess there's a documentary to watch. He kind of likes the ballpark. What's rattling around in your Ohtani head right now?
I just think this guy is such a mystery, and because he is so good, I don't think anyone really holds his feet to the fire more. But I don't think he's spoken in the media in an organized fashion since August or something. We just have no idea. We know so little about this guy, other than that he wakes up and he thinks about baseball and he plays baseball and he's really good at it. I do know, so Anthony Bass, who used to play for the Rangers, was one of his teammates when Ohtani was in Japan. And I do know from a conversation a year ago that he does like the Metroplex and he likes the ballpark. But I don't, I think sometimes you hear that and you're like, oh, okay, he's signing. Yeah, done deal. I think he probably likes other ballparks. I think he probably likes other other areas.
No, he goes 12 of 14
just
every time he
park.
comes here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is he clearly hits well here.
Absolutely, he does.
Yeah, so that's got to work for him. I just, you guys know this. There are certain guys, their personality lends to certain things. And I just don't feel like I am equipped at all to even guess on that or theorize, because I just don't know the guy. I know that here's what I know about him. Here's the extent of which I know non-baseball stuff. I know that he likes video games, and I know that when he first came over in his first year with the Angels, he played fantasy football to try and better integrate with the team and just be a part of things. I don't know a whole lot more about him than that. So maybe he could be the biggest Dak Prescott fan, or maybe he likes Kellen Moore and wishes that he was still with. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what his deal is. It is the biggest mystery. I will tell you, though, I hope it doesn't drag on too long, but the longer it does drag on, I think it's good for baseball, because I think it's attention that the average person would spend on baseball in the off season. That's something that football does such a great job of. It's a 365-day-a-year sport. But I obviously hope it doesn't drag on too long, because then you get tired head over it, and now you start to get annoyed. But I don't know. Gavin, he is, to me, the most interesting man in sports right now because of what we just simply do not know about him.
Well, one thing we know, Jared, is this Sunday is the 7th annual Swinging for a Cause event. It's going to take place at Globe Life Field for the first time. Usually we got to do this at Topgolf. We're super pumped. The bidding is opened up. What can you tell? You get all the Tolos excited about this if they want to be able to join and take part.
Well, I'll tell you, Shohei Ohtani might show up.
What?
I just don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
He's
sitting at my table.
Yeah, he could be combing through Twitter X right now and feel like this sounds awesome.
I want to take a pic with the World Series trophy.
Yes. So, yeah, he hasn't gone close to that. So this would be a good opportunity. Yeah, so the World Series trophy is going to be there, first of all. So if you want an opportunity to take a picture with it, you're not going to have to wait, in a 5-hour line or anything. Come to the event. It's there. And your admission cost is enough. It's not like you're going to show up and now we're going to charge you an extra $100 to take a picture with it. Would love for people to bid on the chance to sit at y'all's table, hang out with you guys. I know you can DM Lucius or the Wooly Bully or call the number, and that bidding's going to go through Friday. So if you want to, warm up and save your bullets for later in the week, totally cool. But yeah, it's going to be a field day type event. So we wanted to design an event that was going to be fun for kids, but fun for adults as well. There are going to be all sorts of different competitions and games you can play. Some will have prizes attached, some won't. Some will just be for fun. We will have a wiffle ball home run derby, and there is a better than zero chance that some World Series champion Texas Rangers might be at times pitching to you in that wiffle ball home run derby. We will have multiple members of the Rangers there in attendance: Marcus Semien, Andrew Heaney, John Gray, some of them. But you can play catch on the field. I mean, think about that. You can play catch on a Major League Baseball field. That's pretty cool. Hit in the batting cage. But then we're also going to have a quarterback challenge. We're going to have a penalty kick shootout where we've got some high school athletes who have volunteered their time. They're going to play goalie. So if you want to see how you'd fare, getting 5 chances in a penalty kick format type competition, this is the place for that. You can get tours of the facility, and then we'll obviously have food and drink and all sorts of fun stuff. So all the tables are sold out. If you want a table, you need a bid on a chance to be with you guys or KNC or Sean and RJ. But individual tickets are available. So if you go to 1053thefan.com/Sandlot, you got all the links. You got the link for the auction. I think you got links to buy individual tickets. So those are available, and we'd love to see people there.
You're the man, Jared. This event has always been great, but I'm really excited about the pivot here from the golf to the baseball diamond. What a special year to be there, and what a great opportunity.
Dawson, can I say something? I'll be quick, because I know you got to go to break. One of my favorite developments over the last few months is that Gavin Dawson is one of the biggest baseball fans now at the station, and I love that.
Hell yes, he is.
That fires me up.
We're going to have a reenactment of Tavares' home run, Rob. I think out there.
Hey, you can do that.
Yeah, I think we need to
you
do
want
that.
to do that?
Yeah,
you can do that.
Yeah,
I think we relive the Corey Seager home run in Game 1 of the World Series.
We could absolutely do that too if you want
to.
Why
not? Let's do it. Let's have some fun on the field, the home of the World Series champions.
I'm going to email you my off-season blueprint to repeat here. I'd like to get your thoughts on it, Jared, before I publish it. Perfect.
I am so fired up about all baseball stuff right now. Send it to me. I'm ready.
Let's go. There he is. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, by the way. If you want to jump on there, you can get his social media and all of his links and everything. But it's 1053thefan.com/Sandlot to take a look at a lot of those items or to buy tickets for the event. And then you need to ring us up at 877-881-1053 or DM Lucius or Wolchuk if you would like to bid. The opening bid needs to be $1,500. If you go over $4,000, that gets you a VIP experience that you won't forget. Where are we going next, Jared Wolchuk?
Well, we've got the top 10, and in honor of Thanksgiving, of
one
course.
of yous.
Yeah, somebody answer.
I'm talking to my kids over
We're pretty
here.
much the same, whatever your
Remy,
name is
Daddy.
over there. Hey, you. We got the top 10 best leftover foods.
Oh.
What is the best food to eat that is a leftover? That's next.
I'll tell you the best way to get a new vehicle.
This Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. To truckwreck.com or 214-817-333-3333. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. About to get into our top 10 best leftover foods. Did you see this as it is Seahawks week? Cowboys-Seahawks Thursday night. Flashback to the 2018 wild card game, 3rd and 14. Dak QB draw. Takes it down to the 1-yard line. Flips what looked like it was going to be a touchdown. Cowboys go on to win. That was Dak over Russell Wilson that day. But hell of a game, hell of a performance. But that call, that was ballsy. 3rd and 14 inside your own 20. Quarterback draw right up the middle, and Dak went ahead and executed.
Yeah, that's what you do when all the chips are down. I believe that's what Hurts and Allen showed you last night. I like 2014 Tony Romo to T. Will on 4th and 15.
Yes.
That was insane.
That was spicy. All right, are you guys still eating on your Thanksgiving leftovers, or is it, it's...
Last day for low vibrational plates. Low vibrational plates were just yesterday.
Okay.
I believe so. 4 days, right? CDC says, if you trust the CDC. Do you gentlemen trust the CDC?
Not on leftover turkey, apparently, because I had a sandwich this afternoon.
Little hit or miss. I think I just trust my own, like, how bad do I want this, and I'll deal with the repercussions later. That's kind of how I live by.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Yeah, but I'm out of leftovers. We don't have any left.
I got a big old bag of turkey. That's kind of disappointing. I didn't realize it was time to move on already.
Turkey sandwiches with that.
I've been making lots of them. Yeah. Been killing it.
How about you? I know you make your sandwiches.
I tell you what, I cook just enough so there's none left.
Good for you, bro.
Oh, see, that's upsetting. If I go to someone's house and they cook just enough so there's none left, like, wait a second, what if I want a 4th bowl here or 4th plate?
No, I'll give you a second. It'll all be done in that one day, though.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So you're not still eating on it on, like, Saturday after Thanksgiving?
I prepared enough. Like, people will cook, like, Dawson, how big was your turkey? Like
I don't
16
know.
pounds?
Maybe. It was $33.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you cook a turkey breast so you don't have it all left over.
Yes, I did enjoy it, and I didn't spatchcock it because I like how the turkey looks on the cutting board just completed.
The
I want to get pictures.
Yeah, the
Thank you for a
presentation.
spatchcocker.
Did it cook evenly though for you?
Yeah, it was good.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you want to have
you don't believe him?
It
sounds like some doubt over there.
No, because he knows to get that turkey to cook evenly. You got to the spatchcock.
So I have an offset. So you got the
offset.
So boom, I got the breast in the middle, and then the legs kind of hang out on the sides where that hot air is coming through.
Right.
So the dark meat got to about 175, and I pulled the breast at 152, like I told you. But yeah, I was happy with it. I don't know how you can get rid of all that. That's a lot of meat.
We ran through a whole lot of food, but we still had a whole lot of turkey and ham left over. So I went to Grandy's and picked up some dressing yesterday to go with the stuff because people ate the dressing. Dressing didn't make it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Because you never have it other than the holiday. Like, I can have maybe some turkey, but the dressing and the stuffing, man, it's the only time I'll eat it.
It's delicious.
Just don't make it any other time. So I've got, I was thinking, okay, what are the top 10 best leftover foods? Because it is a leftover weekend, after Thanksgiving. Some of the honorable mentions. Do you have one?
Well, it's always going to be the pie. It's the sweets.
Now, pie definitely was on here, and cobbler. Pies and cobblers was an honorable mention.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be pizza. It's really tough to do like a lot of stuff left over. Burgers, tacos, they just don't sit well.
Some stuff is just does not reheat well. Now the air fryer has been a game changer.
That's right. Air fryer is a 100% game changer. Mine is a spaghetti.
Dude,
I feel like that sauce just sits in there a little longer.
It makes it better.
Oh, so good.
I'm with you. It absolutely makes it better.
Now, are these Thanksgiving meals you're talking about?
No, it's just in general, like top 10
just in
foods.
general. I was thinking of Thanksgiving.
Turkey's going to be in the top 10.
Oh, that's why I said pies and stuff. Okay,
but no, it's not just. But
God,
yeah,
Dawson
it is
threw
general
a pizza
foods.
out there, and then I was like, going what?
No, like pulled pork's an honorable mention. Mexican food like tamales is an honorable mention. Vegetables,
Chinese
as well.
food.
So Chinese is going to be in the top 10. So your number 10 is spaghetti and meatballs, Lucius.
There we go.
And I thought spaghetti and meatballs should have been higher on this list.
Question about this. You're leaving the sauce on the noodles?
Yeah.
And it sits in there, and then you just bring it out and reheat it?
Sometimes it's however I make it. You know, sometimes it's you put it together, sometimes you keep it separate.
Yeah, I think refrigerating it changes something about the properties.
Tastes so damn good.
Yeah,
bro.
I think it makes it better.
It's like marinating it again or something. Something's
absolutely.
happening. Yeah.
Once it's all combined together,
yeah.
Then you pop it in the fridge.
How do you prevent the noodles
next day.
becoming rubbery when you put it in the refrigerator?
I just haven't had a bit of an issue with that.
Yeah, just don't let it sit there too long. It's leftovers, but not like 8-day leftovers.
Yeah,
you know, you got to get right to it.
day.
But am I wrong about that?
I don't notice that.
I've never noticed that, bro.
Really?
Yeah. Like
Rubbery
I said, it
noodles.
probably doesn't last long enough.
Okay.
I eat a lot of Texas toast with my spaghetti though, so I'm basically just putting it on top.
Texas toast, some garlic toast, hell yes. 817 says some cold lo mein. I know you like your cold noodles.
I do.
I got texted in jambalaya. Got to be a top fry from the 817.
There
you go.
That flavor.
Reheat that. Gumbo from the 972 got texted in as well. Spaghetti cold, and then chicken Alfredo from the 817.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9 is fried chicken. Now, you'd like it, Brian, because you like it cold.
I'd love it when it's
I
the
was
next
always
day.
thinking like fried chicken as a leftover. Am I going to eat it? Yes, but I don't know if it's going to be as good as a leftover.
Flavor sets on it.
So
Don't put it in the microwave ever.
No.
That's
Oven
air
to warm
fryer.
it up or air fry.
Yeah,
there you go.
100%. Number 8 is Chinese takeout.
There you go.
And that's just the whole umbrella. of
Okay,
Chinese
I'm just
takeout.
gonna
We're
be
not
honest.
specifying.
I do love Chinese food, but the rice doesn't heat right. Like I need a trick for that.
Didn't you
maybe
give us one? Did you add some
do
water?
new rice?
Yeah, but
Didn't you tell us how to reheat the rice last year? We had a conversation about this. You like add some
Rice
water.
gets
water.
weird in the
Yeah, no,
fridge.
you add water. Add just little drops. Add little drops of water in it. Stir it
It'll
up.
help.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're right. Like
Yeah.
when you reheat the rice, it doesn't always taste as good. But that might be a good cheat code to it.
Or what you do is you make fried rice the next day. That's what you do.
See, I'm already just ordering.
like
If
that.
you just have, if you just
There we
have,
go.
if you have rice in the refrigerator, you can take your wok and make fried rice.
That's a
out of
good way
that.
to go about
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Number 7 is soup. It's any type of
Oh, yeah.
soups. I actually had some today before I headed in. Some matzo ball soup.
Oh.
Needed it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been sick for 2.5 weeks now?
But it sucked because I got sick.
Only a few days shorter than
What are we doing? And then
Chief.
My sister came in town for Thanksgiving and was sick, got us all sick, and she just texted us this morning and said she's got bronchitis.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she was like, it starts off as a virus, then it turned into bronchitis. I'm like, well, hopefully we don't all get bronchitis now, but thanks, Samantha.
I started following your sister over the holiday.
Did you?
Hope you don't mind.
Just, she's going to say a lot of things.
I don't mind. Yeah. Pretty gal.
Great follow. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Woolchuck jeans are strong.
Yeah, very strong, huh? Very strong. Number 6 is Stu. You following her too, Brian?
No.
Because I need to watch out for that one.
Stu's amazing. Yes, sir. Let's go, Stu.
Let's go, Stu. Woo! Top 5. Number 5 is turkey. And that's the Thanksgiving stuff. Turkey and the trimmings.
Sure.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
best leftover food.
Yeah.
Number 4 is chili. And we got a lot of texts for chili, and I got a lot of comments about chili on X, formerly known as Twitter. And I think chili is something that's going to get better with time.
Yeah.
When it sits, it does. Absolutely.
Yes,
does.
chili's delicious. Number 3 is Mom, the meatloaf. I want it now.
Meatloaf. On sandwiches. is
Leftover
the best.
meatloaf, what do you think? Yay or nay?
Oh, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
You're going to eat it cold?
Yeah.
I feel like you eat. Is there anything you won't
For
eat cold?
what?
On sandwiches. On sandwiches.
I'm like, ugh, I don't know. You know, it's going to get that gel stuff.
No,
on
you don't
it.
get the gel stuff.
You don't
on
get the gel stuff on it? Okay. I mean, I can see maybe heating it up in a frying pan or something, moving
What's
it around
the
a little
gel
bit.
stuff?
It's that
fat.
The fat. Yeah.
Or like the
rubbery-
congealed fat.
yeah, I know what you're
You
talking
put it in the
about.
fridge and
the stuff
it's in
that's
the
soda.
foil. Yeah.
The stuff at soda they made you hold in the bag.
The flavor.
Then you're like, oh, look, this was in
The good stuff.
This was what was on me.
This is the flavor. Yeah, this is what it makes it taste good. I love that. Number 2 is lasagna.
Yes.
Can't go wrong with lasagna. But number
Any
1,
Italian food.
it's always
Let's just
good the
throw
next
that
day.
in there, huh?
Pretty much right, because number 1, Gavin nailed it earlier, it's pizza. Pizza's the best leftover food.
And the air fryer is a wizard there. Up until that point, you had to get real fancy to make a
I will eat cold
reheated
pizza.
Oven.
Pizza's cool.
Yeah, oven's good.
Put that joint in the oven.
You know, little frying pan.
That's what she do. She pop up on like people you may know. I mean, what happened there?
I guess.
Okay.
Maybe it was from the
You
G-Bag
curious
Nation
now?
account. It was probably from the
okay.
G-Bag Nation account, and she was following it because you're a member of the G-Bag Nation.
There
So I
we
was
go.
going through there. I like to follow
Perfect.
everybody that follows our show accounts back. So
Do you like any photos though? I follow it too, but I like photos. I'm just not like a.
Like the photos?
I'm not ghost following.
I don't think I did like any photos.
I
That might have
love
been a little
bomb you. Give me
creepy.
like 8 in a row. What's up?
Real subtle. I love it.
Yeah, Mr. Nasty's a big fan.
Mr. Nasty Time.
Oh, Mr. Nasty Time's a big fan.
I can imagine she's got some fans out there.
Things have gotten a little inappropriate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you won't have to worry about that from me.
Oh,
for now.
For now.
For now.
Just
But Brian over here, I don't need Brian asking for an OnlyFans account or something.
Does she have one?
No. Not that and I don't want to know if she does.
I'll tell you if she does.
No, please don't. Leave. I don't want to know.
And she lives in Austin, right?
She lives in Austin.
What name does she go under?
I'm not specifying these things. You can find it yourself.
Okay.
Probably GBag_nation on
There you
IG
go.
there. If you're looking for. Zach Martin might be coming up next.
Yeah,
we're gonna check in on Z Mart.
Yeah.
We have a rim session on deck as well. Where are the Mavs 1 month into the season? Is Luka okay after the injury in Los Angeles? That and more coming up next right here. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Hey, I'd love to chat Diamonds direct.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Found new roads.
Alrighty, thank you, Lucius. You can now read Carter Freeman's college football weekend report at 1053thefan.com. It's dang good. And it's been popping up in our email. It's been good prep. Thought you guys would appreciate reading it as well, so it's there for you. It's time now, though, to talk some hoop. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I think at 6 o'clock we're going to talk some college football. Maybe we can get Carter in here to join that. But the Ringer put out their first month NBA power rankings. And by the way, we got good news. And I suppose it's good news. I mean, Doncic has a thumb sprain, right? So he's still got a sprain, but he's been cleared to play. And Jason Kidd said today he should be available tomorrow night against Houston, in which case we will see the Mavericks home in-game tournament floor. I'm assuming this is going to be ready this time. Yeah, tomorrow night's tournament game. I don't know.
Maybe
the Rockets.
Maybe it'll be back. I do know.
I thought we got eliminated.
Yeah, but there's a number of games to keep
playing. But they still have to play.
It's group play.
They're not going to win it.
Yeah.
They're not going to win it, but they still got to play.
Oh, okay. I thought we weren't in the hunt.
No, we're not in the hunt anymore.
You'll need all hands on deck for Houston. They got good.
Yeah.
They've beaten Denver twice.
That coach is pretty darn good, huh? As long as he's staying away from your wives. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
And Fred VanVleet, that dude's a winner. It's a winning culture right
I
there.
would just get like fake wives to bring around the office. Be like, yep, here's my wife, Ime. And your real wife's at home.
It's a good one. It's a good look.
Keep them off the scent.
Where would you put, if you're power ranking the NBA, where do you think our Mavericks?
You keep winning, you might let your real wife
might be some real trouble. The Mavericks were 10-6 right now. They've got a plus 0.8 net rating. Their preseason ranking, I'll let you know, was 17, courtesy of the Ringer. Where do you think they are 1 month into the season now in their power ranking?
13th.
You just look at it?
No.
Okay, you're going 13?
12th.
12?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess, Lucius, you got to guess? 13. Guess 13, Lucius.
13.
13. Lucius knows.
That's low.
Bleep you, Brian. Lucius was on it. It's 13. Yeah,
I
the
follow
Mavericks.
the Mavs,
I thought it was
sir.
low too. So they've got the Clippers ahead of them at 7-8.
We're 1-1 against
That's weird.
them.
And I get it. The Clippers just upset the Mavericks. I didn't expect that. I thought Luka just owned them, and maybe
Clippers
Luka's
will
injury
lose some
certainly.
games.
Yep.
These writers are stubborn for 2 months.
7-8. You got the Golden State Warriors who are at 8-9, at 11, and that's got to be just a big picture type of thing.
Yeah.
Why you're going to put Golden State?
They
there.
still can't win on the road.
Sacramento at 10. I mean, these are the teams that are ahead of the Mavs. And
Sacramento
did just beat the Mavericks.
They did beat you.
And so
yeah.
I
Good
get
team.
that. They're 9-6. They're basically the same record as you. How about the Thunder at 9, followed by
No.
the Miami Heat at 8, the Timberwolves at 7, who are surprising 12-4 to start the
They're
season.
playing well.
Sixers at 11-5.
Playing really well.
The Milwaukee Bucks at 12-5, who just had a 26-point comeback. They were down 26 points in the third quarter against Portland. They come back to win it.
Perfect
Biggest
team to come
comeback
back.
so far
Yeah.
of the season. And yeah, tell me about it. I mean, I'm sure Dame Dollar was super thrilled.
Perfect team to come back on.
So Milwaukee's 5. The Lakers are at 4 at 10-7.
Now, wait a minute.
The Suns at 3. The Bucks
The
at
Lakers
2.
are 4th at 10-7.
The Lakers are at 4. And then at number 1 is the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
Nuggets have been struggling here late.
Yes, but I'm not going to fight having the Nuggets at 1. I still think overall with Jokic, they're the defending champs, Jamal Murray as well. They're still pretty deep. I think I'd still say that they're the team to beat.
Milwaukee Bucks.
The Bucks are
76ers.
now they seem to be clicking. You know,
Yeah.
there was a couple of games that they gave up that you didn't think that they would earlier in the
Yeah.
season, but that Giannis and
Yeah.
Dame connection seems like it's starting to really gel.
Yep. Sure is.
So I get it with the Bucks, but I was surprised at 13. I mean, out of those teams that are ahead of the Mavericks, I think you could probably name maybe 4 that you consider putting the Mavericks ahead of.
Oh, yeah.
I think they deserve to be in the top 10 just based on the first month of play.
I
With how
absolutely do,
Kyrie and
too.
Luka have been playing off each other, the
Yeah.
defense.
I think they're probably looking at the defense. They have not scored well in their last 2 games. So people are probably interpreting that as they're coming back to earth. I think they might have got a little bit tired out there.
They tried to lose the Laker game the other night.
Yeah.
They did. They were up 20, and they
Don't get me wrong.
tried.
They need a trade or two.
Yeah.
They do. They still need to add another big, 100%, maybe another wing defender.
Yeah.
And then they'll be in great shape.
Haven't we been saying that for like 3 years now?
Yep, and they just haven't been able to finally put the pieces of the puzzle together. But I think that, Nico's going to find a way, and Nico we trust. That's how we got to live by it.
I saw Porzingis is hurt again. Got a calf strain. It's going to be reevaluated here in a
Nobody
week or two.
cheers more for injury on that man. Than
Well,
you.
I saved the KP nugget for Dawson. I knew he wasn't going to let that go. And deservedly so. I mean, you knew that it was just a matter of time before Boston fans were going to be complaining about, KP's hurt again. That was too good to be true.
Yeah, I think it's a good story, but it's just so annoying how the Mavs detoured themselves from building around Luka Doncic to go get that because he's a unicorn when he was so hurt and his game was so flawed to begin with. Yeah. It was just a really regrettable a couple of chapters there in Mavs history.
What are you guys thinking about Draymond, who obviously we know about what happened with the Rudy Gobert scuffle, and he's choking Rudy Gobert, and then he gets suspended for 5 games.
Not my Jody.
So he's missed the last 5 games. But people are ticked off at Draymond because he doesn't want to accept any accountability.
Never does.
And he said today, quote, to continue saying, what he did in the past, I paid for those incidents, said Draymond. I got suspended for Game 5 of the 16 finals, so you can't keep suspending me for those actions. They've made it clear that they're going to hold everything against me that I've done before. That's okay. I need to adjust where I see fit, where my teammates see fit, where my coaches see fit, front offices sees fit. So he's just saying that the league basically is suspending him for his acts of the past and not currently, and judging by case situations. I mean, I feel like your track record kind of does rock with you here, though, Draymond.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a big part of it.
And
I
maybe,
think, you know,
maybe
they're
because-
trying to figure out how much intent, how much does a message need to be sent that you need to cool your jets. We don't want to see this on the court anymore. I think he is taking accountability. I think the direct quote was he doesn't regret it. You
Yes,
know?
he doesn't regret it.
He accepts who he is.
And he said he's always
Yeah.
going to stand up for his teammates.
Yeah.
And he felt like he should in that situation. And that part, I'm totally for.
Punches him in the face.
Yeah,
He did punch his teammate in the face, yeah.
I
that guy's a bleep hole. He was asking for it.
I can kind of see where he's working here. You know, I think this Warriors team needs to be blown up, though. Let me just say that. I don't.
The way Clay's
their,
playing.
Their last hurrah was that conference finals against the Mavs.
I think,
and now it's going to be 2 years separated from that when they were on the doorstep of looking old. It's going to be really hard, especially as they trend downwards. The struggles are going to make things more stressful. I don't know. Do you try to rebuild back around Steph Curry and Klay Thompson? I don't know how you should pivot from here.
Right?
But
Because Wiggins isn't working out now. Wiggins was so instrumental to them making it. And then Wiseman hasn't been good. Kuminga hasn't been as good as they thought. I think you're right. I think it's probably the end of Golden State.
Okay, I think we do got to run, though, right?
Yeah, he's going to be on at 5 o'clock today.
Okay, cool. Zach Martin Show, winter return right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers, baby. 105 through the Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Zach Martin Show. It's brought to you by Dr. Pepper, an official soft drink of the Dallas Cowboys. And Zach Martin joins us now up there at Ford Center at the Star. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
We're doing great, man. It sure looked like you guys were having a lot of fun there on Thanksgiving Day on TV. I know we were having a lot of fun watching.
You know, it was a blast. Anytime you can get after a rival like that on Thanksgiving, it's a pretty good time.
Now, did you do some talking yourself this time? They were feeling pretty good last year.
No, I'm not a big talker. I just kind of go about my business.
So what does it take to win 3 straight games by an average of 30 points, man? You just pasted 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, really, I don't think the score is super indicative of how the game went. I mean, it was a pretty tight game there into the fourth quarter, and then when we open the floodgates, they open, and obviously, touchdown, defense gets a couple turnover on downs, score on those, and then obviously Bland setting that record and getting that defensive touchdown kind of blew it out of the water.
Hey, Zach, I want to say it was absolute football intelligence of you jumping off sides in order for Ferguson to get that big completion down the middle of the field. I think that was a great.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't love that play, and I knew what we were getting to.
Yeah,
next,
you're thinking like, okay, it's going to be a run to my left. I don't know if I could quite get across here and make this cutoff block.
It's our guy right there.
But I know I could pass set and like keep this guy on the line of scrimmage, and we can complete one for 30 some odd yards.
100%. Yeah.
So football intelligence is really, really high with you. I'm going to say congratulations on that.
I appreciate it.
Hey, also too, I was going to ask you about the screen. What makes a good screen team?
Man.
Because your block was the one that got that thing going. I mean, what are you thinking about? Like, are you worried about those guys? They can't chop you now on the outside.
They can't chop you, but they can kind of go low without it making it look like a chop. So you got to go low too. But the biggest thing is just the timing.
Right. Boy, that was a beautiful one.
If you can stay in phase with the back, and you got to make it look like it's a normal pass. These defensive linemen are getting so good at reading.
Sure.
I remember we had one. I forget who it was against earlier in the year. And the D lineman didn't rush at all, and I released, and he was kind of on my hip, and he's like, "You don't set like that." So you got to make it look real for it to work.
How tough is that? Okay, so you mentioned he says that to you. Have you noticed, or do you have coaches ever when you're going back and watching film, like, okay, maybe I'm giving some tells here, and then you have to go back and kind of critique that?
Yeah, I think it comes back to the timing aspect of it, right? Like if you just set and real quick try to slip it, the D linemen are like, okay, well. There's no way he's just gonna let me run up the B gap there. So you gotta make him feel like it's a real rush, and then almost lose them like you're getting beat on a rush, and then fall into phase.
Zach, when did in phase start being used as a way to describe things? And does that mean basically shadowing a guy? No, I've been hearing it the last couple of years, and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what exactly in phase means.
I just went with it too, but I can't tell you what it means.
Thank you.
Yeah, in phase, like when I release, at the same time the back, he on a screen usually he's got some kind of fake chip, kind of like he's going through the line, and then he whips his head around for the ball. So if I can get in phases, if I can get out in front of him at the same time that he's releasing for the football. That's what we're looking for.
That's beautiful. And what was your reaction when Deron Bland went in like that? What was your view like?
I was all over by the O-line section, but I went running down the sideline, man. That was pretty cool to see and pretty cool to be a part of. And I think the coolest part of this one is some of his other ones have been picked, no one in front of him,
straight
kind
shot.
of a walk-off.
Yeah.
He was not going to be denied. He knew he wanted to get that record and got himself in the end zone. That was pretty cool.
I mean, he's got it all. He's jumping routes, he's got the hands, and he's got the jukes. It's like, I don't know. This guy's special at what he does. He's got everything.
Yeah, man, and he's a great example for young players too, I think, in my opinion. He just comes to work every day and puts in the time, and not a huge talker. He just goes out there and does his job every play, and it's great to see someone like that, their work pay off.
So we saw you got a rest day off from practice. Are you getting the Tyron Smith treatment now, where you're such a badass, but you want to keep you healthy?
I don't think I got the full treatment. I think just this stretch here, this three games and whatever it is, 12 days or whatever the number is. It's it's a difficult stretch on the body, obviously, and we know Seattle's got the same schedule, so we're both going through it, but just trying to stay as fresh and healthy as I can.
I don't think fans really realize how tough that really is. So we thank you for what you're doing and staying healthy out there. I do want to ask you about Terrence Steele, your running mate.
Yep.
Because it seems like Terrence is getting back to that big, nasty form prior to the injury. What have you noticed from him the last couple of games?
Yeah, he's been – I mean, we're getting him out in space and run. I mean, he runs so well in space and really can close that distance. I mean, you talked about the defensive backs not being able to cut anymore. When you're 175 pounds, having a 6'6", 330-pound guy running full speed at you is not ideal. So anytime he can be get in space and show his athleticism and obviously his physicality out there is huge for us.
Zach, the perimeter game has been something you guys have kind of gone to here the last couple of weeks, and you mentioned about getting out in space and all that. By design, or is it just because of what Washington presented with those defensive tackles?
Yeah, I think we've done it a little bit more the last few games, and it's been good for us. So I think the coaches are starting to work it into to each game plan. But to your point there, obviously playing Washington, their strength of that defense is those two guys inside, and they obviously saw something where you get to the ball to the perimeter and get our tackles out there running.
It's Zach Martin with us. I'm looking at the Tony Pollard rushing stats in last 25 carries over 2 games. 5.5 an attempt. Is that play design, execution, timing? What all goes into the success you're getting there?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything. I mean, Tony's obviously been a great runner for us for years now, and it's just when you got a back like him and really Rico also, if we can get on our guys and cover them up at the line of scrimmage and get up to the second level, those guys are going to make plays, and obviously Tony has really been hitting it these last couple weeks, and it's been fun to watch.
It's another Thursday game with Seattle. Obviously, they got Leonard Williams. They traded for him. You know him pretty well with his time with the Giants, Jaron Reed along that defensive line. What stood out to you about prepping for Seattle?
Yeah, they've got guys at each level of their defense who are playmakers, and I think they made a great addition there with Leonard. I got a lot of respect for him. I think he plays the game the right way, and obviously Reed in there in the middle, and then Bobby Wagner still doing his thing. So it's going to be a great test for us. They can move up front. Obviously added Leonard for a little more beef, and then obviously Wagner's running, making plays, and then Jamal Adams is always you got to kind of have eyes on him wherever he's at. They blitz him a lot. They kind of use him all over. So it's going to be a great matchup for us and a good test.
Hey, Zach, our Zach here in the station, his top 10 list was the best leftover food items.
It was, yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And so we're thinking like pizzas and things like that. Does Zach Martin have something that was like one of his favorite go-to leftover item?
Leftovers. Let's see here.
You like a cold cheeseburger guy the next day, a bag of burgers?
No. I mean, speaking of, we just got done with Thanksgiving. I mean, I actually like the Thanksgiving ham and turkey as leftovers more than on the actual day. Get you a cold ham and cheese, ham and turkey cheese with the rolls.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's strong.
Makes a better sandwich probably than an entree, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, 100%.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 100%.
I knew, because you told us you weren't that into the Thanksgiving.
No, I'm not.
You guys are savages.
Thank you. It did upset me a little bit. So you were getting into those turkey legs that were in the Salvation Army bowls.
No, I did have a little bite. Dak guilted me into having a little bite there on the sideline, but I don't know where those came from, how long they've been in there.
Yeah.
Fergie was talking about before the game, like, hey, I got turkey legs coming for the kettles. I'm like, I don't want part of that.
Now, were you ready to go in and get it yourself if you got a fumble or a ball or something like that in a blowout?
People ask me that. Those kettles are higher off the ground than you think.
Yes.
I almost think I would have done the old try to throw the belly up on the brim there and kind of roll into it. Yeah.
Like a toddler. They get the walrus to jump up for a fish.
Gonna plank on this.
It's Zach Martin here with you on the Fan. Do you think the Eagles are more lucky or good?
I think they're good. Yeah.
They're getting pretty lucky, aren't they? That's what Cowboys fans
Good
want
job
to
of
hear.
sneaking that question in.
Yeah,
Russell.
right. Hey, we're playing the Seahawks, all right?
Yeah, we're playing the Seahawks.
That's right. No looking ahead here. Okay.
Did I just burst your bubble there?
Well, I was kind of hoping to dig in there a little bit. I mean, a lot of the analytics aren't saying they should be the only one-loss team in the NFL, but they find a way to pull it out in the fourth quarter, Zach, and it's getting frustrating.
Well, you know what analytics I like is the win and loss. Analytics.
Oh, here we go. I like this.
That's what I'm looking for.
That'll burst Eric Chiafalo's bubble, no doubt about it. Now, did you avoid getting pulled over by the police on your way to the game?
I did. I actually, I've had a thing going. I drive to the game with Cooper Rush because I had some family in town. My wife set up the Sprinter van for the way home, so I've been tagging along with Cooper, letting him take the risks before the game.
Smart move. Veteran play.
Does he play decent music in the car, or do you have to talk?
We have a nice little. We listen to a little country and just kind of BS a little bit on the way to the game. Talk about maybe the some of the college games before, and
So he's like your Travis Frederick replacement now?
Yeah, he's my ride to the stadium now. So I guilted him to going a little earlier, and he seemed to be all right with that.
I'll tell you what. Last week, Zach, I think I heard your story 3 times. It was like everybody, everybody started picking it up. Like Brad Shamman then played it during the game.
I know you guys got some listeners, man. Everyone was listening.
We're trying.
Yeah.
Hey, how's Trav doing though?
He's doing great. He was down. He was down here a couple weeks ago for the Giants game, I believe. Got to spend some time with him. He stayed at the house with his family, and it was great to see him.
That's awesome, man. It's always good to hear about it. You guys were so great together. Okay, so for you this off weekend, did you get out there and go to any games or do anything cool? You have a Martin family football game in the backyard. How'd we pass the extra time off?
We didn't have a family football game. My whole family was in town, my 2 brothers and their wives, kids, and so we had a full house. We just kind of hung out, watched some the Black Friday game was a nice nice addition to pass the time there on Friday.
So we're in on the Black Friday game. On Sunday, with a rare Sunday off, did you get into the red zone, or how do you consume Sunday?
Well, Sunday was our Wednesday. So
you had to still work.
So we were working. We got home. I got home probably with about 8 minutes to go in the third quarter of that Bills-Eagles game.
Okay, you say you got a lot of people hanging out at the house. Where's your patience level? I mean, is there times when you kind of like walk into the kitchen and talk to the missus and say, okay, we need to kind of get things organized here?
She knows the deal. I'll just kind of I'll entertain a little bit, and then I'll disappear and head to the room and catch a snooze. I go. Hey, I separate myself. I go all the way to the room and say, I'll be down in a couple hours.
Got to get some recovery going
on
here.
I'm going to the men's room. I'll be right back. And then 3 hours later, you show back up.
Oh, I thought you were going to the bathroom.
Mine definitely.
Well, I did go to the bathroom. That was
3 hours ago.
It was before and after.
Right.
Zach, speaking of Black Friday game, I was thinking maybe the NFL could create a more rotating schedule. What do you think the players would think of that if you were like Thursday and then next week Friday and then the next week Wednesday, and it kind of gets games on every night for us?
I mean, geez, is there not enough games already? I mean, we got
no, sir. No, not enough
for Dawson.
I know the Saturday games are coming up too, so then we're gonna have 4 days of the week.
It's
and
glorious.
The Thursday it is what it is, but at least everyone knows what day it's going to be, so they can plan accordingly.
So you've been on this gauntlet. Now you're going to get the Thursday night game, then you'll finally get a little mini bye. What's the go-to as soon as you're done with that Thursday night game? Is it just a massive deep sigh and I'm heading straight to bed?
Yeah, relax a little bit again. I got a few buddies from college coming down, so probably just hang with them this week and go to dinner, relax a little bit, catch the games this weekend.
Do your buddies expect you to always pick up the check?
They're usually pretty good about it. I mean, I usually do, but they're pretty good about offering.
Are they?
It's more about the offer than the actual paying.
Is there a place you guys always go to now when they come in town that they love? They're like, Zach, we got to make sure we go back here.
No, we kind of rotate. We kind of just try to go to places they haven't been. They come down every year, so try to hit different spots.
Do they even offer? I mean, seriously, because I'm not going to lie to you, Zach. I was with Brett Favre, and Favre, when I was with him in Green Bay, I had to pick up the check like 3 different times of us having going out and having dinners and stuff. And I was just a scout. Yeah. I was just a stupid scout. And here's this guy, a quarterback of a team, and he didn't even offer. He didn't even reach into his pocket. I didn't know if your buddies are like that,
No, I mean they're pretty good about it. Yeah. And my wife is, she's on top of it too.
There
with,
you go.
Getting on them if they don't. So
I heard Brett likes spending other people's money anyway.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Zing.
I walked right into that with the 2x4 between the eyes. Yeah.
Hey, did you see Jason Garrett on TV last night?
I did. I did see him. He got the call up.
Sir. Pretty good.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, I watch all the Notre Dame games, so I've been,
I've
heard him all year. I think he does a nice job.
9-3. What was your assessment of the Irish season?
10. It's tough. 9-3 is solid. I mean, 10 wins at Notre Dame is kind of always the
benchmark. Yeah,
special number there, because then you're kind of guaranteed to play in the New Year's Six and have a shot at the playoffs. So, but yeah, I mean, not a bad year. They should get a decent bowl game. Everyone like the Cowboys. Everyone wants Notre Dame to play in their bowl game, so they should have a decent pick at a bowl game.
Did you ever play against Pete Carroll in college?
I was a red shirt. His last year at SC was my red shirt year, and they beat us bad at Notre Dame.
What do you think of him as a coach? Is there anything unique about a game with Pete?
I mean, he's great. He's good. He wins everywhere he's been. I mean, I know USC hasn't been the same since he left.
That's true.
That's true.
And then obviously his success there in Seattle over, he's been there, probably
13 years?
Yeah, 12, 13 years. So, I mean, to be a head coach at a place for that long, he's doing something right there.
Right on, Will. Tear his ass up for us.
We love you, buddy.
Thanks, Zach.
All right. See you guys.
There he goes. The Zach Martin Show, brought to you by Dr. Pepper here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Rules are rules. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Just said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
All righty. Go to 105throughthefan.com/Sandlot. Get all the details on Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause, which is this Saturday at Globe Life Field. You can take a picture with the World Series trophy. It's going to be the best Swinging for a Cause ever. The tables are sold out. Your only way in is to bid on our table. Call Lucius at 877-881-1053. The opening bid's at $1,500. We need to get rocking and rolling on that. If you just go $4,000 right now, you get a VIP experience. Okay, 105throughthefan.com/Sandlot to buy your tickets for that event as well. Get the table, bid on ours, and win the auction. Expressway's coming up next. We'll take a look at everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we do.